They're going to be talking about it. You got me and producer Sam Lubman behind the glass up until 9 o'clock. Thanks so much for joining me, everyone. And as always, go sports.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. It was a brutal loss for the Dubs in Game 1.
Boston takes Game 1 in shocking fashion here at Chase Center.
We're reacting to Game 1 of the NBA Finals.
Give them credit. They knocked down every big shot in the fourth quarter. Boston just played a brilliant quarter. They came in and earned the win.
On the home of the Warriors, 95.7 The Game.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves.
So the problem with a company like Home Title Lock is that they can get me in the middle of the crime, and that's your worst fear.
Are you already a victim? Find out today with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value, free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
School's out for summer, but if your business is running QuickBooks, you'll never get a break. QuickBooks manual processes, integration difficulties, and glitchy delays will leave you scrambling for the numbers you need. Failing to graduate to Netsuite will leave you stuck in summer school while your friends party. Netsuite by Oracle is the #1 cloud financial system, no matter how big your business grows. With visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR, e-commerce, and more. Netsuite is everything you need to grow, all in one place. That's why NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system, used by over 29,000 growing businesses. Automate your process with NetSuite and close your books in no time. 93% of surveyed businesses increase their visibility and control since graduating from QuickBooks to NetSuite. Right now, NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind financing program, so graduating has never been easier. Head to netsuite.com/radar right now. netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
In the wee hours of the night, when everyone else is fast asleep, you're the one on third shift, burning the midnight oil. When a part fails and everything comes to a grinding halt, Regardless of what the clock on the wall says, you leap into action. Grainger is with you and all the ones who get it done. With 24/7 customer support by phone or click to chat. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-828-5242 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-828-5242. That's 800-828-5242. What do you have to lose? Call 800-828-5242. Again, 800-828-5242.
Nature Valley has helped restore access to 10,000 miles of national park trails. And we're on our way to restoring even more, because every mile is a new memory. Life happens out there. Nature Valley.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Around the left side, penetrates, throws it up off the glass. Horford, offensive rebound, out to Marcus Smart for three. He got it. And Boston is taking this game away from long distance. 20 of 38 from three.
Woo-wee. And oh, baby. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A shocker at Chase Center. Warriors rolling late third quarter, 87-72. Boston looked dead in the water. How many teams do you see get blitzed with a third quarter run by the Golden State Warriors and just mail it in and fold it? But you know what? The Celtics team is a little bit different than everybody out there. And they didn't fold. What they did was step up their game, and they took it to the Warriors in the fourth quarter, outscoring them 40-16. Started off with a 29-11 run. And, man, did they hit the three ball last night. 21-41 from the three-point line, 51%. That's their sixth game this postseason when they've hit at least 17 threes. So, do the Warriors match up with the Celtics, or do the Celtics match up better with the Golden State Warriors? We got a lot of stuff we're going to talk about today on the Morning Roast. As I say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts, getting ready for work. YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line. I've been looking forward to this show since the final buzzer sounded late for Lubman. And you, Joe Shasky, you look like you got that panic in the eyes, man. You are on a 10 right now.
Well, this game is one of those ones that you're going to, just squirm over forever, especially if you end up losing this series. I mean, this is one of those ones you can go back and dissect. It's not one thing. Like, that's the beauty of basketball. Sometimes it is one thing. In this game, it was not one thing. This was a combination of the Warriors' self-inflicted wounds and Boston out-executing, out-toughening, out-coaching, out-scheming, out-playing, outperforming the Golden State Warriors in certain moments in this game. And I thought the Warriors had a very lackluster performance. At times, look, that third quarter felt really, really good. It felt like fool's gold to me. I'm like, look, there's a whole quarter to go in this game. You got to finish. You got to put together an entire quarter. I don't even think they played two full good quarters in this game. The end of the second quarter was very frustrating. The end, obviously, of the third quarter, the very end, and then the start of the fourth quarter, not good at all. And then the final 6 minutes of the fourth quarter, I mean, pick your poison. Boston, though, took it to them. And Boston deserves a ton of credit. I think Jason Tatum, his performance, we're going to look at. People are like, well, he didn't even play that well. I thought he had a really good floor game. Outside of all the missed shots, he was very discerning. Just a lot to be frustrated with when it comes to the Golden State Warriors, but their demeanor in the postgame really frustrated me, B.
Who's the Warriors?
Yeah.
What frustrated you about their demeanor?
Dismissal.
Was it everybody or just Draymond?
I think Draymond specifically, but Draymond's dismissal of, well, these guys are just hitting shots. That's not going to happen again. Hey, look, man, yeah, they hit shots, but there's some things that I think are carryover into every single game. Their toughness, their ability to stay in front of our guys, our inability to stay in front of their guys. I'm worried, man. I'm really worried. You wasted an iconic performance from Steph Curry in that first quarter. Could somebody else step up?
Hey, Langford, it took one game for San Francisco to loom back onto the morning roast.
Otto Porter Jr. on line one was there to help him. Can somebody else show up?
Oh, man, panicking already.
It's not even panicking. It's not even panicking. It's assessing what's going on right now. And
so
look,
do you still have the Warriors at 5?
Well, I mean, now you have to obviously recalibrate now. You have to recalibrate. Look, I'm going to start here, though.
Go ahead.
Steph Curry going to the bench. No,
Just
this is my number one thing. Steph Curry going to the bench was not the only reason why they lost this game. You cannot. Steph's not going to play all 48.
It's not the reason why they lost. Can I tell you the numbers for Steph and Curry? The non-Steph minutes last night?
Yeah.
It actually shocked me. But in the non-Steph minutes, the Warriors were only -3 in the non-Steph minutes.
Yeah. I agree with you.
-3,
but
that's
there's
it.
a thing called momentum. Could you not feel it? Like there was momentum.
Well, there's no doubt.
All right, and so I want to start the show by this. This is the finals. This is Steph Curry's finals. This is the coronation of his career. He's not 25. He's not 27. You look at the LeBron James game logs going back to all the finals games.
He's not
he played.
LeBron James.
Guess what? You got to play 41 plus minutes.
Well, I agree.
You got to play 41 plus minutes.
I agree. He has to play 41.
Finals.
Well, I agree. He has to play 41.
Get creative, Steve Kerr. Call timeouts to give your man some time to subs in between TV timeouts.
Look,
figure it out.
Other guys got to step up in the non-Steph Curry minutes.
I agree.
All right. Does he have to play 40 minutes? Sure. I said that last night on a post-game show on
Jordan Poole,
NBC
wake
Sports
up.
Bay Area. He's got to play 40 minutes, 41 minutes. Okay, you can go there, but he runs around, and he's not built like LeBron James. So you don't want to run him into the ground because Boston is very physical on defense. I tried to tell you that for the last 5 weeks. They get into your ass, they get into your grill, and they snuff you. That's what they do. Off the ball, on the ball. They have guys who can match up with Stephen Curry. They have guys who can match up with Klay Thompson. In their front court, Al Horford put on a show yesterday. Draymond Green's going to have to step up his game. Al Horford, he made his open three, 6 of 8 from the three-point line. He's had games where he's made 5 this postseason, okay? Draymond Green, conversely, on the other side, 2 of 12 from the floor, 0 for 4 from the three-point line. So here's the deal. There's a couple things here. One, that was the 6th game where Boston made at least 17 threes in a game.
Yeah, it's not an outlier that they shot that way.
But also,
you're right.
The Warriors have given up 247 threes this postseason in only 17 games. The Heat, they've given up 207 in 18 games. That's second. So what does that tell you? The Warriors give up a lot of wide open tips. Wide open tips.
Yeah.
The Warriors this postseason have given up 19 wide open tips from the three-point line. How many wide open tips did the Boston Celtics have last night?
Too many, because they were late on rotations. They were playing zone defense. I thought they got a little sag happy. I understand that they have a philosophy going into that game. And then, look, credit to the Boston Celtics. Not only did they get wide open looks, and you're going to get confident, when Marcus Smart hits 2 early ones and Al Horford hits 2 early ones,
and they were wide open,
I was like, okay, now you have to adjust. Like there's something about in-game strategy and feel, and it just felt like the Warriors were late on their rotations. They were sagging off, or they were over-doubling on guys you don't need to double on, leaving other guys wide open. Peyton Pritchard hits a fadeaway 3 in the corner. Credit him. I thought he was tenacious on D2.
Hey, look, man. This is why I wanted to avoid the Celtics for a long, long time. This team gave me nightmares for a reason, and now everybody sees why. Everybody sees why I thought they put on a clinic in the last 6 minutes of the second quarter, defensively, really forcing the Warriors into some tough shots. Now the Warriors adjusted after halftime with the great third quarter, 38-24. But the tide slowly started to turn with 2 minutes left in the third quarter.
Thank you.
Because 87-72 with 2 minutes left, the Warriors come down. Steph Curry misses a wide open 3. Could have brought the house down. You would have been up 18 points. Boston comes down. Jason Tatum misses a 3. Pulls out and running at half court. He gets picked. Tatum makes a play. It's an and 1. All of a sudden, the Celtics said, we're still in it. Then Iguodala hits a three. Crowd's going crazy. What happens on the other end?
Right
92-78. Derek White comes down. He gets fouled. He hits 2 free throws. And next thing you know, it's a 12-point game between the fourth, after 3.
100% correct.
And Boston comes out on the 9-0 run right away. Matter of fact, wasn't it a 9-0 run? It may have been 11. Got to check my notes here. So they got back into the game in a hurry. And look, one guy that we didn't talk enough about. We kind of laughed at him because his dribbling is a little suspect. Jaylen Brown. But you know what? Jaylen Brown's a goddamn baller.
Well, he hit tough shots.
And Jaylen Brown, let me hold on, Shasky.
Yeah.
10 points last night in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he was awesome.
He scored 130 points in this postseason in the fourth quarter to lead everybody in the postseason. 62.5% in the fourth quarter. He's shooting from the floor, and he's 20 of 30 in fourth quarters this postseason. Jaylen Brown started it off in the first 6 minutes, and Uncle Al Horford and Marcus Smart put it into game number 1. So Jaylen Brown looked dynamic last night, and he's a problem.
You didn't even bring up the way he locked up Klay Thompson off ball. I thought he did a really good job with Klay Thompson last night. He stayed in front of him. He was glued to him. There was a couple times Klay popped open for some threes. That's going to happen. I thought he did a really good job. Here's the thing on the dribbling. He clearly can't dribble. How many times did the Warriors get their hands on the ball, and yet he recovered that ball? I felt like 5 or 6 times early in that game. 50-50 balls. They were diving on the floor. Look, the Celtics wanted it more.
Yeah.
Straight up. Watch that game. You cannot tell me that team didn't want it more. And then just basic execution in the fourth quarter. There was an Andre Iguodala play. He leaves his feet. I've been talking about this all postseason. Jumps up in the air, leaves his feet, just throws a lob pass into no man's land. And then out of a timeout, Draymond Green with a horrific turnover. Draymond, earth to Draymond. The series started, bud.
Well, Boston had a lot to do with it. And here's Ime Udoka. I'm going to start off with a soundbite from the Boston Celtics. Ime Udoka, because I believe this. I talked to Willie about it, D. Wright about it. It had Game 1 2016 OKC vibes.
Yes.
And what I mean by that is Oklahoma City walked off the floor after winning Game 1 at Oracle Arena in those Western Conference Finals. And I remember being in that locker room, and they were ticked off. They said, we didn't even play well, and we won this game. Now, we know the Warriors came back and won that series in 7.
Yeah, but
they were down 3-1. You don't want to fall behind 3-1 against this basketball team. You will go home without a championship. But Ime Udoka said something, and I want Warrior fans to really let this resonate, because Boston's not going anywhere.
No.
They want to get greedy in game number 2. Here's Ime Udoka after the game.
It's a confidence builder because we didn't play our best at all. Obviously, Jason didn't play his best, but every time we looked up, 32-28 after the first quarter, only down 4 at halftime, and we hadn't played well at all. And so they finally stretched the lead a little bit to get us to 92-80 going into the fourth, but we had a huge quarter there. So knowing what we can do defensively, if we're a little more tuned in, lack of communication in the first half, I think obviously shows the blueprint for what we can do there. I think getting those opening night jitters out, and I think that settled some as the game went on. And you saw other guys step up, but we don't expect JT to have a tough shooting night like that again. I don't know if you attribute it to jitters or some of the defense they were throwing at him, boxing one in some of those zones, but shows what we are, which is a team.
So I would push back on him saying that they didn't play a great game. I thought they were really balanced. I just thought they were really balanced.
I don't think they played a great game, to be honest with you.
Well, it's the finals. The other team gets credit too.
No, they do, but I don't think they played a great game.
Jason Tatum, how many times he had 13 assists in his entire career? He did not shoot well. I'm not here to cape up. But he was playmaking, I thought. He did a really good job being discerning, knowing when your shots. It could easily have been 25, 30 shot attempts on a night where you don't have it in game 1 of the finals.
Here's the thing. Here's the deal. All right, after the first quarter, the Warriors are up 4. Like he just said.
It felt like a miracle.
Steph Curry had an unbelievable quarter. 21 points. Yep. He hit the most threes in the quarter in finals history with 6. All right? He scored 13 points the rest of the way. Boston did not play great that first quarter, yet they look up at the scoreboard and say, damn, we're only down 4. After all that, we're only down 4. Now you look at halftime, right? You look at halftime. They're up 2.
I know. Second quarter.
The Warriors should have been up at least 8 at halftime.
But they played terrible from about the 6 minute on.
You know why?
In that second quarter.
You know why? Because Boston suffocated them defensively.
So then why are we saying that they had a bad game? I'm looking at a balanced attack. All their random guys hit buckets. They get credit. I thought it was a really good game from them in terms of depth production.
Out of those 48 minutes, Boston played great in 16 of them.
I mean, would the Warriors play like 7 good minutes in the third quarter? We could play that game all day.
No, you want to play that game all day? We could play that game all day.
They blitzkrieged the Warriors in multiple quarters.
The Boston Celtics did not shoot well at all, and yet They were trading baskets. They got comfortable. And that's why the whole thing about experience. I try to tell you this, and I try to tell everybody this. The whole thing about experience. Oh, the Warriors have 123 games worth of finals experience, and Boston Celtics had 0. Hello? Do we remember 2015 when the Warriors went into those finals with no experience in the NBA finals outside of head coach Steve Kerr? Same thing with Ime Udoka. He's been to the finals at San Antonio. He smelled those roses before.
Yesterday.
And he was outstanding, no doubt about it. But Boston, they were outstanding when they needed to be, and they went out there and stole a game. They took it to the Warriors in the fourth quarter.
They did.
A lot of people get dropped after a third quarter run. They come out a 17-0 run to put that game away in the fourth quarter. And look, Robert Williams looked good. And
it was interesting. Did he look like he was limping a little at times, and then also he could also recover? Like
at times.
In the same 2 or 3 possession stretch, he looked gimpy and then immediately explosive.
No doubt.
I couldn't pick it. He was good. He was really good.
There was a moment where he was hobbled, and then he turned the ball over, and then he went to block Andrew Wiggins on the other end, and it's like, what happened? You were just hobbling on the previous possession. What went on there?
And I thought that he took away Jordan Poole's driving early in this game, and it just totally crippled Jordan Poole. Look, they are not going to win this series if Jordan Poole doesn't show up.
Yeah.
No one's saying he's got to drop 30 a game. You can't play like that. The defense was horrific yesterday in terms of his lackadaisical defense, and then the nonchalant handles. Bro, this is the finals. I know you're a young guy. You got to wake up.
Well, this is his first finals game. But look,
I'm willing to grant him a pass because it is one game.
But the blueprint's out there on Jordan Poole. The blueprint's out there.
You said
Memphis showed it the last 3 games of that series in the second round. Try to warn everybody. He shot 27% from the floor those last 3 games against Memphis. Yeah. It's 17 from the three-point line. Why? Because it got a bit more physical for Jordan Poole. They got into his grill. D'Anthony Melton, Desmond Bane, Dylan Brooks, Jared Jackson Jr. swatting his balls at the rim. So
Marcus Smart took his lunch money, B.
Oh, they all did. Jason Tatum.
He just picked his pocket in the middle of the court.
Boston's not afraid of this team. Boston's not afraid of them. By the way, make sure you tune in for Crosstalk today with Willard and Dibs for your chance to score tickets to Game 2 of the NBA Finals Sunday night during Crosstalk. Listen for the sounder and be one of the first 5 callers to qualify to win tickets. One of these 5 lucky callers will be selected to attend Game 2 on Sunday night. And all for your playoff ticket needs, be sure to go to Warriors.com. Go to Warriors.com for your tickets. Lakeford, hit the sounder that they got to hear, listen for during Crosstalk.
Finds Curry, left alone again. Topside 3. Got it! He hasn't been that wide open in a couple of months.
He was wide open a lot in the first quarter, but Boston made the adjustment.
Yes, they did.
He was 6. What was he in the first quarter? Steph Curry, 6 of 8 from the 3-point line in the first quarter. The rest of the game, 1 of 6.
Yeah, and I thought that the Warriors got away from what they do really well. They got a little pick happy at the top of the key, a little isolation happy. They settled for bad shots. Now, again, credit Boston for what they did off ball, trying to slow down Klay Thompson. The Warriors looked like they were stuck in mud. They limited all the backdoor cuts. The Warriors got nothing, it felt like, in the paint. They didn't get any of those 2-point shots. They got clamped on. And then they're taking bad, late in the shot clock, fadeaway shots. It was bad. It was an avalanche because you could feel Boston coming, and then you could also feel the Warriors tightening up and settling for bad shots. And I think it's a combination of the Warriors not executing, but more importantly, Boston was clamping them, B. You were right.
103-100. 103-100 midway through the fourth quarter in a classic NBA Finals game. It was a phenomenal basketball game. And next thing you know, Al Horford hits 2 straight threes to give him a 3-point lead. And then next thing you know, they hit another one. They go up 6. And from there, the Boston Celtics go on a 17-0 run. They're down 103-100. They go on a 17-0 run to put away this basketball game. And they force the Warriors into 1-on-1 and panic 3-pointers. It was ugly in that fourth quarter, and Boston felt good. They run off the floor, and they deal the Warriors their first home loss this postseason, and the Warriors now dropped to 21-3 in Game 1s under Steve Kerr. The Game 1s they've lost, 2016 at home to OKC, 2019 in Toronto to the Raptors, and then last night, 21-3 now in Game number 1.
And what's the – I know you have the data. What's the Game 1? If you win Game 1 –
70% chance of winning the NBA championship. Let's go to Dom in San Jose real quick. Dom, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I love your guys' passion. You work great together. You're fans, number 1, and radio personalities, number 2. I love that.
Thank you.
I really feel today out of balance, man, because Curry drops 21 in the first quarter. I adore him. I don't understand. I don't expect him to get 21 a quarter, but only 13 the rest of the game. Draymond, defensive player of the year, going against the defensive player of the year. He didn't show up yesterday.
Nope.
I loved Otto Porter's minutes, but let me tell you this last thing. Money time. Okay, there's no way I'm giving Jordan Poole $25 million a year. He is such a sieve defensively. Okay, and it's been like that since the first round of the playoffs, man. There has to be someone in that coaching staff pulling him aside. And then you got Gary Payton Jr. back. I'd rather have him. He's serviceable offensively.
Let me.
Yeah. Need a dog out there.
No doubt. I want to see Gary Payton II pressure the ball, but I don't think he's quite ready yet.
Yeah, there's a reason Kerr didn't play him, right?
Right. Today marks a month since he fractured that elbow against the Memphis Grizzlies in the second round. Can he shoot with that elbow? Can he handle the ball with that elbow? We don't know. If he was ready to go, Kerr would have played him. He played Andre Iguodala. Iguodala really hasn't played since January. All right? And he played Andre Iguodala for like 12 minutes.
And look, that's the thing. What would he play? 12 minutes? 11 minutes? I mean, I thought he played him about what you're going to play him. Like, can you play him any more than that? And it was nice to see Draymond get that little high-low play where he finally cuts baseline. Right. They throw the alley-oop. He hit a three. You actually got more production out of Iggy than I expected, considering he hadn't played for 2 months. But outside of Otto Porter Jr., nobody else stepped up. And here's the thing with Otto Porter Jr. If you overplay him, now you lose him. You may lose him for the series because of that foot. Yeah. Like, that's a delicate thing, too. Like, I want to play him more. Kevon Looney had a tough game. That was a really tough game from Kevon. They lose a couple of balls early in that game when they try to throw it over the top to him.
9
to
rebounds.
Draymond.
9 rebounds, but again, this was the front court matchup that we talked about. Al Horford, Robert Williams III, and even Daniel Tice gave the Celtics a nice little 6 minutes. He hit a three in a quarter, wide open. So, look, Boston Steel's game number 1. And, folks, game 2
is a must-win.
The Warriors don't win game 2. This series is over. I'm sorry. Warriors are not winning 4 or 5 against this basketball team. And now the Warriors are going to have to do something to the Celtics that hasn't happened all postseason. If the Warriors want to hoist the Larry O'Brien trophy and win their 4th championship in 8 years, well, guess what? At some point in the series, they're going to have to win 2 in a row. And the Celtics this postseason have not lost 2 in a row.
That's crazy.
So,
and what are they, 8-2 on the road now?
8-2 on the road.
That to me is the most impressive of all the stats.
And the Warriors now dropped to 9-1. We're going to talk about this all night long or all morning long. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, where you at? What went wrong for the Golden State Warriors? They get outscored 40-16 in the fourth quarter. 40-16 in the fourth quarter. Boston goes 9 of 12 from the three-point line in that fourth quarter and shoots 75%. They shot 68 in the fourth quarter. 68%. Wow. Let's talk about it here. 888-957-9570. More coming up on the Morning Roast, and that's brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in an accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area.
Tankless water heaters are more efficient and take up less space than outdated, bulky tanks, with cutting-edge features that improve safety, simplify processes, and increase capabilities. Once you go Navian, you'll never go back. Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
O'Reilly. Get ready for summer vacation now at O'Reilly Auto Parts with up to a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries. With the power, performance, and reliability your vehicle demands, Superstart batteries are made to deliver long life and consistent starts. Superstart batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different how? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Agreeing on where to spend your hard-earned money is tough. At 7-Eleven, we make it easy. Any iced coffee is now just $1. Now that's a bill we can all agree on. 7-Eleven, you brew you. Terms and conditions apply. See 7-Eleven.com for more details.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information. Should Viagra really cost $90 per pill? We don't think so. RexMD has FDA-approved generic Viagra medication of that little blue pill starting at just $2. Why pay huge pharmacy prices when you can get the same results for a fraction of the cost? Give your bank account a break. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, you'll get a starter pack prescription of industry-leading generic Viagra medication. Just call 800-504-3810. We've helped over 100,000 men with their sex lives and with getting prescription medications direct. Your consultation is free, there's no doctor office visits, and your shipping is always free. Get your starter pack now. Call 800-504-3810. That's 800-504-3810. Again, 800-504-3810.
The smoke is back at Church's. Our $6 smokehouse chicken meal is a juicy half chicken served with mashed potatoes and a honey butter biscuit. All that for just $6, but not for long. Church's, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Draymond gets the ball, dribbles to the right wing, looks for five, bad pass, turned it over. Horford got a hand on it. White will take it all the way, bounce pass into Tatum. The trailer is Horford. Another three. There's 7 for 7 from 3. Wow. 109-103 Boston. That's their largest lead of the game.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Oh, we got drama, baby. This series has started. You know the old adage in the NBA, they say, A series doesn't start until a road team wins on an opponent's home floor.
I hate that adage, but yeah.
But it's the truth.
I know.
And now we got action.
Oh, it doesn't
And
start.
we got action, folks. The Boston Celtics didn't come to the Bay Area just to kick around and be happy to be here. You heard Ime Udoka right after the Miami game saying, we don't hang Eastern Conference championship banners. We try to win championships here. And they're going for number 18. And that's why another thing about this Boston Celtics team, and I tried to be quiet about it, and privately I was talking to some people about this. They blew a 13-point lead against Miami, and I understand Jimmy Butler had a chance to win that basketball game. But for that team, for Marcus Smart, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, getting over the hump of the conference finals was the hardest thing for them. They got past it. They were able to breathe, fly across country, and say, we're finally here in the NBA Finals. We're finally here. And if they were nervous early on, heck, after the first quarter, only down four. And they were bombing left and right, threes left and right. They shot 51% from the three-point line, folks. Again, that's their sixth game this postseason where they've hit at least 17 threes. So it's not an anomaly.
No.
This is what they do.
They should feel great. There's no question about that. It's very different, but it had a very feel of Super Bowl Kansas City Niners where the end was like, oh, now we've lost the lead and boom, we got exploded on. You know what I mean? Like it just felt like we got a huge dump put on our face, like we were Amber Heard, in the bed with Johnny Depp. But here's the thing, like not only was I stewing after that game, I mean just heated. Then I open up Twitter and you get texts and tweets like this.
This is why you need to stay off
from
Twitter.
Rob Parker. It's so quiet right now in San Francisco that you can hear a mouse urinate on both of KD's final MVP trophies when he rightly bolted the Golden State Warriors.
He's the GMO.
And if that wasn't enough, he goes, first the Warriors choke at home, blowing a 12-point fourth quarter lead.
Whoa.
Steph goes scoreless in the final 6:05. It's a good night for show, 40 burger, and then it's a picture of a pack of Cools with baby oil. I mean, this dude, if you don't think America's rooting against the Warriors, I mean, it's just, I'm furious right now.
Boston took that game away. They took it away in the fourth quarter. They're a tough team. They got a bunch of dogs on that team. A bunch of dogs. Our boy Tyler Miller, last time we were at the Gatehouse, we were talking about the Celtics. He goes, Bonte, I'm kind of with you. They got some dudes, man. They got some dudes, and they worry me. This is why that team gave me nightmares, because it can switch 1 through 5. They're not intimidated, whether it's Steph on the perimeter, whether it's Jordan Poole. They get after it. They had some hellacious block shots yesterday. How about the sequence of Jaylen Brown in the second quarter? He blocks Looney's shot at the rim, goes up there and blocks it, comes down on the other end, blows by Jordan Poole, and has a monster one-hand jam. Like, I'm here, folks.
Yeah.
I'm back in the Bay, and my name is Jaylen Brown.
Looney did a really good job trying as hard as he could. I thought he fought for rebounds. There was just a couple of plays where the hands from his early years, where he was just clunky with the hands early on in his career, it reared its ugly head yesterday. But it wasn't just him. I mean, I'm not trying to identify Kevon Looney's the reason. Right. No. It's deeper than that. Guys got to show up. Like Draymond Green, if you're going to talk that talk, you got to show up. Ooh. And I look at, you brought this up in the first segment, and I 100% agree. The juxtaposition of what Al Horford has become late in his career and what Draymond Green has not been able to do offensively late in his career, to me was telling. Al Horford was not a knockdown three-point shooter. Not. But that's what he's become because he sees where the game is going. Yep. And I look at Draymond Green, and forget the 2 of 11. You're not even a threat from beyond 5-6 feet out. Like, you're just not. And I love you, bro, but you've got to be able to dedicate yourself to making teams at least honor you a little from beyond that arc.
So, and now we're back to having a conversation of, can you play Looney and Draymond at the same time? You cannot have two players against this team not looking at the rim. Now, Draymond did take 12 attempts, and I like that.
No, I'm happy with that.
I like him being aggressive. 0 for 4 from the three-point line. 0 for 3 from the free throw line.
Well, he missed the 2 early ones, and I'm like, oh, gosh.
Well, no, he missed 1 on the and 1, and then he missed the 2 late. It was 111. It was 111, 103, and he missed both.
Was it Steph that missed a free throw in the first quarter?
May have been Steph.
Yeah, I think it was Steph who missed. I know that
he did miss one. Yeah, he missed one. So they were 11-15 from the three-point line, but free throw line. But Draymond Green, 0 for 4 from the three-point line, 0 for 3 from the free throw line. 111-103 Boston. Late in the fourth quarter, he misses 2 to cut it to 6. And when he missed those 2, I said, this game is over. Let's get ready for the post-game show.
It felt like he was reluctant to take that little bunny floater, in the lane. And then he did, and he hit back iron. And I was like, oh, great. He's going to lose all his confidence on that. He's got to take that shot.
No doubt. This segment is presented by Golden State Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We'll get to the calls in just a second. Let's play this Draymond Green soundbite because I want our listeners to respond to this. Here's what Draymond Green said after the Game 1 loss to the Boston Celtics.
They stayed within striking distance. They made shots late. We'll be fine. We'll figure out the ways we can stop them from getting those threes and take them away. We pretty much dominated the game for the first 41, 42 minutes, so we'll be fine.
I'm not so sure about that.
I don't think they dominated at all.
I mean, the Boston Celtics dominated the entire 12 minutes of the fourth quarter.
I think
so if my math is correct, there's a 40-minute game, 48-minute game. Yeah. So that means for 36 minutes you may have dominated. I don't know where the other 5 came from.
Well, and let's be real, I don't think you dominated at all.
No.
And you had a great third quarter.
Right.
And you didn't even finish that quarter. I thought you had a great, 8 minutes? 9 minutes? Like, if we're being fair here.
Great 10 minutes in the third quarter.
Steph Curry had a great first quarter. Nobody else showed up.
Wiggins had a great third quarter with 12 points.
Yes.
Here's the other thing.
I'd like to see a little more from him.
Andrew Wiggins' value is skyrocketing because he only took 1 FGA in the fourth quarter, 1 field goal attempt. He needs more.
Yeah.
He needs more. He was the second best player on the floor for the Golden State Warriors.
I felt like he got a little glue happy, and then he was late on his rotations. I don't want to cry. The guy's been outstanding all postseason. Just the team in general, they were over doubling on guys you don't need to double to, and then it felt like they were sagging off and then late on their rotations time and time again.
This is when Robert Parrish told Steiny and Guru the other day. Zone defense belongs in Pee Wee basketball. It belongs in college.
You can't zone this team.
You can't zone this team.
You can't.
So another problem is dribble drive penetration.
Yes.
The Warriors have struggled against that all season long.
Can't stay in front of people.
So now, if you can't stay in front of anybody, we're going to have some truth serums with a lot of teams, with a lot of players on the team. Jordan Poole, you got to stay in front of somebody. Steph Curry, you got to stay in front of somebody. Klay Thompson, you got to stay in front of somebody. Draymond Green, you can't leave Horford and Marcus Smart wide open. They have hit threes this postseason. I know Marcus Smart is hot and cold, 33%, but he's gotten a lot better offensively.
100%. And he can get his shot up because he's so big and he has that big kind of set shot. Here's the other thing on Jordan Poole, B, because I don't want to gloss over this. It's not just staying in front of someone. It's also not falling asleep off ball to where you're 25 feet away from somebody and then you're just haphazardly running at someone with your hand up. It's a combination of the nonchalant defense and then just way too cute with the basketball. It's driving me nuts.
Let's go to Keenan down to San Diego.
I love JP.
Yeah, Keenan down to San Diego. What's happening? You're on the morning roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Man, I called earlier this week, and I said it was nothing we ain't seen before. What I didn't take into account is these guys ain't the same players, even though we've seen those crazy matchups. Man, I'm not sure if y'all caught what Spicy P, Kendrick Perkins said.
What he said
about Draymond. He said, and I quote, no, you won't. That's a whole lot of lies.
Oh, yeah, he did say
Draymond.
We'll pull that, Keenan. I heard what he said. Yeah, don't give it away. We'll pull that, though. Kendrick Perkins was talking his talk.
Oh, was he?
Oh, yeah.
From the sidelines again. Okay.
Yeah, it was so disrespectful. I think for us, I still think we'll be fine, but this can go. I'm getting Heat, Spurs the second time around, not the first time. I'm getting that feel. If we don't nip this in the bud,
that's one of the.
Got to stop talking and play.
Yes,
smoked 8 layups last night.
So Keenan,
that's
if you say that's the second time, Keenan, keep him on the air for a second. If that's the second time around, Spurs blew away the Heat in 5 games.
I think he's talking about the Ray Allen series.
Were you talking about the Ray Allen series?
When Ray Allen,
because that's the first.
No. I'm talking about the second time. Remember, the Ray Allen was the first one. Remember, the second time when the Spurs they was moving that ball around.
Oh yeah.
Threes because D Wade was hurt and they kept over rotating.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, we got to nut up and just play defense.
I'm with you.
We can stay in front of everybody else except Tatum and Brown. We'll take that. But Derek White, come on, man.
Derek White.
Are we doubling him? Why are we zoning him, man?
Look.
And he hit a shot with Curry in his face late in that game. I don't know if it tied the game.
In the fourth quarter. Yeah, no, it was with the shot clock coming down and man, tied it at 103. Yeah.
And it felt like Curry was out on it. And when he hit that one, I was like, you got to be kidding me.
21 points for Derek White.
You just got to tip your cap at that point.
San Antonio Spur.
I know.
Former San Antonio Spur. 5 of 8 from the 3-point line, 21 points. So if it's not Derek White, it's Grant Williams. If it's not Grant Williams.
He had a bad game,
Yeah,
Grant
he
Williams.
did.
That's the one guy that I would look at, like outside of Tatum, where I'd say, expect more from Grant Williams.
Yeah, exactly.
Moving
So
forward.
if it's not Derek White, it's Grant Williams.
I'm with you.
If it's not Grant Williams, it's Marcus Smart. If it's not Marcus Smart, it's Al Horford. And oh, by the way, Jason Tatum shot 3 for 17 from the floor and still had a dynamic game with 13 assists.
He had a really good game.
So
I don't think that the point total tells you how good he played in terms of discernment and passing and playmaking.
And I told you, Peyton Pritchard is a winning type of player.
Yeah, he's a nag.
He's a winning type of player, championship type of player. Let's go to Reed in the Creek. Reed, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Reed?
First time. Love the show.
Thank you.
I just have a couple of comments. One, I think we're going to be okay that fourth quarter by the Celtics. That won't be the norm. But at the same time, Draymond Green needs to look in the mirror. His body language in the fourth quarter was awful. Zero accountability. He needs to stop doing his podcast and focus on his game. 2 bad fouls in the fourth quarter. That bad missed 3 you guys talked about. That 0 for 2 from the free throw line. Again, zero accountability. And you can't criticize him after the game or during the game because his head will explode. Mm-hmm. So Draymond is the key to this with his defense. But if he keeps playing like that, they're not going to win this series.
Yeah, Thanks, guys. Good call. The most frustrating play from Draymond, for me, out of a timeout, they turn the ball over and Dre just throws it to no man's land. Yeah. And then you contrast that with the out of timeout plays in the final 4 minutes. He calls 2 timeouts back-to-back Udoka for Boston, and they run perfect plays out of that. Now, they ran a really nice inbound play early in the game, the Warriors did, for a layup for Wiggins. Outside of that, it felt like strategically, Boston was tight. They were really well-oiled, and the Warriors were the team that looked real loose coming out. I mean, loose with the handle, loose with their possessions out of the breaks.
So for a team that had no finals experience,
they looked more button up.
In the fourth quarter when it was winning time,
100%.
They looked like the more experienced team. Iguodala had some bad turnovers in the fourth quarter.
The one where he jumped up and just threw, I'm like, where?
That was out of a timeout as well.
Why are you leaving your feet?
That was out of a timeout. But Draymond Green said after the game, there's nothing to panic about.
Whether you win every game at home, you still want to win one on the road. In our history, we've always won one on the road, so it's just nothing to panic about. It's the first team to win 4 games, not the first to win 1. So I think that's where the confidence comes from.
Klay Thompson said the same damn thing.
You know, it's first to 4, not first to 1, and we all have been through situations like this, and we realize it's going to be very hard. The best part about it is, we have another opportunity Sunday.
All right, so what's the mindset going into game 2? Let's hear from Steve Kerr real quick, Shasta, before we take some more calls here. Steve Kerr on the mindset going into a must-win game 2. You do not want to go down 0-2 in this best-of-7 series.
It's different, for sure. I mean, when you win game 1 at home, there's a sense of comfort and, you kind of have a feel for your opponent at that point and make your adjustments. And so it's a different feeling. Obviously, you go into game 2 with, more of a sense of desperation. But that's all part of this stuff. We've been in this position before, and we've won series where we've lost the first game. We've won a road game, at least one road game, in I don't know how many consecutive series. So you always kind of assume you're going to have to win on the road to win a playoff series. So it's a different feeling, but it's still first 1 to 4.
And the Warriors are going to have to do something no team has done this postseason. Beat the Boston Celtics 2 straight games. Boston has not lost back-to-back games this postseason, but by losing game number 1, they now have, at some point in the series, if they want to win the championship, I'm going to have to beat the Celtics 2 times in a row.
That's crazy. The one thing that I'll definitely take away is that going from that series that they just played against Miami into this one, all the past, all the stuff, all the whatever, whoever you played for, none of it matters. Peyton Pritchard was like unplayable for Miami, against Miami, in the last series. And he looks like he can contribute in this series. Mm-hmm. Totally different, right? Mm-hmm. JP had his moments in the Dallas series. I don't know if he can have these moments in this game. Were the lights too bright for him? Is he just not playing a good brand of basketball? Are they too physical? I don't know. I don't know if they have an answer for that. I don't know if Klay Thompson's going to have one of those 30-point games. Like I just don't know. Like this team really matches up well against Klay Thompson. Can Steph Curry repeat what he did in that first quarter? I don't know, man. There's just a lot that I don't know what to say. Like, I'm really speechless on a variety of fronts.
He had one of the greatest scoring quarters in finals history. And Boston was still down 4.
Because no one else was playing.
Man.
It felt like and I also think early in that game, when Marcus Smart hit not one but 2 threes, I was like, gosh, that's like the worst thing possible to happen. Because now he's feeling confident, and now it opens up some of his dribble drive, and it fuels his defense.
Think about Marcus Smart. He gets 2 days off now.
I know.
Friday and Saturday. He gets to play Sunday. Marcus Smart only played 30 minutes.
He did sit a lot in that fourth quarter, too, which surprised
30
me.
minutes, 7 of 11 from the floor,
Yeah.
4 of 7 from the three-point line, 18 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. He controlled that basketball game.
I didn't even see how many steals.
Oh, 2 steals. 2 steals.
It felt like it was better than that. Wow.
So, look at Marcus Smart, man. He came out to play. Let's go to Bud.
He was diving on the floor. Clay didn't want that. Smart. I don't blame him. He's coming back from the knee injury.
Boston out-hustled the Warriors. They basically came in and punked the Warriors in that fourth quarter.
Yes.
They punked them. Let's just call it what it is. There's no sugarcoating today on the morning roast.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear all the excuses. Don't want to hear all the excuses. If you don't like what we're saying here, it's not a panic mode. We're not in panic mode here after game number 1. Game 2's a must-win, folks.
100%.
You don't win game 2, this series could be lights out. It could be broom time. Seriously.
Well, and that's why I'm going to go back to this. Look, this is not the reason they lost this game. Moving forward, it's 41-plus minutes a game for Steph Curry. You got to win and lose with your best player on the court. I'm sorry. It's God mode time.
Let's go to Bud in Oakland. Bud in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
What's good? Hey, look, right? Boston did their job. They came and they balled out. But the fact that they didn't actually blow the game out of proportion until the fourth quarter, it's a lot of good things and great things that we can actually dissect from that. But, yes, it is a 7-game series. Everybody knows that. You don't come out and show your best coaching ability in one. So I'm going to have to disagree with you on saying they were out-coached, Shasky. You don't come out and show your best coaching ability in one. From a standpoint, it's a fill-around. The Warriors gave that game away. The players actually gave that game up. But from the coach's standpoint, Steve Kerr, he's like, okay, let's see his matchup. What did Ime Udoka say in that presser? They showed their blueprint in game 1. Well, you see we were down, but you seen our blueprint, we were ever come back. They clearly came out and showed their blueprint in game 1. And that's exactly what Steve Kerr and company wanted to see. So
yeah, I disagree with that. No, I love you. I really appreciate the contribution. I just philosophically disagree. You play every single game like you want to win that game. You're trying to coach every game to give your team the best strategy.
Steve Kerr didn't do that?
Subtleties back maybe for like a fourth quarter?
How can people blame Steve Kerr for that game?
No, I'm not blaming Steve Kerr. I thought that they out-executed and had better tactics than us.
Well, that's on Boston was just better.
Yes.
I mean, you can't jump in the air and throw the ball away.
Yes.
You can't tell a guy, you can't shoot for a guy who goes 0 for 4 from the three-point line and 0 for 3 from the free throw line. Boston looked like the hungry team.
Yeah,
they looked like the tougher team. Steve
Kerr's not holding things back.
Right. What could it? Okay, Steph Curry plays 3 more minutes in a game. Look, the non-Steph Curry minutes in the fourth quarter, I get it. It hurt them. They were -7 in the first 2.5 minutes.
Wise,
and the
like
momentum killed.
Water.
But overall, they're only -3 in the non-Steph minutes. They had a 15-point lead, 87-72 late third quarter. I don't care what kind of coaching you have. You blow a 15-point lead at home. And how about this? Celtics were the first team since 1958 to trail a finals game by 10-plus points after the third quarter and still win by 10-plus.
That's just wild.
They were up 15 in the fourth quarter after being down 15 with 2 minutes left in the third quarter.
I think the most frustrating thing is once they hit that second 3 and they went up 6 points, is just the Warriors came down and they just bombed a 3. I'm like, can we get to the rim?
Can
we run offense? Can we play a little more motion? That's not on Steve Kerr. To me, that's on the players.
This is why I was scratching my head a little bit this week. There's a little bit of overconfidence about these finals. Like it was a foregone conclusion. We need to respect the opponent.
Well, I feel like the players acted like that after they got up big in the third quarter and they let their foot off the gas. And then you open the door and Boston, boom, just snagged it.
We did not respect the opponent going into the series.
I'm with you.
Did not respect them. It was a lot of fives. It was a lot of how do they match up with us. It was a lot of, defensively, they got to guard us, yada, yada, yada. We got a rude awakening yesterday. Now we're in for a dogfight. This is going to be a grinder, folks. It's going to be a grinder. Let's go to Coach T in Fremont. Coach T, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning.
Morning.
Obviously, not that good of a morning already, but No need to panic. Everyone take a chill pill. Now, you guys are right. I don't even know if they took their foot off the gas or basically they got punched in the mouth, in the word of Mike Tyson. I mean, that's how it looked in the fourth quarter. It looked like they were kind of like, okay, this is where we, this is where we take it, and they got punched in the mouth. I mean, Boston had a hell of a fourth quarter.
Yep.
I doubt they'll have another fourth quarter like that again.
Well,
yeah, but you can't
I was
fold.
one of those guys that was saying, dubs and five, but this is going to be a dogfight, like you guys say. This is going to be a scratch and claw. I envision, not to go Mr. Predictor, Southkey, old 90s rap album out of San Francisco, very underrated. But anyways, not to go Mr. Predictor, I see us going into Boston, Game 6, down 3-2. I'm just seeing that now. I don't know how it'll go from there, but you gotta get this thing out.
Hey, look, at this point,
taking care of business or just, getting back in the fight. But they got punched in the mouth. Now it's time to counter it.
Well, now it's one game at a time. I mean, you have to win game 2. I can't even look forward to game 6. I got to get these guys back on track. I got to make whatever defensive adjustments that I can, personnel adjustments. The thing that's frustrating for me is that I know Otto Porter Jr. gave them contributions. Not sure you can get the exact same output from Otto Porter. He hit big shots. Otto Porter hit some big shots, and you can't overplay him because he could get hurt. So, they're in a tough spot with him. I don't know how effective. Is Clay going to have a 25-point game in this series? I don't know. I really don't know. Jaylen Brown matches up really well with him.
Look, man, Warriors hit 19 threes yesterday.
That's a lot of threes.
A lot of threes.
And you lose that game.
Why?
And get outshot.
You know why? I'm looking at points in the paint. Warriors usually dominate that category.
What did they get yesterday? It didn't feel like they had any.
26 points in the paint. Then the Celtics changed a lot of shots. Here's the deal.
Yes.
The Celtics were the top team. They were number 2 in the league. Miami was number 1. Boston was number 2 when it came to allowing points in the paint. 40 per game in the regular season.
Gotcha.
They've been even better in the postseason. They have a lot of rim protection. They have a lot of size. Tatum could block shots.
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown could block shots. Horford could block shots. Robert Williams could block shots. So, in a way, I was talking to Bully about this yesterday, in a way, playing Dallas didn't really prep the Warriors for a series like this because Dallas had no rim protection. Memphis did, and Memphis was tough. It was a grind. But Memphis, they don't have the IQ like the Boston Celtics. No. Taylor Jenkins is not the coach Ime Udoka is. Taylor Jenkins threw up all over himself in that second round. Ime Udoka is not going to throw up on himself. He is prepared for this moment. So when you look at points in the paint, how the Warriors going to get easy buckets against this defense? They have to try to figure this out because even when they were hitting shots, Boston made them work. Yeah. They made them work for it.
Well, it felt like early in the game, they tried to run that pick and roll, and then Steph threw a couple of passes to Draymond and to Looney where you're like, okay, catch and go up, and it's a layup, and they just fumbled it away. And then they just got away from playing that fluid, downhill, attacking style of basketball. Robert Williams' recovery, the guy, he is so quick in terms of I'm out of position and then boom, I get over. Not only do I block the shot, I also get that rebound and then we push it back the other way. He's good.
Well, that's the thing. Robert Williams is really, really good. We were talking about this in the regular season matchup.
I know.
Look at Robert Williams.
He's good.
And now he gets 2 days off.
Yep.
And then he's going to get 2 days off before game number 3. And so this schedule for the Boston Celtics, this final schedule, is really advantageous for them. It really benefits them for guys like Marcus Smart, guys like Robert Williams. And Robert Williams, he played 24 minutes last night, 8.6 rebounds, 4-4 from the floor. 4 block shots. They will take that all day and twice on Sunday. Marcus Smart again, 30 minutes, 18 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, but he was 7 of 11 from the floor and 4 of 7 from the three-point line. And the man of the hour is Al Horford. He went 9 of 12, 6 of 8 from the three-point line. He was lighting it up, 26 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, and he flexed like Draymond Green in the fourth quarter. So how did the Warriors bounce back? What did they need to do here? Did they need to tighten up defensively? Obviously, a lot of wide open threes, but they're giving up a lot of wide open threes throughout this postseason. Dallas didn't capitalize on those wide open threes.
No.
Boston will. So how can the Warriors rectify this situation and be ready to go by game number 2? I'm going to hear from Dub Nation as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. Warriors lose their first home game all postseason to the Celtics last night. They lose game 1 of the NBA Finals. 120 to 108, and now the Celtics hold a commanding 1-0 series lead. Let's go to Los Gatos to Max. Max, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, man, first of all, don't say they command a commanding lead, you know what I'm saying? Hey, but you guys ain't saying nothing about hey, so when I heard that Iguodala, Peyton, and
Otto Porter,
they're available. Hey, Otto Porter, yeah. But see what happens with that. We haven't played with Iguodala for a long time, right? So he looked out of place. He tried to be like, oh yeah, this is back in 2017. Yeah, I know what the hell's going on. No, he did not. All right, I know he did a lot of good things. He hit a little three and shit. Oh,
bye.
I mean, that was one of the worst calls we've had all morning. That's okay.
We'll bounce back at some point.
to me, like Iggy's minutes, I thought he was better than I expected. Quite frankly, he got kneed in the midsection by Tatum on that and one. I don't even know if Tatum did end up hitting that, but he got a couple assists. He had the dunk. He hit the three. He probably did more than I expected him to. What?
Yeah, hit a mid-range jumper.
I thought he did better than I anticipated him to do. For the big one for me is the spark plug of missing Gary Payton Jr. If he can't play in this series, that's a blow. They missed him.
Gary Payton is second.
I always call him Jr. That's my bad.
Gary Payton is second. I don't know. I don't know how much he's going to be available in this series. I just don't know.
You really think Iggy threw off some of their sequencing?
No.
There was a time where I think there was a lineup of Looney, Dre, and Iggy, and that felt clunky.
You can't have that.
That felt clunky.
You can't have that.
Yeah, 3 non-shooters in the half court. That felt like it was clamp down time.
I thought it was a bonus you got 12 minutes out of Andre Iguodala. I didn't even expect that.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll take that all day from Andre Iguodala. Guy really hasn't played since January.
The big thing for me is the pool turnovers. I don't know what he ended up.
4 turnovers.
4? Okay, yeah. I would. If you would have told me 8, I would have believed you. And then the Draymond Green turnovers, and then his inability to hit a little bunny or hit that corner 3. It's just they need somebody else to step up. Clay's got to step up. Dre's got to step up. That's why you're the highest paid players on these teams.
You also got to keep the Boston Celtics from scoring 120.
Absolutely.
That you say you're the second best defense. It's a class in the top 2 defense as well. I didn't see a good defense last night.
You can't give up 40 in the fourth of a finals game. 40.
How about this? You know how bad that was? So it was the most lopsided fourth quarter in NBA Finals history since 1958.
Might as well be history.
Back in 1960, the Celtics outscored the Hawks by 23 in the fourth quarter. In 1982, the Sixers outscored the Lakers in the fourth quarter by 23. And last night, the Celtics were plus 24 in the fourth quarter. Most lopsided fourth quarter since 1958.
Who is the guy you're most worried about after seeing this one game?
Draymond Green.
More so than Poole?
Well, 1A and 1B.
Okay.
1A and 1B.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to dilute it.
No.
Because I can make an argument for both guys right now.
Because Draymond, I can too. Draymond Green, 2 of 12, 0 for 4. He's going to get wide open warm-up threes. Al Horford did. He hit his warm-up threes.
Yeah.
Draymond Green, he did not.
I thought that he played a good 7-minute stretch in the third quarter. He looked focused. He was pushing the tempo. And then outside of that, it was a really bad game for him on his standards. Jordan Poole, I just don't even know what to... I've been his biggest supporter all year, and I can't defend the guys. The nonchalant play and the too cool for school dribbling, the horrific off-ball defense, on-ball, you can't even stay in front of anybody. Yep. You got to take it to Peyton Pritchard.
No doubt.
You got to take him off the dribble.
Let's go to Damian in Oakland. Damian, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
What's up with y'all, man? It was a tough loss, but first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to tip my cap to Boston.
Yep.
Because they did what teams have had to do to beat the Warriors, not counting the Toronto series because we had health problems, but what teams have had to do to beat the Warriors is they had to shoot astronomical numbers from three-point line. And we can knock the Warriors and say that, oh, they did this or, oh, they did that, but the truth is Boston just did what they had to do. If you tell me we're going to score 108 points, I'm thinking normally we're going to beat the Celtics. Why? Because the Celtics aren't going to shoot 51% from three-point land every game. And the catch is if you was to give them those same shots next game, they're not going to shoot 51% then neither.
They might.
So
they might.
Let's stop panicking. Nah, they not. They not. They haven't done it all year.
Well, Damian.
What they've done with the other teams.
Go ahead, Damian. Go ahead.
Okay, say that again.
No, I was going to tell you.
You can look
Boston,
at what
Boston has had six games now where they've hit at least 17 threes. They've had 6 games in the postseason where they've hit at least 17 threes, Damian. I don't believe it's an anomaly.
No. I don't believe it's an anomaly either, but the 51% is. That's what I'm saying. If the Warriors just tighten up the defense a little bit. Now, this is what I will say, and this when they back in the OKC series, they allowed Steph Curry to get beat. And it seems like after that, when they lost in the finals in 16, they've been trying to protect Steph Curry, and now they come with these zones and all these other kind of defenses. Now they also have to protect Jordan Poole, and they may think you have to protect Klay Thompson, but this is where I'm going to count on the heart of a champion.
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown is not going to outplay Klay Thompson every game like that. Let Klay stick him one-on-one. Everybody else stick to their man. If somebody wants to put a switch on Steph Curry, Steph, you've been lifting all them weights. Guard them people. If Jordan Poole can't guard them, put GP2 in. Put Kuminga in, because Kuminga will make a difference in that kind of game because he's rough and rugged.
Hey, Damian.
I think Moody gets a minute before Kuminga gets a minute.
I don't know about that.
And I don't even know if you can go to Moody at this point.
I don't know if you could go to the youngsters either. But make sure you're tuned in for Crosstalk today with Willard Dibs for your chance to score tickets to Game 2 of the NBA Finals Sunday night. During Crosstalk, listen for this sounder.
Finds Curry, left alone again. Topside 3. Got it! He hasn't been that wide open in a couple of months.
And be one of the first 5 callers to qualify to win tickets. One of these 5 lucky callers will be selected to attend Game 2 on Sunday night. And for all your playoff ticket needs, be sure to go to Warriors.com. That's Warriors.com for all your tickets. It's 209 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Hey, Bonte, please be more positive. What the hell do you want me to say?
It's one of the worst losses in franchise history.
What the hell you want me to say?
You were up 12 in Game 1 of an iconic Steph Curry performance, and you got blitzkrieged, and they avalanched you going away at home in Game 1 of the Finals.
This is the morning roast. If you want Cooker Carter Radio, you can go somewhere else. I'm not trying to drive listeners away, but I'm going to just keep it real with you guys. It ain't all rainbows and sunshine. Can the Warriors win the series? Absolutely. Is the series over? Absolutely not. But Game 2 is a must-win. And that's just the reality of the situation.
This was a body blow.
And the reality of the situation is the Boston Celtics aren't any punks.
No.
They don't have any punks on that team.
Nope.
And right now they're rolling. They won a Game 7 against Milwaukee after being down 3-2, going to Milwaukee, going to the defending champ's house, down 3-2, and they won that basketball game. They go to Miami, South Beach, Miami, and win 3 games on Miami Heat's home floor. So, you want positivity? Well, the positive thing is Steph Curry scored 34 points. The negative, he only scored 13 in the last 3 quarters of the basketball game. All right?
Somebody else got to step up.
Positive, Andrew Wiggins scored 20 points in the game. Negative, he only had 1 field goal attempt in the 4th quarter.
Oof.
Positive, the Warriors were up 15 late 3rd quarter. The negative, they got blitzed in the 4th quarter, 40-16. So, if you want fruit snacks and Capri Suns, you sure in the hell ain't getting it from me today. That's for damn sure.
Well, and I think these guys internally wouldn't want that way either. That's the one thing that was frustrating hearing the Draymond comments. I understand at the heart of a champion, you're going to dismiss the other guy because you want to fuel yourself. You got to tip your cap though, Dre. You can't just dismiss it and say it's an outlier. You got to give those guys a little bit of credit. They got this far for a reason.
So the solutions here to try to get back into the series. The Warriors are giving up 19 wide open threes per game. You got to cut the airspace of the Boston Celtics. Too many times they got rhythm threes wide open. Once you got to stay in front of your man. So defensively, the Golden State Warriors have to tighten up. That's your adjustment. Number 2, you got to get better shots. You got to get cleaner looks. Somehow, some way, you got to get better shots at the rim. You can't sit on the 3-point line because in the 4th quarter, the Warriors took a lot of panic threes. We're not overreacting to one game. But here's the reality, folks. You don't win Game 2, It could be night-night.
Well, and all the people that were screaming for high pick and rolls all day till you're blue in the face, when you play an elite defense that's super smart and can play really, really, really good help and man defense and rotate and communicate the way that Boston does, it looks congested, B. Ball movement. They got to get back to the movement. I'm not saying you can't run a little pick and roll here and there. The ball skipping around will get them better looks.
No doubt. All right, more of your phone calls coming up. Gene, Jonathan, Josh, Patrick, Carlos. The lines are packed. Everybody wants to talk. Warriors lose game 1. They should have won that basketball game.
It's a bad
They're
loss.
at 15 with a minute 30 left in the third quarter.
Such a bad loss.
Curry had a great look to up the lead to 18. He missed it. Jordan Poole had a chance to get out on the break with the Warriors up 15. He got picked to half court. Jason Tatum goes the other way for an and one. You're up 14 with 6 seconds left at the end of the third quarter. Derek White gets fouled with a couple seconds left. He gets 2 free throws.
Such a bad
And then the Celtics scored the first 9 points of the fourth quarter. So that's the game. That's the game. How do the Warriors bounce back? I'm here to hear solutions. I gave you my solutions. I want to hear from Dub Nation coming up here, and that's brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. overall, despite making 19 of their 45 three-point attempts. The two-pointers, the mid-range jumper, just was not there because of the Celtics' length and size. So how do the Warriors bounce back? What is the number one thing they need to do in game number 2? I have a solution. Tighten up on the defense. Close out better. Celtics had way too much airspace on the three-point line, and they busted that zone wide open. They busted it wide open. That's great scouting by Ime Udoka and company. So how do the Warriors adjust? Do they make some lineup tweaks? I'm not saying change the starters, but how much do they go with Dre and Looney in the front court? How much do they go with Jordan Poole? Do they insert Gary Payton II? Is he ready to go?
Can he even give you minutes?
Do you go to some of the youngsters? Do you go to Kuminga or Moses Moody? I don't know. I don't know what you do, but I do know this. Make sure you're tuned in for Crosstalk today with Willard and Dibs for your chance to score tickets to Game 2 Sunday night of the NBA Finals. It is a must-win for the Golden State Warriors, and that'd be a great game to be at. During the Crosstalk, listen for the sounder.
Mike Curry left alone again. Topside three. Got it! He hasn't been that wide open in a couple of months.
He was wide open in the first quarter, not so much the last 3 quarters of the game. And be one of the first 5 callers to qualify to win tickets. One of these 5 lucky callers will be selected to attend Game 2 on Sunday night. And for all your playoff ticket needs, be sure to go to Warriors.com.
You know, the one thing that drives me crazy, when it comes to basketball national coverage, is these narratives that are surrounded around winning teams and all-time great players. Yesterday, to me, on full display, was a couple of things being discredited, right? We talk so much of superstars drag their team to victories. Yesterday was a full team, full body experience for Boston. That's why they won that game. Yesterday was another great example of a great player in Jason Tatum who did not shoot well at all, still putting his imprint on the game by being discerning via setting up others. I thought he played pretty good defense for the most part, but his passing was excellent yesterday. And if you just looked at the box, you're like, man, not a good Jason Tatum game. No. You needed to watch that game. I thought he played really, really good. Then you look at what Jaylen Brown did yesterday in terms of someone else stepping up to the forefront. He was outstanding on both ends all game yesterday. Hit some tough shots. They don't show how wide open some of these shots were, but they also hit big contested shots as well, and I thought they clamped on defense. This was a full-bodied experience from Boston, and it's just such a misnomer to, it's about Tatum versus Steph Curry. No. This is about teams. This is about teams, top to bottom, and I don't want to discredit because Tatum was awesome. They were the better team yesterday.
Tatum in the fourth quarter, 0 for 3, no points, but he had 4 big assists. It was the Jaylen Brown show.
0 points.
And Al Horford. Al Horford in the fourth quarter, 4 of 4 from the floor, 2 of 2 from the three-point line, 11 points. And Jaylen Brown, he leads all scorers this postseason with fourth quarter points. Fourth quarter points. Jaylen Brown has 130 points in the fourth quarter alone. In the fourth quarters this postseason, Jaylen Brown has shot 62.5% from the floor and from the three-point line.
That's clutch.
Last night in the fourth quarter, Jaylen Brown was 2 of 3 from the three-point line. This postseason, in the fourth quarter alone, Jaylen Brown, 20 of 30 from the three-point line.
Didn't it feel like he had a little more juice than anything that was in front of him, guarding him?
Oh, he has big-time juice.
You know, in terms of like just conditioning, getting by guys, even though his dribbling stinks, his hops are ridiculous. And then when he stops and elevates for that mid-range jumper, he took more mid-ranges than I expected him to yesterday.
He's a big-time player.
Yeah, he is.
This guy's a big-time player who played 38 minutes last night. He can play. He can ball out. He was only 2 of 8 from the three-point line overall, but he hit 2 big ones in the fourth quarter. Let's get back to the lines. His defense was really good.
That's the thing I'm worried about. I don't know if Clay can shake free and bust 25-30 on him. Like, he's good.
Yeah, I don't know. And the Celtics were able to hide Jason Tatum on Draymond Green.
Yeah. Did you see they were attacking Steph with Tatum? And I thought Steph held his own for the most part.
Steph did hold his own.
For the most part, but like that's going to wear down Steph too.
It is. That's why you got to play him 41 minutes, but it's a long series, man. Jonathan and Martinez. Jonathan, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast.
Good morning, Vontae. Good morning, Shasky. How are my guys doing? I know we lost game 1, but you know what? That's basketball.
Yep.
It's a lot different than football. It's a lot different than baseball. You got, we got a lot of things to be proud about. Yesterday, we won that game for the most part. What ended up happening, I think the boys got a little relaxed in the fourth quarter, and then it became who's going to take over right now and fix this. Well, no one stepped up and fixed it. And you know what? Boston reminded me of us back in our first championship when we surprised everybody and everyone said, oh, this man's not going to make a three, knocks it down, come right back up, not going to make a three, leave him open, knocks it down. You know what? That's basketball. We need to tighten up in the fourth quarter. We realized that, all 3 quarters we had it. Fourth quarter, we screwed up. It's basketball. We got game 2 on Sunday. This is Warriors basketball, baby. This is how we go.
I love the positivity. Hold on, Jonathan. I love the positivity, but, when people say the Warriors got lackadaisical in the fourth quarter, Boston had a lot to do with that. Look, again.
They were leading at halftime, too.
This is their 6th NBA final. This is his 6th NBA final. This is Andre Iguodala's 6th NBA final. This is Draymond Green's 6th NBA final. When you look at that lineup to start the fourth quarter, all right, that's a lot of experience out there, and you're up 12. I don't believe they got lackadaisical. I believe the Boston Celtics said, you know what? We're going to go take this game. We're only down 12. We haven't played necessarily great. Let's just put together a great quarter and see what happens here. They took that game for the Golden State Warriors. The whole sense of urgency thing, the Warriors know what time it is.
Yeah, but
I don't buy that.
They forced, no, you're right. They forced, Boston did, late shot clock chucks and a lot of just bad shots. And then at the rim, I believe Steph had multiple layups around the rim with, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 minutes to go. And Robert Williams comes flying in at the end and is altering shots. So you have to give them credit. I also thought the Warriors' turnovers, the unforced turnovers, are the most maddening for me. It's one thing when a guy dives on the floor, Jason Tatum picks Poole's pocket, which I don't love. It's the unforced turnovers, leaving your feet, throwing it backwards, drives me crazy.
Yeah, you know what? it was an interesting call because the Warriors did not win that.
But here's the thing.
But hold on, Shasky. Before we go to Josh in New York City, the fourth you brought up turnovers. So the Celtics had 13 turnovers. The Warriors had 14 turnovers. Turnovers were even, but the points all turnovers.
Okay, what were they? Yeah.
Boston 21, Warriors 10. So the Boston Celtics plus 11 in that department. That's a huge difference in a tight game like that. Huge difference there. So, look, give the Celtics credit. How do the Warriors adjust? Let's go to Josh in New York. Josh in New York, what's happening? You're on our morning roast.
Hey, guys. Thanks so much for taking my call. Appreciate it. I know you just talked a little bit about Boston's historical onslaught of three-point shooting this postseason, but I do feel like they fall into sort of a lazy tendency that if they do have a game like this where they become over-reliant now on the three, and I know there were a couple games earlier in their postseason where they did that, and it cost them then the next couple of games. What's your guys' take on how much adjustments they have to make to kind of having a better balance between the driving and finishing at the rim versus just relying on the three? Because as a New Yorker but a Warrior fan, I think that actually plays in our favor. Though, yes, they are a good three-point shooting team. They're not getting to the foul line as much. So I just would love your guys' take on that, and thanks for taking my call.
To me, it seems like zone defense is not going to work. They overhelped. You're going to have to stay in front of your man and play ridiculous, tough, man-to-man defense and move laterally. Yeah. It's a very, to me on defense, a very simple question. And then here's the question that I have for you, B. Who is Draymond going to be guarding throughout this series?
It's got to be Al Horford.
You think it's going to be just him?
It's got to be. Al Horford was a little too comfortable last night. A little too. He was 9 of 12. And you know what he did? Lubman and I were talking, Sam Lubman, our producer here on the Morning Roast. He's like, Al Horford? Well, Lubman, what was the stats with Al Horford against Draymond Green? He scored 9 points with Draymond Green as a primary defender, I believe, and he had a really good shooting percentage. And late in that fourth quarter, he went baseline on Draymond, backed him down. It hit a nice little jumper over Draymond Green. Lubman, what was the stat?
Yeah, so in about 6.5 minutes that Draymond spent guarding Horford last night, Horford put up 9 points, 2 of 3 from 3. Celtics as a team scored 20 points in those minutes that Draymond was on Horford. So, yeah, Horford pretty much had Draymond's lunch last night.
We talk so much about Dre's on-ball defense. To me, where he's at his best is when he's allowed to play free safety and he's that helper. So that's why I asked, I know you want him to stay with Horford. He has such a tendency to overhelp. How many times was he out of position and it felt like Horford's wide open and Clay's coming over late? Wiggins coming over late. So that's why I'm just asking out loud. And I don't, you might be right. I'm just asking the question. Maybe you throw Dre on someone else so that he can play more of that helper role.
Who do you throw him on?
I don't know.
Are you going to throw him on Jaylen Brown?
No.
Are you going to throw him on Jason Tatum?
No.
Are you going to throw him on Marcus Smart?
No. But I don't know if Clay could stay with Jaylen Brown at this point.
I mean,
he got his hand on the ball multiple times. They couldn't recover a steal.
So do you put?
This is a tough one. I don't know.
Draymond Green's got to play big.
Yeah,
he's got to play.
He just got to play better, I guess.
But you know what? Draymond Green said everything was going to be fine. Right? Said everything was going to be fine. But your boys from NBC Sports Boston laughed at that, including Kendrick Perkins. Here's what Perk had to say.
Kendrick Perkins, Scout, Eddie House, Amina Smith here with you.
Go ahead.
Draymond Green, he said, I mean, no
whole
big
lot of
deal.
lying. I'm going to let you get a whole lot of lying.
That was a whole lot of lying. But look, for the simple fact, we'll be fine. No, you won't. No, you won't. Listen, Peyton Pritchard played 8 minutes in that fourth quarter, meaningful minutes. Jaylen Brown did his thing. The bench came in and gave a huge lift. The Warriors scored 16 points in the fourth quarter. 16.
That ain't going to get it done.
That didn't just happen because, they was missing shots. No, the Celtics were into them. They couldn't get the ball off. They couldn't get their shot off.
What were they like? Into them like what?
Huh?
They was on them like a what?
They were on their ass like diapers on the baby.
Hey, okay. Talk to me.
That's what it was.
Talk to me.
That's, whew.
You can't get into a war of words, though, with these guys. That's the thing. Draymond, he needs to just lock in and play his game. I know he likes to get fueled by all this. He needs to play more focused basketball. It's the turnovers for
He's got to hit shots. He's got to hit shots.
Yeah.
Last night, Draymond Green, 2 of 12 from the floor, 0 for 4 from the three-point line, 0 for 4 from the free throw line. And I thought his offensive ineptitude in terms of shooting, his shooting woes, it got to him yesterday. He started barking at the officials. And look, Mark Davis and that crew, Gucci Man, James Williams, John Goble, I had no problem with them because they let these teams play.
Yeah,
it was physical.
That wasn't about the
bumping.
officials yesterday. No, I'm with you.
If they called it one way. It was physical basketball. Yeah. I know a lot of people were, oh man, Steph's not getting.
It's the finals.
They were letting them play,
and
I'm cool with that. If you're going to let the Warriors play, let the Celtics play. If you're going to let the Celtics get away with stuff, let the Warriors. The officials were not the issue yesterday.
No.
I didn't hear a lot about Mark Davis. I'm happy about that through game one. But Draymond let the shooting get in his head. When he's rolling offensively, scoring those 10, 12 points, he's a lot more confident. Yesterday, I just thought, man, he missed a couple layups early. He missed a floater, went in and out. Those got to drop for him. And he goes 0 for 4 from the three-point line. Those shots are going to be there for him all series long.
He's got to take that bunny in the lane. And the other thing that I noticed with Boston, they're so prepared for that dribble drive handoff at the top of the key, that top of the perimeter play that Draymond loves to kind of shovel pass it to either Poole or Steph or whoever coming off that ball screen right there. They're too sophisticated and too good and too tough. They're fighting through that. They know what you're trying to do, Dre. Yeah. Dre, you've got to put the ball on the floor and go downhill.
Before we get to a couple calls, I want to answer some questions on the Xfinity mobile text line.
Give it to me.
Actually, answer one question and then a statement. Read this one. 510. Guys, the Warriors have now lost 4 straight finals games at home, dating back to the finals against Toronto. That is right. They didn't win a single game at home in that series against Toronto. They lost games 3 and 4, and then, of course, game 6, the last game ever at Oracle Arena. Damn, I forgot all about that.
I didn't even know that.
That's a hell of a nugget right there.
Wow.
Teams obviously not affected by coming to the Bay Area. They're not afraid of Dub Nation. That is insane. Now, we know the injuries played a part in that, but still, 4 straight losses at home in the NBA Finals. That's got to be some sort of record there. Also, there's another one I wanted to read here. Oh, 510. Good morning, guys. Do you think having a week off affected the rhythm? I don't, because it came out like gangbusters. They were hitting everything. Well, Steph was hitting everything in the first quarter. I don't think the layoff had anything to do with the game.
No. I don't think so either. The one thing that I would say is that the shots Clay did hit, there was a couple of them were some high degree of difficulty shots, and I'm questioning, like, how open is he going to get in this series?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think that's a fair question to ask. Like, is he going to be able to get clean looks in this series? I don't know.
Well, if he doesn't,
maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
If he doesn't, then Jordan Poole will need to step up. And here's what Steve Kerr had to say about Jordan Poole after game 1.
We'll watch the tape and we'll see what we need to do. I thought Boston did a good job on Jordan, put a lot of pressure on him, and there's probably some things that we can do to help free him up. And then, he's a hell of a player, so he'll bounce back and play better too.
He needs to take on the Peyton Pritchard thing. Like, Pritchard was guarding him, he was chesting him, playing physical defense at the top of the key, and he's over there jarring with the official. You got to play through this.
Yeah.
This is a maturation moment for this guy. He needs to look in the mirror and say, JP, we all believe you have the talent in you. You got to focus and you got to rise to the occasion. I know it's the biggest stage of your entire career. You're still a really young player. I'm granting you a pass, but you got to wake up. If we want to win a championship, if the Warriors think that they're going to get one, JP has to be a big part of that, because if he doesn't play well, I don't think they have a shot.
Yeah, JP was quiet last night.
He was terrible.
25 minutes of action, 2 of 7, 9 points, 2 rebounds. Let's hear from Kyle in the city. Kyle in the city, what's happening? You're on the roast. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah, no, I just kind of want to go off you what you said with Poole, man. He's got to step it up, because Curry, the older guys, they're the core, but he's the future of this team. So he's got to really get some heart and play, and not let these guys rattle him with their aggressiveness.
Yep. No, I'm with you, Kyle. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas. Probably don't remember this, but back in the beginning of the playoffs, I said there's one team that really scares me, and it's the Celtics. In fact, at the time, I thought they were going to win the whole thing.
Hey, Gene,
and then,
you and I both. You and I both. You know that. This team gave me nightmares for 5 straight weeks. Y'all think I'm lying about that?
Exactly.
Like, people were laughing at me saying, oh, Bonte, you're just panicking. This team is good.
Right.
Really good.
No, they're damn good. And, but then the playoffs transpired. We looked better than, frankly, I thought we would. And Boston barely got past Miami, which we thought we were much better than. So, I said, okay, we're going to win, but I picked them in 6 to 7. These guys are no joke. All right, that fourth quarter was as close to perfect basketball as you'll ever see. I mean, that reminded us of the old Dynasty team, where the defensive swarms and the offensive flurries, we come out with at the end of games, and we destroy teams. So I don't think that's going to be the norm, but it's not an aberration either. I think we can expect more of that from Boston. And this is going to be a tough series. I think it's going to go 7.
Let me ask you guys this,
Thanks,
and
Gene, for the call.
I'll start with you, right? If Steph Curry just goes off all series, but nobody else shows up, I mean, that's not going to get it done. Like, they need these other guys to step up. And so everyone was talking about how they were going underneath the screens, right? So they're going underneath the screens. And
they made the adjustment.
Strategically, I'm asking big picture wise. Forget the schematics of going over, under, hedging, whatever the different ways of attacking that ball screen. If you just said, I'm going to allow Steph to kind of do Steph's things, but we're going to mitigate everyone else, we're going to stick to them like glue, that strategy feels pretty sound.
Well, it's the strategy the Warriors used against Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
It's a strategy they use against Nikola Jokic. It's a strategy they use against John Morant.
I'm a little worried that guys aren't going to step up.
So I've been asked a lot over the last, 12, 14, 16 hours since the game was over. Where's your panic meter at, Bonte? Where's your panic meter? We haven't brought that baby out. I don't know, Langford, if you got some panic meter. If you want to get some alarm sounds, I'll let you know. Yeah. Well, we know you're at a 9.
I'm at a 9.
We know you're at a 9.
Game 2's a must win.
You're at a 9 all the time.
You just blew one of the most historic games from Steph.
Shocker.
Joe Shack's all over yourself.
Shocker. Joe Shack's going to put yours out of 9.
Punched us right in the mouth. I mean, you got robbed in broad daylight.
Yesterday,
I felt like Tupac coming out of the studio getting robbed in the elevator. I'm like, I thought I was going up to record a track.
Well, no. Yesterday, the arrogance meter was at a 10 for you.
For sure.
It's flipped quickly. All the way?
Yeah, well, I pivoted.
Well, you did pivot. So my panic meter, Langford, if we don't have anything, it's all good. Oh, if you got something, let me know when you do. I'll let everybody know my panic meter in just a second. There it is. There we go. All good, Langford. My panic meter's at a 5. It's at a 5.
What's the highest it's been all year?
That's been the highest. That's been the highest. It's the highest it's been all year. I'm at a 5.
We can't have anyone freak out there, okay?
Because they did a lot of good things. I don't want to dilute everything the Warriors. They did a lot of good things. I thought when they came out in the third quarter, because at the end of the 6-minute mark in the second quarter, from the 6-minute mark on,
so bad.
Boston swarmed the Warriors. They suffocated them offensively.
Yes.
And yet they were up 2 at the half, and I'm thinking, man, they got a lot of confidence going into the half. They came out in the third quarter. And the Warriors looked like a championship team.
Yeah, they looked drilled.
They looked really good, man. They were moving the ball. It was hopping. I mean, they outscored the Celtics 38-24 in that third quarter. They built a 15-point lead. And I don't believe they'll blow a 15-point lead if they get the opportunity to be up 15 in game number 2. But in that third quarter, if I get my stats here right, they were really good. 44%. but they hit 6 threes in that quarter, and they played lockdown defense. They played really good defense in that third quarter against the Celtics. So Wiggins got rolling. You had Curry with the 9. Poole came out the bench and scored all 7 of his points in that third quarter, or 7 of his 9 in the third quarter. So that's a positive. Bottle that up. Show the film saying, hey, we can really attack this team, but we have to do it with our minds here, and we got to be patient on offense. So there is a way to beat this team, but you got to do it for 48 minutes, not just 36.
Yeah, the attention to detail just wasn't there yesterday. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It was just not there. You over pursuing guys who aren't threats on dribble drive penetration and leaving guys who are pretty proficient shooters wide open, late rotations, can't contest. Then they have an athleticism problem.
Yes.
Robert Williams is just more athletic than what they are. They had an advantage in the paint in the Dallas series. That has gone away. Wiggins and Looney were the 2 most active guys on the glass in the last series. That does not exist in this series.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, how many times did Robert Williams, if he didn't get the rebound, he tipped it up to somebody who did. He had the really nice alley-oop dunk. There's a certain personnel things you just don't have a counterpunch to.
I'll make you laugh a little bit, man,
Why's
because there
that?
are some good jokes.
Okay.
510. Actually, 650. Xfinity Mobile text line. Bonte sends San Franceschi to get a soy chai latte and bring Frisco Shasky back. Another one here. This is funny, man. You got to laugh at these.
You gotta keep our composure.
You got to laugh at these, man.
I'm
Philip
freaking
Chavez. Philip Chavez on YouTube. Shasky pastel yellow polo. He's at a 10 on the panic meter.
Full disclosure. Full disclosure. This is what NBA.com or NBA TV or whatever is coming in to film some of this show today, and I just
you
didn't
brought
want
that
to look
weak
like a
ass
slob.
And you brought that weak ass polo
I
today.
didn't want to overdress because your boy does not wear button downs and ties and things like that. So I wore a little.
So you wore that little Ross $9.99 special.
This is the Jimmy G collection.
Man, that looks like a Cole special, man.
Wow.
I got some of those.
No, this is golf. This is Travis Matthew. It's comfort and style.
Sassy, I called this morning. He's like, "Oh man, you got time to turn around?" I said, "Dude, I'm rocking the sweatsuit. City College."
Yeah, but you look like $1 million on TV every single day.
You know what I'm saying?
I can't look like a slob the one time I'm shown on TV for 4 seconds.
Man, San Francesco the GOAT.
Look.
You are on a 15 on the panic meter. You came in hot.
Well,
you came in hot. It's one game.
No,
it's okay.
No, I hear you on one game, but like those are the kind of games that swing momentum in a series. And sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, because there's a lot of game to go. There's a lot of series to go. But those are the kind of games that you look back when you do lose a series and you go, everything switched right there.
Yeah,
everything flipped right there. You had a great third quarter. I did not think you played well in the first quarter, second quarter. I thought Curry did. I thought Otto Porter Jr. did. I didn't think the team did. And then to blow that game the way you did, it's one thing to lose to Boston. You showed no counterpunch in that fourth quarter. You showed no resiliency. That was not the heart of a champion. They came into your house after taking a straight blow to the chin and said, no. Watch what we can do in the fourth quarter in clutch time. I'm sorry. That one is going to resonate with me. I'm frustrated.
No, I bet you are. But game 2, you could flip it. You can flip it in game 2.
Of course you can.
And then and this is the thing the Warriors will have to do. Number one, the Warriors will have to win 2 straight games in this series, something that hasn't happened against Boston all postseason.
Have they lost 2? The Warriors in a row?
2 in a row. They have not lost 2 in a row.
Okay, so something's got to give.
Something's got to give, right? Something's got to give. As well as, don't forget, the Warriors have won a road game in 20 consecutive series. Of course, they're going to have to do that. They're going to have to do that on the parquet floor. So win game 2, and boy, we got a series going back to Boston. Let's go to Carlos in San Francisco.
Lost home court.
Yeah, Carlos in the city. What's happening? You're on a roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thank you for taking my call. First things first. Draymond needs to hold himself accountable. He can't come on the post game and just undermine his opponents the way he did. He needs to show up. I mean, if he's one of the leaders for the Warriors, he really, really needs to show up and not undermine his opponent. Another thing is, Poole needs to dribble less. I think that dude needs to dribble less, drive in, attack the basket, get to the free throw line. I think he was like the number 1 free throw shooter in the league this year. So he needs to get to the free throw line. Also, I think what's happening also with when Clay and Poole are in, I think he's taking away shots from Clay. I think Clay needs to get fed more. Clay needs to get going. And if he doesn't get going in the series, it's going to be a long series for the Warriors.
You know, it's interesting. The Clay-Poole dynamic is interesting to me because how many times have the two of them gone off in the same game?
Hasn't been much.
Okay, but like you need Poole to kind of set up Clay. Clay's not going to kind of like set himself up. So it's I don't know. It's still a work in progress.
It is a work in progress.
I don't think it's anybody to blame. I don't think you can point the finger. Both guys just need to play. Poole needs to play better. He needs to wake up. Yeah. He needs to play tight, focused basketball. This is not, the Pro-Am at Kezar, dude. Like, this is the finals. All right? Peyton Pritchard is in front of you. Blow by that dude. And if not, hit a three. He hit the top of the backboard. He hit the shot clock.
Here's the thing.
He hit the shot clock at the end of the first half.
Here's the thing. You can't play 3-on-5, 4-on-5 against this basketball team.
You've been all over this when it comes to a playoff matchup. You've been saying this since February. You cannot have two non-shooters against these elite defenses.
No,
You've been all over this.
And in the fourth quarter, it reared its ugly head.
Yep.
It reared its ugly head. Looney's I met actually the Looney's last night. They listened to the show.
He looks just like both his parents.
Dude, I met him yesterday. His mom runs up to me. Bonte, come here. I've been looking for you. She goes, last year I wanted to kick your ass and talk about my son, but you didn't come around on me. And then I met Pops. Pops was really cool. They watch all the time. They listen. Well, they said they listened to the roast, so that's, they didn't actually say your name verbatim, but, they said they listened to the roast. It's got to be good enough.
It was cool to see his parents there.
And I met his sister.
Yeah.
They're really cool parents. And Looney's been phenomenal.
He has.
And look, he grabbed 9 rebounds yesterday. Sure, he missed a couple layups, but I don't have a problem with Looney.
No, he's not the reason they lost.
Draymond Green's getting a 3-point shot. Draymond Green's getting the wide open threes. He's got to hit a couple. When you talk like that, and I love Day-Day. I do love Day-Day. Day-Day's had a phenomenal playoff.
Day-Day!
He's got to hit those shots.
He just got to play tighter.
And one thing is, I don't like the dismissive
I'm with you
attitude on the Celtics saying, you know what, Marcus Smart, Derek White, Al Horford, they went, 15 to 23 from the 3-point line. Okay, we'll take. Those guys been hitting shots all postseason.
Yeah.
This team's been hitting threes all postseason. If you take away the three, they get the middies. They get to the cup. If you take away the middies and go to the cup, and you take away their driving lanes, well, they can hit the three. That's how they beat Milwaukee.
The one thing that I'm trying to do a better job of is like realizing that once the game's over, these guys are still running really, really hot. And so sometimes they say things at a podium that aren't necessarily like reflective. Like when I have like a fight with somebody, me and you go at it, or me and my wife, or me and my brother, my dad, or whoever it is in my life, sometimes I need like a 12-hour grace period to allow myself to like calm down a little.
Today, you need a 36-hour grace period.
Probably. And I think Dre's very similar. And so some of the things he says in the heat of the moment, you just got to like let it go. Like you can't hold him to that because he might say something totally different today.
I'll say the best thing that helps me is doing that post-game show right after the game where it's like, damn, okay. Can't be yelling on the TV like this.
Get that out of your system.
Yeah, you get it out of the system. You kind of think about it at night. You go to sleep.
Are the Gucci's undefeated, by the way? You wore those yesterday?
No, they're now 1-1.
Might be time to keep those in the closet.
Yeah, I don't think they're coming to Boston
for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I don't think they're coming to Boston.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at that.
They look fly yesterday. Didn't they?
Cash Money Millionaires.
Look, I love you. You did look fly yesterday, but I think you need to have tie and dress shoes on the rest of the series. All right? Because you're not a tuxedo player. You're a suit player.
Patrick and Stockton. Patrick,
I hate Celtic fans.
I think the cardigan needs to make a comeback.
What's he say? He's like,
I think the cardigan needs to make a comeback.
Oh, ding, 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 ding. Winner, chicken dinner.
You better have like the old projector, like you're teaching in the classroom with a ruler.
I got the Mr. Rogers socks. Yeah, I have the Mr. Rogers socks as well. Maybe the cardigan does need to make a comeback. Maybe the peacoat needs to make a comeback. I have no idea.
How about the Warriors half-court offense make a comeback?
If we're picking out my outfits, we're in trouble. Patrick and Stockton.
Seriously.
What's happening?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Oh, I love the voice, man. You trying to take my job? What the hell is this Barry White?
No. Vontae, calm down. We've seen this before, Vontae. In 1985, well, first, let me give you the numbers, because I haven't heard anybody talk about these two things. The Celtics shot 88.8% in the fourth quarter yesterday. I listened to the game on the radio. I didn't watch it. So I'm glad that happened, because I can break it down mentally better than being all emotionally involved watching the game.
Actually shot 68.8% in the fourth quarter, 68.2% in the fourth quarter, but 9 of 12 from the 3-point line.
Well, they had a string where they hit their first 8 or 9 shots.
Oh, yeah, they came out like gangbusters. Yeah, they hit their first 7 threes in the quarter.
So what happened in 1985?
That was a hell of a clip. But Vontae, we've seen this before. Let me flash you back. in 1985.
The Memorial Day Massacre. I know where you're going.
The Memorial Day Massacre. The Celtics beat the Lakers 140 to 114.
Yeah, I thought it was 148 to 114.
And they lost. And then they what'd you say?
I thought it was 148 to 114, but I could be wrong.
Okay, 148 to 114. And they shot phenomenal. And then after that, the Lakers ended up winning the series 4-2. So,
hey, Patrick,
I mean,
Patrick, with all due respect,
yesterday was an anomaly.
Yeah, but Patrick, that's 37 years ago. You're talking about Magic, Kareem, Worthy.
I'm talking about the shooting comparison.
Yeah.
For one basketball game, and also, Vontae, don't forget this: the Celtics have not been good at home.
They haven't. They're only 5-4 at home. They're only 5-4 at home. But Patrick, keep it real. If they get shots like that, wide open threes, they're going to hit them. They got great looks last night. It wasn't just the shot making. They got great looks, Patrick.
They did. In addition, and also it was just a complete comedy of errors for the for Golden State last night.
Yeah. And Patrick,
the Celtics shot well.
Yep.
The Celtics shot well. Golden State didn't, and then we turned the ball over.
Yeah.
That was a time where I think they said there were 4 turnovers, and the Celtics had 10 points. They hit 2 threes and 2 fours. I mean, 2 threes and 2 fours. I wish they were fours. They hit 2 threes and 2 twos off of 4 turnovers, if my memory serves me correctly, during a certain stretch during the fourth quarter. I mean, you can't turn the ball over, shoot bad, and the other team's hot.
No,
I mean, it was just the perfect storm.
Patrick,
that happened 20 times, let's say, in the fourth quarter.
Oh, I know. Patrick,
do you think the Celtics shoot that well?
Well, Patrick, I do love you because you broke it down about quarterbacks being in small colleges. How do the Warriors do they win? Real quick, before we let you go. Warriors in 6, Warriors in 7? How does the series play out?
Man, that's impossible to say.
You're telling me that I need to be positive. All right, Patrick.
The Celtics were the one team I was concerned about.
All right, well, there you go. After all that, we got there, Patrick. After all that, you come at me hard, talk about stop being negative. The Celtics are not going to shoot like that. And then you can't even give me a damn prediction saying this is the one team I didn't want to play. Why didn't you want to play the team? Because 1, they can hit wide open shots. 2, they lock your ass down. And 3, you can't play 3-on-5 or 4-on-5 basketball in the offensive end. And by the way, it was 148 to 114. Why? Because I'm a god-dang historian when it comes to NBA basketball. Play me and Jock Brady, get smoked, Dan Dibley.
And this thus concludes our interview with Patrick from Allstate.
Come on, man. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't come, and I love Patrick, but you can't come on this show talking about, Bonte, relax, don't panic, but all of a sudden I'm scared of the Boston Celtics. Come on. What are we doing?
If you're not scared of the Celtics, you're not watching. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you're not on a panic meter near where I'm at, I don't know what. You could pretend to be calm. You're faking the funk.
And here's the thing: you're taking me back to 1985 on a Memorial Day Massacre. The Boston Celtics were at home. They were at home when they dropped 148 on the Lakers. And the Lakers, that 85 team was pretty damn good. The 85 Lakers will beat this Warriors team in the best-of-7 series. I'm just keeping it a buck.
I don't know. I mean,
you don't know. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, Byron Scott, James Worthy. Are you kidding me? Michael Thompson?
I mean, what
smoked this team?
What rules are we playing?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's go to Rod and Fremont.
I wish you were this upset about the Warriors losing as opposed to the 1984, 85, 86.
I'm calm because this is a long series. It's a long series. I'm not going to panic. If you're scared, if you guys are scared about the Celtics, go to church. I told you guys I was concerned about this team. I had nightmares, but I ain't scared. We're going to see what type of championship medal this team has. And I can't wait to see it on Sunday. Sunday's an absolute must-win, and we're giving out tickets to go to game number 2. So if you want to be there, it's the biggest game in Chase Center history. And then game 5 will be the biggest game in Chase Center history. So stop it. Come on, folks. Let's go. Rod and Fremont, what's happening?
Hey, Bob, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys, but I'm hurting here because I don't think we're focusing on the right thing. We're all calling out Draymond Green on his defense. At the end of the day, if you look at the box score, man, fourth quarter, 40 points in the finals. How do you, as a team, everyone has to be held accountable.
Agreed.
As a team, how do you allow 40 points and then you only score 16? On average, you score 24, 25 points in high school, let alone allow someone to score 40 points on you. Al Horford, is he 36, 38? Really? Is that the guy that's going to kill us? I don't get it.
Well, so here's the thing.
40 points is unacceptable.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Defensively, and that's collective. That's not one individual. But offensively, you've got to be a threat out there if you're going to be playing in the fourth quarter meaningful minutes. And you brought up Al Horford. Look, is Al Horford going to take you off the dribble and set up for others? Not necessarily. But what he will do is knock down an open shot that's presented to him. And right now, when they go 4-on-5, the Warriors give open looks to, let's say, Draymond, for example. He has to be able to knock down a shot or hit something inside. I feel like we have this conversation once every 8, 9, 10 days, and it's the same thing over and over. And when Dre isn't effective offensively enough, they are stagnant in the half court.
We've gone nearly 2 hours, and we talked about Steph Curry's first quarter. We talked about him scoring 13 points in the last 3 quarters. But what about the fourth quarter?
Horrible three-point shot selection.
Hold on. Let me finish, Shasky. 2 of 6 from the floor. He only attempted 1 3-point shot in the fourth quarter.
I felt like 2 or 3.
0 for 1 from the 3-point line in the fourth quarter.
Was that when they were down 6? He got the ball at the top of
the entire fourth quarter. He shot 1 3 in the entire fourth quarter. He scored 4 points. He was 2 of 6 from the floor. Didn't get to the free throw line. Was it more on Curry disappearing, or was that on the Celtics? Did the Celtics do a good job of stuffing out Steph Curry, or did Steph Curry force some shots and disappear the last? Because that's going to be something 8:47 left. We have Steph Curry. They have Jason Tatum, right? Big talking point. Who's going to be more impactful? Well, when it was winning time, our guy, number 30, scored 4 points in the fourth quarter.
Let's look at the 2 out-of-bounds plays. I mean, you give it to Iggy and Draymond Green, 2 of your more discerning, high IQ players, and just throw it away. I mean, they just throw the ball away coming out of a timeout. So, okay, I will listen to the Steph doesn't rise to the occasion argument, but you also have to meet me in the middle and say, hey, some of the teammates got to step up as well. And plus, that takes the pressure off of the Celtic defense, because the defense for the Celtics gets credit.
No doubt. Let's play
credit.
Let's play this Ime Udoka cut. We'll react to it on the other side after the Boxer and Gerson injury report. Here's what Ime Udoka said on the Celtics' defensive adjustments.
Our switches were aggressive. At times, some of our bigger guys were getting caught too low, especially when Curry was getting going early. So we wanted to go with a smaller unit and kind of get more aggressive on the ball. A lot of small. We did some pre-switching to keep the bigs out of the actions and took some time off the clock. And then this is what we rely on all year, our one-on-one defense. And guys really clamped in a little bit better, more physicality, more awareness on their shooters, taking up some space. And seemed like they seemed to wear them down a little bit. But we pride ourselves on guys having to beat us one-on-one all night, and although he had 34, only had 13 after the first quarter, so did a decent job after that.
Think about that, Dub Nation. Think about that, Roasters on the other side. What do you think about that quote? They felt like they wore Curry down, and that's just game one. They felt like they wore Curry down. Now time for the Boxer and Gerson injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, by the way, Frank Gore retired yesterday, signed a contract with the 49ers to officially retire as a 49er. Also, Alex Mack retired at center, so the Niners need a new center. Offensive line for Trey Lance, not looking too good right now, but also the Giants. Maybe they're going to shake some things up. They lost yesterday. Perfect day to get shut out by the Miami Marlins. They lost 3-0, but the Giants could be closer to getting Austin Slater back in the lineup. Though when that will be exactly is still up in the air. Slater, who is trying to come back from a left wrist injury, took batting practice on Wednesday in Philadelphia, but was not activated on Thursday when he was eligible to come off the injured list. Giants are facing 3 right-handed starters against the Marlins this weekend, which could compel the Giants to either wait and see if the Marlins go with the left-handed starter on Sunday or simply bring Slater back in a bench role. Not traveling with the team is Brandon Belt, who is still in San Francisco right now getting treatment on a swollen right knee. Giants manager Gabe Kapler, however, did not rule out the possibility of Belt returning before the Giants complete the current road trip they are on. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, Big Dave, Diego, John, Coach, Chris. We're going to hear from all of you here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors fans, Let us know what you thought of Game 1.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I'm just as shocked as everyone else is. I was really impressed with the way Boston played us, and in being completely honest, I didn't know that they were really that good.
We're reacting to the Game 1 defeat with you, Dub Nation.
What the F is going on?
On the home of the Warriors, 95.7 The Game.
Tired of paying more and getting less? T-Mobile believes customers deserve more, like more savings, so your family saves 20% versus AT&T and Verizon. It's like expecting this and getting this. And with our new T-Mobile Price Lock Guarantee, you won't have to worry about price hikes, while AT&T and Verizon are raising their bills. At T-Mobile, we won't raise the price of your rate plan, so you can worry less and get more. More 5G coverage, more savings, and even more cool stuff. So you'll pay for this, but we'll give you this. And now, for a limited time, there are even more ways to save when you switch to T-Mobile on Magenta Max. And when we say more, we mean a lot more, like up to $1,000 more. Visit a store today and get up to $1,000 when you switch your whole family to T-Mobile.
20% savings with 2 to 4 lines on essentials versus comparable plans. Features may vary or get up to $1,000 back for 5 switch lines on Max via $200 virtual prepaid card per qualifying line. Allow 8 weeks. See T-Mobile.com for price lock and other offer details.
listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Around the left side, penetrates, throws it up off the glass. Horford, offensive rebound. Out to Marcus Smart for three. He got it. And Boston is taking this game away from long distance. 20 of 38 from three.
Oh, baby. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts, getting ready for work. If you're already at work, good morning to you. Good morning, everybody out there on those Bay Area roadways. Drive carefully. Don't go too crazy after the Warriors lost Game 1 of the 2022 NBA Finals. They lose their first game at Chase Center all postseason. They were 9-0 coming in. They're now 9-1. Under Steve Kerr, they're now 21-3 in game number ones. The games they lost in Game 1, of course, Oklahoma City back in 2016 in the Western Conference Finals, 2019 against Toronto, and then last night, and boy, did the Celtics look good. This is why we feared the Celtics. That's why a lot of people feared the Celtics. Let's get to Israel Gutierrez. We're going to take a time out from the calls. Hang on tight, folks. We'll get to you in a second here, but Israel Gutierrez has been kind enough to join us from ESPN. You see him on all platforms. He's really good at what he does. Sideline reporter. He hosts radio shows. Everywhere. Israel, good morning. Welcome to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game in the city. And I believe you were one of the people who picked the Boston Celtics to win this series, and we see why. So I guess let's just start with the fourth quarter. That was a little surprising to see them blitz the Warriors like that. Usually when the Warriors go on these third quarter runs, teams are done. They're finished, especially at Chase Center. They go on a 40-16 run in the fourth quarter. Wow.
Well, I mean, I would love to start in the fourth, but I think the place to start is in the first, and where I saw it was an unrecognizable Celtics defense. They were playing horribly, frankly. They were playing Steph Curry like he was Tony Allen for a minute. Like he was wide open, okay? And so what I thought was, like, if they're going to, and you saw them, Marcus Smart was in their teammates' faces. They called the timeout and just had their hands in the air. That looked like a team that was sort of adjusting to the nerves of a finals. Mm-hmm. And once they sort of got into a rhythm, it became more of a game. And in that fourth quarter, while, they were still down to start of the fourth quarter, it's not like they made a bunch of difficult shots. They made a bunch of open shots. Guys like Jason Tatum, most importantly, made the right plays. And, guys made open shots. And this isn't it like the type of, this is a game where Jason Tatum throughout, how can I say this, displayed the
moxie,
displayed the qualities of a scared player, and yet they still managed to play well enough, and that offense, did what it does. And what I said going into the finals, or even during the Eastern Conference Finals, is, whichever team comes out of this East is going to feel like they just broke out of jail when they compare the defenses that they played. And, no offense to the Warriors, they're, a strong defense numerically, but they're not on the same level defensively as the Heat and Celtics were or are in these playoffs. And so it showed yesterday, and the Celtics are probably going to feel a lot more freedom offensively. And if Jason Tatum ends up having good shooting games, I mean, it might get ugly.
So let's say that Jason Tatum does shoot better and maybe his assists go down a little. What's the one guy that you think had an outlier performance yesterday from Boston that maybe won't be able to replicate that? Because I'm just looking, it was a balanced attack. Outside of Grant Williams giving them basically nothing, it felt like all the other guys who weren't really contributing as much in the Miami series. I mean, even Peyton Pritchard showed up in this game. Who's the one guy that you don't expect to replicate that performance then?
Well, I mean, look, I don't think Al Horford took a couple of shots that were, not wide open and maybe quick that you would think, hey, in most cases, that he makes that 1 out of 4 times. And so he made a couple of those yesterday, so he was kind of in a good rhythm. I mean, there were times where it looked like Grant Williams shouldn't even be out on the floor because he couldn't really defend and couldn't stay with those guys. And so he might not really have a great series either, but I think somebody like Derek White, who, the Heat let him get into a rhythm by leaving him open way too often.
Right.
And so now comfortable. He might be able to do that for the entire series if, again, he's that open, because he wasn't taking especially difficult shots there. And so, I think Jaylen Brown had the type of game he's going to have this entire series. He's going to hunt shots. He's probably going to turn the ball over some, but, he might also explode for 40 if he's given a little bit too much freedom. And so, I think a guy like Peyton Pritchard, who you mentioned, the Warriors are going to have to force him to be a liability defensively in order to keep him off the floor. But I saw a possession where he stayed in front of Steph in a one-on-one setting.
And Poole.
So, yeah. And so if he can keep himself out there defensively, which, again, it's going to take the Warriors putting some effort into making him a liability out there, then their offense is going to be even better because he really stretches the floor and there's a real threat out there. So it's going to be a defensive effort from the Warriors. They're going to have to really lock down and just not only make life difficult for Tatum and make life difficult for Brown, but get out to these shooters because, they can kill you that way too.
Israel Gutierrez, ESPN here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Israel, what adjustments can the Warriors make offensively? Because one thing they've done all postseason long in the Western Conference is dominate the points in the paint. I know Boston's one of the best teams when it comes to points in the paint. They're second in the league, giving up like 40 points per game. And when it comes to points in the paint, last night they snuffed the Warriors. They didn't have any easy looks. So what can the Warriors do offensively to get more easy looks and not rush three-point shots like they did last night?
Well, it would be great if they could find a mismatch in the post where they could, beat up a smaller body, like a Pritchard, like a Derek White or something. I saw, maybe one opportunity where Draymond, and he just didn't really take it. I think it was Derek White he had on his back. I'm not sure if Clay, can find ways to get a smaller person. Marcus Smart has been, since his foot injury, something of a defensive liability. Jimmy Butler sort of went nuts against him in that Game 7. So you've got to find some targets there because it's not like you're going to say, hey, just easily attack the rim more when you've got Robert Williams sitting there to snuff everything out. And, the answer used to be, well, Steph can just shoot over people. And he was great early on yesterday, but that's, again, because he was wide open. But if he's going to carry this team again without, not a peak Klay Thompson and not, a regular season version of Jordan Poole that you can necessarily rely on, then he's going to have to be special and not just making open shots and make some of those, that he made after he got into a rhythm yesterday just a little bit more often.
Yeah.
Because outside of that, I'm not sure if there is a game plan where you can look at the Boston Celtics and say, all right, we can attack that.
Yeah, I think the Jordan Poole thing is very interesting. We're screaming always about Draymond Green. When this team doesn't score in the half court and things get locked up, it feels like he has open bunnies. He refuses to take them. But to me, the more alarming thing is Jordan Poole because he's been a constant offensive, productive player, and yet it feels like they got his number here. Is he just going to get out physical this entire series and get taken away, or can he have a role in this series?
I mean, he can. It's just got to be very intentional. You've got to maybe if Boston's going to switch, he's a great guy to get a big onto, and then give him the ball in the perimeter because there's no chance to stay in front of him. But then again, that's not that doesn't mean automatic points when you're talking about playing against the Celtics. Because even if you're lining up a Robert Williams, he can back off of you and still affect your shot. Or Al Horford, probably not the best at staying in front of you, but probably really smart and knowing where to direct you if you're getting past him. And so it's just not, and if you're the Warriors, is that really what you're going to do? If that,
right.
You're really going to, put your finals on the line and just try to get more looks for Jordan Poole? I don't know. I wouldn't assume that that's the case, especially when on the other end, he can be a defensive liability at times. So, I know people came into this series thinking that the Warriors bombing threes and the Warriors offense is going to be overwhelming, and the Heat struggled to score, so that was what kept Boston in those games. I just think it was the opposite. I think the defense in the Eastern Conference was a bit overwhelming, and the Warriors haven't really seen anything like it. The Celtics are going to feel like they're again a little bit free from that jail that was that Heat defense, and this might be more of what we see for the rest of the series. But, Game 1s can be a bit of an anomaly, and, maybe those guys aren't hitting shots for the rest of the series, and they realize that they're in the finals, and then the Warriors can kind of, use their comfort level and move on. So I don't want to judge too much off the Game 1.
All right, Israel, can't wait for Game number 2. An absolute must-win for the Golden State Warriors. Are down 1-0 in this best-of-7 NBA Finals. Israel, we appreciate the time, brother.
No problem. Thank you.
Anytime. Israel Gutierrez, ESPN, doing a great job there. We'll get right back into the calls. Let's ramp this baby up. I'm seeing a lot of texts here. 305, Bonte Shasky. Can we please cue up Don't Panic, Fritz Montana? Oh, don't panic. Don't panic. That's actually a good one here. There's no panic. I'm not panicking.
Does French Montana have his own solo album? He's like usually just featured on someone else's album.
Hey, he's got a lot of money.
No, I know he does.
I'll use all the features in the world.
On these corners. He got one with Jada.
No, he's got bangers. He's got bangers.
He's got so many great features.
He's got bangers. All right, let's get back to the calls here. 888-957-9570. Let's go. Let's start off with our man, Raider Debater in Oakland. Raider Debater. Talk to me, brother.
No pleasantries. Get right into it, people.
Hey, Bonte, Joe, man, look here, man. First off, everybody can be blamed on this one, and don't tell me that Steve Kerr can't be either, because, look, in the 40-16 blitz in the fourth quarter, we exclusively played zone. So that told me that he didn't feel right with us going man-to-man at any point, because all we did was 1-2-2, boxing 1, and 2 and 3, and all they did was blitz us for 40 points. But when you really look at it, though, come on, guys, did they not have a 4-leaf clover in their back pocket? There was a stretch where they hit 10 straight shots where they did not miss, and that's 7 threes. This is 33 points that they scored where they don't miss a shot. If any team, if the Oklahoma City Thunder makes 10 shots in a row and makes 7 threes in a row in a game, nobody's beating them in that particular game. So if they continue to do that, trust me, we'll have to tip our cap to them, because there's no way we can beat them. But I feel like we did kind of like play, and they couldn't do anything other than that blitz. The thing is, man, get Jordan Poole in the game, man. Like, okay, 4 turnovers. I told you guys when you put him on the bench what was going to happen. His production went down. Get him out and at least play him more than Clay, because Clay is fading. He's been fading in series to series. Look at the numbers, D. He's been fading. His points have been fading.
Raider Debater.
Draymond Green played horrible last night.
Raider Debater. Hold on. Raider Debater. Slow down a little bit. Slow down. I want you to continue to call. Slow down a little bit.
I agree. They need a better version of Clay. I wouldn't say that he needs to go to the bench or anything like that. They need a better version of Clay.
Came off the bench against Memphis. He was dynamic the first 3 games against the Memphis Grizzlies. Really, really good. What happened the last 3 games against the Memphis Grizzlies? Your boy shot.
They were trying to groom him. They were trying to groom him.
No.
So the narrative then came out that Jordan Poole was the reason why John Morant was hurt. So then what ended up happening? They started going after him. He only took 18 shots in the last 2 games when he was averaging 18 shots in the first 3. Don't just get the stats, B. Go look at him, man.
They snubbed him out. They snubbed him out. Raider Debater.
Okay. Grizzly game.
All right. Look. Let's agree on this. They need a better version of Jordan Poole. The problem with Jordan Poole is he's got to earn those minutes. You can't just go out there, play no defense, be lackluster with your handle, and then expect to get up 20 shots. I'm sorry. You need to earn those shots.
You want to throw numbers at me? How about this? How about these apples? And 1 start and then 1 performance off the bench. Last 2 games against the Denver Nuggets. First 3 games against the Denver Nuggets, Jordan Poole. And I told you this all week. 28 points per game, 4.5 assists, 3 rebounds. The last 2 games against the Denver Nuggets in that series, he was 6 of 20 and 2 of 9 from the 3-point line. He scored a total of 19 points and had 13 assists in 2 games. All right? Memphis, I don't care if they target. They're all going to target Jordan Poole.
I know.
Every team targets Jordan Poole.
But the
Dallas Mavericks targeted Jordan Poole.
But Bonte, yesterday in particular, because he has shown better effort on defense. Yesterday, he sagged so far off guys and then got lost off ball and then was just a turnstile. Like, again, I'm his biggest fan. It pains me to see him play so poorly.
It's a lot of panic out there in these streets today.
It is.
It's a lot of panic from his fan base. All of a sudden, everybody wants to change everything. Clay needs to play less minutes. Jordan Poole, please. What game were you watching last night? Jordan Poole was borderline unplayable.
He was borderline unplayable. And look, Clay needs to play better. He hit some difficult shots. I just don't know how open he's going to get in this series. From now on, let's make a credo here. From now on, when you and a caller go one-on-one like that, I want to have the Scarface as he's like scrambling with all the blow all over the table. You want to go to war? You want to go to war? I need that sound in the background as you and caller X are going back and forth about scores from 1972.
Hey, 1985, you want to come at me? I was 3 years old during the Memorial Day Massacre. I know that game like the back of my ass, all right? Straight up. I love you, Patrick and Stockton.
Is that how the saying goes?
I don't know how the hell the saying goes. I just made it up.
That is
I got my
not
own
how the saying goes.
I got my own saying. I don't do things straight off the script. I got my own lingo. I do me.
Okay, 40
All
water.
right? I do me. I'm one of one, like 40 water. All right?
What
You
an
guys don't
NFT.
know that now. I'm one of one. There's another Bonte Hill out there. But don't give me this thing about Jordan Poole needs to play more when we saw this guy couldn't even dribble the ball
He
yesterday.
didn't deserve to play in that game. I've
Stop.
watched the game. Like he was part of the reason they lost all momentum.
Don't insult my intelligence. Last 3 games, they targeted Jordan Poole because of Ja Morant's knee. Well, go cook their ass.
Yeah.
What happened in the last 2 games against Memphis? Jordan Poole shot 5 of 21 from the floor. All right, 5 of 21. The last 3 games against Memphis, he averaged under 10 points a game, 3.5 rebounds, and 3.5 assists. And he shot 27% from the floor and 17.6 from the three-point line. And I told you this on Monday, Shasky. I told you this on Tuesday, and I told you this on Wednesday. The deeper the series get, the more physical it gets, the more Jordan Poole. He's got to adjust. He's only 22 years old. He's only 22 years old.
No, I know.
So,
like at this point, Curry was at home, and at this age, Curry's at home, never even qualifying
Right,
for a playoffs.
so I'm not trying to rip
Their
on
first
Jordan
playoff
Poole.
run, he was 25 years old in 2012.
Don't tell me we need Jordan Poole after that game yesterday. Let's get back to the lines.
And look, the reality is that outside of Otto Porter Jr. and even Steph Curry, everybody needs to play better. There's not a guy on this roster that could sit there with a straight face and say, yeah, I played a great game. I did what I needed to do. No, none of them did. They were all late rotating. It was stagnant offense. It was very ugly yesterday. No energy on the 50-50 balls. They got out-hustled, and then they got out-executed. Leaving your feet, throwing the ball away, just poor. Like, the unforced errors drive me crazy.
So listen, don't panic, Dub Nation. I'm hearing a lot of panic.
I'm panicked.
right now.
Can't have
I'm
anyone
not
freak
panicked.
out there, okay?
I don't know why you panicked. This one game. You adjust. This was not going to be an easy series. I heard a caller on Steiny Guru yesterday say, this is going to be a sweep. And I said, I turned their damn radio off. Sorry, Steiny Guru, but I had to turn the radio off. I said, come on, man. No respect for the opponent. And now you got humbled in game 1. Trust me. This is going to be a tough one. It's not going to be easy. Just relax. It's one game. But everybody's panicking. Everybody's on the 10 right now. I can't believe how shook Dub Nation is right now.
Because the reality
I'm
is
ashamed.
That, the reality is that the consistent level of elite performance is just fewer and far between for Clay right now. Like,
What about Steph
It's
Curry?
not fair. No, I know.
What about Steph? No, see, I'm going to shut you
I'm
down
not
right now.
ripping Clay.
I'm going
I'm
to shut you
saying-
down right now. We're putting all this pressure on Klay Thompson.
It's not
He
just
got
him.
back.
I was going to go around the roster.
But he hadn't played in 941 games.
I'm not
He
blaming
gave me 15
him.
last night.
No, I'm not. But B, I'm not blaming him. What I'm saying is that the totality of this team, they need contributions across the board to be better. Like, yes, Steph had a brilliant first quarter. Outside of that, it wasn't a lot of consistency. It felt like when he got checked out of the game and then went back in, both at the beginning of the second quarter and the beginning of the fourth quarter, it felt like he was trying to seize the momentum back and carry this team and drag them across. And I don't think that's the way that they can play.
No,
they
they
need to
can't.
play free and loose and moving the ball, and other guys need to step up. And when other dudes are hitting shots, it opens everything up. Last night, no one else hit shots outside of Otto Porter Jr.
Well, no, and even Stephen Curry in the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
let's
he was
be
cold.
real. He came back into the game in the last 8 minutes and 57 seconds. Stephen Curry scored 4 points and forced a lot of 3-point shots. Why did he do that? It had a lot to do with the Boston Celtics.
Yes.
The Boston Celtics defense is ferocious, and they are for real. Whether it's Derek White, whether it's Peyton Pritchard, the way the Boston Celtics stepped up their defense in the second quarter was unbelievable, and they stepped it back up in the fourth quarter, and they felt confident. Even when they were down 15, they were still attacking the rim, they were still contesting at the rim, and they really punked the Warriors on offense. So how are they going to get easy shots here? That's the key to the series.
And that's why I go back to Clay. I'm like, and I'm not ripping Clay. I'm saying I think it's going to be really hard for him to free himself open to get good looks, to be able to even get to 25 points multiple times in this series. Second thing, and I'll let you finish. Both are true. I think Tatum will play much better, and they should be really encouraged that they won that game with him shooting as poor as that. Second part of this is true as well. I think both are true. Horford had a career high in three-pointers hit, and Derek White hit more threes in this game than he had all year. I don't think that's sustainable, but I think Tatum picks up some of that slack, and that's why I'm panicked.
Well, I disagree.
Because I still think we have yet to see the two guys, Brown and Tatum, do their thing at the same time. I'm worried.
Al Horford had a stretch against Milwaukee where he went 9 of 14 from the three-point line in back-to-back games. So I do think he can hit threes at this level.
Yeah,
especially
but not
when he
six
gets
in a game.
But when he's wide
Not
open, he can hit 6. When Derek White is wide open, he can hit 6. When Jason Tatum's getting good looks, he's going to start hitting shots. The Boston Celtics are for real, and they haven't even had Grant Williams yet.
No,
the Grant Williams game is coming.
Yeah, he played bad yesterday. I thought he got hurt when he went flying in the air and came down and fell. He gave him a 0, which was surprising.
But here's the thing.
I agree with that.
Here's the thing. We want to talk about Klay Thompson. We want to talk about Jordan Poole. I look at Stephen Curry. He's the guy. He's the face of the franchise. Stephen Curry scored 13 points in the last 3 quarters of the game.
So how much do you need him to score? He needs to score 40-plus in that game?
I mean, he needed to score 40-plus yesterday.
Well, so then that goes back to my original assessment of he's got to play 41 minutes.
Well, but that's okay.
Minimum.
But when he was out there, he went scoreless in the second quarter.
No doubt.
He went scoreless.
No doubt. He was trying to regain momentum. I felt like he was trying to basically, it was like, save us.
The
That's
Boston
what it felt
Celtics
like to me.
did a phenomenal job on Stephen Curry in the last 3 quarters of the game. Email Duncan said it after the game. We made the adjustment. We stopped playing drop coverage on Stephen Curry, and we got into him. Mm-hmm. Whether it was Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown, even Derek White at times. Steph Curry struggled in the last 3 quarters of that basketball game. So we can rip Jordan Poole. We can rip Klay Thompson. Draymond Green as well. But we got to look at number 30 as well. Let's go to John in Richmond.
No doubt.
John in Richmond. You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for keeping me company every morning. I really appreciate you guys. I'm not the least bit concerned. Not even a little bit.
What?
You want to know why?
Yeah.
Not even a little bit. Because, first off, we were pretty much ahead that whole game. We were dominating that game, and they took it from us.
Yep.
That's going to light a fire under these guys. That's going to light a fire. They do not like that. Okay? And I want to make a quick comparison to a championship UFC fight.
Okay.
It was Israel Adesanya, the last style bender. Okay, one of the greatest kickboxer in the world versus the soldier of God from Cuba, Yoel Romero.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Yoel Romero gave him a right cross to the face in the first round, showed him all his power, gave him everything he had. Israel took it, and he spent the next 4 rounds just slowly picking him apart. Now, granted, that was one of the most boring fights I've ever seen in my life, and everyone can agree with that. But he felt his power early, and he used it to strategize and pick him apart for the next 4 rounds.
You know what?
Completely derailed the show.
I hear you.
God
John,
bless you.
I hear you, John. This ain't a UFC fight. This is a basketball game. All right? It's just...
and if you're going to reference it, you got to boom, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. We're moving quick right now.
I can't get that minute back in my life.
All right,
what is going on? This is what
on.
happens after losses? I'm going to react to that? Jesus
Well,
Christ.
this is where, these are the kind of games where I need to be called in to flip the spread.
And that's known as one of those boring fights of all time. This is going to be a good series coming up here.
It was just good Lord. Diego and Moran, what's happening?
You're over there,
How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
No.
Before the series started, I picked Boston in 5.
Okay.
And I'm willing to switch it to 4 at this point because Tatum is not going to have a bad game again, and the Warriors have no answer to anything Boston can do. This series reminds me of when Detroit beat the Lakers in 4.
They beat them in 5, but you know what? Go ahead, keep talking. Oh, we can let it go. Diego and Moran, I thought about that series last night after that game. Because Detroit went into L.A., they beat up on Kobe and Shaq, and they took, it was kind of the same fourth quarter. They made all the winning plays down the stretch. They got great shots, and the Lakers panicked, even though they had won 3 championships in a row, and they ended up winning that series in 5. Look, man, I'm not panicking here, but the Warriors have to win game 2. They don't win game 2, then our boy John and Moran, or Diego and Moran, it may be a sweep. It may be a sweep. All right, what's coming up on the game?
Sweep after 1 game?
I'm not talking sweep. I'm saying if they don't win game 2.
If they don't win game 2, it's a wrap. I don't care how many games
I'm not saying it's a sweep. Listen to what I'm saying
Game 2
here.
is a must-win.
Yeah.
But I'm not ready to use the S word.
Boy, what is going on today? One loss and everybody's doom and gloom. I'm just telling you, Boston came to play. And this is why I tried to say this over the last 5 weeks, and y'all all laughed at me. Oh, Bonte, you're having nightmares. You just always panic. Told y'all what time it was with this team. They don't have any punks on the other side. Boston is a well-oiled machine that can switch 1 through 5. They got bigs, they got wings, they got guards. They got a little bit of everything. And they're coming here to take a championship away from the Golden State Warriors. What are they going to do about it? Game 2 Sunday. We're going to give out some tickets. I'll let you know on the other side. And that will be brought to you by Lucky and Lucky California. Lucky California is bringing you quality brands that deliver all the incredible flavor and all the exciting varieties, all for less. Right now, T-bone steaks are just $6.99 a pound in the Max Pack. Lucky California, the golden state of eating.
It was a brutal loss for the Dubs in game.
6 rolls in one, lasts forever on my buns. Only super mega when I'm cleaning. Charmin's got my booty believing.
Charmin Super Mega Roll is 6 regular rolls in one. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Draymond gets the ball, dribbles to the right wing, looks for 5, bad pass, turned it over. Horford got a hand on it. White will take it all the way, bounce pass into Tatum. The trailer is Horford. Another 3. There's 7 for 7 from 3.
Wow.
109-103 Boston. That's their largest lead of the game.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
And oh boy, what a night at Chase Center as the Warriors suffer their first home loss of the postseason. They lose to the Celtics 120-108, and you heard Al Horford, Tim Roy on call for 95.7 The Game. The Celtics open up the fourth quarter on a 29-11 run. They drop 40 on the Warriors in the fourth quarter to steal game 1. And now we got a series, folks, as the Celtics take a 1-0 series lead in these NBA Finals in Shasky. It's been a lot of doom and gloom this morning. A lot of people pointing the finger at multiple players. But the Celtics are for real. And it's going to be a tough grind, dogfight to try to beat this team in 7 games. Warriors got work to do.
Of course they got work to do. You got Steph Curry having a legendary performance in the first quarter, and it's all for naught. You know, he checks out of the game. It feels like they're starting to build some momentum. Second half of that second quarter, it's just a total nightmare. You look up, and it's like, wow, Steph Curry, great performance. Right. You're down 2 at half, and then they fight back. Great third quarter. It ended a little shaky, and then fourth quarter, you drop 40. The Celtics dropped 40 on your face.
9-12 from the three-point line in the fourth quarter, 75%. Uncle Al Horford in his first ever NBA Finals game goes 9-12, 26.6 rebounds, 3 assists. Jason Tatum shot 3 of 17, folks, and they still win by 12 going away. And the Celtics become the first team in NBA Finals history to go into the final frame down 10-plus points. They were down 12 going into the fourth quarter, and they ended up winning by 12. First team in NBA history to ever do that.
I didn't have Al Horford outscoring the combination of Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole.
Wow.
Like, I just didn't have that in my Rolodex. Wow. If they want to win, like, as much as we could talk about Steph's got to be better in the fourth quarter, that's true. There's no doubt. These other guys got to step up as well, and they got to play better defense. You got to stay in front of these guys. Can't be late on those rotations. You can't be allowing wide open looks, and then they got to get back to attacking the paint. That's the area that I think is going to be really difficult. Robert Williams is so quick and so explosive in terms of his recovery. I don't know if they're going to be able to get to the rim like they did in other series.
Yeah, that's the thing. Points to the paint, the Warriors have dominated all playoff long. They dominated the Mavericks with points to the paint. They dominated the bigger, more physical Memphis Grizzlies. When it came to points to the paint, last night the Celtics shut all that down. Points to the paint, Celtics 34, Warriors 26. Not a lot of easy looks in that game because of the size of Robert Williams, Al Horford, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown. And how about the sequence for Jaylen Brown in that second quarter? He blocks the shot at the rim of Kevon Looney, comes down on the other end. Jordan Poole pulls the Olay, and Jaylen Brown goes in for a one-hand slam. Timeout Steve Kerr. Warriors are on their heels. So, look, they're going to have to step up here, getting better looks. But the zone defense that they've run against the Dallas Mavericks, the 1-2-2, the box and one, Robert Parrish said it the other night. He's going to have to man up in this series. They're going to have to man up against the Boston Celtics and try to shut them down and take away something, whether it's the mid-range, the layups. I don't know what you could do here, but the Warriors have to step it up defensively, no doubt.
Look, the hallmark of this team is their high IQ. That's been their hallmark for a decade. And what it felt like to me yesterday was that they lacked that attention to detail. They weren't hustling. They didn't understand who had the ball in certain times. They're over double teaming, over rotating, allowing wide open shooters who you don't want to hit from deep. There was a lot of things. And then the attention to detail in terms of the sloppiness in the half court. Unforced errors. Like unforced turnovers drive this team absolutely bonkers, and then they resort to hero ball at the end, and it was a blitzkrieg.
So Dan Dibley, we saw him during the break, and he goes, guys, I got to come down your road. Game 2 is not a must-win. The Warriors can win on the road. But how many teams in finals history have dropped the first 2 games at home? I think the 77 Blazers, maybe.
I have no idea.
I mean, we weren't even born yet.
I mean, come
that
on.
was Bill Walton playing in his prime. I don't know. I don't know if the Warriors can climb out of an 0-2 hole against this basketball team and win 4 of 5 games. Going into Boston down 0-2, that's not a recipe for success. I think the Warriors, it is a must-win in game number 2. And guess what? We're going to give out some tickets for game number 2.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure you're tuned in to Crosstalk.
You want these
coming
tickets.
Up. You want these tickets.
I mean, if you want to win tickets to this game, you got to be listening in the next 15 minutes. Go nowhere. Starting in 10 minutes, we are going to tell them what we're going to do, Monte.
Make sure you're tuned in for Crosstalk coming up in just a
Boss
few minutes with Willard and Dibs for your chance to score tickets and cut me off as well. The game 2 of the NBA Finals Sunday night during the Crosstalk. Listen for the sounder.
Finds Curry, left alone again. Topside 3. Got it! He hasn't been that wide open in a couple of months.
And be one of the first 5 callers to qualify to win tickets. One of these 5 lucky callers will be selected to attend Game 2 on Sunday night. And for all your playoff ticket needs, be sure to go to Warriors.com. That's Warriors.com. Don't forget an early start Sunday, 5 p.m. tip-off, 5 p.m. tip Sunday for game number 2 at Chase Center.
Most alarming thing from yesterday, it isn't even like, they won with Jason Tatum having a subpar game in terms of shooting, because he was outstanding with the discernment and the passing. All their role players now have massive confidence in what you expect in the playoffs. The role players don't play well on the road. That wasn't the case yesterday. It felt like the only role player for the Warriors who played well at home was Otto Porter Jr. I need the superstars to step up in Clay and Draymond. I also need these role players for their Boston to not even come close to the game that they had in Game 1.
Their role players have played up well all postseason long, especially on the road. They're 8-2 now on the road in this postseason. This is the 6th game they've hit at least 17 threes in a basketball game. So to me, this is not an anomaly. This is what they do. I know. We saw it against Milwaukee. We saw it against Miami at times. And we saw it last night at Chase Center. Again, they are 8-2 on the road this postseason. Not just 5-4 at home. Yeah. But if you go back down 0-2 to Boston, that crowd's going to be in a frenzy. They're going to be smelling blood. They're going to be smelling that 18th championship banner. And that will be a position the Warriors and Steve Kerr have not been in. They have not been in. Think about this. They're 21-3 in game number 1s. I know. The Golden State Warriors, 21-3 in game 1. So they lose their 3rd game 1 under Steve Kerr. Of course, that happened in 2016 against OKC. That happened in 2019 against Toronto. And now the Warriors have lost 4 straight home games in the NBA Finals. They lost all 3 home games against Toronto, and they lose last night to the Boston Celtics.
If you don't have GP2 ready to play in this series, because he suits up but he doesn't play, you got to be telling me that he's not ready. Like, that's the coaching staff telling me he physically can't play. I think they're going to have a problem staying in front of Jason Tatum and staying in front of Jaylen Brown consistently. Like, Wiggins looks a little tired. Thought he had an off game in terms of his defensive efficiency. Jaylen Brown's going to continue to attack the cup. And if they can't stop him from dribbling, because we know that he's not the greatest dribbler, they're going to have a tough time staying in front of him.
So let's go to San Jose. Clayton, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast.
What's up, Clayton?
What can the Warriors do to make an adjustment and win game number 2?
Well, they looked gassed in the 4th quarter. They need to bring in, fresh players from the bench. They just didn't have any energy defensively.
What else you got, Clayton? That's it? All right, no energy defensively. Mike in Brisbane. Mike, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
How you guys doing, fellas?
Good.
I've had better days, usually after a Warrior win.
Hey, Mike, Shatsky's on a 15. He's already panicked. Man. He's already freaking out. The series is a long way.
At home in the 4th quarter of Game 1 of the Finals.
They were up 15.
They dropped 40 on you at home.
They were up 15 late in the 3rd
Curry
quarter, man.
Scoreless in the 4th.
Hey, well, he scored 4 points in the 4th.
Oh,
but,
whatever.
Come on.
Final 6 minutes, he went scoreless.
You're a voice of the fan. You're already done?
No, I'm not done. I'm just worried.
We got Jermaine Wiggins and WEI laughing at us right now.
You should be worried. Like, how could you watch that game and not be worried?
I will be worried if they lose game 2. What's up, Mike?
Lose game 2.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that there's ways to view it both sides. When you really look at things, like, looking from the Warriors' perspective right now, I mean, you had Steph go crazy. The Warriors are just so, every single time Steph has a masterclass. Like, the first quarter, that's not going to happen again this series. He's not going to get that wide open. He, goes crazy in the first quarter, then kind of disappears, like you guys were saying earlier. They have to take advantage of these situations. Jordan Poole, ever since the talks of, the big extension coming, the whole playoff season kind of disappeared. He's had, a couple big games here and there, but he has just looked so bad, especially defensively. I don't know how it's even possible, but it looks like he took a step back.
Right.
And that can't happen. Draymond is the other person I kind of want to get into, because what the hell was he doing defensively? Like, he's giving Al Horford, like, he makes it seem like Al Horford can't shoot. He is a good shooter when he's left wide open. And, yeah, I understand, like, I was tweeting about this last night, the career-high threes, like, that's not going to happen again, especially if he's not open. But the Warriors completely fumbled this away. There's no ways around it. I did have a question for the both of you, and that is, what do you guys think about Andre Iguodala being back? Because, yes, I think that he played well in the 12 minutes that he was there, but me personally, I think that you would have to go with Gary Payton if he was healthy. Like
he's not healthy
earlier, Joe.
That's the difference. He's not healthy. Gary Payton II
I think he
is not ready to go. And
if
here's
he
the
was,
deal.
if he was healthy, I think he would have played because you have to. He's an energy, a spark plug that this team
he
needs.
presses the ball 94 feet,
and he can score at the rim.
He can score at the rim. Well, against his team, it's tough to score at the
I
rim.
agree
But
there.
he does go up and
but
above
on
the
this
rim.
roster for the Warriors, not many guys can score at the rim.
Here's the other thing about Game 2, and if the Warriors don't win Game 2, we're going to look back at Game number 1, and it's going to be one of the all-time collapses in NBA Finals history.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
And I'm thinking about this right now. The 95 Houston Rockets as a 6th seed. They go to Orlando, right? Play Shaquille O'Neal and company. They're up by 20 at the half. I mean, they were just doing whatever they want. Penny Hardaway, Shaq, Neil Anderson, Dennis Scott. And that's, Kenny Smith goes crazy the second half. I think he hit like 6 threes in that basketball game. Maybe 6 or 7. And the Rockets come all the way back. However, Nick Anderson missed 4 straight free throws.
Oh, yeah.
We all remember that. And then the Rockets win in overtime.
He never came back from that.
That was the series. And the Rockets end up sweeping the Orlando Magic. They never recover from that. Now I expect the Warriors, a team that's been there before, to recover from that fourth quarter collapse. But something you just mentioned, their role players feeling confident. Derek White feels good right now after hitting 5 threes.
Feel good? The guy's floating.
Grant Williams feels good. He didn't score a point. He's saying, I got a game in me.
Yeah.
I have a game in me. Daniel Tice hit a 3 in that second quarter.
I can't believe he hit that
and
shot
he's probably
in the corner.
thinking,
I couldn't believe it.
I'm going to have my way in this series.
Peyton Pritchard, who was unplayable in the Miami series, was out there having an impact on both ends.
No doubt.
On both ends.
Both ends of the floor. And Robert Williams now gets 2 days of rest.
Yes, that's crucial for me.
Marcus Smart gets 2 days of rest. And they're going to get 2 days of rest before Game 3 Wednesday night. So now the schedule has become advantageous for the Boston Celtics. They're in the driver's seat right now. And the Warriors, it is a must-win. No matter what anybody says, Game 2 is an absolute must-win. You lose that game, you're not winning an NBA championship. I'm sorry, Dub Nation.
For me, like the line of demarcation on must-wins, like you can't wait till you're down 3-0. Oh, this is a must-win. Like, no, you're going to get eliminated. Like, these are must-wins because of the momentum. 8-2. 8-2, the Celtics are on the road right now.
8-2 on the road.
So if you go down 0-2, I mean, I'm sorry, it's a wrap.
2 games in Brooklyn, 2 games in Milwaukee, and the Boston Celtics, what was so impressive against Milwaukee, they're down 3-2 after losing a devastating Game 5.
Yeah.
A devastating Game 5. Drew Holiday with the block shot on Marcus Smart, the turnover at the end of the game. And then they go to Milwaukee in Game 6, and Jason Tatum drops 46. They bring it back home for Game 7, and they blow out the Bucks. Conference Finals, they blow Game 6. We watched that game in Battle Rock and Napa on my smartphone.
But they were 3-1 in Miami.
Exactly.
I mean,
they're not intimidated.
I'm going back to the Clay thing because, like, Splash Bros. Like, okay, Steph's got to play better, no doubt about it. How are they going to free up Clay?
Multiple screens. Yeah,
but if they're not honoring the multiple non-shooters on the floor, and they're going to hedge that, and they have such a great IQ in terms of the half-court defense, how are you going to free Clay up?
Don't know. That's an answer for Steve Kerr and company because you're right.
I'm worried about that.
This is the thing we talked about all season long, and it hasn't reared its ugly head yet. Game 6, you got away with it against Memphis, where you played Draymond and Looney together, but they were great offensively. Draymond was aggressive offensively.
Well, I want to see him push the tempo.
Well,
that's the key, but they weren't missing shots.
But no, not only were they not missing shots, but Boston gets back on defense.
Yeah, they do.
Warriors had a couple fast breaks there where Boston got back and blocked the shots and pinned the ball against the backboard.
Robert Williams on 2 occasions recovered ridiculously. He's like gimpy on one possession. Very next one, he's pinning JP up against the rim.
I look at last night, and I say Jordan Poole did not play well. I'll live with Clay in the 15 points.
Yeah.
He had some good looks. He missed a lot of good looks.
He took some difficult shots.
But when Draymond's that aggressive, and we love when Draymond Green is aggressive.
He's got hit.
He was 2 of 12. 0 for 4 from the three-point line and 0 for 3 from the free throw line. And really his free throws that he missed when it was 111 and 103 late in the game, he missed 2 free throws, and that's when I said, oh, this game is over.
Air out of the ball.
Air out of the ball, and the Celtics end up rolling on a 17-0 run. 17-0. Think about the runs they had in the fourth quarter. They opened the fourth quarter on a 9-0 run to get back into the basketball game. And then they go on a 17-0 run. And think about this. They were down 87-72 with about a minute 38 left in the third quarter.
See, this is the play. This is the sequence of the game. From you, me, I in real time, I'm like, that is the play.
They basically outscored the Warriors by 27 from that point on. in just over 13 minutes of action.
Explain what happened.
Well, I tell you what happened. Steph Curry, 87-72. Steph Curry misses a three from the top of the key. That would have brought the house down. Chase Center was ready to erupt. Tatum comes down. He misses his shot. But Jordan Poole gets the ball on the break. And you have another opportunity to up that lead to 17-18.
Wiggins is open on the left side. He tries to dribble through Tatum.
Tatum picks his pocket, goes in for an and one. And then Iguodala does hit a three to give the Warriors a 14-point lead, 92-78. It's a big-time three. But they fouled Derek White with less than 2 seconds left at the end of the quarter. And that's how you know Jaylen Brown took over in the fourth. 10 points. He leads all postseason, leads all scorers in the postseason when it comes to fourth quarter points. 130 points in the fourth quarter, 62.5% from the floor, and he's 20 of 30 from the three-point line in the fourth quarters. So they know how to play in the fourth quarter. And they look like the more experienced team last night in that fourth quarter. And hungrier.
And they look like the more well-oiled machine. And Udoka, the coach, calls multiple timeouts because he knows he's going to lose them under 3 minutes, gets his team to kind of calm down, regroup, catch their breath. I thought he was a master class in terms of understanding your team and what the other team wants to do and using your timeouts judiciously.
No doubt about that. All right, man, I wish we could do another 2 hours, man. I could talk all day about game number one, but we got to roll here. It's now time for the Xfinity Flex moment of the show. Take it away, Langford.
Give it to me.
209, Xfinity mobile text line. Hey, Bonte, please be more positive. What the hell do you want me to say?
It's one of the worst losses in franchise history.
What the hell do you want me to say?
You were up 12 in game one of an iconic Steph Curry performance, and you got blitzkrieged, and they avalanched you going away at home in game one of the finals.
This is the Morning Roast. If you want Cooker Carter Radio, you can go somewhere else. I'm not trying to drive listeners away, but I'm going to just keep it real with you guys. It ain't all rainbows and sunshine. Can the Warriors win the series? Absolutely. Is the series over? Absolutely not. But game two's a must win. And that's just the reality of the situation.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, sorry to Mia, George, Alan, Peter, Dave. If you want to stay on hold for Willard Dibs, you can do so. It's been an explosive show. Warriors lose game one of the NBA Finals 120-108. They allowed the Celtics to score 40 in the fourth quarter. They outscored the Golden State Warriors 40-16. They go 9-12 from the three-point line in the fourth quarter. Shoot 75% from beyond the arc in the fourth quarter. A lot of people think it's an anomaly. I don't think so. When you look at the shots they had to take, wide open threes from Al Horford, wide open threes from Derek Pritchard. Heck, they even hit the tough shots last night with guys in their face. So we bring in Dan Dibley, we're bringing in Mark Willard. He'll be right back. Dibs, what is happening for a game? We didn't even have to talk about the referees.
Oh, yeah, and I heard you earlier, and I wanted to hug you through the radio. I feel like Guru right now. I was hugging you through the radio because
not
shout out you through the Mark Davis and the rest of the crew. You're absolutely right. I tweeted it out early. They're letting them play.
Yes.
They absolutely let the guys.
Finals.
It's the finals. They let them play. They were not a factor.
I'm with you.
But, man, the Warriors won that game 2 or 3 different times, and then when they needed to win it a fourth time, they absolutely lost it. That fourth quarter was a disaster. On both ends of the floor, you could look at them giving up 40 points to Boston. Yes, Boston made shots. You were right, though. A lot of open shots and all the rest of it. But offensively, it was a pretty flaccid performance by many of those Golden State Warriors.
And I think Boston had a lot to do with it, Mark. I think they had a lot to do with the Warriors.
Is ready to body Jordan Poole anytime he crosses half court.
Boston had everything to do with all of this. I'm a little surprised by a lot of the tone of today.
Why?
And I understand it from some perspectives. This is the NBA Finals, and it's tense. I get the emotional involvement here. I get the surprise. Whenever you're up by double digits, especially at home, you expect to win. Boston went on an unrepeatable bender for the fourth quarter.
Oh, what a bender.
They went on an unrepeatable bender. That's what happened. And so if we're going to spend the entire day going, this guy stunk, that guy stunk, they choked, they gave this up, it's actually disrespectful to the Boston Celtics, who played a phenomenal fourth quarter.
I think both are true.
A fourth quarter that will be remembered forever, especially in that town. And now
only if they win the championship.
Only if they win the championship.
But wouldn't you also say that's letting them off the hook? Like out of 2 timeouts,
it's not letting them off the hook, Joe. No,
horrifically.
Joe,
errors.
I watched. Jordan was bad. Draymond was bad. We do this after every playoff game. Somebody was bad. Somebody was good.
I think both are true.
Yeah, it happens in every game.
Two things are equally true.
And so now we're going to make massive statements about the entire series based on this guy's unplayable. This guy needs. I get it.
No. Nobody said that, Mark.
No,
nobody said that. What
I'm
we
not
said.
even coming at you. Hold on.
Hold on, Mark. No, because you're going down the road that you just. No, I'm not taking anything personal.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the entire fan base. Boston went on an unrepeatable bender. Salute your damn eyebrow. Say, okay, we'll see you on Sunday. There's absolutely no concern here. There's no blame. Boston won the game.
So
they won the game.
Number one, Jordan Poole looked unplayable last night. Jordan Poole was unplayable last night. I will get concerned if they lose game number 2. I'm not concerned right now. But at the same time, I've been yelling on these airways for 5 weeks. The Boston Celtics match up really well with the Warriors.
Right.
The Boston Celtics match up really well. And so when you say they can't go on another run like that, I don't believe that.
Nobody's ever gone on a run like that in the history of the NBA.
Have you been watching the playoffs, though? They've been going on 15-0 runs. They've been hitting threes. They won a Game 6 in Milwaukee.
And they went on more than one run, Mark. They went on multiple runs.
No, they didn't.
The run they went on the second quarter was
a good team.
It was a baby version of what they went on in the fourth quarter.
Crazy.
To just say that's just unsustainable is ridiculous.
I'm not talking about the second quarter. I didn't call the second
quarter.
I didn't call the second quarter unsustainable.
It's the fourth quarter is what you're talking about.
Right. They hit
but
9.
What they did in the second quarter was a precursor to what they did in the fourth quarter. And the problems that exist are bigger than just a magical fourth quarter run.
Spoiler alert. Boston's going to go on runs in every game. And the Warriors are going to go on runs in every game. They're amazing basketball teams. The fourth quarter was a drunk bender. 9 threes. We're all going to go.
I think you're underestimating
how good they were.
They were wide open.
But their defense was great too, though.
It was both sides.
Draymond Green got the same warm-up threes, and he went 0 for 4 last night.
Shooter.
He was 2
better
for 12.
be this series.
He better be
this series because
he's 0 for 4 from the foul line.
We're going to find out in game 2, and we're giving away tickets. I have to just say that because I'll get in trouble. We're giving away tickets. You hear that? That's a tease.
Crazy.
We're giving away tickets.
You better listen right now during Crosstalk. Go Bonte.
Yeah, no. Another 5 lucky callers will be selected to attend game number 2 on Sunday night.
You're not allowed to
and
go
all
to
for your
game 2.
playoff ticket
You
days.
messed it up last night, damn
Be
it.
sure to go to Warriors.com if you want to buy tickets.
You don't get to go again.
Right. No, it was a lot of fun last night. Game 1 of the finals at Chase Center. Look, man, I hear you, Willard.
3 quarters, they won. And we're going to take 1 quarter and now say, hold on.
We're playing 36-minute games now.
No.
It's like high school. 32.
We're giving moral victories. Here go the Capri Sun and fruit snacks again.
No, you're doing that, actually.
No, I'm not doing that at all.
If you think about it, you're taking something away from Boston. By the way, they make millions of dollars too. They're fantastic. And they went on a bender. Why are you looking at me like that?
You telling me I'm taking something away from Boston? I'm giving Boston all the credit in the world like I've been for 5 weeks.
Great.
For 5 weeks. And everybody telling me, 5-game series.
Here's my point. If you want to come out of last night and blame the Warriors, you're taking something away from Boston.
I didn't blame the Warriors. I gave Boston all the credit in the world. Their defense suffocated them in the second quarter. The Warriors had a great third quarter run. And then in the fourth quarter, the Boston Celtics took it to the Golden State Warriors. I've given nothing but credit to the Boston Celtics.
I'm not
John Curley back?
talking to you solely.
Getting married.
Stop taking my points as personal. I'm not talking
personal.
to you.
I just don't agree with what they're saying right now.
I mean, there are
I don't agree with what you said right now. That's not personal.
You're going to get to this point with this Golden State Warriors team. You're going to be up by 12 at the end of 3. And then it all falls apart in an epic disaster, I'll grant you.
Did it feel like they were in control though? Because I didn't feel
felt like they were the better team.
I didn't because they built
up 12 at the end of 3. They didn't feel like they were the better team.
I thought they were in control.
They were on a run.
They were absolutely in control.
They were more often than not the aggressor for the first 3 quarters.
Right.
And now we're going to
I thought it was a good 9-minute
blanket
stretch in the third
statements
quarter.
based on what happened in one quarter.
No, because I looked at the first quarter and I said, wow, Steph's so proficient. You look up, you're only up 4. Then at the end of the second quarter, I'm like, damn, how are you down 2? You went on a run in the third quarter. I just look at it a little different. You look in the third quarter, nice little run. It just didn't feel like they were in control. Me personally.
They were in control, but they were not in firm control.
Exactly.
And honestly, I think when you look at game 2, when you skip ahead, once we get through this game 1 carcass, which by the way is a stinky, smelly carcass, when you get outscored,
I'm a hyena.
when you give up 40 points in a quarter, there's a problem there. And honestly, when you look at like Jordan Poole, for example, I don't know how playable he'll be going forward because he got grown man in many different ways. Draymond Green, 2 of 12. If he's going to be that inefficient offensively,
Thank you.
You've got massive problems. Klay Thompson had a really hard time getting into his offense.
Why do we string the games together? What evidence has there ever been that
I'm
when
not
one
stringing
player
them together,
No,
Mark. You're not listening to me, Mark. You're not.
I am.
You're not
saying he's
listening.
unplayable in game 2.
We're picking through the
I
carcass
just sat
of game
there
1
and listened to everything you said. You're saying he's
but
unplayable
look at how
in game
Jordan
2.
Poole win in game 1.
Look at the whole playoffs. He's different every game.
But no, it's different every series.
Bonte, you made a big thing about this.
Look at what
this
Memphis
is
great for 3 games.
This is why Dibs is on the money here. This is why Dibs is on the money.
Memphis physically took Jordan Poole out of the game, and Boston physically
He was not bad for all the games.
took Jordan Poole out of the game.
And
Jordan Poole played
can I get in here for a second?
physicality of the season.
I took my time out.
Back in.
I turn around in the wall. Can I get back in like a tag team partner?
Delay of game.
Last 3 games against Memphis. Last 3 games against Memphis, Mark Willard.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole, 27% from the floor, 17.6 from the 3-point line,
I know the
9.7 points a game,
I got you.
3 rebounds, 3 assists.
Listen
he
to
got
you all
physically
morning.
taken out the game.
Yeah.
And Boston saw that on tape saying, we can take this guy out. Let's not even get him started.
So you want him out?
No,
I didn't say that.
I
I didn't say that at all. He just needs to play better, Mark.
He needs to play better.
Yeah.
Yes. They need to score more points than the other team.
Mark.
What are you? I don't.
The Warriors were up 4 after the first quarter when they should have been up 10.
Yeah.
Steph Curry had one of the greatest final quarters in NBA history.
Here's the entire view. Here's the lens. There's one pair of glasses or the other. You've, in fact, Dibs, because I do listen, just said they gave up 40 in the fourth.
40.
Or Boston scored 40 in the
Both
fourth.
things true. Happened,
Both are
yes.
true.
But it's a different lens. They were amazing. They hit every shot.
They were open shots.
Did you not watch Game 7 against Milwaukee?
Shots.
Right.
The Warriors' shots were open shots for 3 quarters. The Mavericks had open shots for 5 games and couldn't hit them.
Boston's best player was terrible offensively, and yet they still beat you.
You cannot just hit threes because they're open. It's not that easy. If they hit 9 threes per quarter, that averages out to 36 a game.
Yeah,
that would be a record.
Yeah, that's 108
That
points. Part might be unsustainable.
They went on a bender, guys.
Let me ask you,
so now you say give
Relax.
Boston credit, but then you say they went on a bender in the fourth quarter. This is what Boston does. Did you not watch Game 7 against
They've
Milwaukee?
never done that, Bonte.
They hit 22 threes against Boston.
They didn't hit 9.
Milwaukee.
They didn't go 9 of 12 in a quarter. They didn't go 9 of 12 in a quarter.
Let me ask you guys a different. I was looking at the game logs from LeBron. I mean, you're an all-time great. You in the finals, you play 40-plus minutes. Just look at the game logs. And I'm looking at Steph Curry and I'm saying, look, moving forward, and I don't think this is the reason they lost the game. He's got to play 40-plus minutes every single game moving forward. It's a ridiculous
He had
ask.
foul trouble, otherwise he would have played 40 minutes.
I think he agrees with you.
He would have
Does
played
you
40
think he
minutes.
does?
I think that's what he was saying last
to
night.
me, 41, 42, like that's the minimum.
When
But he came back with 9.5 to go in
He
the
did.
fourth.
He
But
did.
by the way,
They were bailing
Boston had
water.
already gone on a 7-0
Yes,
run.
they were already bailing
to
water.
me, it's not about Steph and his minutes. It's about the second unit and
Okay,
what they did in the
okay.
second quarter and in the fourth quarter. I'm not saying that it's panic time, and by the way, it certainly isn't a must-win. And what you're saying, Mark, is accurate. Boston went on a crazy bender, one for the ages, but there are things about what happened last night that are troubling.
Personnel.
Draymond Green, 2 of 12, 0 of 4 from the stripe, Draymond. That's unacceptable.
Steph
And
missed a free
Jordan
throw.
Poole playing against physical grown men, and it looked again like the Memphis series, and that was troubling as well.
I guess
Looney
when certain
struggling around
individuals
the rim.
have a bad game, which, yes, the guys you just pointed out, they did. I don't use that word. I don't find it troubling because that happens to every one of them. It's happened to every one of them in these playoffs, both these teams. Jason Tatum had a bad game last night. Draymond Green had a bad game last night. I know you could say that's a concern because Tatum's not going to be bad every night. But role players, we talk about this in every game. If the role players hit, you're probably going to win. And Boston's role players lost their damn minds last night.
True.
Doing this
They
all playoffs,
lost their no, not like that,
Grant
brother.
Williams hit 7 threes in Game 7 against
Bonte.
Milwaukee.
And they've been
Bonte.
winning on the road.
And they're 8-2 on the road. By the way, you're
8-2,
listening to
wow.
95.7 The Game,
Focusing on
KGMZ
their wins.
FM,
They
and
kept going
HD1 San
7
Francisco, and Odyssey Station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. Yeah, they win 7 games. Milwaukee were defending champs. They have Giannis Antetokounmpo, who's the best player in the universe, and down 3-2, Boston went to Milwaukee. Tatum drops 46. They bring it back home and blow them away.
Very
And they swept
good.
Brooklyn in
They're
4 pretty tight games.
Kevin Durant.
Very good.
They
And
swept
Kyrie.
Kevin Durant and Kyrie
Dibs.
Irving.
How many
Swept
times?
them.
How many times in the last week have I made the statement that Boston is the hardest thing that the NBA has to offer Golden State? How
I'd
many
have
times
to
did I
check
say
my
that?
notebook, but I think it's 22.
I'm with you.
All right.
I'm with you.
saying-
I never said it
We
was
needed
over
that.
you.
I needed that.
I'm just saying.
I needed that.
For 3
my
quarters.
earbuds.
For 3 quarters, the Warriors were the better team, and then Boston lost their damn minds. If they do, I hate to say this. This will really get you. If they do that, they're going to win. They're going to win the championship.
There's a
Well,
hot
that's why
take.
I'm concerned.
If they play like that,
Steph Curry
Bonte,
scored 13 points in the last 3 quarters.
Wouldn't we
I
agree
mean,
their
Boston's defense.
if they
forget
hit
their
9
offense,
threes
but
in all the fourth quarters,
wouldn't we agree?
they're going to sweep.
Forget
Okay?
their shooting. Forget their shooting. Their defense
Can't
is
forget
something
their
I
shooting.
think that can carry over, whether home, road,
Yes.
game to game.
It's the
and
best.
that's where I worry because I'm looking at Clay and I asked B this question: how's he going to get consistent open looks to be able to hit 25 or more in multiple games? Because you're not winning a title if Poole can't get open and get to the hoop,
Yeah.
and if Clay can't get open multiple
Right.
times in this series. Where's the offense coming from is my question.
It's the best defense in the NBA, and they got work to do.
So that's why I'm really worried.
And they got work to do.
And I think Boston will limit the attempts from Stephen Curry. You think about the last 3 quarters of that basketball game yesterday. Only 6 3-point attempts for Steph Curry.
Yeah.
2 per quarter the last 3 games. Boston will take that all day long. 1 of 6 from the 3-point line the last 3 quarters. So they made the end game adjustment, saying we're not going to play drop coverage on the pick and roll. We're going to make sure Steph doesn't get good looks. And he did not get good looks. So if Steph Curry doesn't get good looks and they get into you, I don't know what. This is where Draymond Green.
It comes down to Draymond Green.
It comes down to Draymond.
And Joe, you were so right earlier when you said when they play the drop coverage and when they try to take Steph away, you got to get Draymond Green downhill. And he got downhill, but he was 2 of 12.
Smoking bunnies.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to hit that little
Is that a
teardrop.
euphemism?
I know.
I mean, we're a long way away from April 20th, but no, I felt like that was a euphemism.
No, but like
I don't know where that one came from.
He's got to hit that little
Damn.
teardrop. And when they brought
Those bunnies
Iggy
hit
in,
hard.
the one area that they don't have is that high-low. So when Dre would go downhill, he'd throw that alley to McGee. He'd throw it up to one of their bigs.
Right.
They finally put Iggy in late. He gets one of those. They don't have a lob threat. Robert Williams is way too dynamic. Dre has to be able to hit that little elbow shot and in. That's it.
Exactly.
And it just opens
and also
everything
the
up.
three-pointer.
Exactly.
Andrew Wiggins played great, but Klay Thompson, they've got to find a way to get Klay free from Jaylen Brown.
If Clay's not free, why not work more offense for Andrew Wiggins, who only had 1 field goal attempt in the 4th quarter, and he was coming off a dynamic 3rd quarter, in which he scored 12 points. And Wiggins has been really solid this postseason. He has a matchup advantage.
Yeah.
Whether it's against Jason Tatum, he could blow by him. I think he has an advantage against Marcus Smart at times.
I thought that they settled a little bit too much, Monte. They settled too much for the three-pointer. And so you mentioned it earlier, guys, the late clock threes in that 4th quarter. A lot of late clock field goal attempts where, Boston's defense is tough. It's sturdy, but you got to find a way to keep your action going. Your player movement, your ball movement, still trying to work for good shots. But to me, it was that first 3 minutes of the 4th quarter where 12 became 5. 12 became 5. And it was like, uh-oh. And Steve Kerr was like pulling timeouts out of the ATM.
Yep. Finds Curry, left alone again. Topside 3. Got it! He hasn't been that wide open in a couple of months.
All right, you heard the sounder there. Call 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-GAME. The first 5 callers qualify for tickets to game number 2 of the NBA Finals this Sunday, 5 p.m. tip-off. It's a hot ticket. Hot ticket. Right now, I know we keep saying this, but it's the biggest game of chasing in history until hopefully we get to game 5 or maybe a game 7.
I'm going to say gotta have it because I know my partner's going to lose his damn mind if I use the phrase must win.
You know what? I'll take a gotta have it.
So is it gotta have it?
You know what? I
This
will
is a gotta
rephrase
have
it.
it game.
I will
This is
take a
gotta
step
have it.
back. I will pivot, not panic. Gotta have it.
Gotta have it.
What happens if you don't have it?
Coca-Cola.
What happens if you don't get it?
I'm loving it.
If you don't get it, then you need to go to Boston and win. You need to at least split in Boston.
And then you're down 3-1?
That's fine. You're taking one game at a time.
If they lose game 2, let me see if you'll go with this statement.
I won't.
No, you might. If they lose game 2, if the Warriors lose game 2,
right,
they're probably going to lose the series.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Okay.
Well, no, historically, if you look at the history of teams down 2-0 and teams who lost the first two games at home. Down 2-0, I think it's like a 96% chance you lose that series.
I was not even born yet, but did the 77 Blazers come back from an 0-2 deficit against Philadelphia and Dr. J?
These guys in his almanac today.
Seriously, did they lose the first two games in Portland?
You better be careful if you want that smoke. You want that Jockberry smoke.
Hey,
you better watch your mouth over there.
I had to shut down
Patrick. That smoke.
He tried to come at me about the Memorial Day massacre, and he got schooled.
I heard it. He got schooled, and then you dragged my name in. Do me a favor, keep my name out your mouth.
Wow. I had to give you a shot. I had to give you a shot with the way.
I'm a P1. I'm at the Bay Bridge in traffic thinking this guy.
Dan Dibley spooked to get on Jockberry. Dan Dibley was spooked to get on Jockberry with your boy, man.
That was 3 blank stares. He started talking about 76ers. That was 3 blank stares. I can't remember.
I was 9. I was a third grader.
Yeah, I think they won the first.
I know Milwaukee lost games 1 and 2 last year, right?
In Phoenix, though.
In Phoenix.
Yes.
What about the year?
And also,
what about
Giannis
Dirk's?
he went nuclear.
Did Dirk's Mavs lose
No, they
games 1 and
split.
2?
They came back from 15 down in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
With Dwayne Wade threw his
Look at
hand
Mr.
up and looked
Almanac.
at the
If only it was NBA Jockberry, you'd have a chance.
Okay, but watch this.
We get you in the deep
I'd be in
water of
victory
golf and tennis.
I'd be in victory formation in the third
international
quarter.
soccer.
What did you have for lunch yesterday?
What did I have?
See, I knew it. You can remember 1974 NBA Finals. No clue what he had for lunch.
My wife
leftover
says
pizza.
to me-
I had leftover pizza.
Yeah,
She
to
thinks
think
we're
about
both
it.
psychos, especially this guy, because
What's
we'll be
that?
on the
Oh, well,
phone
we're
and
all
then we're
psychos. Listen to
rat-a-tat-tatting
us.
stuff from 55 years ago that we didn't even experience.
That's what we do. It's a
You have a
sickness.
sickness.
You're
It's a
the
disease.
honestly,
Yeah,
you're the
coming from
psycho.
you?
went from a 10 on the arrogance meter
know.
to a 9 on the
a 9.
I'm a
panic
minus
meter.
18 this morning in plus minus.
It's 24
How do
hours.
you? I mean, how do you survive a day? Yesterday,
so
you're
mad.
planning parade outfits,
I know.
and today you're in panic mode.
Parade outfits.
I let him
seriously.
couldn't believe it. I
I'm
couldn't
with
believe
you.
it.
I'm a 4 on the panic
Yeah.
meter. I mean, honestly, if the Warriors split these 2 home games,
I'm good with that.
That's kind of what we expected.
Yeah, they're fine.
Now, if they lose game 2, Mark,
That's the problem.
then you can talk to me about
Situation critical,
Then I'm
Nicotino.
going all
Situation
caps.
critical.
I'm going to go
Yes.
all caps, Butcher Boy.
That's going to be a long flight to Boston. It's
man.
going to be
I'll give you this,
worrisome.
though. As much as this loss hurts, way better than talking about them getting knocked out against Memphis in a play-in game
sure.
last year,
Oh,
right?
yeah, no
I
doubt.
know this pain stinks,
I mean-
and I'll sign up for this all day.
No, this is-
Well, it's funny
a
because
tough
I was
loss.
on light rail last night. I left. I didn't stay for Thrive City. It didn't feel like the vibe was right.
Thrive was not thriving. I saw the video.
Yeah, it was probably getting a little
Well,
angry.
they started charging people for Thrive City. And I got to get the
Oh, I
facts
didn't
straight,
know
but I
that.
got a couple texts like, "Hey man, the vibe in Thrive City, man, they got all these barricades or
The
whatnot.
barricades
the
for you
NBA is
guys,
taking
yeah,
over.
yeah,
the
no
NBA is
doubt.
taking over all the security.
no doubt.
And they've been really strict about what's going on there around Chase Center.
So I got on the light rail though, and I had my mask on and whatever. I lost my earbuds, so I had to hear everyone. And there was a lot of like, "Oh God, what happened? What did we just see?
Right.
What happened? What the blank was that? I mean, I hope they're going to be fine, but geez, and I mean, Tatum didn't even play well. And who's that one? That Pritchard and Al Horford? Is he still alive?
Did you give
And
a
Derek
take?
White.
No, I had no takes. I kept my mask on, Joe, and I was like, these people have no idea.
Insert
it
yourself
was-
through
it's
the
a-
conversation.
It is the ultimate tail between your legs walk to the car
it's the
or wherever. I
worst.
mean, I saw the video of Thrive City, and you're just like, it's one thing to lose. It's another thing to lose when you had a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter and then
God.
you lost by double digits.
We just
Like,
walked out of SoFi.
That's
We
what
know.
I mean. It was such a,
boy.
but it was,
You talk about
it was
that
such
one.
a steamroll.
Yes.
And that's why, to me, there's a very different kind of a vibe about this loss. And yeah, we can sit here and point about all the things they need to do different, and this guy needs to play better, and they know that. They're in the damn lab right now, and Boston's defense is the best in the NBA. But for me, that is going to, for all of today, my apologies, is going to be my takeaway. Their shots all went in, and it doesn't work that way. And if all their shots go in, they're going to win. But that won't happen again. I'm not going to hit 9 threes again. It's absurd.
Players win, obviously, but I think they have an elite coach. Like he is
So the
outstanding.
Warriors.
You're going to lose the 2 timeouts before the 3-minute break. He calls back-to-back timeouts, calms them down. They run a play. They score off both timeouts. Contrast that with the Warriors turning the ball over.
Who does that
after 2
remind you
timeouts.
of? Who does that remind you of? The way Ime Udoka used those timeouts.
Steve Kerr.
And Greg Popovich.
Is what I was going to say.
mentor.
Because Pop would, if Steph hits 2, boom, automatic timeout, kill the momentum. I'm not letting him hit 3 in a row.
And they went up 6. They had a flustered possession offensively, and he said, let's just take a timeout. We have control of the game.
Down,
and then he called another timeout. I was like, yo, look, we have control of the game. Let's not do what we did in Miami in game number 7. They learned from that right away.
He was going to lose those timeouts because it's 3 minutes or less. You get him chopped off. You only get 2. I just thought it was a really shrewd move. It was like, wow, this guy's really. And then after the first quarter, they interviewed him. He's like, hey, look, Steph went off. We're down 4.
I think sometimes what's helpful when it gets like this, because remember, we took everybody through a guided meditation yesterday.
Oh, it was so good.
There's going to be mad night.
I could have used that.
It's going to be frustrating. This is going to be a
Counting
really.
to 10's not working.
Can you get this guy involved, please?
Sometimes.
Can you get him involved?
Sometimes. It's super helpful to either whether it's on social media or your TV or however you want to go find
Smoke weed?
Go listen to some people who don't have a dog in the fight. And look at the way they look at a game, and it'll help you sort of step out of your own emotions on the whole thing. And what I can tell you, what the nation is saying about this game is inject that into our veins. Both sides had moments of absolute amazing basketball. It's a playoff run where we've often been bored by the 25 to 30 point blowout. This looks like a heavyweight fight. And the Warriors got punched, and now they got to punch back. But I don't look at last night's game and feel like they're not capable of that.
Well, Mark, I did talk to somebody neutral last night.
Okay.
And it didn't make me feel good.
What'd they say?
A person without a dog in the fight, they said, boy.
Was it Magic Johnson?
No, I wish. Magic Johnson.
Both teams played great.
No.
Wow.
I talked to somebody neutral, and he was like, look, man, I got issues. This team's for real. And I don't see you guys winning the championship. I say, well, I need to hang up the phone on you. But I talked to somebody neutral, and they didn't give me that vote of confidence.
But that's one
That better not have been Nick
So you got to go find somebody
No, of course
else.
it wasn't Nick Friedel.
I've got Celtics in 6.
You did, a lot of people.
That's a 3 for your Friedel. You need to go a few more octaves deeper, quite frankly.
I actually think it would be as healthy for every Warrior fan to let this in. They might lose.
Yeah, fine.
Damn.
Of course they might lose.
They might lose.
I'm not ready to
Anytime
concede
you-
that.
I'm ready to walk out now.
I'm not ready to
Willard
concede
Dibs,
that.
they take you up to till noon. They might lose.
It's the reality.
This is a losable series.
After all that
88, 9 by
positivity of talking to somebody neutral,
He's
now
trying
you
to
want to play it in
brace
our
you for it.
heads.
No, but I
They
appreciate
might
the
lose.
If you look at the percentage of teams that win game 1 and go on to win the best
70
of
to
7,
75, yeah.
right? It's a little different in the NBA Finals.
Well,
it's actually a little bit lower in the
Is
NBA
it?
Finals.
However,
that's good.
It's higher when you win game 1 on the road.
Yes, absolutely
Right.
it is. But again, to my point, the Warriors won that game 2 or 3 different times. The fourth quarter didn't go their way. And what Draymond said afterward, I thought was genuine and it was heartfelt. He's not swayed by the mission. He's not at all deterred thinking, oh, God, we're in trouble now. And if he's not swayed, if he's not panicking, Joe, then I'm not panicking.
Okay.
And again, game 2, it's not a must win. It's a really big win. It's an RBW.
When you're trapped in the corner, my philosophy on life and in basketball, pivot, don't panic. So right now, I'm in the middle of pivoting. I'm trying to process the panic, but we'll see where it goes. There's too many days in between these games. I don't know if I'm going to make
The
it.
Celtics were Tommy Pham, and the Warriors were Jock Peterson last night. So.
And on that one, I'm walking out. You guys have a great show, man. It's going to be a lot of fun here at 95.7 The Game today.
Situation critical.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, listen, I think everybody knows the deal today. If you're listening, you need to call. You need to text. You need to hit us on Twitch and YouTube with your comments. Today's you. You want to know who the guest list is? You. You're the guest list today. Let's talk this thing out.
Me? Because I will call.
No, you're not a guest. You're a host.
Okay.
You're a host.
I will call.
Yeah.
888-957.
You need to go outside and call.
I kind of do.
Hey, do whatever the hell helps you, man.
Hey, Dan from Moraga. I'm really mad at Draymond, Mark.
Hey, I've been in the building before when the home team loses game 1. And in that particular case, they never lost again.
What was that case?
Allen Iverson. Los Angeles Lakers, game 1. He went on a bender, and then he ran off the floor with his arm in the air. And then the Lakers won the next 4
You were in the
games.
house for that.
Of course. I worked down there at the time.
I was in a delivery room. I believe it was 2001.
When are you not in a delivery room for crying out loud?
Coming up in September, I'm going to be back in the delivery room, by the way.
Guess who's back?
Shout out Supper in the 3rd trimester. But I remember watching that in the delivery room. It's like, man, Philly's going to win this series. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Night.
So, yeah. And believe me, I'm not saying that that's about to happen in this series.
Dubs in 5, that was my prediction.
It's not happening.
And I'm standing by it.
I'll stick with Dubs in 6. I love when people do that. I'm sticking by my prediction. You don't have a choice. You're not allowed to change your prediction.
I can't.
You can't go into your gambling site and change your bet today.
True.
I'm sorry. You're going to have to stick with your prediction. But I do think, based on what we were just having a spirited discussion about,
big time,
in the crossover, that is really maybe the question of the day at 888-957-9570. Was this a collapse, or did Boston win this game? And I'll sit here and have this conversation with you for the better part of 3 hours. Boston won the game. And if you want to get mad at the Warriors because the threes were too open for your taste, if you want to get mad at the Warriors for turning the ball in the 4th quarter over, I mean, has there ever been a Warrior game where you're not frustrated by the turnovers? We do this. We go, oh, it's part of their DNA. That's what we say after a win. After a loss, damn it, these turnovers, you're not allowed to do that anymore. They always do this. They've done this in every game, and Boston is probably going to force even more of them than most because, yes, they are the best defense in the NBA. So they've got the best defense. They went on a 3-point barrage, a total bender. It is not repeatable. You know, at the end of the game, we're listening to a lot of the Warriors say, well, they hit 21 threes. That doesn't really tell the story, because didn't the Warriors hit 19? 21 threes is a lot, but it's not like, oh my gosh, but 9 in the 4th quarter. They went 9 of 12. They wouldn't be able to do that if the Warriors weren't even on the floor. The Warriors could leave, and they're not going 9 to 12 again. So if they do that, at a certain point, don't you just have to tip your cap? We can talk about what the Warriors did wrong. They know, and they're capable. They're capable as hell, and they're in the lab. And Jordan Poole's going to try to do something different next time out, I promise you. And we'll see. But game 1 does not lead to game 2, does not lead to game 3, does not lead to game 4. I'm not coming out of game 1 with rules. Oh, this guy can't play now, and this guy no. These games, the momentum rebuilds at the start of every game. And so, nice job, Boston. You hit all your shots. See you Sunday.
It's more than that. And yes, nice shot, Boston. You hit your shots in the 4th quarter. See you Sunday. But there are certain trends that emerged in game 1 that have to get changed. And if you look at game 1 and don't look to make the changes and the alterations for game 2, then you're not really doing it right. And I know Steve Kerr is going to take a hard look at a number of different things, rotation-wise, defensively, and figure out other ways to go about it. Because what happened in the 4th quarter was you played zone and you overhelped and you left shooters wide open. And I understand, yes, 9 of 12 in the 4th quarter from 3. That probably won't happen again. But if you give professional basketball players in the NBA Finals open shots, you're playing with fire. And that's what they did in the 4th quarter. And it happened early, it happened in the middle, it happened in the end of the quarter. And those are things that are problems that have to get fixed. Because if your defensive strategy is, well, we'll try to take away Jason Tatum and make it hard on him, and we're going to let everyone else beat us, well, they beat you. And so that's not a defensive strategy. And on the other side of the ball, Jordan Poole, it looked like he was playing against Memphis again. He got picked, he got grown-manned, and he's not ready for that sort of a role and that sort of a bright spot in the NBA Finals.
Maybe the defense is too much for him, or maybe it was one game, and we're going to find all of that stuff out. But I'm not going to X anybody out of this series after one game and one horrific 4th quarter for the Warriors, one phenomenal 4th quarter for Boston. I'm not going to do that. Jordan Poole's been a huge part of the Warriors being where they are right now. Klay Thompson has been a huge part of who the Warriors are. Draymond Green, 2 months ago, we all have the same opinion. This team can't function without him. They can't function without him. And he has a bad game one, and now we're all going to panic. I just don't see it. That's just not the way that I'm watching this series so far, especially since it's not even a series so far. It's a basketball game. They played a basketball game, and the Celtics went off in the fourth quarter. 888-957-9570. We're straight to your phone calls in a second. But the first thing we need to do is get you the song of the day, and no matter why, no matter what, no matter who you are, if this can't put a little bop in your head and a little smile on your face, then I don't know. That's a you problem.
So good, baby, baby. Shake it, shake it. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Salt and Pepper and Heavy D up in the limousine. Hanging pictures on my wall. Every Saturday, rap attack, Mr. Magic Molly Mall. I let my tape rock to my tape pop. Smoking the bamboo, sipping on private stock. Way back when I had the red and black lumberjack with the hat to match. Remember rapping Duke? The hard. You never thought that hip hop would take it this far. Now I'm in the limelight cause I rhyme tight. Time to get paid, blow up like the world trade. Born sinner, the opposite of a winner. Remember when I used to eat sardines for dinner? Peace to Ron G, Brucey B, Kid Capri, Funk Master Flex, Love Bug, Star Ski.
This is my belief, Dan Dibley. This series is juicy. I did not see a series last night that the Warriors can't win. I didn't necessarily see a series that they're definitely going to win. Right. Obviously not. But I did not see anything happen last night that makes me believe the Warriors are going to be overwhelmed. What is it about our way of watching sports that after one game, everybody always has to start predicting a sweep? You notice that? You start hearing the word sweep every series after one game. We've done it to Denver. We did it to Memphis. Did it to Dallas. And now the Worrywarts are doing it to the Warriors. If this, then that, it's going to be a sweep. It's not going to be a sweep. This was never destined to be that. This is juicy. This is delicious. These are the two best. Yeah. This is going deep.
Warriors will not sweep Boston. I can definitively say that.
Good job.
All the broom sales in the Bay Area are plummeting right now at this hour. Broom sales down about 85%. If you look at the history of the NBA Finals, only 5 teams have ever come back from an 0-2 deficit and won the NBA championship in the NBA Finals. And all 5 of those teams, by the way, lost those 2 games on the road. So if the Warriors were to lose game 2, they would be looking to do something unprecedented in the NBA Finals, having lost 2 at home and then go on to win the NBA Finals. So I'm not saying it's a must win because I believe this Warriors team can do things that we've never seen before. But it's a big game.
Gotta have it.
We talked about it before all week about, a split at home wouldn't be the worst possible thing. But to lose game 1 the way you lost it, where you're up 12 after 3 quarters, you were in control, maybe not firm control. You weren't ready to lock that thing away, but you were in control. And to have Boston do that to you in the fourth quarter, that stings.
It stings, but it stings less to me than if they had been outplayed for 4 quarters. That's my point. They weren't outplayed for 4 quarters. They got boat raced in an amazing fourth quarter.
Motorboated.
But they did not get outplayed for 4 quarters. They did not look overwhelmed. And so that's why, at this point, I'm chilling. You're right. Now, if the Warriors lose Sunday, they would have to do something that's never been done before. But didn't you notice that going into this series, that was true for both teams? The Warriors had not lost a playoff game at home this year. Boston was going to have to do that. They did. Now the Warriors have to do something to Boston that's never happened. They're going to have to beat Boston 2 times in a row. Boston hasn't lost back-to-back games in these entire playoffs. And so we can keep doing this. No team has ever been plus 6,000 to win the NBA championship and then win the NBA championship. So the Celtics are going up against that. There's all kinds of history pouring out, and both teams are going to have to do something that's never been done before. And that's why if they do, you make history. That's what this is all about. It's the NBA Finals.
Yeah, and for the Warriors to make history, it would be 4 titles in 8 years, 6 trips to the finals. It would be certainly special. But in order to do that, you're going to have to get a better performance from 2 of the members of your, quote, big 3, because Draymond Green was not good, and Klay Thompson was pedestrian. And Steph Curry, by the way, 21 points in the first quarter. The crowd was unbelievably amped up, but after that, quietly, you started looking around and you saw more pockets of Boston fans as that game wore on.
They're always going to travel well. It'll be the same out there. It's all brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware. Here we go, over to you. 888-957-9570 is the number, and it's your calls across the board, your texts as well. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Save the date. Let's celebrate. You're invited to Outdoor Supply Hardware's grand reopening on Saturday, June 11th at all 14 Osh stores.
skip ahead to the fourth quarter, and with about 50 seconds to go, I'm out. I'm not staying for the end of this.
No, I got it.
You go from up 12 to now you're down 10, and I'm thinking, I need to get out of here to the light rail. So now I'm walking by Megan Ottolini on the way out.
What'd she do?
I said, I gave her a guru. I'm mad at you.
What'd she say?
I said, no, she was just smiling.
Okay.
I said,
mad at you.
Yeah, I didn't go. Okay. I didn't belabor it.
I thought she got up in your face or something. No.
I was like,
hey, you like them apples?
Basically, that was kind of the look she gave me.
You like apples?
Totally.
Oh,
she gave me a look like, scoreboard, Dibs, scoreboard.
All right. Like that, literally, I was super disappointed.
I was super nice on the way in, and on the way out, I was like, Ottolini, you're dead to me.
It's different after 9 threes, isn't it? Exactly. It's different. Took me about 5-6 minutes, and then I was kind of like, okay, game on. Let's go. Okay, Boston.
Game on.
You're going to play. Let's go. And I get it, by the way. I called the lovely Christy on the way into the show today, and I told her, I said, I want you to be ready now because I'm about to go make some people mad. I know, but all I can do is be authentic and tell you the way that I watched the game, okay? Hot Take Jake was on our phone line last night and declared the series over. And I'm like, we're not doing this tonight.
Night.
Okay? We're not doing this. The phone, how many times did I respond last night? How many texts during the game?
I think 0.
Zero, except for my red X because of stupid Jaylen Brown going over.
And arm emoji.
And an accidental bicep emoji. I was trying to hit the red X, and I hit the bicep emoji, so it actually made it look like I was excited to tell you that I lost.
And it's funny because we are excited about your idea of going 0-10.
I think I can do it. I think I can beat Mike
You're
Tyson.
almost halfway there to a perfect 0.
Yes. But I know my opinion is going to get some of you today. And I know that it's maybe on both sides. We have 3 texts in a row. 510, Xfinity Mobile text line. I need that Willard positivity today. Next one, 510. I agree, Willard. I'm not giving up on Poole, but dude, ... And then 415, Willard, your optimism is infuriating.
That was from me.
Thank you, Kyle. I didn't know you were 415 area code. I want panic and overreaction in my sports talk. I'm not here to tell you that the Warriors are definitely going to come back and they're going to win this. Boston is real.
It's the dark side. Embrace it.
Okay? But I just feel like we can't build up to a series and go, it's the best defensive team, and we think it's a 6 or a 7 game series, and the Boston is the best that the NBA has to offer in terms of challenging the Warriors. These are all things that we said. Yes, we also expressed confidence. I definitely believed and still believe that the Warriors are going to win the series. But you can't say all those things. Oh, it's going to be a 6 game series. It's going to be a 7 game series. Boston's defense is elite. You can't say all those things and then lose your mind when they lose game 1. They lost a game. And they lost a game where Boston did something wild in the fourth quarter. You can say, oh, they've been hitting threes all playoffs. Yeah, they all hit threes. Dallas hit threes. Memphis hit threes. Ja hit more threes than he normally hits. The Warriors everybody hits threes. Nobody does that. Nobody did that. I don't care how wide open they are. Nobody's hit shots like that. So, okay, game on. See you do it again.
Warriors are allowing more open threes than any team in this postseason, and that's a statistical fact.
Is that so?
In the threes that they are allowing that are, quote, open threes. And so, yes, I see your point. And by the way, from the YouTube feed, I want what Willard is on from Liberty Eli.
Iced coffee,
and
by the way.
At Funky Freestyler, Willard is tripping on X.
That's right. Well, Willard is sending a lot of X's.
Red X's. Willard's on that red X.
It's true. I am on the X. I'm on the X run right now. That's not false.
There's a couple things that you're saying that I agree with. Yes, Boston. If Boston goes on that sort of a fourth quarter heater, you talked about a bender, and Boston was drunk. If they play like that in the fourth quarters, well, the Warriors aren't going to win this series. But You cannot leave that many shooters open. You're going to get burned. And the other piece of this, Mark, which is the piece that to me is more troubling, yes, Boston was hot, the Warriors were cold, and you got boat raced, you got motorboated in the fourth, but Klay Thompson, unable to really get a lot of good quality open shots, and Jordan Poole, I don't think that Jordan Poole is ready for the big stage and these bright lights. We all wanted to anoint him, and by we all, I mean you all wanted to anoint Jordan Poole, give him $35 million a year. He's just not ready for this sort of a stage. So what does Steve Kerr do now in Game 2? Do we see GP2 on the floor? Do we see more Andre Iguodala, who, by the way, was pretty good in his 12 minutes, I thought?
Well, I mean, good and then bad. Like, he came out, sometimes Andre comes out and he doesn't even want to shoot. Last night he wanted to shoot, and he came out and he made some. Like, okay, Andre. And then, of course, he got to the fourth quarter, and the snowball started running downhill, and Andre decided to run in the corner and leap as high into the air as possible and huck the ball straight into the sky. And then people were like, I'm sorry, I thought you were Steve Kerr called you the adult in the room. Boy, you looked like the toddler on that play. But, again, part of the Warriors' DNA, this was the meditation we tried to do yesterday. Get yourself ready for Sunday. There are going to be at least 4 times when a Warrior leaves his feet, throws the ball somewhere where you don't want him to throw it, and the Celtics were intercepted. Just soak it into your veins now. It's who they are. It's who they are. It's also going to lead to a bunch of beautiful basketball and a bunch of threes. And we'll see if it's enough. Got to have it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's do it. Here we go. Peter in Walnut Creek. You're first up today, the first of many. We see all of you. Patience today. We're going to get to each and every one of you. Nobody is in our way in any of our blocks throughout the entire show. I mean, at a certain point, Steiny and Guru might come in here. But outside of that, this is all you today. Peter in Walnut Creek. Hey, Peter, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Guys, thanks for taking my phone calls. Thanks for allowing all of us to vent and go off on your show here. I really appreciate that as a radio show. Well, here's what I'm going to say is I totally agree with you guys. I expected this. This is the best teams. These are the elite teams in this league, right? These are the teams that are number one in defense. These are the guys. I want to know, though, from your guys' perspective, was it for the Warriors to have time off? Because I feel like the Celtics came out of that Game 7 still on a high, right? They came out with still some adrenaline maybe left in their veins. And they kept it tight all game. I mean, I'm not going to say it was right on the nose, but 12 points going into the fourth quarter, that's not a lead anymore in the NBA. 12 points is not a lead in the NBA anymore.
It's not insurmountable. Peter, here's how I'll answer it, and Dibs, I wonder how you'd answer it. Peter, thanks. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying that the rest was bad for the Warriors. I think the rest was good for the Warriors. Here's the evidence. First of all, they were phenomenal in the first quarter, mainly Steph, but they were leading after one quarter. So how are we going to say that they were out of sync? Secondly, and we do this sometimes, we go from one series to the next, and we use the same narrative to mean two different things. Remember what we said? Game 1, Dallas? Oh, Dallas... they got steamrolled in Game 1 because they were just coming off of Game 7. And so you can't expect them to be able to summon the energy to come back up. And now we're going to say Boston was in a better spot because they were coming off of Game 7 and they were still on a high. You can't have it both ways. I am firmly of the belief that one game in these playoffs has nothing to do with the next. Nothing. Sure, there's strategy. It's the same players. I understand. But how many times have we watched this? The Warriors are down by 55 in Memphis, and 2 nights later won a basketball game.
Yeah.
Game 1 got nothing to do with Game 2.
It's got a little bit to do with Game 2 in that, Boston now is playing a little bit with house money, knowing that they already got one in Golden State, and you've got players with things to prove on the Warriors side of it. Klay Thompson was not great, Draymond Green was awful, and Jordan Poole got overwhelmed. So those things are real factors for the individuals. Now, can the Warriors come back in Game 2? Do they start Game 2 down 10 points because they lost Game 1? No. It starts 0-0. I don't think that the rest had anything to do with the way the Warriors came out. To your point, Steph Curry came out and he was unbelievable. He was incendiary. Draymond Green was 0 for 5 in the first quarter. Was that because he was rested and he wasn't in the flow? No, he just missed shots. And I think that some things that you look at rest versus rust, the Warriors in the first quarter came out great. I actually bet the Warriors in the third quarter on Pick Your Battles, expecting them to do what they did in the third quarter.
And they did.
Yeah, they came out and they were incredible in the third quarter, and they took the game by the scruff of the neck, and they took Boston and put them in a tough spot. But then in the fourth quarter, Boston then made the adjustment. So can the Warriors come out and play a full 48 in game 2? That's my big concern.
Jordan Poole is a very, very interesting piece to this entire discussion. And again, I'm not going to paint anybody based on one game, because Jordan has had bad games in these playoffs before, and he's had very, very good games. He's been a very important part of this team. But he is interesting because we do treat him like a big name, and we treat him like a big scorer. However, he does not get the normal complement of minutes. He does not get to work his way into a game the way the other players do. He's also young. He's a pup. He's 22. And there's also some reason to the rhyme, which is, if you're going to play a physical, beat-em-up, defensive series, cover the whole floor, yeah, Jordan might not be your guy. He might not be your guy. Steph, early in his career, struggled with series like this. Last night, navigated it better. Now he's 34. This guy may need to go through the same thing. He's not a physical player. He is prone to the turnover. He's not a great defensive player yet. So we'll see. I'm very interested to see what pitch he throws in game 2, and to your point, how much Steve Kerr is ready to play him in key spots.
Because you got into that fourth quarter, and I'm looking at the box score right now. Jordan Poole played 5.5 minutes in the fourth quarter, and he was 0 of 1 from the floor. And if Jordan Poole is not going to score for you, Jordan Poole can't play for you. That basically, it's his only real resource right now in these games, in these moments, is Jordan, we need you to score. If you're not scoring, if you can't score, then you can't be on the floor. And, I looked at Andrew Wiggins. He only played 5:46 in that fourth quarter. He also was 0 for 1 in the fourth quarter. And I know that they struggled a little bit getting quality shots. They went 7 of 17 overall in the fourth quarter. But you got to find a way for Wiggins and Klay Thompson. And if Jordan Poole's not going to score, then put somebody else in who can get some buckets in that tight spot.
Alan in Castro Valley is next up on Willard Dibs. Hey, Alan, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing cool. I've been a Warriors fan since the mid-'80s, and I keep track. But last night, I just got, like you said, you got to give credit. That was a beat down in the fourth quarter, period. We haven't seen that in a while. And Klay needs to step up. I'm sorry. This is not one-on-one basketball. When he takes the ball and you got to play within transition. Let Draymond dictate. Pass. You take the open shot. But when you see Klay play one-on-one, you just think, oh, no, why did he take that shot? Why did he take that shot? No. You want him to take open shots. And, yeah, he to me, is the X factor. If he can just hit it on instead of just being good one every third or fourth game, oh, Klay's hot. But why can't he be consistent? Wiggs is consistent. He keeps on making at least 15, 20 points. He'll give you the points. Steph will always be Steph. He takes a bad shot, I don't care. Steph is Steph. But if Klay can only play within the game, play within transition basketball, pass the ball, take the open shot, instead of playing one-on-one, then I think we have a better chance. But game 2 must win. We have to win game 2. If we lose, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think the series is over.
Yeah, gotta have it is the way that I'm going to put it, and that's solely because
I appreciate that,
yeah,
Mark.
gotta have it. Gotta have it.
I love you for making that adjustment, because you
what
know
the Warriors are going to do. We're going to make adjustments now, Dibs.
You know me, Mark. You know I can go to the dark side. I get triggered by stupid little things, and that it's a must-win game 2. I almost crashed my car today when my beloved Butcher Boy said that, because yes, it's a gotta have it. It's a GHG. It's a gotta have it game. But if they lose, teams have come back from down 2-0 before, although none of them who've lost the 2 games at home.
At home, yeah.
And I've done the research.
That's usually a pretty big tell if you can't win your home games. Now, there's so much talk about what Boston has been on the road, And so I do want to offer the counterpoint. Oh, Boston has been amazing on the road in these playoffs. Well, then how come all their series keep going 7 games? Because they have not been amazing at home. They have not been amazing at home at all. And in fact, they sat at home with a chance to close out the Eastern Conference against a compromised Miami Heat team and got raced. And so if there's any team, and I really want to drive this point home today, if there's any team in the NBA that can look different from one game to the next and has proven that one game does not have anything to do with the next, it's the Boston Celtics. It's the Boston Celtics. You can't beat them twice in a row. And they seemingly have a hell of a time doing it to you, too.
Exactly.
So, I get that they swept Brooklyn, okay? But this team has had a devil of a time handling their business at home. So I think a reasonable person, obviously it's what Warrior fans are rooting for, a reasonable person can think that the Warriors can win game 2 and split the 2 games in Boston and turn this into a 3-game series with the Warriors having home court.
Right.
I think that's very reasonable still today.
It's a 71% historical trend that the team that wins game 1 wins the NBA Finals. And that number is significantly lower than what it is throughout the rest of the playoffs. So if you're a Warrior fan looking for the statistical relevance, the historical facts of it, yes, it's a 71% chance now for Boston based on history. The last team, by the way, to lose game 1 at home and then still go on and win the NBA championship, the 2013 Miami Heat, who went on to beat the Spurs. It took 7 games, but the LeBron James Miami Heat, they lost game 1 at home, and they still won the series.
Yep.
So you don't have to go all the way back into the 60s to find a team that has done what the Warriors now are trying to do.
I could absolutely see this going 7. I absolutely could. Hey, Spadone, will you hit the what are you doing thing real fast and then hit it, and then...
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing?
All right, now turn it off. That's the whole show. The whole show is just what
are you doing?
What are you doing? What's
So what is your what are you doing tone? Because you have so many what are you doing?
But I can give you 3. First of all, Jordan Poole. What are you doing? That's one. Hey, Boston 3-point shooters in the fourth quarter. What the hell are you doing? Okay. And fans who now think that the Warriors are just an awful team because of 1 quarter of 1 playoff series, of 1 playoff run of 1 season. What are you doing? Like, honestly, take this visual. Let's say you're at a parade in 2 weeks, and Jordan Poole,
I love a parade.
Jordan Poole goes by in a bus.
Boo!
Is that what you're going to do? Because you're giving up on him now. You're telling him he stinks.
We're not giving up on him.
And you're telling him he's unplayable. Here's the word of today. He's unplayable.
And I say it, he stinks.
So if that's your take, and if he's on a bus in 2 weeks, I don't want anybody. Hey, we love you. We've been with you the whole time. No, you're not.
We were saying pool. No. That's what we were saying.
No. You can't have both. Don't give me unplayable and then get a selfie with him in 2 weeks. Don't do it because it's disingenuous.
We're fans. It's short for fanatic, as you know.
No, get
Shout
mad.
out Guru.
Get emotional. Get mad. But damn it, don't give up on your dudes.
No one's giving up on him.
These are your dudes.
All we're saying, Mark, and I will speak for skeptical of Pool Nation, and I don't know if we are a nation yet, and shout out Raider Nation and the original nation, the Sioux Nation, of course. If he can't score, he can't play. That's all I'm saying. That's all we are saying.
Right.
If we're in a spot where he can't get his, we already have Draymond Green, who struggles to score, Andre Iguodala, who would rather not score. Kevon Looney in this series is going to struggle to score. You need points, Mark.
Wow.
You said it so well this morning in the crossover. You got to outscore the opponent in order to win.
Thank you. This is the analysis that I'm going to bring today.
It's hot.
Yeah. Watch this.
Okay.
If the Warriors have more points.
Do you need a drum roll for this one?
Hold on. If the Warriors score more points than the Boston Celtics on Sunday, then the series will be tied.
You can't.
1.
You can't guarantee that. You can't guarantee that.
Tell you what, I'm going to bring Magic Johnson's Twitter to this show every damn day in this series. You score more points than the other team, it's going to go well for you.
I'm not going to be here.
Jordan Poole hasn't had a good game in every game of a series yet. He also hasn't had a bad game in every game of the series yet. So, just, okay?
2001, you mentioned it before. Philly goes to L.A. You were there, and they win Game 1, and the Lakers lost Game 1 at home. They came back to win
Never lost
the
again.
NBA Finals. And I'm going through every incident where the home team loses Game 1 and still wins the best of 7. That way we can keep hope alive.
Big Bert in Castro Valley.
Bert.
What are you doing? Hey, Big Bert.
What's happening, baby? How you doing?
What's good?
Oh, man, I just got to say, I remember every time when I was 22 and the world judged me for every little mistake I made. Man, what a life that was.
My man.
But my point is, we're a good team. We're in the finals. It's not over. It's crazy that anybody is going to sit here and go, oh, life's done. What do you mean? Come on, every day is beautiful, and you'll never know what a beautiful day is like if you don't have a bad day. You lose games, you win games. We got this. Keep your head on your shoulders. Let's go.
Big Bird.
Thank you, Big
I
Bird.
love that.
We needed that.
I love that. But also, remember somebody said, hey, oh, gosh, Warriors, you're in the NBA Finals. You're amazing. So are they. There was a guy, his name was Tim Davis. Used to be the offensive line coach at a bunch of different teams, but USC, Miami Dolphins, a couple other stops.
He's a competitor.
He's crazy. He's a nut job. He's one of these guys, right? Super energy guy out on the field, one of these yelling coaches whose voice is gone at the end of every day, one of these guys. And you know what he used to yell at us every time? Because this was when I was covering the USC Trojans during the Pete Carroll era, and it was like if they only won the game by 20, people were upset. Remember that?
Yeah.
Tim used to come in. He would come in studio with us every week. And we would be like, how on earth did Arizona State score 2 touchdowns in the same game? What is happening? And he would look at us and he would go, everybody coaches. Everybody coaches.
Their team gets paid just like our team gets paid.
Celtics are millionaires too.
Yeah.
This isn't only about the Warriors. The Celtics are also amazeballs, just like the Warriors. So, let's get 2 weeks out of this, okay? This is a story. Chapter 1. Not my favorite chapter.
No.
Chapter 2 on Sunday.
I don't believe in book burning, but chapter 1's going up in flames.
Gone.
Thank you.
888-957-9570. Your
This is
calls
actually the prologue.
all morning. Plus,
Nice.
oh, gosh, there's a development for this show and this nation that just unfold. We'll tell you about it next on 95.7 The Game.
It was a brutal loss for the Dubs in Game 1.
Boston takes Game 1 in shocking fashion here at Chase Center.
We're reacting to Game 1 of the NBA Finals.
Give them credit. They knocked down every
21 points in the first quarter, 6 of 7 beyond the arc. Number 30 is back in the finals.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
You're damn right. And I'll tell you why, and don't we look for silver linings? I'll tell you why today is not as bad of a day as you think it is. Willard & Dibs is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to National Donut Day.
Oh, it's so good.
It's National Donut Day. Now, it's not Payday Friday. By the way, that does not mean you should call in to win anything. It's just, right. We're just celebrating the beauty of a donut. And so thank you, Hot Take Jake, who has DoorDash. I might be the last American. I don't even have DoorDash on the damn phone.
You don't?
No, there's something about my culinary desires that is offended by DoorDash. Like, I got this. I'm not like it's 6 o'clock and I have no idea what we're going to eat. I totally have an idea what we're going to eat.
Well, it was.
I thought about it back at 1 o'clock.
8:20, and Kyle told me it was National Donut Day, and
Didn't
we're
know
also
that.
celebrating Spadoni Birthday Eve. Shout out Joey Spadoni.
Let's go.
And his birthday. He's not a big birthday guy, but it's tomorrow.
What are you turning? 27?
29.
29. Okay.
The lovely Jade, his better half, brought in brownies and
Thank you, Jade.
Reese's, but that wasn't enough for Kyle and I, aka Hot Take Jake. We agreed that because it's National Donut Day, we'd be doing a disservice to our love of donuts if we didn't get donuts. I chipped in a little cash, HTJ, DoorDash, bada bing, bada boom, we've got donuts.
And here we are, which means we're going to now go 3 Fridays in a row assaulting our midsection. And that's okay.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, happy National Donut Day to each and every one of you. Back to the phone shortly, but I need to read this text, because one thing I do want to tell each and every one of you, especially on a day like today, okay? If you're a Warrior fan, today kind of stinks. It's really, really hard. I mean, to get punched in the mouth at home in game 1, fully understand. Don't think it necessarily has anything to do with how this series is going to finish. I'm not panicked at all. The Celtics went on a fourth quarter bender, but I want you to know, and I'll speak for both of us on this, Dibs. Man, we love that each and every one of you are here today. It means the world in the middle of this run that you spend time with us and we talk this out and we get mad and then we get happy and then we criticize and then we back and forth and we talk it all out. I don't know. For me, it's very, very helpful. Like, this game will be washed by noon for me because we get to come in and do this. And because we love each and every one of you and spending time with us, I have to read this text. Dibs, 510. You guys say keep sending texts, and you're going to read the text line. But no text to read. I've been sending texts for weeks, and I've gotten no love. Now, I'm not saying I've got good texts, but it just hurts when you guys say you're going to read the text line. And yes, I understand that I'm a nobody. And I also understand that callers have priority. But come on. All right, there, we read the text. And you're not a nobody, you're a somebody. You're a listener to Willard and Dibs in 95.7 The Game.
Even if you weren't a listener, you're still a somebody.
That's right. And we love you, and we thank you, and we do see all your texts. And my God, if you could see how many of them come in on a day like today.
It's madness.
The idea that we could even read 5% of them on the air is outrageous. So we see them, we try, and we love you, and we thank you.
And we're monitoring the YouTube and the Twitch feed and all the great audiences there. We've got callers. We've got Twitter. You've got the Instagram. You've got Facebook. There's a lot of messages that come in throughout a number of platforms, and we're lucky because people care about this team. People love this team, and what happened last night, Mark, is not okay. I like what you said about when you get to noon, we can kind of wash our hands of it. Steiny and Guru will take you noon to 3. Damon and Ratto will take you the rest of the way. And then you know what? You're going to walk out of here and realize one thing that we all have in common. It's Friday. And then tomorrow's going to be a wonderful Saturday. We got a little bit of a move today. We're picking up some furniture, got a second storage unit.
Good luck.
So it's a busy Friday. Saturday is going to be wonderful. And then you know what? Sunday, 5 o'clock, by the way, for those of you going.
Got to have it.
Sunday, 5 o'clock. It's a GHG. It's
Sunday,
a gotta-have-it game.
Sunday.
And I'm looking back at the history, by the way, of home teams losing game one, but going on to win. 1981. It was 1984. Actually, we talked about it, the Memorial Day Massacre.
Yep.
The Lakers lost game one and were able to come on and still win. The Boston lost game one at home and went on to win the NBA championship.
Yeah. It's a game. It's an issue, but at this hour, it is simply one game. 925 says we should call this Spadonut Day. Right? It's National Donut Day. His birthday's tomorrow. Let's just call it for 48 hours Spadonut Day. I'm in on it.
I love it.
925 also says, I once asked Willard where to get donuts in Larkspur. No response. That's from Ernie in Concord. The answer is Donut Alley, 471 Magnolia Avenue. No, I am not paid for that. Go get in line. They are old-fashioned and fantastic.
And you'll be there in a week.
Maybe
4 miles to Larkspur.
Somehow I'm 0-4 and only one game out of third place. Hashtag hot take.
Yeah. Fire Kyle right now.
All right, Sharon in Danville, you are next up. Willard and Dibs. Good morning, Sharon. What are you doing?
Good morning. Not much. Sitting listening to you guys. Okay, I have a bunch of points I want to make quickly. So first of all, I don't think you can correctly say it was just one quarter. It wasn't one quarter. I was really concerned after the first quarter when Steph went off so much and we were only up by 4. Secondly, Kerr put Wiggins in way too late in the fourth quarter. I think he also put Steph in too late, but Wiggins should have come in with Steph. Also, I thought that the timeout calls in the fourth were not good. And then Poole and Clay need to pass the ball more. Can't just hold it like Poole does and then gives it up. And then what about Belly and Moody? I mean, I think after that we won the last series, didn't Kerr say something about how great Belly was and why wasn't he playing him more? Then why didn't he play him last night? And then one last thing, you can't just say they're not going to repeat the fourth quarter because they can keep repeating these open threes. They can keep making the shots. We keep saying that in different series, and we say, "Oh, they'll never do that again. They can't do that again," and then somehow they do. So
yeah, but Sharon, they don't. Look,
the fourth quarter was Wiggins.
Sharon, it's a great call, but let me answer a few of those things. No, they can't keep doing it, and we don't keep saying that in every series because the Warriors keep winning every series. So it's not like something is wrong here, and I'll push back on that. Nobody is hitting 9 threes in the fourth quarter. Nobody has, and nobody will again. It's not happening. You're not going 9 of 12 in the fourth quarter. If they do, then I'll come in and let's see. I don't know. Let's try to think of something embarrassing that I'll do. If they shoot 75% for at least 9 threes in the fourth quarter again in this series, I will do a full show in my boxers. Okay?
No, thank you.
Yeah,
it's a pass.
All right, fine. Whatever.
It's a pass. I don't want whatever you do to affect me.
It's just not. It's not going to happen. It hasn't happened.
Kids and a bunch of boxers.
And to go back to your original point, Sharon, which is my main point today, and so I want to really talk this out with all of you. When I say it was just one quarter, and the response is, well, no, I was concerned after the first quarter. And Dibs, you responded on the crossover and said, well, no, the second quarter. You have to understand my premise. It feels to me like your premise, if you say it wasn't just the fourth quarter, your premise is that the Warriors were supposed to boat race every quarter of this series against the Boston Celtics. They're supposed to look good for every run, every quarter, in between every set of timeouts. The Warriors are supposed to win every time. Really? Is that what you thought was going to happen in this series? I don't get concerned if the Celtics go on a good 7-minute run. Of course they're going to do that. Spoiler alert, they're going to do it again. They're going to do it on Sunday, and then they're going to do it on Wednesday, and then they're going to do it next Friday because they're really good. But it was just one quarter because when I collectively look at the first 3 quarters of basketball, the Warriors were the better team more often than the Celtics and led by double digits. Now, you have to play 4 quarters. There's no milk and cookies. There's no points for second place, Top Gun. So that's not what I'm saying. But the fourth quarter was drunk.
It really wasn't that drunk.
It was totally drunk, and the data is 1,000,000,000% on my side.
Well, you can take that for data all you want, but they were 6 of 10 from 2. So it wasn't just that they were 9 of 12 from 3. They were 6 of 10 from 2.
Which is
they got
handleable.
Dunks, they got easy shots. They got open threes.
They were fantastic is what they were.
But the Warriors weren't good. And look at the second
quarter. They weren't as bad as what you're saying either.
They were as bad as what I'm saying.
Derek White is hitting threes.
You're not looking at the totality of the game.
I am.
In the second
You're not
quarter,
looking at the totality
the Warriors
of the game.
are up by 10, and over the next 3 minutes, Boston goes on a 14-2 run.
They're good.
Yes.
They're allowed to do that.
But what you're saying is that, and you're expecting that Warrior fans think they're going to win by 30. No one's expecting that. But when you go up by 10 and you find yourself down by 2 at the half, that's a problem. And you look at the fact that it's a problem.
Dibs, you went to game 2.
You gave up too many baskets, too many easy baskets.
You went to game 2 against
offensively,
Dallas.
You didn't do a damn thing in the end of the second quarter.
You went to game 2 against Dallas.
Right. This is not Dallas.
No, but that's
your point.
This
that's
is
your
the NBA.
overriding
No,
point.
you're making a 12-point lead into something that it's not. A 12-point lead in the NBA is a feather in the wind. These teams can erase that in a heartbeat if they go on a bender. And Boston essentially went on 3 benders. It's one thing to go on a 7-0, 9-0 spurt. They essentially did it 3 times in a row.
You're giving them too much credit.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
They were epically amazing, Dibs. Don't get angry. People talk this way.
Don't cut me off.
We can cut each other off. This is the way people talk.
Well, then the way people talk is with anger because you're making me angry. Because when you look at this,
angry. We're talking about a basketball game. Relax.
Basketball anger, not real anger, not real anger, but basketball anger.
Relax.
Because you take a second quarter and the Warriors are up 10, and you don't score for 3 minutes. Boston was not drunk; they didn't go on a bender. The Warriors offensively were missing shots, and outside of Steph Curry, you didn't have anybody who could contribute offensively.
When is that not the case? Oh, they went 3 minutes without scoring. It happens all the time.
Right, but you don't normally give up 12 points over that stretch.
Sure you do. It's a game of runs. It happens in every game we've watched so far. It's a game of runs. Why is it like, oh my gosh, they've got to change everything because Boston had a nice second quarter? Like, that's just weird to me. This is the Boston Celtics.
Fine.
They're great.
They're a nice little team. They're a good little team. But if the Warriors can play with a little bit more offensive verve outside of Steph Curry, then that doesn't matter. That doesn't happen. 12 becomes 20. Now, if you're up 20, you're able to handle it and you're able to close it out. But 12 was only 12 because you only had Steph Curry. Jordan Poole didn't do much. Klay Thompson was mediocre. And Draymond Green was a non-factor offensively.
So I guess the next time the Warriors go on a run, let's spend the whole next day talking about what Boston did wrong to allow it to happen. Is that what you're saying?
It's all part of it. I think it's all part of it.
I don't understand.
When you look at Boston going, quote, drunk in the fourth quarter, they didn't hit a lot of unbelievably tough shots.
Sure
they had a
did.
lot of pretty open shots.
They also hit unbelievable contested. Steph Curry was in Derek White's shorts, and he made a three-pointer, falling over. I mean, these guys are not going to do that again. Let's go to Lorraine in San Francisco. Lorraine, hey, what's up? What are you doing? You're on with Willard and Dibs.
Hey guys, I just want to say I listen to you guys almost every day, and I'm a 49ers fan, Warriors fan, born in San Francisco, and I just wanted to say, I think it was a lack of defense in the fourth quarter. It didn't feel like they were really on top of it. They were getting, Boston was getting pointers left and right, and where was the defense? That's what I'm saying in the fourth quarter. That's what I wanted to say.
My belief is that it looks that way because the ball went in. The ball just kept going in. If you look at the way the NBA plays offensively right now, the ability for teams to spread an entire court and put 4 or 5 three-point shooters on the court, penetrate and create an open look is unlike it's ever been before in the history of the league. And the teams are very good at it. So are the Warriors. Now, the Celtics are the best defensive team in the NBA. They got the ball going downhill in the fourth quarter. They played really good defense, and when the open threes were created, they made them. Do you know that the Dallas Mavericks had the exact same shots? They missed them. And by the way, statistically throughout the year, Dallas makes more of them than Boston does. But they missed them. It boils down to something Chris Mullin says after every game, and I know takes like this get boring. It's a make-or-miss league.
That's a great one.
There's a maker, right?
It's true.
I just want everybody to give Boston a little damn credit.
No, they get credit.
That's all. They were incredible in the fourth quarter. Sometimes you got to just go, what the hell are you going to do?
You're going to guard Al Horford in the one place where he can beat you, which is the top of the circle. And you left him open, and he hit a three, and he was open again, and he hit a three. The Warriors take a timeout. You come out of the timeout, and what happens? Draymond Green turns it over. They go down, they score, now you're down 6. Next possession was terrible, and you ended up with Draymond Green shooting a 30-footer because you couldn't get into any action. You couldn't get a decent shot, so now Draymond's got a hoist, and he can't score. You go down, they score again. Now you're down 8. Draymond gets fouled, and he misses 2 free throws. And at that point, go ahead and start the bus because that thing got away from you in a number of ways. Al Horford wide open on back-to-back threes. And you're right about the White three-pointer. That was contested. In some shots, you got to tip your cap. But the way that quarter started with, an alley-oop to Williams and a dunk and a couple of bad shots. We got Iguodala shooting a turnaround fadeaway from 15. This is not the offense you want to have.
I guess Kerr should maybe pull up the whiteboard and go, guys, here's what we're going to do. On Sunday, make sure that we are up in the shorts of Al Horford, Derek White, and Marcus Smart on every three. Just leave Tatum and Brown. And make sure you're up in the shorts of the role players and leave Tatum and Brown, because nothing bad could happen if we do that. You guys are asking human beings to do something that's literally almost not doable. You cannot be in the shorts of all 5 guys.
You can if you just
can't.
Guard your guy. And the problem is the Warriors were over-helping. They were over-collapsing. And when you over-collapse, you're going to leave shooters open on the perimeter. And if guys are starting to get hot in the fourth quarter, well, then it's time to maybe change your defensive approach because, yes, they were on a heater, and maybe it's not sustainable again. But last night in the fourth quarter, when you see all these guys getting hot, it might be time to stop over-helping.
Joe in Newark, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Joe, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. I agree totally with Dibs on this one. That defense that they're playing, where they're leaving all their three-point shooters open, come on, guys. You guys can be better than that. I was telling everybody every single series, that zone defense does not work. They're leaving guys open. The only reason why they're winning is because those guys are missing. Celtics are going to hit their shots. another thing, if I see Draymond do a fast break on his own, drive to the rim and miss it, I'm going to lose it.
Well,
it's an uptick.
Yeah, it's an uptick, and it's also of exercising hypocrisy, because every time the Warriors lose, all I hear is Warrior fans telling us that Draymond needs to be more aggressive offensively. We need 12 points from you, Draymond. And then when he misses, we're like, why are you shooting? It's exhausting.
Just 8 points, Mark.
Y'all, I love you. Sometimes it gets exhausting. And the Warriors' plan is not to just leave everybody wide open. We're overstating it. These guys, Peyton Pritchard was by himself. That's it. Peyton Pritchard was by himself. Horford was not by himself. White was not by himself. Smart was not by himself. Were they open? Yes, they were open.
Yeah.
And I'll take that again on Sunday so that Tatum and Brown don't lose their minds, because those are their good players. That's who you got to guard.
But Jaylen Brown was a problem, and Jaylen Brown...
He will be again.
Yeah, he's a great player. And Jason Tatum's going to play better than he did. And, if these, quote, role players shoot like they did in the fourth quarter, you're in a lot of trouble.
They're going to win.
But you need to make it tougher on them than you did in the fourth quarter, because they had a lot of open looks. Now, maybe they weren't all alone, quote unquote, but they were open shots. They were clean looks from distance, and they knocked him down.
James in San Jose next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, James. What are you doing?
What's up, fellas? I'm just sitting here listening to Dibs, and I don't know if I agree with, the comment about this game isn't about runs. The whole playoffs in totality have been about these 12, 15-point comebacks and these crazy runs these teams are going on. And so, I just think for the Warriors, it's going to come down to two things. Simply, it's coaching, and then it's not about Steph or Jason Tatum. It's about the second best player that's on the court. The Warriors either need Clay, Jordan Poole, or somebody to become and establish themselves as the second best two option. And Poole was horrible last night. He was at the point where I think you just put GP in and see what he can do defensively, and then hope that he can just give you something offensively. Kerr's got to figure that out.
James, thanks, man. GP2 is an interesting one. I don't know what we as fans are supposed to do with this, right? Like the whole buildup. It was breaking news 3 different times throughout the week. He's ready. And then he just watched the game.
Yeah.
And I understand. He broke his elbow. But I would love to find out more before this series goes forward as to what is the plan for him. Is he available? And if he's available, so what does that mean next? Is he going to play? Or is he still not really playable based on conditioning or who knows what? I mean, he was able to still condition because it was just an arm, so he could run. I don't know. That was a little eyebrow raising that his role was essentially gone.
I don't think he's ready. I mean, he's ready to be possibly available, but if you were really available, if you were, quote, ready, you would have played in that game. I would have thought, at least in that fourth quarter. Iguodala was available and ready, and he played 12 minutes, and Otto Porter Jr. played, and he was available, and he played pretty well, exactly the same as Andre Iguodala in spots. You figure in this series you'd want Gary Payton II out there if he was available, and he didn't even get in garbage time to get a quick taste of the game in that final minute, so I don't think that he's really ready.
Big Kurt in Oakland next up on Willard and Dibs. Big Kurt, everybody's big today. Are there any little people calling? Big, what's going on? What are you doing, man? How big are you?
Man, I'm 6'8", man, 385 pounds, man.
My Lord, that's so good. Big, you're big, Kurt. That's two bigs.
Hey, you can thank my mama Sunday cooking for that.
Hey, man, we might need to sign you. Get your body up Robert Williams right now.
Yeah, hey, I could do that for you. Just put me out there. I'm ready, Coach.
Love it. What do you got, Kurt?
Hey, so I had a question of the day, right? I keep hearing that if Jordan Poole can't score, that he can't play. But at the same time, I keep hearing that Kuminga and Moody and Bjelica can't play neither. So if Poole can't play and those guys can't play, then what do we do? Because we need some type of offense out there, because we can't run our stars for 48 minutes like racehorses and expect them to play a full, 6-game or 7-game series. So that's my question, and I'm wondering, what do we do with that?
Kurt, thanks, man. I mean,
it's a great question.
It is, although my answer would be there is no can't about anything after one basketball game.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole had a bad game. So does that mean now he's out? No, it doesn't mean that at all. So Jordan's in a tough spot. He's got now more limited minutes than what he was used to in the regular season. And he's asked to come in and have a major imprint on the game in those minutes. What he does really well is score. However, this is a really, really good defense. So it's like you want him to pass. I've heard this all today. Jordan needs to pass more. If Jordan can't score, he can't play. Well, okay, so do you want him to score? Or do you want him to pass? Jordan's a little bit different now. It is. He's a little bit more of an ISO player than some of these other guys. And he doesn't go in there with Clay and Andrew and Steph and all of them all on the floor usually. He might get a few minutes of that kind of run.
Right.
But I do look at him and sometimes feel like when he has the ball, he looks a little unsure. Am I supposed to just try to take over offensively? Am I supposed to do this within the framework of the offense? He looks a little hesitant, which to me makes sense for a 22-year-old arriving in the NBA Finals.
I'm not begrudging him for being young, but we need him. The Warriors need him to score. And I know you're 22, and it's your first time in the Finals, and maybe we're asking too much of Jordan Poole, but you have to get that much from Jordan Poole if you're going to win in this series. And part of the problem is Robert Williams in the interior. You've got rim protection now, so Jordan Poole can't just attack the rim with reckless abandon because there's somebody waiting for him. There wasn't somebody waiting for him in the Dallas series. So that changes the way he goes about scoring. It doesn't mean you can't play him, but you need him to get more than 7 shots up in his minutes.
We got some good calls coming up, so keep them coming. Stay right where you are, 888-957-9570. It's all brought to you by Caltrans Stormwater. The Warriors are down 1-0, and we're here for you on it, Willard and Dibs.
Welcome to Trash Talk. Our guest
where you could be listening to music like this. There has to be.
Is this from the new Top Gun?
Well, all the music is kind of from both of them. They just kind of ran it back on the music.
Oh, they did.
Well, the whole movie starts and ends with that.
Okay.
That's a cheap trick they pulled using the same music.
Yeah.
It's a 4.
Thank you.
Way to go, Jake. You saw it, right? Did you see it? Did you see it? Did anybody see it? Nobody else has seen it?
No, just to spite you, actually.
Oh, good. I like that.
I've been meaning to go, but man, life's been busy these days. Haven't had a chance to get down there.
You want to go together?
I thought I texted you guys right after I saw it, and I said, this movie is unplayable.
Yeah, exactly.
And I told the theater, don't play it anymore. It's unplayable.
I thought it was just unbelievable. I can't. I mean,
very good.
So many plot lines. It's unbelievable.
There are as many.
Sorry, leavable.
There are as many Top Gun movies as Jordan Poole had made field goals last night. That's an advanced analytic.
Okay, thank you very much.
So good.
Oh, beautiful. By the way, I'm going to go ahead and take this opportunity, since you brought up analytics, to mention something completely off of the map very, very briefly.
Take that for data.
The next episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, which will be released late Sunday, will be a conversation sensation with none other than the great Farhan Zaidi.
That's big. That's big.
So Farhan coming up with me and Shasky. We're actually going to sit down with him later today, and we will release that this weekend.
Will there be a Zoom component so I can see my Farhan?
All I want to do is zoom, and a boom, boom, and then we're going to shake our rump. Yeah,
yes,
that's what we're going to do. So, yes, there will be a video component.
Will he make a trade during the podcast? Stay tuned for that.
Line has been set at 1.5.
Exactly.
And apparently the Mariners have requested to be on the Zoom as well.
Right.
I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see. So we'll keep you up to date on all of that. It's all brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Let's keep going with you at 888-957-9570. How about Joe in San Jose? Hey, Joe, what's going on?
Hey, Joe.
What are you doing, Joe?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so is the Sunday game a must-win? I ask you guys a question, a couple of questions. Is Sunday game a must-win?
I'm gonna defer on that question to the great Dan Dibley. Go ahead.
Joe, no. Next question.
Joe, no, and Dibs. Anyway.
That's a good show.
Go ahead, Joe.
The next question is, would you guys change the lineup and put Kuminga in because he can collapse the defense, or would you guys keep the lineup the same?
I'm going to say Joe, no, and Dibs again on that one. Here's the thing.
It's a no on Kuminga in the lineup.
I don't know if Kuminga's got a spot in this series. We'll see. I mean, the lineup stuff, obviously, Steve is going to try some different things. As I've said a couple of times, they're in the lab. But I do have an overall, because I think it was Susan. Someone called earlier and also brought up Bielitsa. Sharon, thank you. Sorry about that, Sharon. I thought it was a great call, but you brought up a lot of stuff. For instance, Steve Kerr playing Bielitsa at the end of the Dallas series, and then coming out and saying, "Boy, I probably should have played him sooner in this series." And then she asked, "Why is he not going to get into this series?" This is a totally different series. I do not think I want a whole lot of Bielitsa, who is often defensively challenged, trying to chase Al Horford around out there. Here's what I would say, though. This is kind of an overarching thought. Whenever you lose a game, people tend to go look at the bench. Well, what about that guy?
Right.
If you're resting your hopes for the next 6 games, and the Warriors need to win 4 of them, if you're resting your hopes on Nemanja Bjelica or Jonathan Kuminga, who can't get beer, or Moses Moody, who can't get beer, if that's your solution, I don't think you've got the right solution. This series will be about the people you know.
Right.
And they're just going to have to figure that out. It doesn't mean, like, immediately when someone has a bad game, we're like, well, let's find someone else. No, take the person you do have and come at this matchup in a different way. So this will be about Steph and Clay and Draymond and Andrew and Jordan and Kevon, and then pieces of Otto and Andre.
Yeah.
And what we know. That's this
and
series.
Maybe Gary.
For better or for worse.
Right.
That's who's going to win or lose this series.
And the thing that scares me, Mark, about this going forward is we talked yesterday about what kind of a game does Boston need in order to win. And I thought that a higher scoring game would be a game where they wouldn't have a great chance of winning, and yet they put 120 on the Warriors, 120 to 108. So taking your premise, and I agree with you, you're not going to all of a sudden look at Kuminga and say, give me 24 minutes. Moses Moody might have a role. Kuminga might have a small role. Bielitsa might be a guy you play for a 4-minute stretch and you try to see what you have. The big thing, though, for me is Kevon Looney, because Kevon against Boston and the size they have, he's somewhat neutralized. He won't be the same Kevon you saw in the Dallas series. So
Correct.
If that's the case, what do you do in terms of counteracting what Boston's doing with their 5 guys? I don't know if Bielitsa's the answer. I don't think Kuminga is. If it's Andre Iguodala, do you play him more than 12 minutes? Steve Kerr's got some tough adjustments to make.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Andre, again, Steve has always famously called him the adult in the room, so I think he thinks he's a stabilizing force when he comes in. And sometimes he is. And actually, for a period of time last night, he was. And then he started to make some plays in the fourth quarter that were quite the opposite of that. And it's also scary if you're going to end up out there with Iguodala and Draymond and Looney, or if that's all on the floor at the same time, now I'm like, hold on. Boston's too good defensively to start throwing that many non-scorers, if you will, on the floor at the same time. So to me, that's not the solution. And so, yeah, there will be adjustments for sure. Mike in Pleasant Hill, next up, Willard and Dibs. Hi, Mike. What are you doing?
I'm driving to work.
Sorry to hear that, Mike.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's okay. We all got to do it.
Exactly.
No, I love the passion I'm hearing from Dub Nation and from Willard and Dibs today. But it is one game, and I think everyone needs to simmer down a little bit. I think we did obviously blow it in the fourth last night. I was hoping Steve Kerr was going to call a timeout a little earlier, because Jaylen Brown is the one that got Boston going in the fourth. He scored, I don't know, probably 3 or 4 buckets in a row, it seemed like it. And that really got their momentum going. And I think Dibs mentioned this. I think the zone defense wasn't working because they were penetrating, and then they were kicking to the wide-open threes. So I think too many guys were collapsing. But in the 3-ball era, like you said, Willard, these 12-point, 15-point leads will evaporate quickly with the amount of threes that teams are taking. And if they get hot, like Boston did last night, this is what's going to happen. And, we saw that in the Dallas series where we got blown out. We saw that in one of the games against Memphis when we got blown out. But I think we'll be okay, because they're not going to shoot like that every game. We need to make our adjustments and, let our DNA from, years in the past kind of kick in. And I would like to see Curry, he started off the game hot, but it seems like in the other series he got other guys involved earlier and got those guys going, and then for him to kind of, try to, maybe put a stamp on his game like in the third or the fourth. But
Mike, thanks, man. Great, very good Mike. Comments. Appreciate that very much. Want to jump in on what you're saying. There's one thing I've sort of learned over time in watching end of the year sports. This isn't even just basketball.
Yeah.
When you get to the end of the year and the teams are all really, really good, it often comes down to, well, we're going to focus on stopping what you do best, but what you do best is also so good that you're going to be able to do some of it. So who wins or loses comes down to the other people. Look at the San Francisco Giants' 3 championships. Yes, there was Madison Bumgarner, but think about some of the names that pop to mind. Marco Scudero.
Who?
And Travis Ishikawa and Michael Morse. How come?
Who are you?
How come in those 3 series we don't have the game-winning hit always by Buster Posey? How come Barry Bonds never won a championship? Go back to the Warriors' other championships and think of how many big shots were hit by a Sean Livingston or a David West or a Leandro Barbosa. I know that Durant did this and Steph did that. The same way Tatum and Brown are going to do their thing and Steph and Clay are going to do theirs. But last night, and Draymond spoke to this, he pulled the box score up and he goes, okay, Marcus Smart, Al Horford, and Derek White hit 15 three-pointers. And then he just nodded and kind of had a wry grin.
Right.
Which was to look at everyone and go, y'all get it, right? Y'all get that that's not happening Sunday? And so if Jordan Poole's going to look bad and Al Horford's going to look good, well, that's going to be an advantage Boston. Like, it's going to come down to who are the other people who can pop. And the Warriors didn't do it last night, and Boston did.
Right. Al Horford, though, I won't put in the category of Derek White and Pritchard. I mean, Al Horford is a veteran in the league. He's not daunted by this stage, this spotlight, even though he's never been there before. He's a guy who I don't think you can look at and say, oh, cute little effort, Al. He is a legitimate NBA veteran and a guy who's not going to shy away from big moments, and he didn't last night. The problem to me, Mark, was the two different runs. And to Mike, the caller's point, Steve should have called timeout earlier. That all happened in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
You go 0 for 3.
Really
Jordan
fast.
Poole turns it over, and it was Jaylen Brown who had 5 of the 7, and then the big alley-oop dunk from Robert Williams, and that's where he called timeout. And, you try to stop the bleeding there. At that point, you're still up 5, and then you go tit for tat. Steph Curry comes back in. It's a nip-and-tuck ball game, and then Boston goes on a 17-0 run. That's the one that stung the most.
I'll agree with you that Al Horford's been an all-star in this league.
Yeah.
He's also never done that in the history of his life, regular season or playoffs. He's never hit 6 three-pointers. So, again, to Draymond's point and to my point, Boston is not going to do that again. And if they do, then
you lose.
Then Boston's going to have a parade. Is it Demorier? Milpitas? Let's let him say. Demorier. Hey,
how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what are you doing,
Hey, buddy.
How you doing?
Yeah. What's going on?
Oh man, I'm out here. I'm listening to all this, man. One thing I can say is that it's so funny how when Boston go ahead and win a game, next thing you know, all these Boston fans are saying like, "Oh yeah, it's over. We're gonna go ahead and sweep you guys." Okay, hold on. Let's pump your brakes for a minute. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors here that haven't been there. You know what I mean? Didn't win a championship. You know what I mean? And been there 6 times out of 8. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, right, we don't need to make no type of adjustments whatsoever. The adjustments we did phenomenal. Like, you know what I mean? We that defense, that Boston defense, number 1 defense, it didn't look like number 1 defense in the first 3 quarters. We was shooting lights out. They couldn't keep up with us. You know what I mean? They were trying to shoot their threes. Every time we shoot a 3, we keep going back and forth. It was like, who's going to miss first? You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, where they did mess up with the coaching situation was that we was in the 3rd quarter and we're up by 12. They should have took Steph out the game. I believe they did with a minute left. They took a few people out with a minute left. Going into that 4th quarter, when we went ahead and switched quarters, we have a breather already. That 4th quarter, they should have started Steph Curry and everybody right back in, because what they did was they gave Curry enough breathing time. You know what I mean? And Curry usually come back in within the 5-6 minutes within the 4th quarter. We got to start him right back. We got to keep our foot on the gas, because this is Boston we're talking about. And then at the end of the day, Boston's not consistent. Memphis was a consistent team with 3-pointers. Boston's not consistent. Marcus Smart, he was doing his thing in the first 2 quarters. He was making his threes, but they just happened to be making their threes and it counted when it needed to count in the 4th quarter.
Yep. I'll agree to a point. To say that the Warriors don't need to make any adjustments, I'll disagree solely because I heard the Warriors say last night that they need to make adjustments. Like Steph Curry said on the podium, like, yes, they were amazing. There are a couple things we can do about it.
Right.
And they will, and they'll make those adjustments. Also, speaking of Steph at the podium, I want to bring this up. The look in his eye, it's the same look that he had last year when he goes, you don't want to play us next year.
He was angry.
His Steph doesn't get like that often.
Right.
Very, very different look. Fascinated to see where that goes next. Usually means good things for the Warriors. There was an intestinal fortitude going on during that press conference after the game, And, as always, I'd be very interested to see what Wardell looks like on Sunday.
The way he comes back. If you're Steph and you come out 7 of 9 and 6 of 8 from 3 in the first quarter, he had 21 points. He's on pace to score 84, which I believe would be a playoff record. I'd have to make sure of that one. But the rest of the way, he didn't get as many good looks. He didn't knock down as many good looks, and he didn't get much help offensively. So, yeah, I think the adjustments defensively are going to be giving a little bit less help on the defensive end because they overhelped, and when they played the zone, Boston had too many open looks from 3. And yes, you're right, and you've said it 100 times already this show, Boston can't shoot that well again. And if they do shoot that well again, you lose.
Yeah,
Golden State.
They're allowed to.
Yes, but you're right. They are allowed to, but they most likely aren't going to. So at that point, you have to make the adjustment. You have to not help so much and leave these shooters open because there are big three-pointers in that fourth quarter.
We're here for your phone calls all morning long, and we will all the way up until Steiny and Goo get in here. And, oh, by the way, spoiler alert, they will too. So we'll keep going on that. I do want to answer this text because it goes right into the conversation we were having about role players. 510 says, wait, Willard, you're contradicting yourself. You said earlier that Kuminga, Belly, and Moody weren't going to be the answer. So which is it? The others for the Giants, but not the Warriors? Not contradicting myself at all. Let me explain. Role players, in other words, the non-stars, popping in a game in the playoffs will win you a game. I didn't say they need to be your 20-year-olds who've never played before. You're looking for the bench. I'm looking for the guys who actually play. In other words, Jordan Poole to me and Al Horford, that's kind of the same, obviously very different players, but the same role within their team.
Right.
Option 4, if you will. Maybe option 5, depending on who's on the floor. Andrew Wiggins was this in the Dallas series. Kevon Looney was this in the Dallas series. These are starters, okay? These are not 20-year-old rookies who have been over there at the end of the bench watching the majority of the playoffs. Al Horford, Derek White, Marcus Smart, these are key players in the Boston Celtics. They're just not named Tatum and Brown. So if the stars are going to be sort of equal, and then your 3, 4, 5, 6 option all go off on the same night, you're going to win. I would love an analytic on that. Like, if your 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 options all overperform, what's your record? I'm going to go somewhere near undefeated.
Yeah, Derek White, 5 of 8 from 3 off the bench. He gives you 21 points, and he's a plus 25. Right. It's going to be tough to overcome that. And the thing about the baseball analogy that falls short is Marco Scudero gets a turn. And Travis Ishikawa, I know he was a pinch hitter, but he gets a crack at it. And if you don't have Moses Moody, you're not just going to suddenly go to Moses Moody and say you're getting 30 minutes in game 2. Now, if he can come in 4 to 6 minutes and make an impact, yes, that's part of it. But you're right. When you look at how the Warriors are going to win, you've got to get secondary contributions from somebody other than Steph and Clay. And give Andrew Wiggins his flowers. He played great. He was, 20 points in a starting role. I thought he was mostly aggressive offensively.
Mostly. Yep.
Kyle actually sent on our show thread, is Wiggins even playing? And then, of course, right on cue, Wiggins with a 3 and a bucket in back-to-back possessions.
You go through a Kyle text thread by the end of a Warrior game, pretty much every player's been cut.
Right.
Sometimes Steph makes it to the end. But anyway, Joseph, 415, next up, Willard and Dibs. Hey, Joseph, what's cooking and what are you doing?
Hey, doing well. I was at the game. It was great. People were awesome.
You're not allowed to go again, Joseph. You messed up, Joseph. I can't believe you went to that game and screwed it up for everybody.
You know what? My buddies were giving me a hard time, too, saying, hey, you ruined it. You shouldn't be going there. I was like, all right, okay. But I had a great time. Was at 126, section 126, sitting next to the media with Chris Haynes, talking to him, chopping it up. And also seeing Malik Andrews and also Mark Spears, and it was awesome.
Whoop.
Totally.
Boy, you were you name dropping and star seeing. Look at you.
Yeah, I was having a great time.
Good.
But I want to just point out, I think it was just a lot about the the coaching staff. I think Udoka from the Celtics were just calling those right timeouts on a momentum shift, knowing that, possessions are very, very key at the fourth quarter. I think that played a lot of key roles. So I think this is more of a chess match. I know they were trying to fill out on these defenses that we have, the box and one into the zone. So they kind of saw that weakness with Jordan Poole in there. And they just kept on hitting it. As they're hitting it, driving it through, dishing out to Al Horford in the corners and making those shots. And I was seeing Al Horford. He wasn't playing much D on the other side because, they were switching everything. So I think those are the key things to kind of really look at. And I think it's a chess match. It's a really tight chess match.
Joseph, thank you for calling, but don't go to any more games, okay? No more.
Do us a favor.
Yeah, no more games. I will say this. Let's see. How many Warrior games? I don't even know if I can count how many Warrior games I went to this year. I mean, it was at least, it's been at least 4 or 5 in the last month and a half. I think I've been to 3 or 4 Giants games so far this year. No losses.
Oh.
None.
And?
None.
What are you doing Sunday?
Unfortunately.
Selfish.
Well, daughter's got a dance recital.
I'm a big fan of your daughter.
Well, me too.
However,
step back, by the way.
Sometimes, maybe time to really pick your battles.
Sit her down.
Choose sides.
Sit her down and say, "Listen, I'm gonna send flowers.
Yes,
I'll send flowers and
DoorDash them,
sweetie. I love you, but the Warriors are more important than you. Is that what you'd like me to say?
Night. Yes, because I mean." It's your daughter, or it's the rest of us, and there's more of us than just the one daughter.
Yeah.
Granted, you are.
She's more important to me than all of you together.
Put together,
all of you.
Is it close?
Yep. Nope.
Do you want to rethink that, Mark?
Nope.
If you're Mr. Undefeated over here, if the Warriors lose, you're getting ripped on Monday.
All right, that's
for
fine.
your selfishness.
That's fine.
So that has to go.
Ready for that. I feel good about it. Let's go to Damien in Oakland. Damien, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's cooking and what are you doing?
Oh, man, just trying to recoup after a tough loss from the Dubs, man. But I'm almost with the one caller. I agree with you. I wouldn't say no adjustments, but the main adjustment I would have to say is intensity and attention to detail. But maybe one thing I would like to see that maybe help Jordan Poole or something, I would like to see Klay Thompson and Wiggins' roles reversed on the starting of the quarters, because I feel like if you put Poole in there with Klay, he has that my big brother, I need to get him the ball mindset, as opposed to the same mindset he has when they beat Miami, when he's like, if anything's going to happen, I'm going to be the one to do it. And Wiggs, with his, not K-Wiggs mentality, but his willingness to play along as a team player, kind of encourages Poole to be the best version of himself, while also being the big brother and taking it upon himself to see to it that things go right with the Warriors, probably on defense. So I would just like to see, I know Kurt likes to have Poole and Klay in the game, but I would like to see him just put Poole in there with Wiggins, maybe Draymond, and or some, somebody, one of the stabling veterans, and Otto Porter, maybe somebody where they can move and Poole can have more control of the offense and feel free to flow and do his thing.
Damien, good stuff.
What y'all think about that?
Yeah, appreciate it. I mean, I am interested in what you're saying, and I do think, obviously Steve Kerr will go into the lab, but Jordan, I don't know if this is just me, and we talk more about this coming up next. It does feel like when he has the ball, there's just that moment of question, like, I'm supposed to go score, right? Like, right? I'm not right. That's what I do out here. I'm just going to break down this defense. And even when he does get by his man, Memphis did this at times, and the Celtics will too. Like, Robert Williams is waiting for you, bud. Yeah. And what are you going to do? And in those moments when he gets into the key and Williams was there, that doesn't usually go well. And so it does. It feels hesitant.
Well, to me, it doesn't feel hesitant as much as it feels like they're just shutting him down. And Klay Thompson didn't do him any favors in that second quarter. You look at the game log, and it's Klay 3-point miss. It's Draymond misses a free throw. Klay misses another 3. Klay misses a layup. Jordan hits a bucket, then turns it over. That second unit in totality without Steph in that second quarter was not good.
More of your phone calls coming up next. Which B word do you like better? Blew it or bender? Warriors or Celtics? Did they blow it? Or the Celtics on a bender? 888-957-9570. More of your calls as we get into the 11 o'clock hour. Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in an accident? Shilton Auto Body has...
Nobody manages his load.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I can't believe I'm about to say this.
You hungry?
Well, yeah, but I can believe that. Well, it's been fun today. It's been fun today. They're not done yet. I enjoy talking this stuff out. Even when it goes like this, it helps. It helps.
It's catharsis.
Don't you feel better?
Not really.
Okay, I didn't think
Not
so.
really. No, it takes time. It takes time to get through it all, to process it. But I think you said it right. By the time we get to 12:15, we hand the baton to Steiny and Goo. At that point, I think I'll start feeling better.
It's washed, yeah. Why does everybody go to therapy now? How come? Because it helps to talk it out. Talk it out. You might, I don't know, you might hear something that's like, oh, I hadn't thought of it that way. That works for all of us. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. This series is far from over, and in my opinion, as we asked, did they blow it or was it a bender? This was a bender. And this is not to excuse the Warriors and be soft. Oh, you're soft. This is not to excuse the Warriors, okay? There were some things that they came right to the microphone and told you afterwards that they did not like about the way they performed in the fourth quarter, mainly defensively. But at a certain point, if you're actually respecting your opponent, which the Warriors say they do, and I believe they do, and most Warrior fans I know said they did, I find it to be a weird combo that anybody would say, I respect the Boston Celtics. And then when that fourth quarter ends, they go, oh, the Warriors blew it. Well, then you don't respect the Boston Celtics if you think the Warriors blew it. Because the Boston Celtics performed for the fourth quarter better than any team has performed in any quarter at any point in any game in these playoffs. If you're not going to salute them then, when are you going to salute them? When? I mean, at a certain point, I mean, every shot went in. They went on a bender. They won't do it again.
They went on a bender, but the Warriors blew it. I think it's equally true. And yes, we've got window washing activity.
That was very distracting. I'm like, are we having an earthquake? The building started to shake.
Oh,
like,
you're distracted. I've been staring at these guys for 8 minutes.
I'm like, what's? Well, why didn't? But you're staring at them, so you knew. This is behind my back. I'm like, what's happening right now?
Yeah, we got squeegees. We've got a couple of guys up on cranes. They're doing a heck of a job out there.
They really are. The window looks great.
He's a competitor.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, you were saying.
It's funny because that window, the shade is almost never open, but we should actually crack it out, crack it open, but.
Crack it up, crack it in.
Yeah, let me begin. I think that, yes, they were on a bender, but also the Warriors, they blew it because you blew multiple double-digit leads. It wasn't just the fourth quarter where Boston went on a bender. It was the second quarter where you kind of turtled up offensively.
A game of runs for me. The idea, I like the second quarter doesn't bother me one bit. You know, I mean, Boston's going to be the better team in certain spurts. The Warriors will be the better team in certain spurts. I think the Warriors are uniquely equipped. Here's one thing we haven't said yet. I think they're uniquely equipped to handle this. The data's all there. The winner of game one usually wins the series. Boston is now, and by the way, if we look this up, Boston's a favorite to win the series now, right?
Yeah.
In the moment. Boston's a favorite to win the series. All right, so here we go. You're the underdogs. But if I'm going to pick any group in the NBA to handle the mental side of this, I'll pick this group. That's the group that I'll pick.
Well, you should. It's a team with championship pedigree, and you've got veterans really at your core. I was just talking to Goo outside about some of the things that we saw and some of the things that are troubling, and I wonder what Steve Kerr tries to do to counteract what happened in this game. And the big factor for me when the Warriors had the ball is Robert Williams, and you have 3 guys in your 8-man rotation, and the Warriors only played 8 guys basically, and you've got 3 non-scorers in your 8-man rotation: Draymond, Kevon, and Andre Iguodala. Can you get away with having so many guys who don't look to score on the floor in a series where, Kevon Looney is somewhat mitigated by the fact that they have a big who's more athletic and probably a little bit better. So I wonder how many minutes Kevon Looney can play in this series.
I'm bummed that you just said floor. Why wasn't it flaw?
I thought I said flaw.
I think you said floor.
That's probably my fault.
It was weird. My fault.
And it's a mistake.
All right.
Choke artist.
Daniel and Martinez on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Daniel. What are you doing?
Hey, Mark. How you doing?
I'm fantastic. Say hi to Dibs. He's right here.
Hey, Dibs. So, Mark, I would have to say the Warriors need to win Game 2 to win this series. So, think about this. Sunday, the recital. You're going to be sitting there watching the game on your phone like a lot of other fathers. What can we do to move the recital to Monday? Can we start a GoFundMe and I'll donate money to move it to Monday? That way you can go to the game.
Not liking our chances. I do believe that this entire production has been put on by a bunch of people who are very unaware of what's happening in the NBA Finals. However, Daniel, I will say this is not going to cover the whole game. It's just going to cover a part of it. We're going to figure it out. I will be in position when needed by the end of this whole thing. So don't you worry about me.
Okay, good. All right. Thanks, guys. I love your show.
Okay. All right. There it is. Daniel and Martinez literally solely wanted to try to move the dance recital. I thought he was going to have a Warrior take on the back end of that. Got another Daniel in Richmond on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Daniel, what are you doing?
What's going on, fellas? Actually, a first-time caller. I've been trying to get on with you guys for a while, but every time I get on, I got to get to work, so I always miss my chance. But I've got a couple things. One thing is Curry was hot as fish grease. Would you guys agree that?
I missed the statement. Kerr what?
I said Curry was hot as fish grease. Would you guys agree with that?
Oh, yes. As hot as fish grease. Yes, that was a line used on the broadcast last night.
I feel like you ride that out. I feel like you keep him in the second quarter. I don't feel like he was tired. I feel like he had the energy to do it. I feel like you ride it out. And then to start the fourth quarter, I feel like you go to Curry. I don't understand why he keeps benching Curry. He's not extremely tired. He's actually playing nice defense.
Here's what I'd say on that, Daniel. Two things. And Dibs, I wonder if you see it the same way. Like every time people keep saying, and I've seen comments already that Curry and Wiggins need to play the whole game. I've seen that today. Now, granted, I haven't seen it a lot, but I've seen that take. Did y'all watch Jimmy Butler at the end of Game 7?
A little tired.
Do you notice that shot came up woefully short?
A little short.
The shot that everyone is mad that he took, which I actually wasn't that mad at. If,
it's a good look.
If it had went in, everyone would have been like, you're a hero. And it was a good look. But it was short. And the entire Miami Heat team looked beyond exhausted in the final few minutes of that game. I just because Steph Curry, one of the greatest players in the world, gets hot doesn't mean you change your entire plan and then therefore take his legs away from him in the second half. We can be excited about how hot he was, and then you can also mention they're only up by 4 points. Okay, so Kerr had to know, well, this game's going to be a long one. It's going to be a close one. I'm not going to take Steph's energy in the second half away from him now so that we can try to build a 12-point lead in the second quarter, which, as we've detailed 100 times, 12-point leads go away in 2 seconds.
Yeah, in the third quarter.
Yeah, I'm not chasing a second quarter lead.
No, and he sat early in the second quarter because he got into foul trouble, and he still played 38 minutes. And you're not going to bring him back for the entirety of the fourth quarter. Steph is a rhythm and routine guy. Normally, he sits in the fourth quarter until there's 6 minutes left. Last night, with 9.5 minutes left, Steve Kerr called timeout and brought him back in because things were getting dire. I don't think that Steph's minutes were the reason why you lost that game. If he would have played 40 or 42 minutes or whatever the number you want him to have played, he's not going to play 48 minutes. If you want him to play 42, I don't think that changes the outcome of the game at all.
925 with a very 95.7 the game related text. Hey, Willard and Dibs, after yesterday, are we not gathering timber anymore?
No more gathering timber.
It's going down. We're gathering timber.
Okay, Akil in Oakland is next up. Akil, what are you doing?
Man, I'm driving right now. Just filled up my tank with this expensive gas out here. But
oh my gosh!
I just wanted to say, I thought I know, right? It's crazy. I thought the Warriors lacked intensity coming out that fourth quarter. I think we were up by like 13 at the time. And then also another thing, I really was like hoping GP2 got in the game. I don't know if he wasn't really ready to go, but I also thought that Iggy just a little bit looked a little rusty. I just felt like maybe he had a little bit too many minutes that could have went to GP2 and gave us that defensive presence that we needed, from our 6'3" center down there. So that's what I got to say, guys. Thank you so much.
Akil, thanks.
Thank you.
I want everyone to remember the start of that fourth quarter, the momentum had already shifted. Like the Warriors in the last 2 minutes of the third quarter, they had an opportunity to be up by about 17 or 19. And Boston started hitting shots right then. So the fact that it was 12, even in that moment, you're like, oh, gosh, that could have been 16. That could have been 17. And it's 12. And then they come out in those first 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, and all of a sudden you realize, oh, my gosh, we've already got a close game on our hands. As far as GP2 is concerned, I really have to reserve judgment. I know we all want to see him in there, but a lot of people said even during warmups he was still shooting with his right hand. Look, if he didn't play, those guys over there on the bench know what we don't. And so maybe this idea that he's all ready to go in 4 weeks after breaking his elbow, maybe he's not.
No, he's not. He's absolutely not. If he's not in the game in those spots, he's not ready, because the one thing you need Gary Payton II to do is defend. And you could have used him in some spots to come in, especially in that fourth quarter where things were getting sideways, to have him come in and get you a couple of stops, a hustle play, a rebound. If he's not shooting with his left hand in warmups, that tells you all you need to know about how good the elbow is, because he shoots left-handed. So if the elbow hurts to where he won't even go through warm-ups and shoot the ball left-handed, you can say that he's cleared to play and all the rest of it, but he's not ready to go. And if he's not ready to be able to score, well, now you have another guy on the floor who's a non-scorer, and you can't have that. Mark, you make an interesting point, because they were up 15 in the third quarter with 2 minutes to go, and Steph had a clean look at a three, didn't get it. And then Jordan Poole with a turnover, Curry with another miss, Wiggins commits a foul, and all of a sudden, 15 that could become 20 instead became 12, and then we've got a ball game.
Yep, absolutely. And then they carried it right into the fourth quarter, as you all know, and 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, Curry had to be entered back into the game, and it was already a really tight game, and they just were not able to stop the snowball going downhill. Jenny in Santa Clara is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jenny. What are you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
Can I take us on a weird left turn here?
Please.
So they played special. It was a sparkle. It was beautiful. Dare I say the NBA wants a Game 7, okay? If that's too far of a conspiracy stretch, I have another theory. Also odd, but stay with me. Is that the Warriors all season are notorious for coming back from the runs, right? They go to a deficit, they come back. That's what they did all season. Also, I believe that the Warriors have always, for years, played to the level of their competition. I also think that because that the run didn't happen, they started off so well that I almost want to argue that there was a muscle memory issue, a muscle spasm, and that trickled in during that fourth quarter.
Jenny, what kind of dog do you have?
That's a German Shepherd.
It's German Shepherd Husky.
German Shepherd Husky. Okay, so
and I'm a cat owner.
Let me guess.
Here.
Let me guess, Jenny. First of all, it does that head turn thing where it looks at you and it turns its head. But the husky side of it also just does its own damn thing, doesn't it?
Yes, she does.
All right. What's her
Jenny,
name?
Do me a favor and throw a tennis ball to the dog, and let's put the conspiracy theories on the back burner, shall we?
No, Jenny, I think you're on to something. Thank you very much for calling.
She's
I'll tell you why.
on something.
No, she's on to something.
She's on something. She's
No.
not on to anything. There's no conspiracy theory.
Dibs.
That game last night was beautifully officiated and adjudicated. There's no conspiracy in anything.
Dibs. The dogs are barking.
Get out of here.
We need more dogs.
We need fewer dogs, as I mentioned.
The Warriors are dogs now.
We need more responsible dog owners.
Jenny tried to get into the minds and the bodies and the spirits of this series.
Jenny, take your dog for a walk.
What happened immediately? The dogs, they started barking. We don't need no meow. We don't need more no 12-point deficits just turned into nothing. We need more dogs. Dogs are about to bark.
Are the Warriors dogs in game 2, Mark? Have you looked at the number yet?
I have not.
You have not looked?
Not looked at the number.
Well, time for America's favorite game. And We're going to go ahead and flip the script
Yes,
on
sir.
my guy, Mark Willard. It's time to play Guess
That
Spread!
What's up, Jay? What are you doing?
HTJ in the building. That's so great. You know, Mark, Boston came back and they were sure on one there. Boy, that thing escalated quickly. But we look ahead to Game 2, NBA Finals. Are you willing to guess that spread? I'm going to be hard like you and say,
Oh, you're going to be hard? Like the streets?
Like the streets.
All right.
Shout out Oakland, California.
Hey,
you
Foster
get a
City.
half point in either direction.
Half
It's
point in
time
either
for you
direction.
to guess that spread, Mark.
I am not even going to hesitate on this one. I'm going to go straight to the movie Hoosiers, and I'm going to ask how many times do we pass the ball? I said, how many times do we pass the ball?
Damn, Gene.
Well, I just made out with...
gross. Barbara Hershey.
Don't talk
All right, I won't. How many times do we pass the ball before we shoot? 4.
Is that your answer?
I'll go 4.
The answer is 4, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, guess that spread. Almost as good as me playing in my own game of guess that breed, and I nailed the breed of dog based on bark
you did
alone.
half of it. It was shepherd who made love with a husky.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, does anybody have any pure anything anymore with
You
dogs?
better not. That's shame on you.
Yeah, you go to a dog park and it's a pure anything. You're like, what the hell is that thing? Pure what? You have to be a mix. All anybody does at the dog parks, they tell, well, have you done the DNA thing? I did the DNA thing. It's 14% pug.
23 and
22
P is what that is.
Yeah, 1% chihuahua in there. It's crazy.
That's a 4.
So
that's
bad.
a 4.
Took a DNA test, and it turns out I am 100%.
23 and P.
yeah.
That's really good.
That's Lizzo?
Don't talk about that.
Yeah, Lizzo, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, look at
All
me.
right. Yeah, 4.
Look at me crossing generations.
4 makes all the sense in the world. Wasn't it 3.5 last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, that's them setting what they believe is.
But you said we need more dogs.
We do. They're a dog in the series.
Boston's the dog.
No, in that game.
In the game.
I'm talking about in the series. The Warriors are the dog.
I hate to poo-poo your little thing, but Boston is the dog in Game 2.
But that's just in Game 2. You've very, very eloquently told us over and over it's not a must-win game. Tim.
It's not a must-win.
All right.
It's a pretty big one, though.
All right, yeah, sure is.
It's a gotta-have-it game. It's a GHG. Not GHB. GHG.
My favorite text that we've ever received.
Ever?
415, Willard. Never talk to dog park people. Keep moving. Head on a swivel. They're all nuts. You know what the weird thing is, though? Everybody at the dog park thinks that dog park people are nuts, but they're also at the dog park. How do you know that the dog park people are nuts?
You're all nuts.
You are a dog park person.
Yeah.
I'm a dog park person. Maybe everyone thinks I'm nuts. I don't know. Just throwing the ball to Penny. Just trying to get her a run, you know? Get her some movement off the bench. Get her some sweat.
It's funny about dog people, dog owners, and I'll just make this quick because it's Dubs talk all day, not dog talk, but the way that dogs own their pets is the same way they are as people. I do a lot of running, and you'll encounter people who have their dogs. There's the dog person who won't let their dog mix and mingle with any other dog. These are the same people who don't want to mix and mingle with other people.
Yeah, that's probably true.
And so they treat their dog the way that they treat themselves. It's fascinating. And then there's the other people who like, oh, go ahead, Patches. Let's go over and see Scruffy over here. It's like, I didn't want your dog coming over here.
Patches and Scruffy are not what they call the dogs anymore. Everybody's named Luna now.
It's so
They're
stupid.
all named Luna. Adam.
Penny. Patches and Scruffy is so much. Come here, Scruffy. Aren't you a cute little beagle?
You don't like Penny? You know what the shelter had her named? Tulip.
Oh.
Isn't Penny better than that?
Well, it's funny how you rename pets because
she didn't know.
Cliff the cat, there was 3 kittens. They were Larry, Moe, and Curly.
3 kittens.
Which inside one pen. I thought it was a dated reference, though. Quest renamed Moe. He got the Moe of Larry, Moe, and Curly.
Yeah.
Hey, Moe. Renamed him Cliff.
Okay, that's fine.
Hey, whatever.
Adam, San Francisco. You're on with Willard and Dibs. Hi, Adam. What are you doing?
Currently working from home, listening to you guys on the Odyssey app, so
Look at you.
thought I'd jump in a little bit.
Let's do it, man. What do you got?
Well, a lot of things happened last night. I heard you guys, talking like couple minutes ago about, you can't play these guys the whole minute, and I agree to some extent, except I disagree. Curry, you need to save his energy a bit, but I don't agree with that when it comes to Wiggins. He only played 35 out of a 48-minute game, right? And that is, besides Curry, Wiggins is one of the most well-conditioned athletes I've seen, and he's only 26 years old, right? So he's still relatively young compared to Curry. I think Wiggins needs to be playing in the upper 40 minutes every game. Like, it's the finals, it's go time. There is, who said it? I think it was Rocky or someone that was like, there is no tomorrow. Like, there is no next
That was
series
Apollo Creed, yeah.
It's this and that's it. And so it's like, so Curry, I get it, but when you have a guy like Wiggins who is, Draymond was an awful defender last night, so he wasn't even the best one last night, but I think Wiggins needs to be playing more, and that Draymond and Wiggins, a combo, need to be guarding Tatum and Brown, because everything, and then maybe throw some Kuminga, Iggy, whatever. Kuminga probably is not going to play a lot, but anything else I think is a mistake, because it's we saw what happened last night once they start to get going.
Adam, thanks for the call. I'll agree and disagree at the same time. I don't think you don't do 48 minutes for anybody in a Game 2 situation. It's too, game. Yeah, it's too early. Well, maybe Game 7. We'll see about that if they're able to get there. But I will say this. It felt like Steph Curry was even leading Steve Kerr to water when he said last night, all hands on deck. Yeah, I think there will be, as the series unfolds, there will be a willingness to change minutes for the higher, if needed, if it's starting to go the wrong way.
Yeah, and I think that the person who's going to lose minutes most likely is Kevon Looney. I don't love the matchup for Kevon Looney as a big against Robert Williams, even when you've got Horford in there as a power forward. And as far as Draymond Green, who does he guard? That's a big question in this series because he can't guard Tatum and he can't guard Brown.
888-957-9570, and the calls continue next after the Game 1 loss on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Over in Baltimore, the Cleveland Guardians will send their ace, Shane Bieber, to the mound. In his last 3 starts, he's given up a total of 4 earned runs in 21 innings. Take his bad start out against the Jays, and he's given up only 12 runs in 8 starts. Then you have the Orioles scoring a meager 3.87 runs per game, while Cleveland has a top 10 offense. If you like props, look to Bieber's strikeout prop set at 5.5 with a short price at -130.
In the wee hours of the night, when everyone else is fast asleep, you're the one on third shift, burning the midnight oil. When a part fails and everything comes to a grinding halt, regardless of what the clock on the wall says, you leap into action. Grainger is with you and all the ones who get it done. With 24/7 customer support by phone or click to chat. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of paying more and getting less? T-Mobile believes customers deserve more, like more savings. So your family saves 20% versus AT&T and Verizon. It's like expecting this and getting this. And with our new T-Mobile Price Lock Guarantee, you won't have to worry about price hikes. While AT&T and Verizon are raising their bills, at T-Mobile, we won't raise the price of your rate plan, so you can worry less and get more. More 5G coverage, more savings, and even more cool stuff. So you'll pay for this, but we'll give you this. And now, for a limited time, there are even more ways to save when you switch to T-Mobile on Magenta Max. And when we say more, we mean a lot more, like up to $1,000 more. Visit a store today and get up to $1,000 when you switch your whole family to T-Mobile.
20% savings with 2 to 4 lines on essentials versus comparable plans. Features may vary, or get up to $1,000 back for 5 switch lines on Max via $200 virtual prepaid card per qualifying line. Allow 8 weeks. See T-Mobile.com for price lock and other offer details.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price,
the final stages of my next Pick Your Battle selection to see if we can remain defeated through this entire 2-week run. 0-4 so far. Can we keep it going? Did you say that there would be a stipulation if I can run the table and go 0-9 leading up to next Friday?
Yeah, it'd be 0-10 you would need to get to.
Is it?
Yeah, because you're 0-4 right now.
Right, but we only go to Thursday, so it's Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 5 more, and I'm 0-4.
Yeah, I thought we always did a 10-pick.
We were off Monday.
Aha! We were off on Monday. If you go 0-9,
it's going to be 9. It's going to be 9. If I go 0-9, what happens?
You get immunity.
Yeah!
You would get immunity.
Diplomatic immunity.
You would get immunity for the next wave, which would mean... Yes, Kyle?
I just wanted to stipulate, you have to make real picks. You can't just be like, I'm going to take a plus 10,000 and catch a bunch of L's on purpose.
No, real picks.
Right,
yeah,
okay.
Regular, I'm not.
Just wanted to put the stipulation sensation in there.
Yeah, I do think I am going to go with a pick today that's plus, but I think it's like plus 110. Like this is a real pick. And again, it's in the final stages. So we'll see. Fade the Willie is underway here on 95.7 The Game. Don't look at me like that. All right, let's get back to you, all of you, after the game 1 loss, the choke artists, all of this. Is it they blew it, or is it a bender? Reggie in San Leandro with Willard and Dibs. Hi, Reggie. What are you doing?
Hi, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
Kind of a bad game last night, though.
Yeah, no.
I don't think they really choked, but I know that sometimes the Warriors have a problem when they just go on a bad shooting streak and they keep shooting outside instead of getting to the line, taking the ball to the basket. I think the refs at the beginning of the game were pretty much letting the Celtics play hands-on. I was watching even when they were setting picks, they weren't even setting picks. They were just pushing.
Let him talk, Dibs.
How about Kevon Looney pushing off on all 3 of his offensive rebounds in the first quarter? How about that?
How about Al Horford in the middle of the fourth quarter run in the open floor with the worst NBA carry I've ever seen not called?
How about that?
He stopped, lifted the ball up in the air, then kept dribbling, no call. How about that?
Yeah, they called Jordan Poole for a carry.
Yeah, well, Jordan he does.
Every single time he dribbles the basketball. But go ahead.
Anyway.
Let's rip the refs some more.
No,
because it's their fault that Boston hit 9 threes in the fourth quarter.
He didn't say that. Reggie, you're fine. Reggie said he said he thought they were letting him play early.
Here's what I'm saying. It wasn't the refs' fault, but it was the way the game is called.
Oh,
I knew that the Warriors would have a problem being physically pushed around because like I said, they didn't call one foul on the Celtics in the first half. Is that right?
Yes, they did. In the first half, absolutely. But Reggie, thank you for the call, Reggie.
If there were 0 fouls.
Thank you for the call, Reggie. I think what Reggie says is true in many ways. The way the game was officiated, and by the way, they let it go both ways. There was a grand total of 4 fouls called in the first quarter. 1 on Boston, 3 on Golden State. If they're going to let them play physically, that does favor Boston. I think that was Reggie's real takeaway.
Yeah, and that's true. That's absolutely true. Look, 2 of the Warriors' most important players are as slight as NBA stars come, okay? Steph Curry and Jordan Poole. And Steph has had to figure this out, and he's had over a decade to do it. And Jordan is, I think, just seeing it in some ways for the first time. Yes, they played Memphis. They were physical. Dallas, I thought, ended up being overhyped as a defensive squad, at least as far as the matchup. They did not play well defensively against the Warriors. But, yeah, this is a new deal. They're going to push these guys around, and you have to figure out how to succeed in that sort of a style when you're a little guy. And Steph has done it, and he's one of the greatest players of all time. So this is going to be a big challenge for Jordan Poole. And first challenge was not accepted.
No, he got picked. He threw the ball away, and once he made a drive to the basket and saw Robert Williams there one time, he did kind of shy away. So I don't know if it was hesitation or if it was tentative play, but Jordan Poole needs to be more offensively efficient. If he's not, then Klay Thompson's going to have to get more shots, more open shots, and knock those down. And if he can't get off, and if Jordan Poole struggles again amid the physicality of an NBA Finals, you're in some trouble here offensively against Boston because Mark, I didn't think Boston would put up 120 on Golden State.
I didn't either, but again, that's also based mainly on a 40-point bender in the fourth quarter. Like, I thought that the way the scoring went was pro-Warriors for the majority of the game. I think the style of play, the pace, all of that was fine. Boston just decided in the end, how about if we hit every single one of our shots? 415, Dibs is pro-ref, anti-dog. How does he have any friends?
I got tons of friends. Cats and officials. That's who I roll with. And again, I am not anti-dog.
Cats and officials.
Not anti-dog. I was the one who called out the breed of a dog in the background of a collar, for God's sakes.
You did.
I'm not anti-dog. I'm anti-dog owner. In general, dog owners, you suck. Leave your dog at home. And that lady who called, give your dog some attention. Throw the ball for your dog. Your dog is clearly neglected.
But she's calling us. You can give your dog a break and call Willard and Dibs.
Give your dog a bone.
That's fine.
Give your dog something. Your dog is out there just barking away.
Well, you know, be a dog. Who knows what the dog was barking at?
And we all should be pro-ref. There's actually a story running on KCBS, our sister station, today. About referee shortages. They're having actually a referee fair at City College either today or this weekend. For all of you people and your ref you suck chants and all the rest of it, we're running out of refs in this country.
Well, that's not for the NBA, right? You can't go to the fair and get a job in the NBA.
It will trickle up to where, you're not going to find... you're not going to have as many people who want to officiate.
Listen, I will get into the bunker with you with regard to the leave the youth refs and umpires alone. If you're yelling at a ref or an ump at a youth game,
high school too,
you gotta check yourself. I mean, you just got to check yourself. That I will agree with you on that. Marge in Dublin on Willard and Dibs. I knew you'd do that.
That's all I have.
Hi, Marge. I'm sure Marge has never heard that before. Yeah, we got you, Marge. What are you doing?
Homie.
All right. Listen, I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller. I got a few points for you.
Okay.
First of all, leave my guy Looney alone, man. He out-rebounded everybody last night other than Draymond on both teams. He got 9 rebounds. He also had 5 assists. He does the dirty work, and we're all so quick to, want to throw him under the bus, but we need Kevon Looney to do the dirty work. Second, the Celtics, I think we fell right into their game plan right from the start. They let Curry get hot, so nobody else shot, nobody else got warm, nobody else had any confidence. That affects the defense. Right through. They said, okay, the Warriors are going to have a hot third quarter. That's what they do. They let them do it. Let's just stay close. And then we went to sleep in the fourth quarter thinking, hey, we got this. And I think it was masterful. Third point, the playoffs are about adjustment. And I think, we've got a good duel between the coaches here. But I'm happy to have Steve Kerr at the helm for us. That's all I got.
Okay, Marge, I think you make some really, really good points in there. The only one I'll challenge is the idea that the Celtics are knowingly going out there and being like, okay, Steph, you score 21 in the first, and we're going to let you guys be way better than us in the third. I don't think teams knowingly go in and say, that's our game. Our game plan is to let Steph Curry score 21 points in the first quarter. I think that he did that. And then they adjusted to that. I don't think teams go into any quarter and say, let's go ahead and lose this quarter and just stay close. They're not trying to do that. It's a game of runs. And so if you're having a hard time with the Celtics having good runs, I would suggest not watching any more of the games. That's what I would suggest. They're going to have their runs, and the Warriors will have theirs. And this is a heavyweight fight. And if it's a heavyweight fight, the Warriors will win on Sunday. If it's a heavyweight fight. That's why it's a gotta have it game, because it threatens to not be a heavyweight fight if the Warriors can't counterpunch the original punch.
I always like that expression. Oh, it's a heavyweight fight, as if to say that all heavyweight fights are 15-round knockout dragouts. And in fact, the heavyweight fights a lot of times are shorter
30
fights.
seconds long.
Yeah, such fights as Tyson v. Spinks. And some of the bantam and the flyweight fights are actually the ones that go on longer, the lightweights and the super welterweight. So it just, when you said that, it's a heavyweight fight, it always cracks me up.
Two heavyweights.
These are two heavyweights, and they're going toe-to-toe.
I do like her, Marge, I love the Looney point. Looney is not going to score in this series what he scored in the Dallas series.
Right.
If you think that, you're not understanding the matchups and how that all played out. Looney scored a lot because of the matchups, because of what Dallas couldn't do around the rim. That's not Boston's issue. So Kevon Looney not going to have any 21-point games in this series. I'm pretty confident on that.
You're going to do the dirty work, but to Marge's point, no one's saying Kevon shouldn't be out there or can't play, but you need to have some scorers on the floor. And Draymond Green, when he's not scoring and Iguodala's not scoring, and I agree with you that Kevon's going to struggle to score, well, now it's going to be hard for him to play full minutes.
Steiny and Guru right around the corner. Pick your battles as well on Willard and Dibs.
Today, we are giving you another chance to go to the NBA Finals.
Just breathe.
To be honest with you, I don't even remember.
Okay.
I've seen it so many times.
That came out in 86. Yeah.
I think 86. I'm sure I saw it in the theater.
So you would have been like 11, right? I mean, that's like right in the wheelhouse.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
What was your theater in Foster City?
Oh, gosh. Well, so there were a few because Hillsdale Mall certainly was an option. And then there was a Century 21 or something in
But there wasn't
Redwood
like a
City.
standalone single theater. Like a lot of these towns, like we had the Fairfax Theater.
Yeah.
There was the Tamalpais Theater in San Anselmo.
No. I don't. I mean, Century, that was just, I mean, it was a bunch of theaters.
Right.
It wasn't in a mall.
Okay.
It was in Redwood City.
Because before the multiplex was the single theater modality.
And then, Fashion Island.
There you go.
Right across from the ice skating rink.
Oh, okay. That must have been the jump off in the 650.
That was the place where you could just cruise in and be like, I'm going to pay you $5 and watch about 7 movies. Just gonna go beep,
theater hop.
I didn't do that often, but
because you're a good guy, you're an honest guy.
You know, I mean,
that's one thing you and Kyle have in common. I think, and I don't know Spadoni's crime-riddled past, but you know me,
Italian,
I'm a criminal. But you and Kyle are both very much like. You know, because we went to game 2, and there was a shirt that may have been up for grabs, and I was like, dude, grab that shirt.
Yeah.
And Kyle's like, well, I want to make sure that the person who might be here has an opportunity to get their shirt.
Well,
I'm out there taking wallets.
I don't want to call out your premise here.
Cash me out one time.
To say that I've never taken a shirt off of a seat that's not mine would be inaccurate.
Okay.
That would be inaccurate.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, we've got standards.
I'm mad at you.
I know Spadoni's.
We, as an organization,
nice.
I'm an empath.
We know what it feels like to be fired in Philadelphia as the manager.
Man, what happened there?
Yeah.
Giants.
Well, Gabe Kapler came to town. It triggered everybody, and they fired their manager. That's what happens, you know? Just think what would have happened if they had swept. They might have fired him right there in the post-game press conference.
Seriously.
So see you later, Joe Girardi. All right, we're going to do Pick Your Battles in a second. Steiny and Goo right after that. How about Jonathan in the city first? Jonathan, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing? Jonathan?
Choke artist.
Gone.
He's probably getting chased by a dog right now on the route.
Who the hell is John?
That works. I love that drop.
You don't like dad jokes, is that right?
No, it's not that I don't like them.
Okay, fine.
I think
Let's try
that
this
it's the
one.
lowest form of humor.
What if they're about you?
Bring it.
Okay. 510. This is Zucci Mane.
Okay.
Got this one for you. Dibs loves birds also. He can't resist a foul. Mark Davis, sensual basketball last night. Did you see him not call the travel? Oh, so delicious. Delectable. Don't put the stupid jersey away.
Yeah, I brought it.
He was Lark Davis last night.
4 miles to Lark Davis. Anyway, yeah.
Because a lark is a bird.
I got it.
I want to put the jersey on. I should have worn it this morning with our NBA TV as the four of us all tried to battle for airtime. I can't wait to see when that movie, because they're doing a movie about the NBA Finals, and they came in here to catch the local flavor of the Warriors flagship. And the four of us all trying to one-up each other for airtime.
They were doing a movie?
Well, it's it's a short film.
Is it? I thought they were just putting stuff on NBA.com.
Yeah, it's going to be in the deleted scenes portion.
Yeah, like that.
Cutting room floor.
I didn't come in hot because I was trying to get into a movie. If I'd known it was a movie, none of y'all would have said a damn word. I'd have come in here with a monologue if I'd known it was a movie. There's no movie, is there? Is there a movie?
It's a movie.
Is there?
It's not like a movie coming soon to a theater near you. No, but you know how they put together those, it's like a movie, I guess. It's all done on video.
Yeah, I love
it. In
a
world where the Celtics hit 9 threes.
I don't want to be in the movie. I just want to do the voiceover for the trailer. That's all I need.
Yeah.
The biggest movie of the summer. You can have the movie. What are they doing? I thought it was just a thing. It's just like NBA.com video, right?
I think it's like an NBA.com movie.
Are we gonna be movie stars?
A great snicker. He laughed at his own joke before he even had a chance to throw it out.
I was laughing at your joke. That was good.
Anyway.
Yeah, right.
All right. So Guru's outside and been losing his mind for the last hour.
Oh, man.
Because,
he looks great today.
No, I bet. No, because he heard the crossover one. And it did. It was hot. It got a little, it got a little hot. I mean, I came in with what I wanted to say. You had what you wanted to say. You told me I wasn't listening. Bonte kept taking everything personal, even though I wasn't talking about him. Shasky, at one point, promoted that we were giving tickets away. There was a lot that was going on, okay? And NBA.com was in here. So Guru's got all kinds of responses, apparently. But not yet, Guru. Not yet. Because we got to pick our battles first. And as we learned in the Great Bull Durham, you do not mess with a streak. And that means I'm going first. Captain 0-4 over here. Let's see if we can keep it going and go 0-5. And I'm looking at you, San Francisco Giants, against the Miami Marlins later on this afternoon. And I'm looking at you, one of the more underrated players in all of baseball this year, a guy who goes by the name of Mike Yastrzemski. Don't get mad at him. He's probably rooting for the Boston Celtics. Probably rooting for the Celtics. What I'm going to tell you, though, is that the man is going against a right-handed pitcher. Miami's outfield is vast. There's a lot of space out there for extra base hits, and I do believe that Mike will get one today. Give me Mike Yastrzemski over 1.5 total bases today. So 2 singles outside, or a double, or anything like that, a homer, a triple, anything. Give me over 1.5 total bases for Yaz Mataz.
That's a great pick.
Lock it up.
So nuanced.
Lock it in. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, if he doesn't play, you just lose?
Then it's a no bet. I'd have to text you guys something, but I have no idea why he wouldn't be in the lineup tonight. But yeah, lineup does not be released. But yeah, stipulation of all of these bets, listed player must be in starting lineup for the bet to stand.
Okay.
So if he's not in the lineup, I'll text you guys something else. But that's my pick right now.
Perfect. I like that.
All right. Second up is going to be none other than Hot Take Jake.
Series over, Celtics +4 on Sunday.
Oh, I forgot
that was Jake.
Gosh,
Jake showed up.
I always forget when it's Friday.
The whole
we could have done anything for the whole weekend. I forgot. Dang it.
Choke artist.
So I had Celtics +3.5 written down yesterday and then changed it.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Thank you very much, Jake. We appreciate your patronage. Let's see. Who's third?
I am. We got
honey.
World Cup qualifying, gentlemen,
Holy
on
hell.
Sunday. Wales, Ukraine. The winner of this match will actually be in the group with USA, England, and Iran. A lot of implications here. I like both teams to score, and Ukraine versus Wales.
Okay,
Great
there it is.
uptick.
There it is. Ukraine and Wales. We think everybody's going to score. All right, and that leaves it to you, Dan Dibley.
Yes, and I would love to follow with the soccer because I love the African Cup of Nations qualifying. Zambia, Ivory Coast, both teams not to score, but instead, I'm going to go to the red clay at Roland Garros. Women's final, the American Coco Gauff against Iga Swiatek. Swiatek is just too much. She beat her 6-1, 6-3 the last time they met. I'm going to take Swiatek and lay the 5.5.
Okay. All right. Swiatek. Is that like one of those new companies down in Silicon Valley? Once again, the streak that actually rolls on this show is me not understanding what the hell you just said.
Yeah.
At the end of Pick Your Battles.
Well, you understood last night's pick where I took the Warriors just to win the third quarter.
I did. That's
which was
true.
an Ottoman special.
I understood that one.
So I enjoyed that third quarter very much. But today we're going to go back to the red clay of Roland Garros and thoughts and ice to Alexander Zverev, who may have broken his ankle in the semi today against Rafa. It was turning out to be a whale of a match, and he had to retire. So Rafael Nadal on to another French Open final.
Yep, another one of those injuries that, it wasn't Alex Smith-esque, but, just don't need to watch the replay if you're a little bit squeamish on that one. All right. Willard and Dibs, thank you to everybody who's been texting and calling today. The energy was absolutely fantastic after a disappointing game one, and we know you'll keep it going for our guys. Let's welcome them in. Ladies and gentlemen, to the stage, it's Steiny and Guru.
What's going on, gentlemen?
I do like that intro.
What's the temp? I had a lot of pre-show responsibility.
Uh-oh.
What's the temperature of the Bay Area Warrior fan right now?
It's better than once we got done with it.
There you go.
We're calming everybody
So
down.
was it a
over here.
mollification sensation by you guys?
That's $1. It's not 12 yet, so you're going to have to pay us now.
Cash me out.
One time.
Cash me out one time.
Look, Guru knows. He listened to our crossover this morning. morning, there was a ton
That's
of
my
energy.
favorite part of the day.
Yeah, the ton of energy coming out of the gate on this one, and definitely, I think this isn't just like the way we talked about it. I think that this is as the day goes, you get a little further away from it, and you're like, okay, it was game one. But I think everybody woke up this morning with the nerves turned all the way up. How can you not? I'll say this, though. If you're going to lose game one, I would much rather it. I know it's frustrating to lose a lead. I'd much rather it be because somebody went on a heater for one quarter as opposed to watching 4 quarters where you felt like your team got outplayed or not classed the whole time.
Interesting.
That's because I think it bodes better for the future.
You know what? I think I'm getting tired of everybody talking about Boston hitting 21 3-pointers and that being the reason that Boston won the game. That was part of the reason. But the Warriors made 19 of their own 3-pointers. What scares me is the fourth quarter and the ball becoming a hot potato and the Warrior players not being able to create, some of them, not named Steph, not being comfortable enough to get the ball and create their own shot. And then this is the one that really got me upset. If you say, Guru, by Monday, I want you to come in here and be 6'6". I'm 6'3". I can't do that. Draymond and Looney cannot coexist against this defense to me. In this series for the Warriors to win, that's apparent. We used to talk about it. They fixed it, put some perfume on it, and Dallas came in here with their lackluster D, and it wasn't a big deal. To beat Boston, you got to have some offense. So is Dre or Looney guys by Sunday going to be in the lab and be offensive? I think that's like me being 6'6" and growing 3 inches. You are who you are at this juncture, and that's why I'm worried, little Mark.
You call me Damian Lillard? My salary just went up. It just went up. Oh, do you want to start the money 5? You want to start Poole?
I thought about it.
And sit Looney?
I thought about it, and then I'll tell you this. Jordan Poole's got to be unlocked. He was awful. But somebody's got to talk to him, Steiny. Somebody's got to do something. Wiggins had it kind of going, but they went away from him. So I'm worried the Warriors don't have enough offense to compete against this Boston defense. So were the threes kind of flukish for Boston? Yes, but yet you made 19 and still let them run you down with a 12.4 quarter lead.
So a very, very unusual game for the Warriors. I can't remember during this run them ever losing a game like that, where they're up, they're kind of in control, they have the lead, and they let it go. They are the team where the game for the opponent is always too long. You know what I mean? It's like they come back, and they're the team that oh no, man, there's too much time in this game. We're not going to be able to lock this game up. So from that point of view, this is a loss we have not seen before from the Golden State Warriors. They don't kick away games in the postseason. They usually win a series where you say, oh, maybe they got away with one there. And it's a game one. So, here's the other thing. It ensures that the next 3 games are going to be big boys. And the Warriors, like the Bulls, they're used to playing with a cushion in playoff series for the most part.
And this time the cushion is not theirs to have. Now they're in not a must-win situation, but we talked about it before. No team's ever in the NBA Finals lost the first 2 at home and gone on to win the NBA Finals. There are instances where teams lost the first 2 and won the NBA Finals, but those losses came on the road. Something you said, Goo, which really struck me, and I was figuring out how to make this point, and that's Draymond Green defensively, because he's your best defensive player, but when it comes to defense in this series, he can't guard Boston's best player. He can't guard their second best player. He can't guard their third best player. So now your number 1 defensive stopper, Draymond Green, he can't guard Tatum, Brown, or Marcus Smart. Wow. So that takes away some of the real teeth of your defense. Yeah, Wiggins did a nice job on Tatum. Brown had his way with Clay for the most part, but that's the thing that scares me the most is, so if you go to the money 5, like Mark said, well, now you're weakening your defense straight off the jump. I don't think that's the answer, but short of Gary Payton getting his elbow fixed, I don't know what the answer is.
First of all, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. And Steiny, you said, can't remember a game that was like this. And I don't think it's a perfect comp, but I've heard others bring it up. Did anybody get reminded of Game 1, 2016 against Oklahoma City?
I can't remember what happened. I know they lost it.
I got it in front of me right here.
I just watched it.
Yeah.
Who cares? But go ahead, Willard.
Golden State was up by, 6 plus. They're up by 13 at half. They're up by 13 at half. Oklahoma City does go on a bit of a bender with 38 points in the third quarter.
Man.
However, Golden State still leads by 3 going into the fourth quarter and then only scores 14 in the fourth quarter and loses the game by 6. Now, it can comfort you by thinking, okay, there's some similarities there, and yes, the Warriors won that series. However, it took the most epic thing that we've ever seen in order to win that series, which led to a nickname called Game 6 Clay.
And this is 6 years later.
Yeah.
So that's that's the one thing I think that happened last night too, that now, and I heard you guys talking a little bit early about they're like trends do begin to develop, but by the same token, next game's going to have nothing to do with this game. I think when you get outscored 40-16 in the fourth quarter, and you're playing a team with Smart, Tatum, and Brown, who are all 25, and you're sitting with Draymond, Steph, and Clay, which are 32, 33, 34, whatever it is, that's got to be now thought about a little bit. Is this what it looks like when you get a little older and there's a young, enthusiastic team? Is there fatigue involved? Is this a one-off? Like, that's what we got to see next game. Like, do the Boston, are they in their locker rooms saying, we can wear these guys down? We saw it, and we can do it. We can keep doing it. They cannot play us 48 minutes. Like, I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, maybe that's got to be thought about now.
And what did I tell you guys when I left here yesterday? And I keep going back to it. There is no, and this is no shade at any Warrior player. There is no Giannis. There is no KD. There is no, they've seen it all. So I thought they were dead, guys. I'm being honest. When it was 15, I was like, this, they got game 1. Man, it didn't happen that way, and I'm going somewhere that you two don't know where I'm going. Steiny gave me his answer, and I won't tell him what it is. He'll tell you. But the rat's on the table. When Steph went back out the game, those 6 minutes, that enabled Boston. They had no business with the lead at halftime, I feel. But Curry going out the game, it just went to the crapper. Same thing in the fourth quarter, I believe, because it started that way before you brought him back. We've seen Jimmy Butler play 48 minutes twice. You look at LeBron's logs, all littered throughout the playoff history for him, he's done it. Now, they're different bodies, different people, but Steph, to me, he kind of winked at me. He didn't know he did when he said, we ain't got many games left. Maybe I need to go from 38 to 40 to 42. Guys, what are you only live once.
Right.
I think that's all they got. Like, you got to try to play them more.
Well, they lose anyway, even if he plays 40 or 42 last night because of what Boston did. And the problem in the second quarter was that Klay Thompson couldn't score, and Jordan Poole didn't do anything. And, Andre Iguodala did what he could. Draymond Green was 2 for 12. So even if Steph was in there, to expect Steph to be the only one to carry the water, I don't think is fair. And also, you do have to tip the cap to Boston defensively after the first quarter.
I hope
they did a much better job against the Chef in the second, third, and fourth quarters. Yeah, so to me, it's more than just play Steph 48, because that's not where Steph is at his best.
I'm gonna say real quick, yes to the potential of more minutes. Okay. We're not going 48 yet. All right, it's game 2.
And he was in foul trouble yesterday too, which is why he sat in the second quarter.
Draymond Green,
good deep breath, by the way,
cannot go 2 for 12.
Right,
he can go 2 for 5, and he can go 4 for 11.
All right.
But he cannot go 2 for 12. You cannot be a non-scorer and take that many shots. You know what I mean? You just can't. It's got to be a game where if they lose, we're looking at it and saying, well, Draymond's got to be better than 2 for 5. That's one thing. But you can't be 2 for 12.
12 for 4
guys.
From the line.
I know.
It was.
And this is where
you did the double thing when you got down 1 and missed it.
Fourth quarter, you get to that spot where you're down 8 and you needed something to stop the bleeding. He gets to the line, miss, night.
The second he was fouled, I said out loud, I go, that's not the shot we want.
No,
Before he went to the line.
Yeah.
I didn't know I thought maybe he'd get one. I knew he wasn't going to go hit 2 free throws.
Now, what happened to the corner threes? The Warriors, we talked about them at one point being the best defensive team in the league. When did they not know how to contest open corner threes?
I still think that they contested them better than what people are giving them credit for. Not all of them. Peyton Pritchard was left alone, and I would support the Warriors doing that again in the next round. Some of these threes, though, and this is why I've struck the chord that I have today, at a certain point, you got to salute some people. Now, Derek White hit threes with people in his shorts, okay? And if you're role players, we call them role players, if you're non-top 2 scorers in an NBA playoff game, if they do that, you're probably going to win. You're probably going to win. That's what's really hard. Like Jordan Poole could not do what Al Horford and Derek White did. And if that becomes a trend, yeah, you guys are right. They're in trouble.
I think the guy that bothers me most is Horford, if I'm the Warriors, because Horford doesn't hit tough threes because he has a standstill three. Yeah. So if he's guarded, he just won't shoot it. Like he's got to get that corkscrew going.
Totally.
So his shots are pretty open. And right now, that's about the only place Horford can really hurt you.
That's 6 of them.
So I got to
high.
believe that's going to be an adjustment made. I'll tell you who else was. I thought this guy was great. He just didn't. I thought Tatum was excellent last night. I know he was 3 for 17. But that to me was the epitome of a game where a guy was very good and he couldn't make a shot. He did not turn the ball over. He had 13 assists. His defense was very good. And lastly, he never overshot it. Like, he didn't go 6 for 25. 17 shots in 42 minutes, that's not a crazy amount. Now, 3 for 17 is terrible, don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying?
He goes 6 for 25, though, if his brethren aren't all hitting
Might be right.
the middle of the
Might
cup,
be right. And then maybe he starts passing less if they're not making shots.
Did they even rattle any threes home? Swish. Swish.
But they were down 12 going into
I'm
the
like,
fourth.
good Lord.
Kind of felt like
looked
they
like
knew.
a Globetrotters game.
Felt like they almost knew it was going to happen. Like
I don't
Boston.
know.
Well, they had a lot of comfortable looks, too.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't have a lot of really tough
So did
threes.
Dallas, though, Dibs, and they couldn't hit the side of a barn on most nights.
Yeah, but we're talking about Maxi Kleber and, the rest of those guys.
Yeah, but we've had conversations like that. I mean, we went into yesterday's game going, shoot it, Marcus. Keep shooting.
You're right.
And he went, swish, 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 swish.
And
You
that might
still
have been
want him
me.
to shoot it. You know what I mean? Like, he is the Dylan Brooks of this series. Dylan had one. You hope that was Marcus's, and he doesn't do it again. Boston fans will be the first ones to tell you the reason this team keeps going 7 games because they don't look the same night to night.
And that, wow.
They react wonderfully. They haven't been beaten twice in a row. They're awesome on the road. They've been pedestrian at home. But they've let games that they should. A champion doesn't have a home game to close someone out in game 6 and lose it the way they did. So. Look, they might win this thing, but to say that this couldn't turn and go the exact opposite direction coming up next, it's too early for me to say that.
I'll give you that, but I don't know where you guys are at because I listened to you this morning, but when I came in, if you gave a number where you're at or how worried you are, I am concerned, but I'll say this about Jordan Poole. How many times do we hear a player taking his offense to the defensive end and he dribble? You can't do that against these studs. They got 6 guys that could defend one-on-one, but with that, did you see him try to? He did the Olay defense on Jaylen Brown. Steph gave him a look like, son. Like, I don't know if Poole now is in his own head because he's getting cooked at D or they're trying to cook him and put him in the pot.
Well, the next game may determine whether or not he gets the Tim Lincecum, Pablo Sandoval finals treatment. We can't play you. It's too early now. Maybe that's overstating it. Not we can't play you.
No, I know what you mean.
You're talking about giving Steph more minutes. Well, it's at the expense of who? Who are you taking out?
Wow. Looney?
Oh, like maybe it's Looney, or maybe it is fewer minutes for if Poole. He's got 1.5 games left.
I agree with that.
To cook, and if you don't, then it's going to be desperation, situation, sensation.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him a 4.
Well done.
Stacking dollars right there.
Cha-ching!
One time.
Gucci!
One time. All right. You have anything other than just talking to everybody coming up? What's cooking?
Eddie House.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the house.
Hell yeah.
Wait, he's coming in?
No, meaning the part of the show.
Yeah.
I'm glad you were able to book him because I heard earlier in the week because this whole thing about Draymond and how you were supposed to get him 2 years ago.
We actually got him.
We
I just
didn't
don't
get him.
credit.
That was from Subway.
Subway
we didn't get him.
You say Subway.
I was
that
on
was
the
for
show.
me.
I had a half a page read on that one.
Talk fresh.
Willard, these are tough guys.
You were
man.
supposed to get him again, and you didn't. And then Steiny was calling him out about his Eddie House because Goo coached Eddie House as a youth.
Okay.
And so I'm glad you were able to.
You can play.
It's your flex moment of the day. I'm glad
we
you were
had him
able to
on a
flex
million times, but he's out here
NBA
with Scal.
Finals, now it's big, and you got to ask him about. They're running their mouth a little too much on their
I saw
Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah. Kendrick is he's out of control.
Wow, I mean,
look at Will. Talk to me.
Bank account goes up
He
every
came on
time you do
TV
it.
in a Alcatraz outfit with
mean-
the handcuffs. Stephen A was like, "What are you doing?"
Well, don't get mad at people for wearing stripes. The guy sitting next to you carries around in a bag for crying out loud.
See, look at him.
Here we go. Steiny Guru next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Warriors in a strange position. Down 1-0 to the Boston Celtics. They lose last night 120-108 at
Down
Chase
0-1,
Center.
right?
Yes, sir. They've been down 1-1 before. As Mark mentioned, Oklahoma City in 2016. But that was 6 years ago. So we'll see. We'll see. I think there were, this is one of those games where I do think you say, well, can that happen again? Probably not. But it happened once, which is one more time than it normally happens against the Warriors. Are the Celtics going to make 21 threes again? Probably not.
Are the Warriors going to make 19? I'm sorry I had to interject.
No, they
made 19, Steiny.
That's right. And they don't lose games when they make 19 very often. So, what's on your list?
It's too much. I just wanted to ask you real quick.
Hey,
here.
real quick, I'm sorry. Tell Mark Willard he left his phone
look
in
at
there.
you.
Thank you.
We should have did a prank, but he probably had the passcode in there.
Well, I wouldn't do that anymore because you said, remember when I took your water and you said that we don't like that.
But the phone's different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Listen, did I sound overly worried?
Not more worried than normal.
Okay, well, you said what's on my list. The number one item, Draymond's going to be who Draymond's going to be. Kevon Looney, as great as they've been, they're going to stay the same. So if we're at this juncture now asking them to do something they haven't been able to illustrate or something they're not strong at, Steiny, we're in trouble. I'm really focused and honed in on this Steph Curry more minutes. I think it starts there. And he could be a decoy out there on the court, opening it up for guys like Wiggins or Jordan Poole. But there's no way we can continue to watch Game 2 and have Curry come out for half the quarter. That's against Boston. It's not going to work, Matt Steinmetz.
He was 2 for 6 in the fourth quarter, Steph Curry. 2 for 6 in the fourth quarter. There's something to his big first quarter impact in the game in some. Was he spectacular? I thought I was like, Boston, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You blew like 3 assignments in the first quarter. He knocks down threes, but something, and I don't know how it manifested itself, but that meant something for the rest of the game. That Curry had 20 in the first quarter. And then it ended up being a night where he didn't do much after that, and nobody else was in a flow after that. And I'm not blaming it on Curry, certainly, but sometimes when a guy has a big first quarter like that, everybody else is just kind of waiting around.
Well, I'll say this. In a season that we saw Steph not shoot, to his normal metrics, watching him hit those open shots, I felt like that was a hand in his face. And I felt like, what a way to start the finals, Steiny, at home. But how much responsibility is it on him if other guys were not getting into the groove? Something's got to be done. They got to run some more action for Andrew Wiggins. Or does he have to come get the ball? He did have 20. Can that be 30? Could that be 30?
Now we want Wiggins to score 30. Interesting.
I'll tell you what. I want 8 of Dre's shots. I'll go 9 to go to Wiggins.
Okay, and then Draymond goes 1 for 3, and we all say, how can he play 33 minutes and only take 3 shots?
Steiny, I'm concerned, man. Warriors had no. What about Looney? I'm not blaming him. He looked like Looney early on to where athletically he's not Hakeem. There were trees down there. So when he did get the rebound, which he did well, Steiny, he couldn't just go be explosive or even put it back and score. Everything is more difficult and harder. And for the people that called the show yesterday and thought Boston was going to be a walk in the park, let me tell you, this is going to be a series. And I didn't ask the guys this before, but I'll get your I know you know. You can't tell me the Warriors are not under immense pressure come Sunday, because you don't want to go back to the Beantown down 0-2.
Yeah.
What's going to change? Like Dre, he ain't gonna be 6'6" by Sunday. You kind of like that one.
Well, Dre is 6'6".
No, I'm saying me being 6'6". You can't change some stuff that you just are.
Well, Matt, just think of it as
why people get nose jobs and hair pieces and lips.
Okay.
And tummy tucks.
I don't know how to respond to
I don't know. Well, go ahead. But you are who you are, Steiny.
Well, listen.
And Poole.
A week ago they were gonna win this. They're gonna win it this year and next year.
I need a V8.
And they lost the game. They lost the game 1. We're not used to them losing a game 1. They got to come out and win on Sunday, and then we know their history is to win on the road. So,
did Boston win it or the Warriors blow it?
Well, Boston won it. They made 9 threes in the fourth quarter.
But going into that fourth, the Warriors had some antidote and formula that was working. Up 12.
Yeah, and yet I never felt like they were totally in control. Did you?
I told you guys.
It was 87-72.
Steiny, I thought they were done. I thought the Warriors had it going into the fourth. And I'm not used to them on 15. This form blowing it a lead like that at home.
Now, I do disagree. Draymond, let me see if I can find this one here. Draymond. Here we go. This is what I disagree with this from Draymond.
They stayed within striking distance. They made shots late. We'll be fine. We'll figure out the ways we can stop them from getting those threes and take them away. We pretty much dominated the game for the first 41, 42 minutes, so we'll be fine.
I don't think they dominated the game for the first 42 minutes. And how do you think
he guarded last night?
I didn't notice him, so that must mean he's not didn't do great.
And for Dan Dibley, the ref, to point out astutely that he can't guard Jaylen Brown and the top tier players for the Celtics, that's a problem. I'm going JD. That's a problem. The Celtics 6 times this year have made 17 plus 3-pointers
in the postseason.
So
or in the whole year.
In the postseason.
So they can do it.
Game 7 against Milwaukee. So I just want to shake people and wake them up thinking that the 21 was some just, no, it wasn't. And I just need some adjustments.
Like what?
Number one.
Don't talk about an adjustment. Tell me what you want to do for an adjustment.
We got to help Jordan Poole. He ain't just on an island like Gilligan.
This ain't time to babysit. It's the NBA Finals.
But is that how it's coming across?
Nobody can help you. Nobody can help anybody now.
Would you start out small?
What do you mean they're going to how do you help Jordan Poole? Like now you want to run stuff for Jordan Poole?
Have him start?
Well, he's had games like this before in the postseason.
He has. All right. He has. But that was a different beast.
Well, why was it a different beast?
Because Denver was undermanned, but at times they had their way, and we saw him, fiddling with the ball. And then Dallas was just a walk in the park. No shade at the Mavericks. They had no resistance. And for the Warriors going for their 4th ring with the big 3, up 12, I don't think I could come in here and do radio with you and tell the listeners that I'm okay with what happened. They got hit in the body. They got hit in the chin and buckled. So what's the answer? Because I don't know if they have it, if this is going to continue and Steph is not going.
Why don't we say what we always say?
What's that?
When they lose. They're just missing shots. Those shots are going to go down next game. They're going to defend a little bit better against Boston. Like, why? They've lost games before. And usually it's not a big deal. We always say, oh, yeah, well, the other team made shots one game. Big deal. Why aren't we just saying, look, they're going to make more shots. They're going to play better defense. Draymond's going to play better. Like, why is this different?
I'm going Horseshack on Welcome Back, Carter. Ooh, they couldn't create a shot. And that's why they only had 16 fourth-quarter points. Money time. Did you see that ball moving like a hot potato, Steiny? And Clay.
Who do you blame for that?
We need Clay. We need the what do they call it? The bandit. We need the old Clay. That's how big of a beast.
But he's not been that Clay.
Well,
Klay
that's
Thompson
going to be a problem.
Okay, well, where is it?
That's going to be a problem.
Where is it? Number 5 question for me yesterday. Can Klay Thompson be a consistent number 2 in this series?
He's got to score more than 15.
Well, listen, he has not. He has been pretty good, not so good. Pretty good, not so good. Pretty good, not so good. I'm going to lean that he's probably going to have a couple good games. And is it going to be enough for them to win the series? We'll see.
Shot creation. Am I off base saying that?
I don't want to be a jerk, but I thought that's where Steph Curry comes in. I thought Steph Curry can get a shot anytime he wants. I thought Steph Curry goes and cooks. What happened to all that?
Boston's a beast, Steiny.
Jason Tatum was 3 for 17, and he was a monster factor in that game. Like, that's how you play and help a team when you're not making shots.
But he's got other guys that are threats. Jaylen
Wait a minute.
Brown.
We came into this series saying the Warriors had more offensive threats than the Celtics. So what? It changed in one game?
Well,
all of a sudden now, the Warriors don't have enough offense?
I need Kerr or I need the Warriors themselves to get the ball in guys. Wiggins took 15 field goal attempts.
Is that good or is that too high?
I think moving forward, if Clay is going to be this Clay, maybe that needs to be 20 field goal attempts, 22. It can't be 12 coming from Draymond. That's what, and again, there's a reason this is happening because Boston was suffocating the Warriors. Steiny, 16 fourth-quarter points in a finals game? Wow.
888-957-9570. I think you've heard the first half hour. You know who's feeling some kind of way. You know who's feeling another kind of way. Warriors, by the tone of you know what? Here's what I know. Here's how you know the Warriors have not been in this position very often. Because, Guru, you sound panicked. You sound worried.
See, I was trying
you
not
sound
to.
over the top. But I get it. They very rarely go down 1-0. What do you think? Guru's got a right to be worried? Or look, win game 2, we'll be fine. We'll talk about it. 888-957-9570. Golden State Warriors basketball. More talk later.
Shots on the way. Swish! Put him on the line.
Fire away. The shot's up, and it's good.
Well, why not? That bucket looks like a pool.
It's got to be the hottest quarter from three in finals history. 17-0 run.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here's what I'm trying to balance today, everybody. Steiny doesn't even care. He thinks the Warriors did nothing wrong, and this will all turn around somehow. Goo and the rest of us are concerned because we need to figure out what went wrong. And then the 925 Guru, please relax. I'm already annoyed by how the Warriors blew that game. I can't deal with you over-worrying and getting my anxiety attack to return.
They got me eating donuts.
So I'm gonna try to stay in the middle here. And
Warriors got me eating donuts. Not that I would be eating them if they hadn't won. I'm shocked at you.
Why, Guru? You know me, Guru.
But I need a number. We need a number. Joe Panic, your panic meter. Because just a number.
If I were a Warrior fan,
I'm at a 7.
I'd be at a 3. Just because you lose game one, what are they 21-2 in game ones or some stuff like that? We're not used to the Warriors being behind in the series. Guess what? They're going to have to play from behind for once.
And athleticism, they've lost the battle. This team is more athletic. They play better defense. All 5 starters were in double figures, and you had 2 guys in your starting lineup that couldn't get to 10 points.
That's not an anomaly.
Anywhere. Okay.
Looney and Draymond not scoring a lot is not an anomaly.
4 points apiece.
I look at, Jordan Poole. He's an important part of this team. He averaged, I believe he came into this series averaging 18 a game in the postseason.
2 of 7 last night.
They need him. All right. He didn't play well last night. He turned the ball over, looked overmatched. All right. First NBA Finals game. Let's see how he bounces back. Right. We all know that Jordan Poole, we've said it all year, he doesn't seem afraid of the bright lights. These lights are a little brighter, but I expect him to play better, obviously. I'm not saying there's no cause for concern.
Okay.
But panic is a different thing. I mean, the one, I get it. Yeah, Steph scores 21 points in the first quarter, but
13 after that.
This is the NBA Finals. It's about the second half in the fourth quarter. He's 5 for 14 from the third quarter, or second, third, and fourth quarter. So while Curry's box score numbers look solid, I think he's 12 for 15, 7 for 14. He only had 1 3 after the fourth quarter. And look, he had 21 in the first, and they're only up 4. And nobody else is hurting you other than Steph. It's kind of like, I think it might have been kind of exactly the kind of start Boston wanted, believe it or not.
I get that.
Because not everybody was involved. It was just Steph doing his thing. And as great as Steph is, and we know he can do it, this is why it's not, this is why the best way to play is never Steph gets 40 and everybody else just kind of plays off him.
Like we saw Boston do with Miami. They let Butler go and control the others. But yet Butler didn't come out the game.
No. Let's start out with Carlito. Get some positive vibes going. Hey, Carlito, how you doing, buddy? Wow.
Hey, gentlemen.
You know what? He's banned.
I think you didn't hit the button.
It's red. The button has been
okay.
worked.
I'm
Choke
defending you,
artist.
Carlito.
That's Carlito with a
the
choke.
toughest opponent that they got, and it's going to be very difficult. And I can see how there's anxiety, but it's just one game, and Steph needs the other players to help him out because right now he's carrying the team. Thank you.
Well, at least he came in as though nothing was wrong.
Yeah.
I got to respect that.
Yeah, he did.
Carlito came in oblivious. Absolutely
Maybe he
oblivious.
had muted his phone. That happens sometimes when you're on. You hit mute, and then he bumped it again. There you go.
I gotta say something because you and I discussed Al Horford, the great vet. We talked about, and it wasn't crazy talk. Could he possibly be a liability? Could he play in this series? And my man goes out there and has 26 points, 6 of 8 from 3, 6 rebounds, and he looked like he was 26. Pritchard comes out there. Tice, guys we talked about in Green, could they play or would the Warriors expose them? But yet, we got questions on our end about guys that can play. I didn't see that coming. And Jordan Poole, 2 of 7, dribble. They were taking your lunch. I stole that from Dibs. I kind of like it. But they were taking your lunch, Steiny. So I guess Hubie Brown, you're the basketball Hubie Brown. I could call Bonte, whoever. Explain to me what adjustments that are on the table outside of minute allocation. You going to Moody and Kuminga?
No.
You giving him a shot?
Kuminga? No.
Throw him on Jaylen Brown a little bit, see to make it difficult?
You do know that's the NBA Finals. Right?
See, I hate
it's the NBA Finals.
I hate that.
And Klay Thompson had trouble with Jaylen Brown. Klay Thompson's a pretty smart defender. Man, I got to tell you, I didn't anticipate this.
I didn't anticipate them coming back. It was the second biggest run in the NBA Finals history. Boston went on. I'm just stunned.
Let's go to Diego. Diego's in Marin. Hey, Diego, what do you got for us, buddy?
How you doing? I just wanted to bring up something I've been waiting to say for a long time, which is that, to me, Curry is not a great player, and when people say he is, they cherry-pick things that he's great at, like shooting the three, and when he's not great at doing things that other great players are great at, like Giannis was and Butler was, who were able to push Boston to Game 7 each, and Curry cannot do that because he's not as great as people say he is.
Thanks, Diego. Yeah. You've been waiting 12 years to say that.
No doubt. Please.
I'm not going to go there, but we can talk about Curry and his role last night, absolutely. It's 12 for 25, 7 for 14. I think you'll take that any day of the week in an NBA Finals game. I think he wanted to obviously spread out a little more. Ideally, he has 21 in the fourth quarter, but I'm not blaming Curry for this loss. I just think collectively they weren't good enough.
I give you that.
Here's the other thing. And I never do this where it's like I got to rewatch the game and chart it.
Go ahead.
I got to find out how much zone the Warriors played in the fourth quarter.
Well, let me help you out.
It felt like they were playing some zone, and I'm not really sure why.
It didn't work. Boston ate that zone. Now, the biggest defender on Steph Curry last night was the coaching staff of the Warriors. Their traditional usage of Steph is not going to get it done.
38 minutes.
I understand that. Game
1 of the NBA Finals.
Okay, I understand that. But the man himself said at the podium, maybe that's something they could look at. My question to you and the listeners is, what if you went 40, 42, 43 minutes? I'm not saying, it's all about him. We talk about how fine his conditioning is. You think he really couldn't handle that or bring that up in his post-game presser? Because to me, that's a majority of the answer and what you go do.
He played 9 minutes in the fourth quarter. He didn't do anything. So listen, he's probably going to play 40 or more in the rest of the series. But here's what who hit us on the thread last night and said, "Why isn't Poole playing?"
Oh, that was me. Because they were on it.
So Poole, you have just spent the first 40 minutes railing on Poole and how lousy he was, and last night you texted, Why isn't he playing in the fourth quarter? We can't score
because we needed offense. I'll take 10
Do you see
misses.
Do you see how hard decision making is, though, Goo?
No, it's.
Do you see that it's not easy?
Listen,
okay.
I love you for that. And also shot creation. That's why I marvel at the Westbrooks and Hardens back when they were young.
Now you say shot creation.
'Cause that ball became a hot
15
potato.
minutes ago, it was all he does is dribble into traffic and turn the ball over.
No, that's just part of his DNA. His style is
Who's
putting
the
it on the floor.
second best player in the Warriors?
Right now is Andrew Wiggins.
All right.
And there's no shade. Right now, that's the truth. And if Clay is going to give you
I'm gonna say
15 or
something
less
right now.
every game, regardless of how many games this series goes, the Warriors can't win. It's imperative that you use what you do, your prolific offense, to knock off this prolific defense. And last night, like my 78 Seville Cadillac, they ran out of gas offensively.
What if that's an age issue?
Then now I'm at a 9. Because you ain't getting younger tomorrow.
I mean, I would say I know Andrew Wiggins has had a hell of a year, and I know he's had a hell of a postseason. But I think if I were to have said to somebody 4 months ago, can the Warriors win it if Andrew Wiggins is their second best player? I think everybody would have said no. No, you can't win it if Andrew Wiggins is your second best player. Well, you're telling me he is their second best player now. So if Andrew Wiggins is your second best player, then you are going to have trouble winning in the NBA Finals, right?
But Steiny, he was an all-star.
Okay.
And when we say the second best player, I guess I'm coming to you with the portfolio of he's playing the best basketball out of anybody else outside of Steph Curry.
Okay.
I think that's obvious to
then
everybody.
the Warriors might not be good enough. I don't want to be glib, but
if I had a drink, I would sip it after that.
How come?
Because that's sobering.
Well, no, then you would stop drinking.
But you get it's scary.
Nice job, Goo.
Yeah, I appreciate this, but no.
It's not scary yet, Goo. It's not scary yet.
All right.
Let's go.
All right, I'm going to relax.
No, you're
Twitch
not.
telling me to relax, take a deep breath.
Let's go to E in San Jose. What's going on, E? How you doing, man?
How are you gentlemen doing today? I'm doing just great.
Me too.
Been better, E.
Hey, I've been better too. I'm a big Warrior fan too. I got 2 quick points to make, but I also want to ask which producer let that guy on who said that Curry ain't that great. That dude needs to be fired immediately.
That's Evan.
2 quick points.
I'll put in a complaint.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna jot that down. 2 quick points. Can we let Steve Kerr and his ridiculously high-paid coaching staff take a minute and try to make an adjustment before we consider this series over?
All right.
Draymond was right. They were dominating. If you don't like the word dominating, they were playing really well until about 6-7 minutes left in the game. And then all of a sudden they stepped on a landmine and couldn't hit a shot. My second quick point is, every single series, the Warriors have been allowed to throw up a turd. Just because it happened in this first game doesn't make it any different. They can come back from this just fine, like they do every other time. Or if they don't, as fans, they still have 3 rings to lean on. So not a big deal, but let's give them a chance to throw up their bad game in the first game, which they don't usually do. And then let's let Kerr and his staff figure it out, guys. Thank you.
Appreciate it, E. Appreciate it.
Thanks, E.
Like the one thing that I kind of agree, the Celtics made a ton of threes in the fourth quarter, but the question I have for Warrior fans is, and again, I kind of said this earlier, usually when the Warriors don't score a lot of points, the conventional wisdom is, well, they're missing shots. They're just missing shots. The Warriors are just missing shots. Is that what everybody saw in the fourth quarter last night?
No.
That they were just missing shots? Or did you see small shades of, let's say, Game 7 against the Cleveland Cavaliers back in 2016? I know it wasn't that bad, but they didn't do much offensively in the fourth quarter. So, I'm willing to say, Boston shot the S out of it.
Right.
But the Warriors, they couldn't score. Like, that's the part, to me, that's more worrisome than Boston getting hot, is how the Warriors going to score if, I didn't think they were generating great looks in the fourth quarter. I don't know what they were really doing. They were out of sync. little taking turns,
Totally.
those kind of things.
Now, I agree with you, Steiny. In 16, I'll say this. I felt like in that sequence, no timeout by Kerr, and I love you, Coach. I felt like they were then just missing shots. This was something different yesterday, and that's why I keep harping on there was a bit of hot potato. There was a bit of, I ain't got nothing. I can't get by. You do it. You do it. And it was like Looney and Dre, and to Dre's credit, he tried. But this is the one thing I got to ask you about, and you tell me if it has any merit like the Lake. Magic Johnson, the Hall of Famer, on the telecast said the Warriors looked tired after the first quarter. They were grabbing on their shorts. Did you see any of that? Because they had 5 days off. Magic, are you sure you saw that? Did you? Well, how the hell did they, if that's true, Magic, how did they go to get out and have a 12-point lead going into the fourth? Something was in the tank, Magic.
It's something to monitor as the series goes on. And I think, and I kind of said this during the Memphis series, one or two things, we're going to be saying one or two things after this series. One thing we might be saying is, man, the Warriors experience won them their fourth title. We might be saying, Warriors are old. They looked old. They looked old against the Celtics.
I hope that's not
and,
it, man.
Well, I mean, I don't want to play the what if it is game, but
that's floating out there.
I mean, that's the point. I'm not. There's nothing definitive you can take from one game. I don't believe. But now you got to watch the fourth quarters, because if the Boston Celtics feel like they can shut the Warriors down, especially in the fourth quarter of a game when they feel like the Warriors are bogging down a little or getting tired, well, then the Warriors are in trouble. But it was one game, and until it becomes a trend, you got to figure they're going to turn it around, because they've turned everything else around during this run before.
Briefly here, what also scares me is the Warriors and Celtics had 39 rebounds apiece. Okay, so that's a wash. Warriors had 12 offensive rebounds, okay? I look at the turnovers, 12 to 14. I look at the three-point percentage for the Warriors. Even though Boston shot a whopping 51%, they shot 42% and made 19. It was apparent to me the degree of difficulty for the Warriors trying to create a good shot wasn't flukish, unless you're telling me I'm going to give you more pull and we'll try the youngsters. Because what can Kerr go in the lab and concoct, to that caller's point about making adjustments? At this juncture, you are who you are. And if somebody's got a right hand and you too slow to read, they're going to keep hitting you with that jab. And that's what Boston did like a python. They sucked and stopped the Warriors' offense to where they got 16 points in game one of a home NBA Finals. That's why I'm sipping my concoction.
You keep saying shot creation. You've been saying all year that Steph Curry can create his own shot.
Well, when I say this,
I mean,
a lot. You talked about 9 minutes. That's not enough minutes for me in the fourth quarter. Now I know they got pulled at the end.
Well, whose fault is that?
It's nobody's fault.
Well, of course it is. It's Steve Kerr's fault.
If
you want to go there.
Yeah, no. I won't go there until I see you on Monday. Okay. And if he doesn't react and they don't do something different. Because I think we're headed towards Steph telling Steve, I got it.
Let me tell you something. Here's the way I feel.
Okay.
If I watch last night's game and all I have is Steph Curry's got to play more, but I look and he's played 38 minutes. Okay, play 44. Do they win the game?
Like, I could look at you in the face and say, I think they could.
Why? Because he made such an impact after the first quarter?
He
didn't do anything the last three quarters.
But just him being out there can allow Wiggins to move free. No.
Did it?
They didn't
when
try
he was out there, did it allow all these things to happen?
20. Wiggins had 20.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, the 3 minutes at the start of the fourth,
that's
why.
But the run started at the end of the third.
When did he get back? What were they up? 10?
Yeah.
So Curry comes back Warriors have a 10-point lead with 9 minutes to go. I think if you ask Steve Kerr to draw it up, he couldn't draw it up any better than that. Right. Hey, we're going to be able to bring Steph Curry back at the 9-minute mark of every single fourth quarter, and we're going to be up 10. They're going to win the series, I think.
So, I hear you. Why do you think Dre had 12 field goal attempts? Boston's licking, they want that to happen again Sunday. But it became the late shot clock. The shot clock was going down. It was almost like he had to shoot by default.
Yeah, I mean, look, your guy Andrew Wiggins messing around with the ball with 3 seconds on the shot clock, and he's the second best player, and he throws it to Draymond Green, who's 30 feet out. That's not great. Here's the other thing. I agree. I don't know about awful 925, but
what is it?
Andre Iguodala was not that good.
Not at all.
Made some shots, but Wiggins absolutely should have come into the fourth quarter at the same time as Curry. Well, then Iguodala's off the floor because Iguodala played half the fourth. So let's go to Leo in Fremont. Let's talk about Curry. What's going on, Leo? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? I love the show, man. Love the show.
Thank you.
First of all, their defense was on point. You cannot take that away from them at all. Their defense was on point. And as long as we don't have a low presence scoring, it's going to be like that. Because we live and we die by the three. Clay didn't show up. Poole didn't show up. I also want to see Wiggins drive to the hoop more. Same thing as Poole. But I think if we put Kuminga in there, who's going to guard him? Al Horford can't guard him. So I think we need to get a guy down there to post it. And I think we dish it out. I think we'll be all right. What do you guys think? Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, I'm not against it, Steiny.
I'm not down to Kuminga at this point.
But you got to get something. You got to do some body shots. Everything.
What does that mean?
Something in the post.
What does body shots mean?
What Boston did to the Warriors.
Kuminga shoots threes most of the time.
Well, I'm picturing you're right. You got me, but the body shots are down low. And did Robert Williams remind you of JaVale McGee with the ability when Smart has it to throw? Like, how easy is that to score and have that as an option? Ain't going to win you the game, but that used to be a key component to a Warriors offense, and they just don't have that threat. They just don't. Everything right now is – I used to cook, Steiny, and the meat would be tough. That's how the Warriors' offense was, just tough. Everything was hard. I tipped my cap to Boston, but I'm coming into Sunday like that defense ain't going anywhere. They didn't seen it all. And maybe they're like, hey, you guys are cute, but y'all ain't stressing us out because you got two starters that you're playing 3-on-5. And I'm just speaking facts. When I say 3-on-5, we talked about this midway through the year. Hey, do you break it up? Can you put Looney and Draymond out there? And we got past it. They did it, rightfully so. But now those questions are real.
Let's go to Victor in Richmond. What's going on, Victor? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas. I was at the game last night, and, the one thing that concerns me is that usually we're used to seeing Steph explode in the first quarter. You look up and we're only up 4. And then we kind of go on one of those third quarter runs. You look up, we're only up 12, where I think, sometimes that's a knockout punch. But Boston hung in there. And I don't think we're really used to that. What do you guys think about us switching it up for game 2, maybe putting Poole in and starting small? Thanks for taking my call.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, I don't really know what the answer is. I don't know that there needs to be an answer. Maybe you don't do anything.
You could
say
right.
We play better in the fourth quarter. We're up 12 going into the fourth quarter. Just play better in the fourth quarter. No panic. Just play better.
Yeah. At this juncture to me, everything's on the table.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors down 1-0. Best of 7 NBA Finals. You want to try to talk Guru down for me or give me some help? Or are you kind of with him? And that what you saw last night is very, very troubling. It's only one game, but we'll talk about it for the next, I don't know, 2 weeks.
Have you been in an accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations, and we're here to...
Celtics will hold the ball at midcourt, run the clock off. Ball game's over. 120 to 108, your final. Boston takes game one in shocking fashion here at Chase Center. And there's going to be a lot of discussion about this one. Final score 120 to 108. What a fourth quarter for the Boston Celtics.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
510 says, do texts not get responses? Oh, the good ones get responses, 510.
And we're pretty good about that. Yeah. Twitch, YouTube, and the text line. What did it say? Well, you just read it.
It said, do texts not get responses? And I said, good ones.
Tim Roy kept it real.
What'd he say?
There'll be a lot of discussion about this one.
But even if they won, there would be a lot of discussion.
No, but I know what he was doing.
What was he doing?
Letting you know that he wasn't happy with what went down. It was a shocker. And I'm not calling one somebody out.
You'd never do that.
This is like
because
Madison Bumgarner on.
You're working like you're panicked, but you are working hard to protect your assets here.
That I'm just so not that guy. But let's say Mad Bum in his heyday, he's facing Steiny. Mm-hmm. Steiny's hitting my fastball. Mm-hmm. He would come with a curve. He would come with a slider. Something breaking ball down. I don't know if this Warrior team collectively has that. And I think my biggest fear is when you start the game 3-on-5. And that's what you're doing with Looney and Draymond Green. Now, how you fix that, how you go about it, how you limit that 5, there was discussions this year about that. That is back, just like a pimple.
So you think Robert Williams is more of a scorer than Draymond and or Looney?
I do. Especially the scorer not creating his own shot, getting a rebound and taking it back up with not that much resistance from both of those guys. And Draymond, Steiny, he went to the podium and act like it was kind of flukish that Boston won.
I mean, he's a champion. Maybe he saw some things that he's not concerned about in terms of the long
I'll give him that. We'll be watching Sunday.
Let's go to Bobby. Bobby's in Oakland. Hey, Bobby, how are you, man?
Hey, good, man. Just this Warriors game yesterday got me a little worried. You know what? I mean, I called the other day and said I was, concerned about their Boston switches. I know, Steiner, you kind of thought it was a little gimmicky, but, man, those switches, especially in the fourth quarter, shut us down. And the other thing about this, talking about Draymond, right? Mm-hmm. I know he can't shoot, and sometimes he can't really hit layups, but doggone it, if you get an open lane, take it to the hoop and at least draw some fouls. I mean, I'm talking to the whole Warriors team. Get to the hoop. The way you beat the athletic team is take it right to them, because our shooting is crazy to say it's not good enough outside of Steph, because the way they're switching everything. So take it to the hoop, draw some fouls, then open up shots. But the way we're going now, man, these athletes are just too much for us. But I think we can still pull it off, but we got to change up some things. So that's all it's calling about.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Bobby.
And Boston, quietly, Steiny only had 16 free throw attempts. The Warriors got to the charity stripe 15 times.
Was reffing a problem last night? Did the officials have anything to do with last night's game?
I don't do that. I don't get into that.
Oh, you do sometimes.
Well, that's be it, Chasky and Willard.
I
they talk about.
Didn't think the refs were any factor.
My favorite ref all time, Dick Pavetta.
Mm. He's a joke. Dick Pavetta was a joke.
I liked how he handled
single-handedly made the worst call in finals history.
Which is?
Or Eastern Conference Finals, when he gave Larry Johnson a 4-point play when they fouled him before he ever got into the shooting motion. Don't get me started. Indiana, New York Knicks. I think it was the
I never knew this.
Tim Donaghy's the best. Come on.
Now
nothing but class from that guy.
Why would he bring that up?
Don't do that, Spino. Let's go to Garrett in Berkeley. He just wants everybody to enjoy the Warriors.
All right.
What's up, Garrett? How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you, guys.
Sure.
You can hear me great. Yeah, so I just wanted to, number one, say we all want the Warriors to win, but I hope that doesn't take away from our enjoyment and appreciation of what they've accomplished just getting back to the finals. given, all the storylines we've lived through, which adds to our emotion and stress about what happened last night. But looking at the Grizzlies, Timberwolves, the Timberwolves made a lot of mistakes down the stretch, and the Grizzlies were able to beat them, but then they met the Warriors, and the Warriors didn't make those same mistakes. And so now the Warriors are playing a team where they can't afford to make mistakes down the stretch. And, one of the things I really saw was they took their foot off the pedal of the intensity. All of a sudden in the fourth quarter, they were putting up shots that weren't bad, but there was nobody but Celtics in the paint getting easy rebounds, and they just let them take over.
Well, I think there might be something to that. Warriors were up 87-72 late in the third quarter.
Yep.
Got down to 12 at the end of the third, and then started the fourth. They started chopping into it. I guess.
What you got? I love when you get disgruntled. It ain't me.
Yes, it is you. It is you, Goo. It is you. And
share it with us.
Well, it's like after one game now, the sky is falling and everything needs to change. And should Poole come back in the starting lineup? And Draymond can't do this. And what about Looney? Now all of a sudden he can't play when he was great against Dallas and pretty good against Denver. And
what?
Are they a good team or do they stink, Goo?
They're a great team.
Okay.
But you know what? Like, we come in here, and I love that you care about my feelings, but sometimes I think you care about them a little too much.
I do. That's a weakness of mine. I care too much.
That I'm panicked, and let's focus on what we saw. And what we saw was history. History, Steiny. I mean, 6 3-pointers in the first quarter by Stephen Curry. I loved all of that. I'm not telling the listeners and the masses that the Warriors have no chance, but I think you got to tap into your Olivia Newton-John to win this series. And I'm looking at this Warrior team and players like a Rubik's Cube, and now all of a sudden Jordan Poole is returning the glass slippers.
That's not fair. That's not fair to say that. He had one bad game. This is his first playoffs ever.
That's beautiful.
Look at his numbers. He's been terrific in the postseason.
Right. Averaging 18
and now
points.
you're going to be like, well, Poole, he can't do this.
I wasn't finished.
Not every play. Okay.
I wasn't finished. And I love what you did because I was going to do that. That's the panic that people are acting like, okay, he's going to be a problem. He can't get fixed. We've seen him in every series, have some good games, and revert back to some non-good games. I'm not looking at Poole. I'm advocating maybe do you put him in the starting lineup. I'm not dare saying he's done, Steiny, but that's what I'm hearing.
From who? Who's saying Jordan Poole is done after one game? He's had a great postseason.
Yeah,
had a great postseason. He had one bad game in game one. Who's saying he's done,
against Denver,
and why would you repeat that?
Yeah. And the last 3 against Dallas, wasn't nothing to write home about, just from his shooting percentages. You know how much I think of the kid.
He was 6 for 8 in game 6. He shot 50% against Dallas. He shot over 50% from the floor. He was 8 for 12, 7 for 10, 2 for 4. They won that game by 10. 5 for 10, 6 for 8. He had 19, 23, 10, 14, 16. He was terrific against Dallas.
So how?
He had a bad game.
Yeah.
It's the first finals game he ever played. He'll be fine.
And we'll see him again.
I am sure we will, because they need him. Don't they? Let's go to Jonathan. Jonathan is in San Francisco. Hey, Jonathan, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Oh, it's pretty stunned, man. That's shocking. That's
Yeah, but you got a silver lining. Give me your silver lining.
Yeah, I got silver linings. And, one game, right?
Yeah.
One game doesn't make the series.
Right.
The silver lining is we kind of got beat by an anomaly. I mean, they shot perfect in the fourth quarter. But the problem is, this is my worry, Matt. They look like they're just bigger than us. They're faster than us. They're hungrier than us. I don't know if there's a fix. I mean, we got to get more athletic because we need guys to be able to stay in front of their guys. And those guys that we have on the roster, they're a couple of rookies, man. So I don't know if Steve Kerr and the coaching staff are going to be able to get those guys ready. If need be, Kuminga and Moody. But man, it didn't look good, man. Even though that was like kind of like an anomaly that beat the Warriors, it was just it was shocking the way they got beat because I was feeling confident. 15-point lead in the third quarter just evaporated like that, and it's mind-boggling. But it's one game, and the Boston Celtics, they're pretty inconsistent at being inconsistent. So hopefully that trend continues. They're bad one game, good the next. Hey, let's go Warriors! I mean, it's a series, man. Let's just keep our hopes up.
Yeah, and you know what? And you know what, Jonathan? There's another thing that we forgot.
I like that. What?
We're here, and they're there.
We're here, and they're there.
That's a 4.
Come on, Warrior fans. You can't be like this. Come on. Perspective. I'm mad at Guru, too, for coming in with this attitude. I'm just trying to keep my cool. Telling me frustrates me when he does this.
I'll be happy Monday.
Because on Monday,
Warriors will take care of business Sunday.
On Monday, we're going to talk about how the Warriors are going to win the series in 5, and then they're probably going to repeat next year.
Look at you.
That's probably what we're going to be talking about.
No, I'm just reacting.
Let's go to Alberto. He's probably so mad at you, Goo, because Alberto wants to talk about no panicking after game 1. So he's probably fuming at you. What's up, Alberto?
How you all doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Okay, yes. Actually, we all sound like a fair weather fan. We had a bad game. Actually, we had one bad quarter.
Right.
And then we talking about adjustment, changes, and these, and all the negative. Okay, how about winning the next game and keep on keeping on?
Yeah.
It's not a one-game series. Okay, Guru? Just wake up.
Okay, I got you.
Thank you, Alberto.
But
let me make sure people heard. Wake up.
He did.
Guru.
He said keep on keeping on. Listen to what I told you and why I'm bothered. You guys told me I was crazy. I said Dallas came in here to the same building, and whatever they did with their soft ass had a 19-point lead on that Friday. Denver did the same thing weeks before. And those are things that I don't flush out my system as fast as others. They didn't have the weaponry to sustain it. Blue Chew. Boston does. And they did.
Well, he did last night.
So I'm not telling any Warrior fan it's over. I'm just telling you it's not disappointment. It's fear.
What was your series prediction?
Warriors in 7.
So why are you panicking? You knew you would
because I said 7 don't mean they got to go 7.
You predicted they'd lose 3 games.
Sunday's big for us. Seriously, you smiling, cheesing. It ain't even payday Friday. Sunday's big.
I'm not. Of course it is. Why are you mad at me?
Let's talk about.
Are you
Clay.
taking it personal?
Yeah, no, that's too funny. You think Clay? I'm
He
not
stinks.
mad at Clay.
You want me to come in there? He stinks.
He's a marvel, medicine-wise, science-wise, that he's out here playing.
Absolutely.
He gets a portion of the pie that he deserves, that he's had before, that he's earned. But Matt Steinmetz, if he doesn't revert back to the Clay to where he's getting 25 to 40 or 30.
He's not going to be. Now listen, this is where. All right, I'm not going to play my condescending game. He hasn't been that player since he's come back. He has not been consistent offensively. He's had some moments, but then he's been just okay. So now you're playing the Celtics in the finals. Their defense is damn good. I think it's fair to expect him to be good 2 or 3 games and maybe just okay 2 or 3 games.
Can they win it that way in your opinion?
They might be able to. But they needed players to be better last night. And one of them was Poole, and the other, I'll tell you what, let's put the rat on the table.
Okay.
Draymond Green was terrible last night.
Oh, man.
But Draymond Green was absolutely terrible.
That's real talk.
There it is. I mean, Klay Thompson was
and I'm not
kind of invisible.
Klay. Yeah.
Klay Thompson didn't do enough. Wiggins was Wiggins.
Draymond
was terrible. listen.
He didn't make a 0 for 4 from the free throw line, but that ain't why they lost. But still.
I think he was only 0 for 3.
Did I add one on?
I think so.
I apologize, Dre.
But just from a logical standpoint, we all know Dre has trouble scoring. So if you have trouble scoring, you cannot shoot 12 times and only make 2.
Oh,
like, see, this is
this
is what I think. This is what I think so interesting.
Okay,
you've often said you'd rather see a guy go 2 for 15 than 2 for 5. Keep shooting, keep getting after it.
That's me.
Well, to me, that Draymond cost the Warriors by doing that last night, by taking 12 shots, making 2.
Okay,
like Steph Curry can go through a stretch like that because he's a scorer. Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, even Wiggins. But Draymond has never shown the ability to score consistently. So when he's not making shots, why is he taking 12?
Let me tell you why. And you're going to say, Goo, I need a urine sample. I mean what I'm about to tell you and the listeners. He took half of those shots by default. He was reading the room. They were suffocating everybody to where he couldn't do his little pattern. Hey, where you at? I'm going to hit it to you. Come around the corner. Here you go. All that was out the way. So he knew he had one thing to do. Take it to the rack or try to create a shot. And that's kudos to Boston's defense. So the Warriors got to counteract that. We got to see if they can. But when people ask me, Goo, why you not mad at Dre for taking 12 shots? I feel like 8 of those shots were shot clock running down. I can't get a pass off. I got to go do something. And he did something I feel he's not comfortable doing.
Which is
trying to finish.
But everybody says you've got to take that drive when it comes, and you've got to be able to score on occasion.
He was like he was fighting himself sometimes trying to shoot the shot. Like,
man,
yeah. He didn't seem worried. We got the sound. He didn't seem worried at the post-game press or the podium.
Willis, our guy Willis, what you talking about, Willis? You're nervous, huh?
Hey, well, I'm just saying, everybody's last series with Dallas is talking about how they shot 3-pointers and they were wide open and they weren't hitting them. But
right.
Guess what the Celtics do? Al Horford hits that 3-point shot.
Yeah,
that's what he does.
Exactly.
And then, the Warriors' first half. It's not like they didn't shoot well. Steph Curry broke a record first quarter. Otto Porter Jr., 4 for 5. Klay Thompson, 3 for 7, 42%.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that they didn't do well. And guess what? They were still down by 2 at the half.
Right.
So, yeah, they had a great third quarter, but, the fourth quarter, it's not to say that this will not happen again. It can happen unless we play defense. I don't get it.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, well, so I'm gonna agree with you here, especially as it relates to Horford. Al Horford, if he's guarded, will not take a 3. He can't. He's a set shooting center. So the only way Al Horford makes 6 threes is if he's open.
Okay.
So they were leaving the wrong guy open. I don't know who the guy you leave open is, but all you have to do on Al Horford is show. If you show on Al Horford, he is either going to pass or go ahead and let him put it on the floor and try to make a play. He's 36 years old. It's not his game. He's smart as hell. All right? He's not going to beat himself, but he's also not going to take bad threes. And I think if you just are conscientious with Al Horford, he won't. You can limit his shots themselves.
But he, to me, was not on the list of who you're worried about offensively. It was Tatum.
You're okay
Brown.
Leaving Horford alone for threes?
Well, and I said it earlier, Steiny, this Boston team has made 17 3-pointers in a playoff game 6 times this year. Like, how many times does a team need to do it to where the Warriors are like, hey, we don't want to leave them alone? But I think some of that is sagging off to help with Tatum and Brown.
Maybe.
Well,
you got to give
Smart
something
doesn't
up.
look like he's scared at all.
Marcus Smart goes 4 for 7 from 3. You think he's going to do that again? Maybe. Were they open threes? He was like, they made a ton of threes. I'm not saying no, doesn't matter, because it matters, because they made threes and they won the game. But the Warriors
had 19 threes.
Yeah, they did. Let's go to let's go to my man KT. Hey KT, what's up, buddy? How are you, man?
Hey, man, how you been, man?
Good, man.
Guru, you all right, man?
Yeah, I'm feeling better. Talk to us, KT.
Man, I'm going to ask a question. Is this a professional basketball league?
Yes.
Of course.
Okay, so, and everybody gets paid, millions of dollars, right?
Yes. Yep. I like where you're going, by the way.
So, I mean, you guys it's one game. These guys are professionals. You're going to win, you're going to lose some games. I don't know why we panicking in the 7-game series. They shot phenomenal in the fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. That doesn't happen a lot. But the Warriors, they had the same thing with Dallas. Dallas had a game where they hit a bunch of threes. They got blew out by Memphis. What are you guys worried about? This is going to happen. They're professionals. That's what happens in games.
KT.
So I don't see why everybody is panicking. You go ahead.
Your boy Steiny's not panicking.
Yeah, I know that. I know you, Steiny. I know you. I know you got a.
KT,
I know you hard as steel. So
KT,
I ain't got to worry about you.
I got a question for you, KT.
On, man.
All right, I got a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, KT. My man's got a question for you.
KT, everybody's making it about Boston shooting the threes, which they did. They made 21. They won the game by 12. The Warriors, KT, made 19 threes. So that tells me something else is going on, and I'm trying to find out. Is it a spark plug? Is my fuel pump bad? How come the Warriors' 19 threes didn't equate to what Boston's 21 threes equated to? Something else is bigger in play, and that's what's making me nervous.
I'm going to tell you what happened. I don't think nobody really wants to go there. They played a good game. It came down to the fourth quarter. I'm saying Steve Kerr got outcoached in the fourth quarter of that game, because when the Warriors was up 14, they could have took mid-range shots. He could have made some adjustments. He could have called a couple of timeouts before my man used to play for Cal, forget his name. He let him go on
Jaylen Brown
run. I mean, and you see what the coach did for Boston. Every time the Warriors got ready to come back in the game, he called a timeout. He slowed the momentum down. I was looking at Steve Kerr and going like this: hey, your guys ain't getting it done. You got a couple of guys on the bench that you can go just to change something up for a couple plays, and if it don't work out, do something different. But Boston, they made the little adjustments in the fourth quarter. That's what happened. So coming back, the Warriors are going to do the same thing, because this is a professional basketball league, and they all look at tape. So I'm looking at the second game for a bounce back, and I'm looking for the Warriors to be the Warriors. But, man, these guys play professional basketball. These things happen, and it's going to happen again. So, don't get into a big hussy. I think the Warriors got it, but, it's a dogfight, and that's what happens in dogfights.
Thanks, KT. Appreciate the call. All right, let's look at the fourth quarter real quick.
Okay.
Warriors up 12. Everything's fine.
Right. You got who's out there?
Klay Thompson, Poole, Iguodala, Green, probably. I don't know.
Okay.
Klay Thompson misses a three. Brown scores. It's 92-82. 11 minutes ago. We're still fine. Poole misses a 28-footer. Boston doesn't score. Tatum misses a shot on the other end. Iguodala misses a fadeaway. Okay. And that's the play that I noticed. Iguodala has Peyton Pritchard posted up, and he takes a fadeaway. That's a miss. Brown goes boom. It's 92-85. Poole turns the ball over. Williams scores in the alley-oop. There's the first timeout.
Wow.
It's 92-87, and here comes Steph Curry.
Okay. Up 5.
Actually, man, Steph Curry played not the last 9:35 of the fourth quarter, but I guess that's not enough.
Oh, I'm laughing. That was man.
They call timeout.
All right.
How about those, what do they call them, ATOs? Always get a basket after the timeout, right? Warriors, Iguodala, turnover. Pritchard layup. We got a 3-point ball game. Steph Curry takes a shot. That was a shot that was blocked inside by Robert Williams. Boy, and Curry's getting to the rim, but he couldn't finish there. And, I could go through the whole thing.
Right.
Brown,
Well,
bad pass turnover.
Wow.
To me, the big thing was when the Warriors finally got going, Iguodala dunk to make it 94-89. Then Thompson hit a three, but Brown hit a three. Brown hit another shot, and Pritchard hit a three. They answered. The Warriors couldn't get a stop when they needed a stop, from the midway point in the fourth quarter to the 12-minute mark. I mean, they couldn't get a stop at any point, but those buckets earlier in the fourth quarter when they were scoring, the Warriors had 4 straight possessions where they scored from 8:44 to 6:30, and Boston scored the 3 possessions in between.
Damn.
So that those are killers.
And you talked about you like what you saw from, and we haven't mentioned this.
Who?
Tatum.
Tatum was incredible.
Okay. You're telling me that Klay Thompson's going to be Klay, and I'll tell you on the other side, but they still got Tatum looming to have a game to where he could take over.
Right, but do you think Horford's going to have 25 next game? You can. I think you can always play that kind of game. Yeah, Tatum's going to be better, and a couple guys are probably going to be worse. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors go down 1-0. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it very often from the Golden State Warriors. How you feeling about it? We'll take your calls on the other side, and then we got Eddie House. Eddie House was taking some shots at your Warriors, Goo. He's your friend. You're going to have to calm him down when he gets on here at 2:15. Mm-hmm. Hey, there's $5.6 million up for grabs with the MLB Beat the Streak game. Check out the Beat the Streak daily podcast to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get closer to becoming a millionaire. Download Beat the Streak daily on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
don't want to hear from you anymore.
And I love grass.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Eddie House coming up at 2:15, NBA champion with the Celtics. He's part of their broadcast crew, and he's Guru's friend. All right. I always have to do a double think or triple think before I go down.
I've never heard
a
that.
certain road, because you certainly won't go down it. But let's try to put our objective glasses on today. Yeah. If that was an NBA Finals game and it were LeBron, and LeBron had the exact same game that Steph Curry had, he'd be getting ripped. He'd be absolutely getting ripped. They would say, where were you in the fourth quarter? They would say, oh, nice first quarter, Steph, when everything was nice and easy. But for all these people that want to say Steph is transcendent and Steph is among the greatest of all time, and I am not disputing that, because he is one of the greatest of all time.
I'm with you.
Then you must look at him like one of the greatest of all time. And he was nowhere to be found in the fourth quarter as your team's 15-point lead dissolved. And for everybody that says Steph Curry doesn't get enough credit, there's another side to this story that sometimes is Steph Curry doesn't get any blame of a superstar. He was 5 for 14 in the second, third, and fourth quarters. He had one three-point shot. I thought Steph Curry could get his shot whenever he wanted. He played 10 minutes in the fourth quarter. Where was Steph Curry among the greatest players of all time? Or is that not fair?
You know what? I'm going to shock you, but let's just say I was on Mars last night and I didn't watch the game. And I looked at the box score and I saw said player had 34, 5, and 5, because that's what Steph had. Mm-hmm. I'd be like, he showed up. But I'm with you
not when it counted.
In regard to what happened. But you are a product of your environment. So the team and the offense just went down the drain.
So you just won't go there.
No.
You won't go there.
Listen to what I'm saying to you, Steiny.
Right,
had he missed, and I'm going to quit calling your name, had he missed shot after shot, I would be like...
He was 5 for 14 after the first quarter.
But like Stella, he couldn't get his groove back.
Why?
Because Boston was in his space.
Oh, so he can be guarded.
Last night, he was guarded.
Okay.
Yeah. But
I thought he couldn't be guarded. I thought you could let him cook.
Right.
The Warriors' offense was...
like he had
I'm
14
just saying,
for the game.
The Warriors... Hey, all I'm saying is everybody cries and whines when the Warriors bog down. Oh, you got to give the ball to Steph. Let Steph cook. Let Steph cook. That's the offense. You don't have to... Well, go ahead and do it. He didn't, and he couldn't. So what are we talking about here? And if we're going to give him a pass, then at least acknowledge that some of the other greatest of all time players, they don't get that pass.
No, I won't acknowledge that, and he don't need a pass. He had 34. What you're doing is baby guru. You're doing exactly what you accused me of earlier, Steiny. No. It's one game. It's 3 quarters of one game. You ain't once mentioned the record that he got coming out with the 6 threes, but I'm looking at you telling you are right. It was part of the reason they had a lead. I'm not dismissing what you're saying.
You have not mentioned Steph one time today.
I will not. I did. I will not leave it at his doorstep.
Of course you won't.
No help.
He's the best player on the Warriors. He vanished in the fourth quarter when they blew a 12-point lead. How can he not at least get a finger pointed at him when we're finger pointing at Draymond, when we're finger pointing at Poole
I'll give
and
you
Clay?
That. Come on, Steiny. You know I do that.
No, you didn't. You haven't said one thing.
It's not the greatest concern because he had 34 points. He got no help.
Great. He had 21 in the first quarter.
Gotcha.
He had
Boston
2 for
made
6 in the
adjustments.
fourth.
Right. This is
Come
not
on,
okay.
Goo.
Don't paint me in the.
I'm just saying, 34 points. Okay, great. He had 13 in 3 quarters.
They locked him up. But they locked the Warrior team up as well. That's why you got 18 fourth quarter team points.
So what happened
That's
to
everybody?
So what happened to let Steph
But
cook?
if Magic or Bird or LeBron had 34 points at the end of a game, I'm not going to act like I'm ignoring the first quarter if they got 90% of the points then, because what you're doing is valid.
Wow.
It's valid.
I disagree.
But he's the last one on my list.
Well,
he's the last one. Boston said the others beat us and we locked him up and made it difficult. I'm a Taurus to Bull. I do not pride myself on Steph don't need me to give him no pass.
It's the most important quarter
he
of a
had
game.
34 points.
What's the most important quarter of a game?
The fourth.
Right. And where was he?
On the bench?
No, he wasn't. He played 10 minutes. And listen, Steph Curry wasn't the reason they lost the game. But I'm tired of pointing fingers at Poole and Draymond and everybody.
That's valid.
Steph is a superstar.
Yes, he is.
And he didn't do anything to try to bring that game home last night.
So was that a bad I'm asking you, was that a bad 34?
Yes, it was a bad 34 because he was 5 for 14
not mad at that.
because he had 21 and you were only up 4. So you needed him the rest of the game and he
So my question to you and the listeners, what if we don't get that first quarter Curry flurry, game 2, and we get more of 4 quarters of the 13 points, Steph? They were in his space.
Okay, so you're saying he can be guarded.
I always said that. Come on, Steiny.
Goo.
Am I looking at you to say he's Kevin Durant?
Why couldn't he get a shot off?
He's not KD, and I've told you that. And that's why I marvel at the guys like him that don't have that. I always talk about the gifts. He don't even have Wiggins' height. That's why I'm mesmerized at what this guy does. I will not look you in the face today and say he came through or he don't deserve no blame. It's all of them. So now is it on Steph?
But as the number one player on the team,
you got it. Okay.
Should he get more than everybody else like LeBron does, like KD does, like Doncic did?
See,
I don't feel like he gets picked over like that.
Here's where I'm going, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I need you to honestly assess what I'm about to tell you. I feel like what you're reacting to the game and what happened in the game where said player scored 34 points. But I feel like a lot of your ideology about how he went missing, when he went missing, falls under that same umbrella of the NBA Finals MVP validity. Like, he had 34. Okay, we can break down when he got it, but at the end of the day, he had 34, 5, and 5.
Okay.
I'm admitting to you, he got locked up. They got locked up. But to have 34 points, I can't say you're number one in the clubhouse of what went wrong. I can honestly say others got to do some things, and the others saved Jason Tatum, who would be getting all kind of different. He ain't Steph. He would be getting some treatment, but they bailed him out with his assist being the 13, Dan Marino, because they hit shots. And that's why I'm nervous about game 2. They made him disappear.
The idea that LeBron could play in a fourth quarter where his team watches a 10-point, 12-point lead turn into a 12-point loss, and you look at the fourth quarter box score of Steph Curry.
I got something for
and it is what it is.
Okay. It's troubling.
And we're going to say, well, he had 34. Yeah.
Where did I learn this
Not when
from?
they mattered most.
Okay. Where did I learn this
And
from?
I don't even want to be this guy with Steph, but I just feel like
it's one game, though.
We have not.
You told me that.
Of all the things we've talked about today, the one thing we really haven't talked about is where was Steph in the fourth quarter?
Can I give you this? I love this, and we're going to file this away. And let me tell you why, because you mentioned him, and we got to bring him up again, and I will. If LeBron James, who to me, as great as he is, had the worst final series I've ever seen from a superstar against Dallas, to where the field goal attempts in the fourth quarter weren't even suffice. They were, I don't know what happened. If Curry continues at this juncture, I will come in and lead with this. But you told me, Goo, and the listeners, don't overreact. It's one game. But I'm tipping my cap to Boston about locking Curry and the rest of the gang up. But it's one game in which he did muster 34 points up.
You don't criticize him.
Oh, that is
You just don't.
I hate that you're making me be the Twitter.
You can do two things. You can criticize Steph Curry for a game or a quarter and still say he's one of the greatest players of all time. But for some reason, people are afraid to do that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Can I follow up with
a great player? People are saying, is he top 5? Is he top 10? Is he top 5? Well, he wasn't any of those things in the most important part of the game last night. And 7:07, real quick.
Now take your time.
I'm not putting this on Curry, but as the best player on the team and as somebody who was on the court for the last 10 minutes of a fourth quarter meltdown, how can you look away from Steph Curry and what he did or didn't do?
Okay, you here I go. Left field. You've talked about your relationships with your Mr. Steinmetz, the ref. If after your game you had the game Curry had, do you think Pops would get in the car? And I'm not saying right or wrong. You can't omit what happened in the first quarter, though, Steiny.
But it means nothing after a loss.
Okay, but it meant something to the point that it helped you get the lead and helped you go into the fourth quarter. So you are right. I'm not running from that. I gave you what you didn't want and think I would give you. But how many times you said we ain't mentioned Curry? How many times have we mentioned the record in the first quarter with the 6 threes?
But they lost
that's a part of the game that they lost because it helped the Warriors get the lead.
I get it.
He did go MIA. I'm giving you that. He went MIA.
I mean, this is like, here's what to me is also unbelievable. And I'm going to get to calls because I don't want to do this. Because I'm just saying
you're not
everybody
wrong.
deserves criticism on this. But we're really talking about Curry with 21 in the first quarter when they were outscored 40-16 in the fourth with him on the floor.
That's valid.
A great first quarter, Steph. And I guarantee you right now, Steph is pissed. He ain't happy about his fourth quarter.
Oh, no doubt. So, but the team scored 16. So I'm
that's
asking
on your
you,
star. Isn't that on your superstar? Go get us a bucket. Go get to the foul line.
Oh, man.
Gary's in San Ramon. Hey, Gary, what's up, man?
Not much. Just doing a little work, and I've been in and out of the car, but I knew that when I turned it on, that Guru would be freaking out today, because that's what Guru does.
Oh, my God.
Overreaction Friday. It's overreaction, okay? It's one game. You cannot say you expect a 7-game series, and then when they lose the very first game, the end of the world is coming. It is relaxed. They will make adjustments. Boston will not hit 7 consecutive threes again, whether it's first quarter, fourth quarter, third quarter. It won't happen again. Sometimes you make your shots, sometimes you don't, okay? Sometimes it's not about the defense. When a guy misses a free throw, it's not because they played great D. He missed the free throw, okay? Period. They'll make the adjustments. They'll move on.
Okay, let me ask you this. All right, don't hang up, and I appreciate that, and I'm going to take your advice. You talk about overreaction, and you talk about getting in the car. I just talked about my fear moving forward. I didn't say like Steiny did, and I ain't snitching Steiny if he didn't hear. Steiny saying, where was Steph Curry in the fourth quarter? Did you hear that part? To me, that's overreaction when a guy scored 34 points. How do you not find that offensive?
Well, I think in any game, you're going to have times when you're going to be shut down. I mean, it's basketball, right? They're professional athletes. Boston is long, lean, and strong. They're going to shut him down, but they'll make adjustments. It's all in the game. It's never 100%. You're not going to score 21 each quarter, and then, God forbid, he doesn't score, more than 4 in the fourth quarter. It happens. It's that somebody else has to step up. Boston, their backups stepped up in this game. They did. Ours didn't, other than Wilt lookalike. So
Porter
Jr. They will adjust.
All right.
Thanks, Gary. Let me clarify also, because if people want to make this into the simplistic thing, it's not what I'm saying. The best player on the floor last night by far for the Warriors was Steph Curry.
Okay.
By far. There's no doubt about it.
Thank you.
But in the fourth quarter, he was not good. In fact, he was ineffectual. And all the other players were ineffectual too. So when I come in and start saying, okay, how come they lost this game? And we've talked a lot about Poole, right? We've talked a lot about Draymond.
Okay. Even Looney.
We've talked about Looney, and we've talked about Clay. Well, maybe Clay's this. Maybe he can't. Maybe he's not consistent. Another part of that pie is that Steph Curry did not do anything in the fourth quarter, and as a superstar, that's just always going to be like the first thing. How'd Bird play in the fourth? How'd LeBron play in the fourth? What'd Jordan do? Did he close? I mean, it's just. If he's one of the greatest, and it doesn't mean he's not one of the greatest, and it doesn't mean he might not have 20 in the fourth quarter Sunday. I'm just saying, in the fourth quarter, he was as big a part of it as everybody.
And you know what? I come in here with a lot of thoughts. A lot of days I leave some in the chamber, and that just happens, and I don't do it on purpose. What you forgot to bring up, and here I go, about what you just said about Steph and why I'm concerned, they did what you talked about without doubling Steph. They didn't double Steph, and they were still able to get their point across, Steiny. They didn't double. There was no get the ball out of his hands. So that's why I'm not an NBA coach, and I'm trying to pick your brain on what adjustments. If you can help Curry get off in the fourth, then we can help Poole get past to whatever's going on with him. And you may say it was just a bad game. I'll give you that. But that's all part of it. They didn't double Steph in the fourth and were fine. Warriors scored 16 points.
I mean, and if I wanted to keep it simple, it's like, how could a team with Steph Curry on only score 16 points?
Look, no, but I think that's everybody saying that.
Nobody says that.
Oh, but
nobody says that. They all want to blame Jordan Poole and Steph and Draymond Green. And I'm not here to blame Steph Curry, but I'm here to divvy up the criticism equally, at least. If everybody's going to be upset about this loss, let's go to Marvin. Marvin in Oakland wants to talk about Draymond Green.
Yeah, hey, guys, always learn a lot from you. Appreciate the show.
Thank you.
You know, it's a hard one to ask, and I don't want to overthink it, but when we talk about, Draymond not playing well, regardless of the points he got, but yet he was ousted, fouled out during the Cleveland game with LeBron, and many said because he didn't play, they lost. They caught up from their 3-1. How do we analyze that when it comes to a player? Let's use Draymond. He's playing. He doesn't do well, but he is playing compared to when he's not playing, and they say if he did play, he would win. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. And here's the other thing, and defending Steph Curry, like actually defending him on the floor.
Yeah.
If you're not guarding Draymond, it's like, are they double teaming Steph? Not really, but the guy who's guarding Draymond doesn't have to guard Draymond. And so whoever's guarding Draymond is just, where's Steph? Oh, he's coming this direction now. I'm going to do so.
Freelancing.
So I'm not, Steph was put in a bad position when nobody can take any pressure off him.
And that's why, I don't want to speak for you, would you be shocked if we see him try to go small at some point? Now, obviously, they're not going to do it the whole game. That's got to be on the table. Because if you run that same starting five out there, which helped you get the lead that you got, but he evaporated, and it evaporated to the point to where I think Boston said, hey, we don't know where our heads are at when Steph was going off. But we rectified that, hence the last 3 quarters of the game. Now here comes Sunday rolling around, and if the Warriors don't get jump-started with the Curry flurry, then what do you really have?
Well, maybe everybody would have gotten involved, and everybody's feeling good early.
Well, you got to hit your shots.
Especially after the first quarter.
I'll tell you what. If I'm a Celtic player and I'm playing this Warrior team and I talk about it all day, every day, you know it, how prolific this offense is, the back cuts, the motion. If I don't have to guard 2 people in the starting 5, that's called a breather,
but
Steiny.
I
can do other things I can manipulate the game. I can manipulate the
everybody, when Draymond was scoring 12 and 14, or 14 and 16 in the last 2 games of the Dallas series, do you want him to score or try to score? Do you not? How do you guard him? I mean, good questions. Flash is in Fremont. What's up, Flash? How you doing,
Hey,
man?
how's it going?
Go on.
Thank you for having me. First of all, you guys are fantastic. I just want to call out that I think Kerr may have a lot to, fall on this in the sense of how he changed up the lineup. He started Iguodala. Obviously, he's great, but I think he put less players on the court as well. And if you notice, Boston really wears you down. And I think having less players playing, that kind of hurts. And then Iguodala hadn't played in a while, so it kind of affects chemistry, and that kind of hurt him as well. At the end of the day, though, I think Warriors still have the edge. And Boston, they can't keep up that type of scoring, in my opinion. And they rely on the defense. And just to throw it out there, I'm actually a Celtic fan, but I'm also Bay Area, so I like the Warriors as well.
That's fair.
And I just wanted to get your opinion on what you thought Kerr and how he handled it.
Well, thanks, Flash. Appreciate it. This is where I say, can we be consistent? And I know the one thing we've known about Steve Kerr is when it gets to this type of game and this time of the year, he always goes with veterans. The minute Andre Iguodala said, I'm ready to go, he was going to play. And he was going to leapfrog Kuminga in the rotation, and Toscano Anderson, and Damian Lee.
Got you.
And we cannot sit here and talk about how Andre Iguodala is one of the smartest players in the NBA, how his experience is going to be a factor against the Celtics team that has no finals experience. And then he comes in and plays the game and plays his 7 or 8 minutes, and now we're saying, why did he play Iguodala? He played Iguodala because that's what Steve Kerr does, and that's what people want him to do.
Okay, with that, that's old school thinking. I won't second guess Steve Kerr. I can't. I don't have the credentials. But I'll tell you this, I don't like it one bit. If I'm telling you this Boston team in the category of athleticism it has you beaten, it might not really be that close. I'm looking at Moody and Kuminga outside of age. What's preventing me from giving them a minute, giving them 2 minutes? And if it's the worst 2 minutes of the world, come sit your ass back down on the bench. But those are 2 guys who played in the regular season against Boston because they had it on TV a couple games ago. Okay, throw that out. But you can't tell me, Steiny, did Moody with his length, his quick feet, and
Kuminga.
Are you playing him?
When are you playing him?
It's some juncture during the game. They can't be off limits though, because I think Kerr,
this is where
if you're living on the past and loyalty, it's gonna cost you this time. Because let me tell you, Andre ain't what Andre was,
so
and I get you like the old veteran stuff.
In the
but
fourth
let's talk
quarter.
about now.
You're going to put Moody and Kuminga, who haven't played all game. See, you got a 15-point lead by not using, or one of the reasons, without Moody and without Kuminga.
Gotcha.
You got a 15-point lead.
Gotcha.
Now you're in the fourth quarter. Most important part of the game. The lead's disintegrating. You're going to go with Moody or Kuminga?
That wasn't my scenario. My scenario is let me trust them and run them out there the first or second, see how they're going, and then the reward will be, okay, you don't look overwhelmed. And I know you could say, hey, Goo, it was Dallas. It was the Western Conference Finals. Moody didn't seem overwhelmed. I'm not saying he's going to go be Steph Curry, but they got gas in the tank that these old geezers don't have.
What about Poole? Poole's a young player.
Now, that's a different story.
Why? He's young,
because he's turning
too.
the rock over. He's so much of an individual, and it's great, but it's a gift and a curse.
Eddie House, 215. Guru's buddy, most importantly. He won a title.
Big shot.
I forget, did he?
What do you mean?
How long?
At LA.
Was that a 7-game series?
6.
No, we got a break.
Yeah.
Eddie House on the other side. 215.
Calling all Giants fans.
O'Reilly. If your vehicle squeals or grinds.
This is a legacy game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Stop it.
A lot of people on the text line agreeing with your boy.
Is that about what?
Me. Maybe try some of the youngsters.
Eddie House coming up in 15 minutes. He was we got to play this for him. Apparently he was giggling a lot after the game.
Kendrick Perkins, Scout, Eddie House, Amina Smith here with you.
Go ahead.
Draymond Green, he said,
whole lot of lying. I'm going to let you get a whole lot of lying.
That was a whole lot of lying. But for the simple fact, we'll be fine. No, you won't. No, you won't. Listen, Peyton Pritchard played 8 minutes in that fourth quarter, meaningful minutes. Jaylen Brown did his thing. The bench came in and gave a huge lift. The Warriors scored 16 points in the fourth quarter. 16.
That ain't going to get it done.
That ain't just happened because, they was missing shots. No, the Celtics were into them. They couldn't get the ball up. They couldn't get their shot up.
What were they like? Into them like what?
Huh?
They was on them like a what?
They were on their ass like diapers on the baby.
Hey, okay. Talk to me.
That's what it was.
Talk to me.
They were having fun.
You think that's okay to make fun of the Warriors like that?
I've never heard that one about the diapers, but the scowl was part of it too. We'll handle it at 2:15. 650. I got to read this, Steiny. Steiny jumping all over Guru, but won't read the text. Getting on his line. You been omitting texts? I tried to find some, but they never.
Kerr lost us the game. Okay. I guess Kerr was 0 for 6 in the fourth quarter. They did what they always do in the fourth quarter. They bring the lineup in that they use a lot of the times. And, this is the other thing about ball movement. What happened to the ball movement in the fourth quarter?
It wasn't easy to pass it.
Okay. Well, then what do you do?
Do it yourself.
Then you put it in your hands.
And that's
what best player. That's what Boston did. Jason Tatum was... You cannot play a better game than Jason Tatum did without making shots. Think about how much the ball was in his hands last night.
No doubt.
2 turnovers. 2 turnovers. And that was a big thing we talked about. Tatum turns it over. Tatum turns it over. Tatum didn't turn it over last night. They couldn't turn Tatum over.
Interesting.
And let me tell you something. He's 3 for 17, and people were saying, well, he had 13 assists because they were making shots. That's right, but let me tell you something. There are a lot of other superstars who would have taken a lot more than 17 shots last night, even when they didn't have it going. Even if their teammates were knocking shots down at a pretty good rate, they'd still want to get some for themselves. So the fact that, to me, I was very impressed with Tatum's 17 shots in 42 minutes. It's not a 7 for 25.
And yet there were a couple times he had Curry on him in the post, and I felt like he got the
Curry did a nice job on him.
I was like, that's barbecue chicken. I'm thinking of Kawhi and the guys I'm comparing Tatum to, and I'm like, oh man, Steph. But you're right, he passed it back out. He didn't force it, but I was like, you got to have something in your toolbox to get that bucket.
Steph's
strong.
We've all acknowledged he's better defensively
I watched that
than he has
16
been.
again with OKC for the 100th time. Steph didn't have them muscles then.
JP's in Union City.
The Union.
Hey, JP, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's good? Hey, first and foremost, shout out to Guru because there's not many people that represent the U in the way that you do. So shout out.
You got it.
First and foremost, I need everyone to pump the brakes, Dub Nation. We're getting a little too crazy out here. So just do me a favor, just take a big woosah. All right. So here's the thing: when watching the game, I actually watched the highlights without the sound to take the emotion out of it. The rotations were just bad. We got eaten alive on zone, and zone is something that we usually rely on, so that way we can get to their best so we can be the best defender. But here's the thing: we have a great coach, we have a great staff. We're going to make adjustments. We're going to get to the ball quicker. We're going to defend the ball. And everyone with this saying we're tired and we're old, we're not. We just had mental lapses that can easily be fixed. So another message to the Bay Area: calm down.
Can you go?
I think I have, but I'm fast forwarding to Sunday's game. And you know what? When the ball is tipped, I wish I could hit the F double. Fast forward to the fourth quarter to see if Steph has unlocked what you've talked about. You're not the only one talking about it, to where he can, impose his will on Boston in the fourth. Because I'm not running from that. That is something that jumped out at me. But when he brought Steph back, he could have brought Wiggins back. Like, Wiggins sat too much for me. Wiggins didn't have a bad game by no stretch.
So when does Kuminga play if Wiggins plays 40 minutes? Like
Looney's minutes? A couple of Looney's minutes? I mean, it's got to be a trade-off, Steiny. Because I tell you what, it can't get worse than 40-16. And again, why is it 40-16, Goo? Who's really at fault? You don't know, but I just don't think you look at those two young studs. And again, I know they're not perfect. I'm not saying they are. They may mess up, but to not see if, we'll give Steiny 2 minutes, maybe 2:30, see how he does. And then if the confidence, you get a bucket or a steal, especially Moody. I'm talking about Moody now more than Kuminga, to try him on the Jalen Green, to see if he can just, block out him being so young and what the stakes are.
Eddie House in 5 minutes. It's Guru's buddy, former NBA player. Let's go to Ricardo. Ricardo's in Tiburon. Hey, Ricardo.
That was quick. Hello, guys.
Yeah.
Enjoying the show as usual.
Oh, thank you.
I wanted to talk about Steiny's point about Steph bearing some responsibility, but not really for the reasons you say. It seemed to me that Steph is reading these clippings about how he has to be MVP, and he started out shooting. This is Steph's game. I'd much rather have him go back to a game where he's running around, being a facilitator, getting his shots when he can, and opening it up for Clay or somebody else. The fourth quarter, Steph is not ever going to be someone like LeBron, where he takes the ball over. He has to stay in his game, stay in the Warrior system, and if he doesn't get MVP ever, so be it, so long as we win the series. I think that's more important than him trying to outshine everybody individually.
Yeah, I agree. And Ricardo, I hope I got your name right. That's never going to be who Steph is. Steph had 21 in the first quarter. He wasn't going out of his way. They just left him open.
Man, what were they doing?
It's a good question.
Let me throw a name at you, and you tell me if this is a slight to Draymond or Kevon Looney, because I don't mean it to be. If I could give my right foot for the Warriors to have a player like Robert Williams, I would do it. When you hear that, do you say, Goo, that's a diss to Dre and Looney?
I think you're a prisoner of the moment.
I told you, that's what Wiseman was supposed to be for me. An active big that could do the things that Williams can, and Wiseman has a capability to do more. But is that a dig at those two? Do you take that as that? Because they're not that type of player. The Warriors don't have that type of player. We're hoping Kuminga could be it. But a guy that can block your shot, a guy that can throw the lob, it helps, man. It really does. And they, right now, don't have that. And at the end of I'm going boys to men, at the end of the road, the hardest test, this last team, Boston, may be the hardest test. Defensively, you need all of that. And they got some shortcomings. Not named Steph Curry.
Of course not. Of course not named Steph Curry.
This whole bit you're running is pretty good, but it's a bit.
Chris in Oakland. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Listen every day. I love the show.
Thank you.
Two things I want to say. One, talking about Steph Curry, earlier, Drew was saying how Steph scored 21 points in the first quarter, and then, he scored 6 in the fourth. But he was saying, hey, man, first quarter he did his thing. That's right, but that doesn't mean he can take the brakes off, and it's acceptable for him to come out and just score 6 in the fourth, comparing just the 2 quarters. He did his job, but at the same time, fourth quarter, come on. The other thing I wanted to say is this game is about balance. You guys have talked about it in the past. The Celtics and the Warriors, the swing of things, man. Like, the swing was for the Warriors in the first, second, and third quarters, at least most of the third quarter. And, it swung back the other way, and the Celtics are a good team. They were a better opponent that we faced in the past compared to the Mavs. And so I just think it's a swing of balance, and I think that, the swing will come back. It'll balance out, and I don't think the Celtics will have another 17 unanswered points in the fourth quarter. Otherwise, we're in for a lot of trouble. Thanks, guys.
Good stuff, Chris.
And I wasn't giving Curry a license to not do anything in the third and fourth quarter. He kind of said it like, I was like, because he did 21 and hit his quota. Nah, I'm telling you the defense is why he didn't do anything in the fourth quarter, but he wasn't alone. And I get it. If you want to pull rank, it's his. I get that. The Kobe's, the Jordans, it comes with the territory. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but when you put up 34, 5, and 5, and everybody, the whole team is not doing nothing, and you muster up 16 points, and I've told you, hey, what makes this dude incredible is he doesn't have the size of a Kawhi Leonard or a Kobe or a KD. So it's easier to stop him.
For him.
The bitch.
Like,
you might get an Emmy on his
every time you're like, well, he doesn't have the physical. We know he doesn't have the physical tools of those other guys. Just don't want to say it. Dude.
So what's going to happen Sunday?
I don't know, Goo.
No,
I'm not. But Nostra Steinmetzos or whatever.
Do you think in the Celtics toolbox they got something called the Curry remedy?
No, I don't.
So let's hope he goes berserk in the fourth, or he's the normal stuff that we see in the fourth. But I guess he's just if he had 21 in the game, I guess I'd be saying, now I'm worried about where's Steph. But the fact that it ended up being 35, I'm like, that ain't our biggest problem. Our biggest problem is
what?
2 of 12.
Scoring in the fourth quarter?
Jordan Poole looking like there was chlorine in the pool. Well, that was bad.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of something. We love you, JP.
But you love Curry more.
I love you more. How
we
about
love
that?
Curry
Look
more.
at you blushing.
Looks like Eddie House might be on the horn here.
Let's get him.
Should I play this for him and say that Warrior fans are pissed at him, which they are? Even though he's a Bay Area guy, Warrior fans are hot at him. We got Eddie House. Hey, Eddie, I guess I'm on with a buddy of yours. I'm just going to start out. I'm going to keep it real. Bay Area is not happy with you, a Bay Area native, and here's why.
Kendrick Perkins, Scout, Eddie House, Amina Smith here with you.
Go ahead.
Draymond Green, he said,
whole lot of line. I'm going to let you get a whole lot of line.
That was a whole lot of line. But look, for the simple fact, we'll be fine. No, you won't. No, you won't. Listen, Peyton Pritchard played 8 minutes in that fourth quarter, meaningful minutes. Jaylen Brown did his thing. The bench came in and gave a huge lift. The Warriors scored 16 points in the fourth quarter. 16.
That ain't going to get it done.
That ain't just happened because, they was missing shots. No, the Celtics were into them. They couldn't get the ball off. They couldn't get their shot off.
What were they like? Into them like what?
Huh?
They was on them like a what?
They were on their ass like diapers on the baby.
Hey, okay. Talk to me.
That's what it was.
Talk to me.
Eddie?
House.
Eddie?
What's happening?
Bay is wondering what happened to their native son.
Hey, well, I tell you one thing. I'm always going to be Bay Area, 10 toes down for the soil, but I'm a Celtic. I'm a Celtic. At the end of the day, I put a ring on. They paid checks. The Warriors ain't cutting no money. I got no money from the Warriors. You got to be out your mind if you think I'm pulling for the Warriors over the Celtics. And I don't care about where I'm from. It's not where you're from. It's what you did and what you accomplished. I didn't say it ain't where you're from. It's where you're at, right? And where I came from and where I'm at right now is 2 different places. I'm always going to have love for the Bay. I give love to my Bay Area fellow
Bay Areans out there. I always shout out love and give love, but when it comes down to this, you got to draw a line in the sand, right? And I can't be playing double dutch. I got one side that I'm on, and I'm NBA gangbanging. I'm C's up and Dubs down.
Wow. E, you know I always have been, man. That was well said, and I'm proud of you. Your mic game is tremendous. But let's talk about last night. Rob Lowe. Steiny is trying to tell me from a Warrior standpoint, where was Curry in the fourth quarter? And E, you've been hot. He had 35 points, but to me, I'm not looking at him as much as I'm looking at everybody else. Can you just describe what you saw in the fourth and why we didn't get a lot of Steph?
Well, I think what happened was Steph was carrying the load, and other guys do got to step up. Other guys got to make shots. Draymond 2 for 12. That ain't gonna get it done. Jordan Poole 2 for 7. That ain't gonna get it done. Clay was struggling, and now don't think that I'm sitting here thinking that this series is over and there ain't no way that they gonna ever that they can't bounce back, because that's not it at all. I do know that the Warriors have championship pedigree. They got great competitors out there, and they will come back, and they're gonna be fighting tooth and nail. They understand how important this game 2 is. You know, you lose that game 1, game 2 is extremely important for them. And you know, and my thing is the Celtics got to match that energy, because it's going to be high level, and it's like redemption. You know, the Golden State Warriors are going to come out with revenge on their mind. They hearing everything that people are saying. But I think when you look at the totality of the game, this is the thing, D, is that the Warriors haven't seen a team like this. Okay? Everybody that can come in for the Boston Celtics, everybody that plays can make plays for themselves, that can make plays for others, they can knock down open shots. And then the other thing that they can do, they all can defend. They all can defend at multiple positions. So it's different. And I kept telling people, this is going to be a different monster for the Warriors. Not saying that I said Celtics in 6, but it could go either way. It could be the Warriors in 6, because it's just that type of series. But all other series that the Warriors played, they had to focus on one player, and that was it. Jokic. Nobody else they was worried about. The next series, who was it that had to worry about? Ja Morant. Really nobody else they had to worry about. Then the following series, Dallas Mavericks, Luka, really nobody else. This team is really balanced on what they could do and how they attack you on both ends of the court, which I think that's the biggest problem that the Warriors are facing with this Celtics team.
Eddie House joining us. You can hear him on NBC Boston. He does their pre- and post-game shows. Bay Area native, went to Arizona State. And
baller.
Put it on Cal one game, something awful, 61. Hey, let me ask you about Al Horford, because you know I know he can shoot the 3, Eddie, but like he's not going to take a 3 if it's contested. So the fact that he had so many looks in the fourth quarter kind of tells me maybe that's the guy the Warriors wanted to shoot. And did you notice the Warriors playing some zone in that fourth quarter?
What I seen was the Warriors paying a lot of attention to Jason Tatum. And whenever he had the ball, everybody's ears was up, everybody's antennas was up. They were over there so intent on trying to make sure that Jason Tatum wasn't getting off. And the recipients of the passes was Al Horford trailing in, Al Horford cutting when somebody turns his head. That's what you're taught, fundamental basketball. Peyton Pritchard catching a shot, Derek White catching shots and knocking down, Marcus Smart catching shots and knocking them down, is because Jason Tatum is demanding so much attention when he gets the basketball. And it's very similar to how, that's why I said they've been playing teams where they've been able to get away with that. They can hide some guys defensively when you're playing a team that really there's no other threat of a guy that can take you off the dribble and make plays. All he is a catch and shoot guy where you're like, okay, we can get back to that and contest that. You got guys that you got to run out to, and they can break you down off the dribble, then make another pass and another pass and another pass. That's the problem. And if you watch in that fourth quarter, especially that last shot when Al Horford hit at the top, not the one that with 5 minutes, but when the one he hit at the top of the key, Jason Tatum was on the block and got it. You just seen the way that the defense collapsed, and all eyes were on Jason Tatum. They just totally spaced out and forgot about Al Horford coming up and trailing. And the one thing about Al is he's going to make the right play. Everybody forgets he's a 2-time NCAA champion, so he's a champ as well.
One thing that bothers me about the Warriors is their their lack of athleticism. And right now, it is apparent to me that Boston is winning in that category before the ball tipped yesterday. So I'm telling Steiny, not second-guessing Kerr, but you got two youngsters in Kuminga and Moody. You're an NBA champion, and you've been a rookie. Is this not the time to maybe see if you could just kind of not manipulate the 48 minutes to get maybe 2-3 minutes, see if they're overwhelmed, or see if those youngsters with foot speed and athleticism could kind of help you, stop a Tatum, or not stop them, keep them at bay when you talk about Brown and Tatum?
Well, I think that's the adjustment Steve Kerr is going to make. I think he's going to go to Kuminga. I think he's going to play a lot more Kuminga. And Jordan Poole is looking like he's going to have a problem playing in this series because he can't keep anybody in front of him. I mean, you got to guard somebody. And when you're not guarding anybody and your minutes are – you don't have a chance to stay out on the court for extended minutes so you can get up multiple looks after multiple looks, and the looks you're getting are contested, it gets tough for you for a coach to say, I got to keep putting him out there when you have to try to – you don't have games to give up. You know, every game is important. Every game matters. It's one step closer for the other team when they get a win. So I think Kuminga's going to be a guy that they will go to. I think that's an adjustment that Steve Kerr will make. I'm expecting to see him sometime in the second quarter come out there and just see what kind of energy he can provide for the team, because he does pose a different it's a different look. Athletically, like you said, it is a different look. The pressure he could put on the rim, getting out in transition, and things like that. So I would not be surprised at all. And, I mean, you got to pull out all stops just to find them.
Eddie House joining us on 95.7 The Game, NBA champion, NBC Boston pre- and post-game. I'll tell you what, I always try to make a distinction between a guy who didn't play well and didn't shoot well. I thought Jason Tatum was phenomenal, considering he couldn't make a shot last night. Like, he never forced it. He never overshot. He didn't turn the ball over, which I thought might be an issue for him in this series. Like, he played great. He just didn't make any shots.
I agree with you. And just because you don't make shots don't mean you play well. Making shots shouldn't predicate if you play well or not. Nobody goes into the game wanting to miss shots. Everybody's trying to make shots. Now, the controllables, he controlled them. He controlled his effort on defense. He controlled his rebounding. He made the right play. He made the right read.
Yeah.
He didn't have any bad energy. He did not allow a missed shot to affect any part of his game. He just kept playing, didn't force it, took what the defense gave him. And that's that's the maturation of Jason Tatum. Before, last year, he probably would have been jacking up shots, trying to force it, trying to get through the defense. But, it just shows the growth of that young man. And also the trust that he has in his teammates. Yeah. I mean, you have to trust your teammates to be like that, to be the best player on your team and say, I don't have it going and I'm not going to force it. I'm going to get other guys involved and I'm going to let that go. And I think that's huge for Game 2, because now guys aren't going to be able to help as much. Now gaps are going to get open, driving lanes to be open just a little bit more. So I'm expecting Jason Tatum to bounce back shooting-wise. I think that was an anomaly.
I saw you last night on with Molly and Bonte, and you said some glowing words about Steph Curry. And even if you hadn't, we know how great he is. But you being a small guard, let me ask you, how do you describe his style? Because, again, I'm telling the listeners, he's not a KD or a Mike or a Kawhi that's just going to turn around and get his shot. So does that make it easier on the defense that, he's not the tallest? Like, how would you describe his style to leave the imprint on games that he does?
It's tough. His style is impeccable. He causes so many problems, so many issues, because all of the action that goes on with him trying to get a shot. He rarely is in ISO situation unless it's end of the clock. All the time he's moving. It's a dribble handoff. It's a pin down. It's a pass into a pick and roll. It's a split screen. It's a flare screen. So all of that action, you have to be disciplined defensively. And if you're not, there will be a mistake made. And I think that's the problem that he poses. And that's what's so great about him, is that you can't give him anything, not a second, not a day, not any kind of daylight, because the shot's going to go up. He's the best shooter that this game has ever seen. And he's going to make shots, right? He's going to get hot, and he's going to make shots. The thing is, you got to make it tough on him. You got to contest. And the other thing is, you got to be disciplined, because if you're not, we've seen it in that first quarter. The Celtics were not disciplined at all. You don't go under Steph Curry. They did it a number of times. He was able to knock down shots. you look at and then switching. They weren't switching and weren't communicating, leaving him open, knock down shots, and that's the thing to Steph Curry. That's the problem that he poses, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. Very similar to how I played. I moved without the ball and got my shots when I could, but I mean he's on a whole nother level. No doubt about that. But it causes so many problems defensively. You definitely have to be locked in, or you will get taken advantage of.
Eddie, thank you so much for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Say this one thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is for the Bay though. One time, always been a Raider fan. I know they're in Vegas now. Always been a Raider fan. Always been an A's fan. I just don't mess with the Warriors. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. I still love the Bay. Stop tripping on me.
I love you. I'm gonna hit you up later, man.
Holla.
All right, that's Eddie House.
Yeah.
He knows. Hey, I should have given him your Jeff Garcia. Eddie, you stepped in it. No.
That was great.
Thanks, Eddie House, NBA champion.
He was great.
We'll come back. Got a half hour after this. We'll take some calls, wrap up the show. It's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in an accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations, and we're here to help. It's as easy.
of water by 2030. Discover Mission Moen at moen.com.
And it's making me sick.
This is Juan Toscano Anderson, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. We're here for another half hour. Take a couple calls. Get Damon Bruce in here at about 2:45. Get his thoughts on the game. Then
Eddie
he'll take
was good,
it over
Steiny.
with
Union City was represented. 2 Union Cats.
I got to tell you, text line, Warrior fan.
We got bigger.
510, never have Eddie on again. Get off the text line. 925, Eddie who?
Yeah. Wow. They know.
Then again, 650, Eddie
Like
House
who?
has some pretty good mic skills.
Oh, he was man.
On the 650.
He was good.
Yeah, people. Yeah.
Because he spoke highly of Steph yesterday.
He compared him to Eddie House. Eddie House compared Steph to him.
Because he could shoot and run off those screens.
Bay Rob, he's one of our guys, right?
Yeah.
Bay Rob. Bay Rob from the 510. What's going on, Bay Rob? You have a question about game one?
Steiny and Goo, I was listening to you. I was listening to Steiny earlier. Goo will feel the same way about Curry sitting on the bench in that fourth quarter, man. I think that really changed the game with Curry sitting on that bench in the fourth quarter, man. Ain't no way you let Curry sit on the bench in the fourth quarter because that was a make-or-break moment for Boston, and we tried to break them when we was up 15, and we couldn't. And we got that 3 from Iguodala, and then the next play, Jordan Poole comes down and do a foolish play and foul White with 1.6 seconds left when he's trying to force up a shot, which brought the game back to 12 points. I don't care if Stephen Curry was tired. I would have brought Stephen Curry just in the game on the mental aspect so Boston could have something to think about, bro. Curry got 2 days to rest and don't play until Sunday, bro. I totally disagree with that. And yes, we do got to let Kuminga play. Let Kuminga get a couple of fouls. He could give us 2 or 3 minutes throughout the game. I don't care where you space it at. He could give us something.
Wow.
He could give us something, guys. But I'm going to tell you like this. If we don't play them dudes 4 quarters, expect the same thing to happen again.
Appreciate it, Bay Rob.
Yeah. And I know we're all built differently, Steiny, and Jimmy Butler is not Steph Curry, but how many times have we've given Steph Curry flowers about his conditioning? And again, he could be out there just for decoy purposes to let Wiggins and things open up because Steph is on the floor. I just don't find that like, okay, yeah, he's different. But if Butler can play 48 minutes in a conference final game, is it ludicrous to think that Steph could 2 to 4 more minutes? And he brought it up.
You know what I think's funny?
Tell me.
Spadone and Evan, you let me know it. I know it's different circumstances, but now we're complaining about Steph Curry not playing enough when against Dallas, everybody was pissed because he came back in the game when it got close. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's apples and
Is it?
apricots.
Well, you know what? And I mean, my quick thing would be like, he came back with 9.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. We really quibbling about 2.5 minutes?
The basketball connoisseur you are, a lot can happen.
9.5 minutes is.
I
remember when he used to come back with 6 minutes?
And we hated that. But more Steph Curry equals a better Golden State Warrior team. And I have confidence that if he's out there, he's good to go.
All right. Omar in Oakland. Hey, Omar, how you doing? I'm out of gas.
I can't complain.
Nah, I'm just messing.
I can't complain. But it's always good to be with you guys. I want to say, like I told you guys on Tuesday, you know that if the Warriors rely on Curry to get all the points, it's not going to be really effective because it's just like the Miami Heat series where Wiggins had a great game, but Clay and Poole were no-shows, and you can't have that in the finals because you got to match the other guys like Derek White and Al Horford. And Tatum didn't even have a great game. But I think the series is going to be a long series. The question I want to have for you guys is, being a Celtics fan, is this 2022 Celtics team, does it remind you guys of the 2015 Warriors? when they were coming up with the young Curry and Clay. And, that's what I want to ask you guys, and thank you for taking my call.
Let me go first. What if I told you I think this Warrior team is so rare, and it starts with Steph? They had Harrison Barnes, Draymond, defying all odds. I can never say I see that parallel because they don't have the physical Jason Tatum. They don't have that guy. They do theirs like my steak, rare. They are a rare team.
I agree with the 510 here. Jimmy Butler played 48 minutes in a game 7. This was game 1.
Well, he played him in a game 6 too. He did it twice.
And Jimmy Butler was so tired at the end of game 7, he made a terrible decision that may have cost the Heat the series. Took a bad 3.
I thought you liked it.
No. What?
We talked about it.
He was dead tired, and he tried to take the easy way out because it's easier to take threes than drive to the basket. He played 48 minutes. He had one crack at it, and he said, you know what? I'm going to take one three
to the
here.
rim.
He couldn't. He's too tired. He was too tired to get to the rim. That's what happens. Idris, Hayward, what's up, man?
Hello, this is Hayward?
Yes, all you.
Hello? Oh, is this Steiny and Guru?
Hey.
Yes, it is.
Hey, this is Idris from Hayward, man.
Sure.
I haven't talked to you guys in like 3 years.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey,
Idris, sure.
What's going on? Hey, I think what happened to the Warriors yesterday was actually the best thing that could happen from this perspective. We knew they were going to lose a game, and they lost.
No, we lost you, Idris, unfortunately.
It's been 3 years. We've been together that long?
Well,
it's going on
people
5
coming and
quietly.
going. But yeah, I guess you and I have been together for that long.
My son found some images of you and I, some video from about 5 years ago.
Right.
Face was a lot thinner than mine.
You can say mine too.
You look good. I'm like, who was that? Anyway, Fat
Thomas in Oakland. What's up, Thomas in Oakland?
95-7 the game.
Oh boy. All right. Hang up on him, please.
He's a good
Thank you.
dad. Come on.
Yeah.
He's waiting on the kids.
He was just telling his child he was about to get on 95.7 the game.
A .7
and his
the
son
game.
finally listened, and he got
He probably yelling, don't yell at the kid right now.
Yeah.
Don't blame him.
What do I got here on my list that I didn't
Well,
get
you
to?
ain't worried. That's a good thing. I'm concerned.
But you know me. I'm not going to get worried. I just like to watch. I love watching the games.
Will you watch this back?
No. Maybe only to see how much zone the Celtics played in the fourth quarter. Right. But no, not really. I know that makes you sound smarter, and that's why a lot of people do it.
No, it's
I don't.
It's reliving.
I don't try to make myself sound smarter by saying. I go back and watch the game.
If that's how it comes across, I'll lose it. I'll still do it, but I'll never say it.
Okay, why don't you do that? Go ahead and lose it.
I do it because it's just the moment. And Mark Jones getting killed on the broadcast.
Why?
They made history. All black broadcast. Him, Mark Jackson, hand down, man down, and Lisa Salters, and people are.
Who's people? Please be
people
specific.
People in Boston, they didn't like the telecast, and now it's making the rounds. It's rounds that Mark Jones wasn't in his bag. He said some things that,
but Mark Jones is like he is who he is.
Dre smoked the layup,
but he is who he is. I mean, I don't dislike him at all.
In fact,
you know what? I'm going to say this too because I talk a lot about Mark Jackson. Yeah. I don't think he's a terrible analyst. Like I don't mind him.
Yeah, I learn from him all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're getting some hate.
Oh boy.
What you got? You can't say nothing.
I can if I want.
On the radio. I'll find it. Go ahead.
Yeah, just look at the top.
Now read it. I can't find it.
We're all sick of Guru telling us he rewatches.
Or I got the league pass.
Steiner not worried. He's not a fan. You are, Gil.
Were you in the lab yesterday, Steiny, watching the game?
I got home in time to watch it.
Did you?
Yeah. Got home at like 6:05, had 5 minutes. And interestingly, my daughters wanted to watch it for a while.
No.
Yeah, I watched it with them for a while, then they were starting to drive me crazy.
Were they on their phone?
Yeah,
like I tell
in and
Derek,
out.
put the phone down or don't watch. You can't fake watch.
But
while I look at my phone.
Yeah, they left after the third quarter. They were like, "This is over. This is over."
You told them what happened?
I said at the end, I'm like, "Yeah, Warriors lost." They're like, "No, they didn't." I'm like, "Yeah, they did." They're
That's
like,
incredible.
You know what? They actually reminded me of you. But they were winning. Yeah, it's a 4-quarter game.
I would give you a 1 for me.
4-quarter game, Goo. You know, I mean, that's another thing. I mean, how many NBA playoff games do we have to see before we realize teams come back from 12, 15 down? They just do.
Well, not these playoffs.
What do you mean?
Because we talked about the blowouts. When he goes one way,
Warriors
it's pretty
came
much
back
stayed that way.
in every series from a big deficit, I thought.
Well, at home, those 2 instances, but overall, how many times it's all around, it's making the rounds how Spadoni, how these playoffs have been blowouts. Our Vine we have that you used to participate in, I don't know what happened to you, but we miss you. But still, we talk about the lack, just everything's been a blowout. And of course, you cite the 2-1 to where the Warriors come back. But
the Warriors came back from 19.
Dallas and
Boston just came back from 15. Minnesota got lost huge leads.
Well, they were up 20.
I think something it was like 19 of the last 23 games in the NBA playoffs have been decided by
my boy
7
right
points
there.
or
Well,
more.
listen, just because a team wins by 12 points doesn't mean they couldn't have come back from 15 down. You see what I'm saying?
No, but there were a lot of blowouts in the conference
I'm not
finals.
saying there weren't.
And I'm checking the
But I'm
thread.
saying
Turn your mic off.
No.
Because I got proof. We got receipts.
Thank you, 510. No lead is safe when you. What happened? What happened? Dallas was up 19. The Warriors came back and won. It's the NBA. It happens. Like the Warriors losing a 15-point lead while it's highly unusual.
12 in the fourth.
It's it happens.
Did you have any problem with what Dre said that they were having fun? They were having fun with it, but he wasn't worried. And Pritchard and D. White and Horford won't shoot like that. I don't know if we got the sound, but
I feel like Draymond is a pretty straightforward. I think he was feeling the way he was talking, if you know what I mean. I don't think he is that worried.
Well,
I don't think the Warriors are. What?
It's not about I don't play.
The players aren't as worried as you are.
Okay. Well, I'm just
because you're freaking out.
Damon Bruce, can you help us?
Damon of Damon Ratto joining us.
What is Hoosier red shirt on?
I'm out of breath. He was so worried today. And just panicking.
Concerned, Damon.
The panic meter broke.
Here's the deal.
Okay, talk to
Here's the deal. I want you to calm down because it's not time to panic, but it's also the wrong time to be calm.
Okay.
All right? It's not the time to panic, but be calm at your own risk. Game 2.
Wow.
Game 2 has become Game 7 for the Golden State Warriors. They are not winning the NBA championship going to Boston down 0-2.
Wow.
So there you go. Your entire season comes down to the next 48 minutes of basketball. If you win it, they are 1,000% back into this as much as any team tied 1-1 in any series has ever been. If they're down 0-2, you forfeit the rest of the NBA Finals. It's curtains.
Let me throw this at you, and I'm not saying you're off the mark, but in my world, what I saw yesterday from an athletic standpoint, the Warriors they can't hold the candle to Boston. They got some players. Wiggins is one of them. But another player they have, that he's untouchable, Elliot Ness. And it's Kuminga, it's Moody. I'm not looking at you, Damon, on this Friday saying it's imperative that they play, but those are two guys, two young men that have things and traits that a lot of the rest of the Warriors don't have.
Here's my question.
So 1 minute and 30 seconds, can I see if you got it, Moody? If you're overwhelmed, and maybe I'll reward you in the third and fourth. Are those just candles? Are they off limit to you?
Let me tell you what. Leave your Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga right on that bench and give me 4 more Steph Curry minutes.
Well, I advocate that.
That's what I'm talking. This is I want to see Steph Curry 42, 44 minutes from here on out. What are we talking about? Leave your best player in the most important games you're ever going to play in your careers. That's the way this goes. You want to have a really tight bench? You're not going to play all 11. You're going to make it tight? Well, then you roll with the homies. You know, it's got to be more Curry. And Clay's got to knock down some shots. Yeah. By the way, last night, I'm telling you, this is going to sound a little cruel. It's not trying to be overreactionary. Last night is the reason why Clay's not on the top 75 list. Where are you at? Where are you at? 15 points a game in a huge game. Come on, man. You got to do better than that.
Well,
Jaylen Brown figured that out. Jaylen Brown's better than that. You got to be better than that. You got to hit more threes. You got to take more shots.
To beat
Steph
this
Curry,
team.
Steph
You're right.
Curry can't check back in the 9th minute of the fourth quarter. Like, Steve saw that slipping away, so he did get him back in there normally than when he does. But then Steph doesn't get a shot off until the 5-minute mark. Dude, you got to get wiggly, man. You got to get it
Jay
off.
Butler went 48 minutes, game 6 and 7. It's doable.
You got to go.
All right. There you go.
You gotta
2-1.
About what?
Curry's minute usage.
What was game 1? It was game 1. He played 38 minutes. I never said don't
Curry.
play 42 minutes next game. The bottom line is this, Goo. You won't acknowledge that even when Steph came back into the game into the fourth quarter, that he didn't impact it.
Well, no
like
Warrior
superstars
did. Yeah.
usually
I'm giving
impact
Boston
it.
their credit,
Right.
Damon.
You won't criticize Steph. You'll give Boston credit.
But can I give you the other thing here?
Talk to us.
The Warriors have been able to get away with murder leaving unchecked threes. They have left more wide open threes for teams to miss along the way. I understand why they've had some success with it. They have. And you don't go changing business until business becomes unusual. It's business as usual until it's unusual. Well, it's unusual right now. So I want an awful lot of starters getting big minutes in game 2. And game 2 is game 7. It is a must-win, period, against this Boston team. I said the only way Boston's going to really scare me in this series is if they come out and they got like this, for some reason they look like the 1985 Chicago Bears. Yeah. All right, so in that fourth quarter, not only were they the Bears defense, they were hitting Willie Gault on 70-yard bombs too. Like it
McMahon.
was that went about as bad as any quarter they have ever played together as a group.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think you might be right there, certainly in the postseason.
Bad as it's ever looked. Now, is that a one-off? Or
we're going to find out.
Is there something to be worried about?
The one I do want to talk a little bit about Clay because he hasn't played for 30 months. Then he came back, struggled to be. My point is, I think if we all were honest, we know he's not the same player. We know he's gotten close at times. He's never really put it all together. So I don't think we can expect Clay to be Clay from 2 or 3 years ago. I think we got to assume Clay's going to have. He's got a couple good games probably in this series, but he's going to have some more games like last night. Right now, I think that's who he is.
But that ain't
Next
good
year
enough,
might
Steiny. Damon, that's not good enough. You're not going to beat this team with that. 15 points from Clay?
Well, you're not going to beat it with way too many shots out of Draymond Green with no production there. You're not going to get anything done with Jordan Poole looking like he just met the guys and didn't. I mean, Jordan Poole looked as over his skis as he's looked. I mean, he looked worse last night than whatever game they decided to send him back to the D-League. You know what I mean? Like, he did not look comfortable for a singular on-court minute. And Otto Porter Jr. was like a traffic guard letting threes go off behind him. He wasn't looking.
The whole team.
It's like his back was turned to the guy he needed to be defending. He really let go of the rope. And look, they let as go of the rope as you possibly can. That is the single most humiliating fourth quarter in the history of the NBA Finals.
Joe Montana. And I'm going to say this. You said it finally caught up with them, giving those open threes, and we had whispers about it. I don't know how tapped in you were, Damon. I'm going to wrap it up. But we talked about the Warriors. Looney and Dre can't be on the court at the same time. It was a worry, but they got past it. Dallas comes to town. You don't think of it. But they're playing this Boston great Celtic team defensively 3-on-5 with Looney and Dre. And if you tell me, Goo, you got to be 6'6" by Monday. I can't do it, Damon.
You used that line already.
I know, but I wanted to see.
You used that line on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, can they go get to the lab?
Do I get to qualify for Game 2 tickets now? Is that a face-off qualifier?
Why would just bust me out? But that's scary to me. You can't change who you are.
Well, I mean, here you are in the NBA Finals by being who you are. But you need to, I mean, the Golden State Warriors have to be operating at Event Horizon. This is it. The entire year
must win.
Is in the next 48 minutes of basketball.
At me, David.
It really, no, I mean, look, they're not winning. They're not winning 4 out of 5.
Wow.
If they're down 0-2 against that team that I saw last night. That's a really good basketball team.
It is. It'll make the championship even that much more satisfying.
Yep.
Having gotten down and they got to claw their way out. How much you got, Spino?
Who you got, Damon?
Mavericks in 6.
A minute 20?
No, who you got on the show?
Mavericks in 6. Oh, no. Tim, how about that? We got Tim Bontemps coming in
TB.
for an hour hanging out with Ray and I in studio.
Oh, in studio?
Yes. An in-studio appearance for Tim Bontemps. He knows the Boston Celtics a lot better than we do since he's over there covering them for ESPN. So he's coming in today. And otherwise, we're chopping it up.
They got a little bit of, I call them gumbo. That team, height, length, dudes that can create their own shot. They are a put-to-well team. They put together well.
Yeah, dude, they're young. They got speed. Young guys with legs. It starts jumping through the TV at you.
How you feeling, Goo?
Warriors are in a series.
I'm better.
Warriors are in a series. Warriors are in a series. No, it is.
They are.
It is.
It is.
Sunday.
Here's the thing. I mean, it doesn't end the series if they go down 0-2. But I think it ends their chances of winning this series.
Because we seen Boston lose at home. We thought Miami was going to get closed out there. But this is a different beast. They're 3 wins away from being the NBA champs. And they're young, they're dumb, and they're good.
Hey, get one here, go to Boston, pick up game 3.
All
then
right.
you're 2-1, then we can breathe a little again. Without that, trouble.
There you go. All right, we'll be all right, Warrior Nation. We will be all right. And I'll see you Monday, and we'll be locked up 1-1. Our horns will be locked.
It was a brutal loss for the Dubs in Game 1.
Boston takes Game 1 in shocking fashion here at Chase Center.
We
there yet, that's for sure. But I know how you get there, and you get there by losing Game 2 on Sunday. It's something I do not think the Warriors can afford to do. Welcome. It is good to have you here today. Damon and Ray. Tim Bontemps is going to join us in an hour, live in studio, and hang out with us for an hour. Used to cover the Warriors, obviously. Left for that ESPN East Coast gig. He's basically at the Fleet Center covering the Celtics almost every night of the regular season, so he knows them very, very well. We're going to be talking to him about how this all plays out. Ray, what did you think about how that played out last night?
I thought it was a sensational game, and here's why. Warrior fans got to see Boston at its best, and for the first quarter and a half, Celtics fans got to see the Warriors at their best. So now they have a more complete vision of how this series could play out. Not in terms of result. I mean, the result was bizarre. And I don't think Boston can recreate a bunch of the things that they did last night. But I think for people who watch the Warriors, that's the defense they've been talking about. That's what they do. And it's not going to be any easier down, from this moment on, because the big adjustment that Boston made, they made in about a quarter and a half, and that was to basically tell the Warriors, if you're going to beat us, you have to beat us without Curry. And somebody else is going to have to win this game for you, because we're going to start making him the sole focus of our interest from here on out.
I really did think that the Warriors weren't getting lucky. That's the wrong way to determine it. But the Celtics said early on, we're gonna defend Steph a little bit differently than maybe he's expecting, and it led to a whole bunch of drop coverages, and Curry is now shooting wide open shots, like as many wide open shots in a quarter as you'll see him get in a week of basketball. And the Celtics said, well, wait a minute, we can't be doing that, so we are going to adjust. And in the second quarter, after a historically significant first quarter from Curry, he does nothing in the second quarter. He comes back, he has an efficient third quarter, and then is basically wiped out of the fourth quarter with a smothering defense that made me go, oh, okay, well, it was wrong of us to say that these defenses are equal. The Boston Celtics have far, far and away the better defensive team in this series. And the Warriors have the better offensive team in the series. I'm still convinced of that. And the first three quarters that you got of last night's game should have probably convinced you of that too. The biggest difference, though, are their defensive philosophies. The Celtics play defense and smother you about as hard as a basketball team can. The Golden State Warriors have made the analytically based tactical decision to allow open looks. We're going to let Dallas shoot them out of their game. We're going to let the Memphis Grizzlies shoot themselves out of this game. You can't do that with the Boston Celtics. They got too many guys who can knock down a shot, especially if you say, well, I'm just not going to defend that. And that's why, in the fourth quarter, I couldn't figure out what Draymond was doing looking at Al Horford just line up threes. Like, go out and defend that, Draymond. Put a hand in his face. Somebody get in somebody's jersey and defend it. And then by the time Steph Curry said, all right, I'm going to do that with Derek White, he was in White's jersey as he hit just a three that he shouldn't have hit, but did.
And then the one right after that, which was just as damaging. I don't think Horford's going to get those same kind of looks in Game 2. That's going to be one of the adjustments that Golden State makes. The other thing is they're going to have to play Jaylen Brown more honestly than they did in Game 1. Because I thought they were fine with Tatum. They forced Tatum to pass, which is probably one of the things they'd have been delighted to see. Problem is he passed to guys who were shooting out, very well. Marcus Smart was a really good shooter last night. White, as you said, Peyton Pritchard knocked down a couple of big threes. They were open looks, but that's a guy that you would, in general, would probably let shoot those. But the one that really killed them more than anything else was Horford, because with Robert Williams playing, it means that somebody's got to deal with him honestly, which means that they can't just come out at Horford. They've got to figure out a way to guard him better while not letting Williams have the run of the paint. because he did have the run of the paint last night, I thought.
So look, here is your silver lining. Like, this is what you can go home to bed thinking tonight about and maybe sleep well. And that is, during the Steve Kerr era, the Golden State Warriors have never been down 0-2 in a series. I mean, they rarely go down 0-1. It's only happened 3 times, as a matter of fact. But they've never seen 0-2 with Steve Kerr. And I really do not think they're going to see 0-2 once they finish up Sunday's game against Boston. I do think this is an even series come the end of Sunday night. And if it's not, the Celtics will be champions. I feel good about that. I feel strong about that. I saw enough out of them last night that made me think, all right, I'd bet on that. I'd bet on that to close out 2 more games in a span of, 5 remaining games? You know, if they seriously go back to Boston up 2-0. I don't think it's going to happen. And I don't think the Warriors can let it happen. They certainly can't afford to start running that experiment right now. Boston's entire season has been, dominant to docile. Like, they do have really emphatic, oh my gosh, level basketball games, and then they lay a clunker in the very next game. We've seen them do that over and over again. So, hopefully, that fourth quarter, and in many other ways, a little bit of that performance, you can file it under a one-off, an anomaly. Like a fourth quarter where everything that could have gone wrong for the Warriors went wrong, and everything that could have gone right for the Celtics went right. And, you're not going to bank on that happening again. You heard Draymond talking about, well, you're not going to see 3 guys like that combined to knock down 15 threes again. They're right. But here's the thing. Don't be so in love with the math you stop playing the game and you're only playing the math.
Well, but if you're going to play the math, you also have to play it both ways, which is that Jason Tatum's not going to be 3 for 17 in Game 2 either.
No, he's not.
So, I mean, a lot of things you saw last night, frankly, from both teams, you probably won't see again. I don't think Draymond Green is going to take 12 shots the next game. And
he might not take 12 more shots in this series.
No, he'll take shots, but I don't think he's going to take, maybe 1 3 a game. He's not going to try to, jack up 4 of those. I think part of it was when they got ahead, they wanted to go for the kill shot right away. And what they learned from last night more than anything else is that you don't get to kill Boston. You can erode them, but you can't kill them. And you're not killing them in the second quarter. You're not killing them in the third. They never let it get past 12. They put together runs that even in the first quarter, you knew that this was going to be a battle because while Curry was going for 21, the Celtics were only down 4.
Yeah.
That's a hint because when your best guy is going off and it's not showing itself on the big scoreboard, then it's going to be a long, hard night.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Curry could not have, played that much of a better of a game. You could say that it was too front-loaded for your liking. All right, proof is in the final result. But, man, I thought that fourth quarter started in a choppy fashion. I didn't look, when Steph Curry's feeling it, let him feel it. When Steph Curry's feeling it, let him feel it. This is the postseason. You got 3 days off in between Game 1 and Game 2. There's more baked-in days off to an NBA Finals than you could even imagine. So he's the best conditioned athlete in the NBA. Get him to 40 minutes in the next game. Get him to 42 minutes. You cannot be giving regular season kind of rotations to this Boston Celtics team. They're too good for that.
But that's too good. That's what they found out. I mean, when they went into the fourth quarter, up 12. I don't know whether Curry changes that dynamic greatly, but it's missed 26-footer, missed 28-footer, missed 15-footer, turnover, and all of a sudden, a 12-point game is a 3-point game.
Well, then it's a Brown 18-foot step back, and then a Brown 3, and then a Brown assist on an alley-oop, then a Brown assist to Pritchard, then a Brown 3, then a Brown layup, then a Pritchard 3, then a White 3, then a Horford 3, then a Horford 3, then a Horford 17-footer. Feel free to defend any of that, fellas.
Well,
the amount of just watching the paint dry on those shooters, I understand you got a little bit of a sag-off mentality, and the math says, and we do this in this moment. feel free to process the real information in front of your eyes. And when a team knocks down 5 threes in a row, you defend that 6th 3 a little bit harder than you defended the first 5. And that's where I thought Kerr and the team kind of didn't react to the game that was in front of them. We have wide open phone lines until Tim Bontemps walks in here, and we're going to talk with Tim. You can ask Tim questions. We're talking about a disastrous fourth quarter. And in otherwise, as Ray was saying, hell of a game one. The first 3 series, I was like, man, this is great basketball. This is high-level basketball. Things are looking really good. And then the Warriors dropped the single most embarrassing fourth quarter in the history of the NBA Finals, which I really didn't expect them to drop. But that's it. It is not what you saw last night is nothing short of the biggest clown shoes fourth quarter in NBA Finals history. And we got the numbers to back that up. We're just getting underway today. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, and we're sponsored by Lucky California. Lucky California, bringing you quality brands that deliver all the incredible flavor and all the exciting varieties, all for less. A 6-ounce package of organic blueberries, buy one, get one free at Lucky California, the golden state of eating.
It was a brutal loss for the Dubs in Game 1.
Boston takes Game 1 in shocking fashion here at Chase Center.
We're reacting to Game 1 of the NBA Finals.
Give them credit. They knocked down every big shot in the fourth quarter. Boston just played a brilliant quarter, and they came in and earned the win.
On the home of the Warriors, 95.
Bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business.
Xfinity and got the all-new 3-for-1 bundle. Unlimited internet, streaming, and Xfinity.
95.7 The Game, youtube.com/95.7 The Game, and you can bask in not just Ray and I today, but Tim Bontemps. When he comes on in studio at 4 o'clock, we're going to be talking to, used to be one of ours, now he's ESPN's Tim Bontemps from here in the Bay Area. We're looking forward to saying hello. Not that he's originally from the Bay Area, but he hung out here covering the Warriors long enough, and he'll be a great resource to tap into a little bit later on. You know, we got plenty of questions and plenty of calls. We see you all there, and if you're on hold right now, you are going to be a part of this segment. Just park it for a second. We're about to get to you. From the Xfinity Mobile text line, it says, Damon, wouldn't you say it was more great shot making than a terrible collapse? Usually it's great when smart teams shoot the threes, so why is this a collapse? Well, you're up 12, and the Warriors, up after the end of the third quarter, were 8-0 in this postseason. So they had an awful lot on their side, and then they only score 16 points. So that's not just a whole bunch of good shot making. That's a collapse going along hand in hand with that shot making that Boston created. And look, I don't know if you can call it shot making when these are wide open driving range threes. I mean, they gave him warm up threes. Al Horford was allowed to knock down consecutive warm up threes. Wrapped around a timeout? I mean, it was. I couldn't believe how laissez-faire, how casually they defended in that fourth quarter.
Well, it was both. It was they did not defend nearly as aggressively with guys like Horford, and they made shots. The more compelling problem I thought in the fourth quarter was that in the last 6 minutes, they had 4 points till the Bielitsa garbage three at the end. You're not closing anybody out doing that.
No.
I mean, and it wasn't like they had a ton of shots either. Boston prevented them from running anything, and that was frankly my biggest takeaway from the fourth. It wasn't so much that Boston shot so well, because I don't know that that's replicable, but the way they defended the Warriors in that 6.5 minute stretch, that can be replicated. You know, maybe not to that extent, but to enough of an extent that the Warriors now have to recognize that they can't just go for the kill shot in the late first or late third quarter. You know, they have to grind out all 48, because Boston is not going to roll over and accept the beating.
No. Look, outscored 40-16 in a fourth quarter sounds bad. I can make it sound worse. Get outscored 40-16 at home. I can make it sound worse. Gets outscored 40-16 at home in the fourth quarter of the NBA Finals. And it can actually get worse. 40-16 makes it sound better than it really was, because that was 40-13 until a meaningless Bielitsa 3 with 16 seconds left, just the second time they scored in the final 6 minutes or so of that game, as Ray just pointed out. You had Curry checking back in at 9:35 of the fourth quarter. He had a 2-point bucket at 6:05, and that makes it 103-100 Warriors lead. And then their next bucket comes with 1 minute and 9 seconds left. And that's just a gap that you cannot have against a team as good as the Boston Celtics are. That is the first time that any team has ever hit 9 threes in the fourth quarter of the NBA Finals. That is the first time any team's been outscored by 24 points. No, excuse me, it ties the record for being outscored. But it's the new record because that happened to you in the fourth quarter of the NBA Finals in Game 1 in your own gym. That's the worst fourth quarter in the history of the NBA Finals. I really didn't expect the Warriors to give us that in Game 1 when they are normally so good. Now, they got an awful lot of house credit with me. They should have an awful lot of house credit with you. They are not out of this. You lose Game 2, you're out of it. I really do think they need to even this thing up because confidence is a mother. And that's why I really thought one of the pivotal games here, I have been saying all week long leading up to last night, if Boston's going to win the NBA Finals, I really think they got to take Game 1. Confidence matters for a young team. And Ime Udoka last night said his team now officially has it.
You know, it's confidence builder because we didn't play our best at all. Obviously, Jason didn't play his best, but every time we looked up, 32-28 after the first quarter, only down 4 at halftime, and we hadn't played well at all. And so they finally stretched the lead a little bit to get us to 92-80 going into the fourth, but we had a huge quarter there. So knowing what we can do defensively, if we're a little more tuned in, lack of communication in the first half, I think obviously shows the blueprint for what we can do there. I think getting those opening night jitters out, and I think that settled some as the game went on. And you saw other guys step up, but we don't expect JT to have a tough shooting night like that again. I don't know if you attribute it to jitters or some of the defense they were throwing at him, boxing one in some of those zones, but shows what we are, which is a team.
And here's the thing I also thought defensively, they kept on falling for the okie doke. You had Jason Tatum driving to the rim with zero intention of taking a shot. He was drive and kick with absolutely no notion of even trying to finish at the rim. And the Warriors kept on collapsing on him as if he were Dominique Wilkins. And I really didn't understand why. Stay home on those shooters who are skinning you alive in real time. Is anyone watching this fourth quarter unfold?
See, and I thought that was a brilliant adjustment by Tatum because he's not a guy who normally backs away from shots once he goes to the basket. And he basically became their best passer. And it's not, that's another adjustment now that the Warriors are faced with, is that they know that Jason Tatum is older than his experience and age belie. Because when a guy who's that used to shooting decides, you know what, I'm not feeling it tonight, I'm going to make other guys rich, and has enough sort of options when he goes to the basket because, like I said, the Warriors committed to him. They didn't fully commit to everybody else because you can't run a box and one and have everybody covered. There are things you have to give up when you're running gimmick defenses like that. And I thought it was Tatum as much as the way the Warriors played that made it so damaging in the fourth quarter. He only took 3 shots in the fourth, and usually shooters shoot.
And he finished with an NBA Finals debut career high, 13 assists. So anyone who wants to say it was a bad night for Tatum really wasn't paying attention. It was a bad shooting night for Tatum. Otherwise, he controlled an awful lot of that game. Tip of the cap. 888-957-9570. Let's take these calls, starting with Greg in San Ramon. Thank you, Greg. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, D. Bruce, Ray, thanks for having me on. I have just a couple quick points. I'll start positive, and then I'll kind of go Darth Vader and move to the dark side here. So number one, let's just remember Steph, Clay, Dre as a big three. They've never lost a series when all three play and are healthy at the same time. So So I'm not worried. I know Steve Kerr and the guys will figure it out. So that's point number one. Number two.
Hey, you got a lot of history behind that point. I mean, it's a valid point. That's why I'm not willing to panic today. But I'm also exercising an awful lot of, be cautious about how calm you are. You shouldn't be calm as a Warrior fan today, but you shouldn't be panicking either.
Right. Number two, the Ray in me says, Damon, you're the ultimate jinx. Yesterday I was listening. You laid out a ton of really good trends that had me fired up, pumped up for the game, whether it was Warriors don't blow leads, they're great front runners, they're loose in the fourth, Boston's tight in the fourth, I'm not worried about Derek White. To go back to Star Wars, in the words of Luke Skywalker, every word you just said was wrong. So, anyway, thank you for the time. I'll take your comments off the air.
Thanks. Hey, look.
Wait, allow me to step in here for you.
Oh, you're going to defend me? Thank you, honey.
Yeah. No, I'm going to remind everybody that every way that everybody described the way Game 1 was going to play was wrong. You don't expect Jason Tatum to shoot 17%. You also don't expect the rest of the roster to shoot 65%. You don't expect Stephen Curry to have 21 in the first and then stop. You don't expect you would assume that Kevon Looney would continue to play and have his run of the paint the way he had in previous series, and the fact is Boston doesn't play that. So a lot of things that people assumed turned out to be wrong, but they only turned out to be wrong for one game, which is why I still think that Game 2 is the pivotal one, because that's when you're going to see both teams after they've had adjustments to make. Because the way Game 1 played out meant that neither coach can go in and go, oh, I'm just going to stand pat, this is good. There's going to be a lot of different things happening Sunday than there were last night.
Well, and let's be honest, you're worried about me jinxing it. I did not give you the local sports talk host bravado segment. I didn't. I used a whole bunch of statistics and trends that are just, these are facts. Somebody last night, as the third quarter came to a conclusion, Ray, I tweeted out, the Golden State Warriors are 8-0 this postseason when they have a lead after 4 quarters. And the Boston Celtics got to be kind of thrilled to only be down 12 here. So I tweeted that out. And as soon as the game ended, someone's like, oh, this didn't age very well. And they try to tag old takes exposed. I didn't give a take. Boston was lucky to only be down 12 based on how that third quarter played out. And the Golden State Warriors factually were 8-0 going into the fourth quarter with a lead until last night. So, it's amazing how everyone on Twitter doesn't really understand how Twitter works. Like, it's a real-time medium. Something that is tweeted in a moment isn't the permanent thought when that moment passes.
Well, first of all, there's no such thing as a jinx. Secondly, stop worrying about, not you, but stop worrying about what somebody tweets in the first quarter of a game.
Thank you.
But there was a tip-off in the first quarter, and that's Curry with 21 and the Warriors up 4.
Yeah, that was...
Because this is not a game where you just focus on individuals and go, well, he did that, therefore this is going to happen. Because the giveaway was right there. The Warriors were up 7 with 2 minutes to go. They were lucky to leave up 4. Boston, you can't kill them. They're like roaches.
This is Rick in Berkeley. Rick, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, hi. I was only able to watch the first half yesterday before I had to go to a high school graduation party. But when I looked at the stat sheet, Looney only played 25 minutes. And he played so great, I thought, in the first half, offensive rebounds and blocks. And it seemed like they were going at him at first, to try to have him switch on people, but he was handling it, I thought, really well. Did he not play enough time, or why didn't they play him 35? Because he's proven that he can play 35.
Well, because...
So I was a little bit confused about...
It's because Otto Porter Jr. got 24 minutes last night, and they basically played him in the front court in the Looney spot. And Otto Porter Jr., look, he knocked down 4 or 5 threes last night. He was shooting the ball well. He also, again, he hit 4 threes. He probably surrendered 9.
But the other thing too is Robert Williams is stronger than Looney, which means that he doesn't have the run of the paint the way he had against Dallas, and in some ways the way he had against Memphis, because Jaren Jackson Jr. was playing out at the arc. So this was going to be a harder series for Looney, and I think some people mentioned that. It's just Boston doesn't give up any part of the floor easily. And I think, Looney, with all the things that he can do, he could still be physically, moved around and neutralized.
I thought he played pretty well, though.
No, he was fine for what he was.
He was Kevon Looney.
But he didn't have the Looney games that you saw against Dallas because it was harder to do stuff.
Right.
And that's the takeaway here, is that Boston makes it harder for you to do the stuff you're used to doing.
Right. These guys aren't Maxi Kleber.
No. To the extent that anybody ever saw Maxi Kleber.
Thank you. Michael in Saratoga, you're on with Damon and Ratto.
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks for taking my phone call. Listening to all the stuff you guys been saying, the thing I wanted to point out is Curry sets the pace, right? And as you said, 8-0 when they're leading into the fourth quarter. You could see in the fourth quarter where Curry was going down, slowing the pace down. He's going to play the clock. They're up 12, and he was slowing that pace down. I think the whole team had that slow pace mentality, and all of a sudden the Celtics put on the brakes on that, and that surprised them. I think there's an easy adjustment for Kerr to make there and not do that in the fourth quarter. Obviously, it bit him, and I think the Warriors in 6, if they take one in Boston the next 2 games after this, and Warriors in 7 if they don't. So I think they can easily adjust for that fourth quarter, and we wouldn't be talking about all this doom and gloom if they hadn't done that.
Well, look, you're right. We're not dooming and glooming it without a 40-16 fourth quarter, which turned last night's pretty decent table upside down. I really thought the Warriors were, going to be walking away 1-0 in this final, and now you're really kind of, you got the house money looking for 2 going up. So going to Boston.
Well, you're not coaching on the assumption that as Western Conference champions you're going to give up a 17-0 run.
No. And look, I do think that Steve Kerr got caught being a little too cute without leaning on the guys who he needs to lean on the most. Draymond's north of 40 from here on out. I don't care, even though he was playing bad last night. Draymond stunk last night, let's be totally honest. He stunk. I'm not going to put it on him. I'm not going to make any, he needs to be working on his jumper more than podcast jokes. I saw a lot of those today. Draymond's a great player. He had a bad game last night. Andrew Wiggins was good, not great Andrew Wiggins. He needs to play more than 35 minutes of basketball. Steph Curry's got to be 42 to 44 minutes from here on out every single game, and Klay Thompson has kissed 40 minutes. We've seen him do it. He was at 39 last night. He's got to shoot better. He's got to play better. He cannot get cooked as much as he was by Jaylen Brown, and when he is playing like that, you got to get someone else in there. What I really think was something that hurt last night was that Steve didn't have the confidence to go to Moody, and he let Poole basically rot out on the floor as a non-entity offensively and even less than a non-entity defensively. Moody probably should have gotten more of those minutes, and the fact that we did not see Gary Payton at all last night, Ray, means I think they're kind of being a little fugazi with his availability. I don't know if he's really going to be playing here.
Well, it did seem when they said he was going to be available for game 1 like they were, not rushing the injury back into reality, but
guy broke his elbow.
Yeah, so I think I don't know if it's that. Maybe he can't shoot. Maybe it's still a problem for him to shoot. I don't know, but I'm not surprised that he didn't play. I mean, if you're going to have him active, maybe there is a place where you could spot him, but they didn't have that last night. Poole, this is the great reminder that he's not had a wall-to-wall great postseason. He's had some very good games, but they've been early.
Yeah.
And as teams have figured out what he likes to do, particularly when he sort of penetrates into the middle and then fakes like he's going to rise up for a shot and then starts again. I think Boston knew that was coming, and they played it.
But when he stops and then gets that nice move off the pivot foot, he's got like a little dream
which is
shake.
largely a carry in technical terms.
Speaking of carry, he got called for a carry last night. Now here's the deal: I'm not going to complain about officials after
they
the
were
fourth quarter
fine
like
last
that.
night.
Well, here, Ray, to an extent that they were fine. I mean, I don't think I can meet you all the way out there that they were fine, because what I do think was we had something that not just last night's officiating crew, but other officiating crews fall into. The premise of one of these teams is less physical than the other, I think, goes into the way they bake their officiating cake. And I do think that Boston is allowed to get away with more physicality, where a chop at a chop down of Steph Curry by Al Horford. Curry is there for a layup. He gets raked across the arms by Horford. There is no one between the official, Mark Davis, and the actual play, and he doesn't call a foul. That is a foul on a D-leaguer, much less a future Hall of Famer playing an NBA Finals game in his own gym. Curry cannot get a superstar's call to save his life. He got called for a push-off on Marcus Smart, where Marcus Smart armbarred him. I mean, and then flopped. These are just two moments, but they're two moments that should not happen to Steph Curry. And they're two moments that I think are only allowed to happen because officials, basically, teams with really physical reputations are allowed to commit more fouls, and it just gets dismissed as, well, that's just them. They're really physical. Where when a team that doesn't have that reputation commits the exact same physical act, that's seen in a different light, and I think officiated in a different light. It's like the Legion of Boom. Their philosophy was, we're going to go ahead and we're going to have pass interference on every play and dare you to call it.
But that's been the standard, the way postseasons are called for the last 25 years. And if you're going to, not you, but if the Warriors are going to stand there and say, this isn't the way it should be, well, at some point, you either adjust or die. I mean, was the push-off dodgy? Maybe. It could have gone either way. But I didn't have a real problem with the way the game was officiated.
But that's the thing. Superstars should always get the benefit of the doubt and 50-50 calls in Game 1 of the NBA Finals in their own gym.
We've been talking about Curry and that for forever. And the problem is, because he is a guy who very often when he penetrates, he'll go underneath the basket and head back out. You know, officials are going to halt. You know, they're just going to go, you know what? I don't want to interrupt this play. They're trying to figure out advantage, disadvantage with a guy who's never sold fouls well and who, you know, often, you know, will, you know, take a bit of contact and then move away from it and get a shot off. So he's not easy to officiate. But I don't know that it's that he doesn't get superstar calls as much as it is he often tries to look for the superstar call when sometimes he doesn't need to worry about the contact.
Well, he has definitely, you know, looked to buy that foul on the falling three less because the rules got changed, and I think it's made him. It's funny. It's supposed to make him a better player, yet he's having one of the worst shooting splits years of his career. But I think that there is a constant problem officiating him, and I think that the Warriors are called for the exact same physical action that the Celtics are not called for. And I just want it called evenly, and I didn't think that it was necessarily even. And I am officially letting you know I'm not complaining about last night's officials.
No, I'm not accusing you of doing
except for those two little moments that I did.
Yeah, but you know, at some point he's going to figure. At some point, he's got to stop looking for the "but don't you know who I am" call.
But that's what you get. That's the whole point of becoming a superstar.
But how long's he been playing?
13
this is like 13 years now. If that's not a call that's available to him, don't keep trying to be James Harden. You're not.
Here's my question. When's the last time you saw an NBA player get called for a carry? Seriously.
Well, guys who carry.
Are
there a lot of them? No.
But I can't remember. I can't remember the last time I saw an NBA carry call.
If you wanted to call it by the rule book, Jordan Poole would be out of the league because he'd have 5 a game. You know, they don't call carries very often. So when they do, it's got to be pretty egregious. And that one was. Even by NBA standards, it was egregious.
Not since Teddy Valentine was screwing up Bobby Knight games in the Big Ten. And if you know, you know.
Yeah, but
TV Teddy. Oh.
Okay, but college games, you get carrying calls.
You do. I haven't seen him in the NBA like ever.
No, but that's my point, though. That one was egregious. It's just, and it's the kind of call that you make early in a series when you want to say, you're not doing that now. So if there's another one called, that'll be on the fault of the player.
I see 3 good listeners waiting on hold. We're going to come back.
Well, do we know they're good?
Yeah, well, one of them or 2 of them for sure, yes. We're going to come on back, and we are going to take your calls. Tim Bontemps is walking on in here. We're talking to him about the NBA Finals at 4 o'clock. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. And by our friends at Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
It's Fade Vinny Velasquez Day. I'm Erin Hawksworth here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Vinny Velasquez has a permanent spot on our BetQL daily list of
joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/joy.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
National NBA reporter for ESPN. And now that he's got a camera in his face, a handsome man. Tim Bontemps is going to be joining us. At the top of the hour, he's going to be joining us in studio, and he's going to be hanging out with us for an hour, talking to me and Ray, taking your calls, 888-957-9570. One other note about an entity from ESPN, as he even identifies himself as Mark Jones, ESPN on Twitter. I thought Mark Jones did an excellent job for Mike Breen last night. I thought he was fantastic behind the mic, and I thought that he and Mark Jackson, who is not an easy guy to pair with, had about as much chemistry as I've heard Mark Jackson ever have with any play-by-play guy, and it sounded like they had done hundreds of games together. One broadcaster tip of the cap to another. Mark Jones was really good last night, and a spot start for Mike Breen.
He did not get in the way of the game, which is helpful. And the advantage that he had was that he didn't have to lay back while Jackson and Van Gundy do their hilarious shtick.
Because there was no Van
Gundy. So I think that made the job easier as well. Do I prefer Breen? Yes.
Sure.
But Jones has been a pro for a while, doing a number of different sports. So I wasn't surprised that he handled it well.
There are a handful of phenomenal broadcasters who will never get the bite at the championship apple, because that's just the way A-teams work and preferred sons work. And Mike Breen is obviously a preferred son in terms of, your I think he's done more NBA finals now than even Marv did. So Breen will be back behind the mic as soon as available, of course. But spot start, nice job by Mark Jones, who is, I believe, the voice of the Sacramento Kings as well. So,
it was an opportunity for him to see basketball for the first time.
Dude, the Sacramento Kings fingerprints are all over this series between a coach and a broadcaster. God.
There was a kid in the stands last night who was wearing a Kings Tyrese Halliburton jersey.
Hey.
And Halliburton, I guess, shouted him out on Twitter, which is maybe as close as Halliburton's going to get to a finals unless he gets on a much better team than the one he's on now.
That's a shot.
Yeah, well,
it's the truth.
It's not his fault.
It's also the truth.
He's been on two teams, neither of whom have gotten a sniff yet.
Vince in San Carlos. Thank you for holding, Vince. You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I love your show. I think what we're also forgetting, and maybe you mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, the second quarter collapsed when we had that nice 10, 12-point lead during the second quarter last night. And then the Celtics come roaring back and go up by 2 at the half when we definitely outplayed them the majority of that first half. I think it was foreshadowing to what happened in the fourth quarter. And it was based off of not rebounding the ball and not getting out on the perimeter to guard those shots from the 3-point line. And the good news is for me, I'm going to watch my daughter play some San Carlos Force 12U softball right now to get my mind off of that stinker.
All right.
College coach said my college coach, Coach Lagarza from Kenyatta College, always said after a bad loss, you got to flush that turd and just move on. Move on to the next game. Let's go on Sunday.
There you go. Flush it. Where's Pete Franklin when you need him? Thank you very much.
You want me to say?
No, I know where he is.
Yeah.
It's not good. But to your daughter's game, I give you one full and hearty. Oy, oy, oy! There you go.
Her team's getting 1.5 runs, by the way.
Oh, nice. You going to load up?
I think I might just lay off that one.
You're laying off San Carlos tonight. Vita, Salinas, hello. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hello, how are you? I love listening to you guys every morning, every day. The thing that I want to talk about is last night I did not get shocked that the Warriors scored only, 16 points? it used to give me high blood pressure in the regular season. I know it's a different games, but in the regular seasons, out of the 9 game out of 11 that they lost, 80% they lost game in the fourth quarter. I don't know if you guys remember that they went a 19-point lead in the fourth quarter and they only scored 2 points. Then another game they got 12-point lead and they only scored 8 points, and due to the turnovers. So last night it reminds me those games that I thought I'm gonna get a heart attack about.
Yeah, look, I mean, the blood pressure does go up in the finals, and watch that blood pressure. By the way, that's good advice from me to you. It's real. But look, they let go of a rope in a way that made you go, what am I watching here? I mean, somebody's saying, Damon, can you explain away? Can you please just tell me why I shouldn't worry or should worry about that fourth quarter? It's such an anomaly. I really don't even know what I'm looking at or how much weight I should actually give it. What I'm looking at is, regardless of fourth quarter, the disappointment, the embarrassment, is you can't be 0-2. I mean, that's just, that to me is the only mission ahead. You cannot be 0-2 at the end of Sunday night. You cannot be and expect to win this series. Not even the Warriors, not even with the great experience and all the gravitas that comes with a team that I think we're all, enamored with and impressed by and fans of the way they go about operating. And it feels, odd to say you got to change your style up this far down the runway. This is what they're wearing to the prom. There's no time to get another tuxedo. Here it is. But I just thought they've got to react more to the information as it's coming back to them. And this whole, we lay off shooters because the math says that's a shooter to lay off. Why don't you just defend the shooter? Just defend the shooter and lay off no one. Because I couldn't help but notice the Boston Celtics defensively didn't lay off the Golden State Warriors for a minute other than the first 12 minutes against Steph Curry, and then they changed business quickly. Ime Udoka had a plan, saw Steph Curry have a record-setting first quarter. He immediately changed the plan. Now, he had more time to react to it because that was still the first quarter. It just got away from the Warriors so badly there in that fourth. It was stunning. It was kind of stunning. I was shocked. I was flabbergasted. I mean, Jillian kept on coming over to me and she said, is this happening? So, yeah, this is happening. Why is this happening? I don't know.
Well, the problem that they had was not that they didn't react quickly enough, as much as it was, who do you react to? Because Horford ran the room. Smart ran the room. The guys that they didn't think they had to be aggressively guarding, they all had games in the fourth quarter. And, you can't get everybody. So, they're probably going to have to spend a little less time, dealing with Tatum and a little more time on the others. I mean, Derek White, didn't have a great night, but he had a good enough night, and he had a couple of huge moments when the game tilted. But on the first shot, he was guarded well. It was just a difficult shot that he made. But the thing that the Warriors couldn't do was guard everybody. And everybody but their best offensive player shot it really well. I mean, ultimately, when you look at it, they were 40 for 58 if you take Tatum off the floor. That's almost 70%. And that's not just defensive malfeasance. That's guys making shot after shot after shot. Even if you guard them. Well, and you're only going to reduce it to what, 50, 55%? And that's still a tough way to operate.
You want Tatum. I mean, the Warriors would have been better off with Tatum going for 40 and, role players not looking like that. I mean, Peyton Pritchard? Are you kidding me? Wasn't expecting that. Guy had 8 points and was plus 14 in just 16 minutes off the bench. Meanwhile, Derek White made the All-Star game last night. He was unbelievable.
Yeah. only two guys did not shoot better than 50% last night for the Celtics. And one was Grant Williams, who was 0 for 2, and the other was Tatum. Everybody else was well over 50. And that's why ultimately they shot 50% as a team, almost 70 if you take out Tatum. They were just brilliant.
Duke in the city. How are you, Duke?
King of our sports, my Damon Bruce, and the legend that is Ray Ratto.
Get a lozenge.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
How are you, man?
Hey, Ratto, all I want to know is, do you got my cannolis back there, man? Don't let me have to go get Coasty, man, and throw you in the back seat and smack you around a little bit, Ratto. Be cool.
Yeah, you do that, you'd have to marry me.
What'd you say, D. Bruce?
No, that was Ray quipping back and forth. You should get to your point.
Okay.
I would like. It's like when it comes to dealing with Ray, it's like being at the zoo.
Yeah.
Don't feed the bears.
Exactly. I already know. It's the animal. The world's an animal out there. I already know. Hey, three things that we already know. D. Bruce is that Steph gonna come out sizzling like shrimp from Benihana. The Celtics going to be jacking up threes like the Deli and Roxy's, cutting threes. They're going to be shooting just like that, man. It's going to be trouble for the Warriors if the Warriors don't start playing transition defense, closing out on the threes. They got to do a whole lot better with that, man. You know, Dre, Wiggs, and Clay going to have to show up. This is not a regular season game. This is the playoff. This is the NBA Finals Championship. And last night they was playing like it was a regular season game. D. Bruce,
that's the thing. And if
they're gonna have to do a little bit better, man. Boston, what they gonna do is they gonna keep jacking threes, and that's what they do. So you got to close out on the D. Somebody please go get Jordan Poole some shoes that can stick to the flow, because he walking around out there like he got skates on. We can't do that. This is the real deal out here, man. We playing for the big ship, D. Bruce, and we can't have no slip up, no slacks. Everybody got to come with their A game.
You're the man, Duke. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend, pal. I look, you got a team last night, a head coach deciding, I'm only playing 8 guys. But in a weird way, he didn't play enough of those 8. Like how is Curry at only 38 minutes? How is Wiggins only at 35? Both those guys got to be on the court for 42, 44 minutes. It's the NBA Finals. Let them play. Let them play. Let your best players decide this game, especially when you see Jordan Poole struggling. Andre Iguodala, he checks in. He gets 12 minutes last night to a varying degree of success. I don't know. He's old and slow. He really is. He's old and slow. Andre Iguodala is however many more games the Warriors have left in their season away from retiring. I wouldn't be banking on much from him. And it felt like, Steve thought that he had a magic bell to ring, and Andre Iguodala was going to go in there and solve a lot of problems. He didn't. He didn't play poorly, but he wasn't great either. I'd like to see Moody. I really would. I'd like to see Bielitsa, when you got a problem with size, get some more minutes. I'd like to see Kuminga get a little bit of a shot. 888-957-9570. Lots of calls coming in. We got Tim Bontemps coming in. Welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco for some reason. It's an Odyssey station, which means you should download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best, least tedious, and most up-to-date Warriors coverage.
Sizzling. This is Carlo in Pinole as we wait for Tim to hop on in the studio. Hello, Carlo.
Hey, how you doing? First time caller here, man.
Thank you.
I just want to say, after watching the game, you think you're going to panic, but Draymond said it best. It's one game.
Oh no, Carlo, I didn't hang up on you. You gotta deal with that phone bill. He got sniped. Sorry, Carlos. Look, here is what Draymond had to say last night.
They stayed within striking distance. They made shots late. We'll be fine. We'll figure out the ways we can stop them from getting those threes and take them away. We pretty much dominated the game for the first 41, 42 minutes, so we'll be fine.
I mean, he was asked straight up, have you got a little bit of a confidence rattled by what you just saw. And I believe him. I know that there's a whole bunch of people trying to line up to say, it's a lot of false bravado that the Warriors are putting forward. No, it's real. This is who these guys are.
No, it's fun. You get a chance to do something else, do it in a different way, embrace the challenge. We've always embraced challenges. It's no different. We've embraced this one. So, no, it's not a hit to the confidence at all. Not one bit.
And again, Draymond, I hated the 4 threes that he took last night. 3 of them were the right shot for him to take, though. He just didn't knock them down. When it was all said and done, right? Oh, I'm sorry, I got one more from Draymond here, unless you want to sneak in. What do you got?
No, go ahead.
Well, this is him talking about it. It is not panic time, and you got to win 4 of these games. This isn't the Super Bowl. It's not a one-off.
Whether you win every game at home, you still want to win one on the road. In our history, we've always won one on the road, so it's just nothing to panic about. It's the first team to win 4 games, not the first to win 1. So I think that's where the confidence comes from.
And it should come from there. That's what experience does. It matters. Pelts on the wall matter. So does game 2. So does game 2.
Yeah, as far as Green goes, the threes didn't bother me nearly as much as the fact that when he went hard to the basket, there was somebody there. It wasn't like a clear line to the hoop. Robert Williams was more than a mere annoyance. He blocked 4 shots, probably could have blocked 4 more. I mean, he was quietly not dominant, but very effective. And the only other thing I'll say about Green is the Warriors did not dominate the first 42 minutes. They wanted to, but every time they tried to make a run, Boston stamped it out. That's not dominance. That's having to go toe-to-toe with a team that is your equal in nearly everything.
The better verb would have been controlled. The Warriors were kind of in control of that game through 3 quarters.
Oh, my God, there's a vagrant in the room.
We'll get to him in just a second. By the way, here is NBC Sports back in Boston. Even had Kendrick Perkins on, just trying to make fun of Draymond.
Kendrick Perkins, Scal, Eddie House, Amina Smith here with you.
Go ahead.
Draymond Green, he said,
whole lot of lying. I'm going to let you get a whole lot of lying.
That was a whole lot of lying. But for the simple fact, we'll be fine. No, you won't. No, you won't. Listen, Peyton Pritchard played 8 minutes in that 4th quarter, meaningful minutes. Jaylen Brown did his thing. The bench came in and gave a huge lift. The Warriors scored 16 points in the 4th quarter. 16.
That ain't going to get it done.
That ain't just happened because, they was missing shots. No, the Celtics were into them. They couldn't get the ball off. They couldn't get their shot off.
What were they like? Into them like what?
Huh?
They was on them like a what?
They were on their ass like diapers on the baby.
Hey, okay. Talk to me.
That's what it was.
Talk to me.
Here's the thing. The nice thing is that Kendrick Perkins is almost wrong about everything he says about basketball. So maybe that comes back to haunt him. Speaking of coming back to haunt us, hi,
That's
Tim
right.
Bontemps. What's going on, man?
Hello, Damon. Great to see you, fellas.
Good to see you,
Been
too.
a minute.
It has been. Tim, of course, was out here covering the Golden State Warriors, and then they rang the big bell, said, come to Bristol, come to the East Coast, come cover the Eastern Conference, which you've done so magnificently over the last few years, man.
I tried to dress down, but I couldn't. The line to get, I've left my room key in my room, and the line to get it was about 20 people deep, and I was like, I got to get over to the studio, so that's why I'm still dressed up too much.
I think you're doing it
I'm
for
going to
Ray.
be honest with you. I think you beat up a guy at the horse crap.
It's a safe bet.
By the way, it's a
safe bet.
It's a very nice sportscaster's blazer.
Thank you.
It really is.
I appreciate it.
Is that
It's new.
The Costas collection?
It's a new one.
Looks good,
Finals fresh, ready to go.
What did you think of the way that 4th quarter unfolded last night? I think it goes down as one of the more embarrassing 4th quarters, if not the most embarrassing 4th quarter in the history of professional basketball on a stage this big. It was that bad. Their 16 points that they're making fun of, it was actually 13.
Yes.
Until Bielitsa hit him.
Bielitsa hit the 3 at the end.
Yeah,
yes.
junk 3 at the end. So are you prescribing anything other than odd one-off, or do you now know what you need to know about this series?
Well, it's funny. I think Game 1 largely, to me, played out the way I thought the series was going to. So I picked Boston to win in 6, and for 2 main reasons. One, I think the Celtics are one of the best defensive teams I've ever seen with their collection of talent. And the reason why is they are big and fast at every spot, right? So most teams, when they play Golden State, when they've got Draymond out there and everybody flying around, Jordan, Steph, and Clay and everybody, you usually have to start doubling guys and scrambling, right? So then Draymond could start pinging the ball around, getting open shots, and then the avalanche starts going, as you guys have seen a million times. Boston, though, their perimeter guys can all stay man-to-man with all those guys. So then Draymond is sort of stuck there with the ball, and as we know at this point, Draymond does not really want to have the ball. He's not the same shooter he was before. So I think you saw in his game, things sort of went that way, right? Jordan Poole, I think this could be a rough series for him because of how big and physical the Celtics are across the board.
He was so uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's hard. Like it's going to be, I think, a struggle for him at times in this series. And I think at the other end, the Warriors don't have a ton of guys to guard the Celtics, right? You can maybe put Andrew Wiggins on either Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown, but you saw at the start of that fourth quarter, Jaylen Brown comes in, he immediately starts banging shots because there isn't really anybody who could get in his airspace. Now, I do think Gary Payton has a chance to play in game 2. I think I would get him in there and get him minutes. Andre's had a great run, obviously, here, but I think the younger, fresher legs from Gary Payton, he's one of the best perimeter defenders in the league. I think you might have a chance to switch things up, but structurally in this series, I think the size and speed of the Celtics at both ends, I think it's going to be hard for Golden State. And you could point to last night's game and say Al Horford, Derek White, Marcus Smart aren't hitting 15 threes. But if Golden State's going to continue to give those guys wide open shots like they did last night, they're probably going to hit 8 to 10.
Yeah.
And if they hit 8 to 10, it's probably still going to be enough.
Did you get a sense from watching Robert Williams last night that his knee is good enough to go longer than he did in game 1, and that he's going to just continue to be the monumental annoyance that he's been to, Green when he tried to go to the basket and Looney whenever he was in the game?
I think, so the Celtics had to play 12 games in 23 days coming into this series, right? And then they got 3 days off before game 1. They're getting another 3 days off before game 2. I think for Robert Williams in particular, those days off are massive, right? To get him this extra time to get that knee right and to be able to get out there and play. And I don't think he's going to be playing 35 minutes, but to your point, Ray, if he could be out there playing 25 minutes, moving around like he can, disrupting shots at the rim, and especially with Draymond not being much of a threat, when he's out there matched up with Draymond, he could just stay by the rim and just be there to turn shots, right? And so, yeah, I think with these extra rest days, I do think he's going to be able to stay out there on the court. And I think that is going to be a real benefit to Boston because when he is healthy and out there, he is just a massive, massive presence at the rim. And his speed and size, it takes a couple games for teams to get used to him. He just comes flying out of nowhere. Like you saw in the last round, even at a diminished state, Bam Adebayo basically did nothing in that series except when Robert Williams was off the court. So, these extra days, I think, are really going to benefit him quite a bit.
Tim Bontemps from ESPN, nice enough to join us in studio over the next hour. We'll squeeze in some of your calls a little bit later on, 888-957-9570, to get in line to talk to Tim. I thought Ime Udoka did a hell of a job last night in terms of whatever plan he had to go at Steph in the first quarter was the wrong plan.
Did they have a plan?
Well,
it was very strange.
They were dropping everyone.
Yes.
I was surprised to see that. They weren't fighting over the top of screens to get to Curry, which was an odd way to leave him wide open.
I had multiple scouts texting me saying, are they going to just let Steph shoot open threes all game? I said, maybe.
Feels unsustainable.
It does feel unsustainable.
And obviously, the Celtics adjusted to it. Now, when you're watching a fourth quarter barrage where you have now watched 5 wide open threes go down, you'd think you'd jump out on that 6-3. They didn't.
They did not.
And, I'm a big believer if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it's all business as usual until things become unusual. I thought that the Warriors did a terrible job reacting to the real-time information they were getting. Whatever your metrics or analytics say about this guy not being a shooter on most nights, this ain't that night.
Yeah, it was very much a Mike Budenholzer kind of game, right? Like you've seen over the years with the Hawks, with the Bucks. Bud's strategy is generally we're going to play to the percentages, and if you make 25 threes and beat us, well, you make 25 threes and beat us, right? And that sort of is how this game felt, where I thought it was interesting. To me, the way to beat the Celtics is to make Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum into isolation shooters, right? Those guys have both gotten better as passers, Tatum in particular, but they're still not great at it. And when they're allowed to kind of make simple reads, like Tatum last night wasn't Chris Paul. I know he had 13 assists, but these were not like diamond guys up, split and double team. Like it was a lot of just the defense is coming at me. There's an open guy here. I'm going to kick the ball to him.
Easy corner kick.
Easy corner kick for an open shot. And to me, what you need to do to beat the Celtics is make those guys into, I'm going to hold the ball, I'm going to dribble around, and I'm going to shoot it, right? Because when they start moving the ball around and guys are getting involved, these guys are pretty good shooters, and if they start feeling good at hitting shots, you're going to hit more shots. The other thing is, as you guys both know, if you're playing for 48 minutes and you're involved in the offense and you're getting touches and the ball's moving around and everybody's getting it, you're going to be that much more engaged at the other end of the court. You're going to be feeling good about yourself. You're going to be energized, right? If it's just a lot of, I'm going to hold the ball and I'm going to shoot it, and those two guys combine to shoot the ball 50, 55 times, then the other guys on the team are kind of standing around, the offense bogs down, the game slows down, and then I think everybody loses a little bit of juice. So to me, what I'll be curious to see is going into game 2, do the Warriors, in particular with Jason Tatum, do they say, all right, we're not going to let these other guys just stand there and get wide open shots, and we're going to make Jason Tatum isolate and score and beat us? Or are they going to say, well, these guys hit 15 threes, they're probably going to hit 5, we're going to do this again? I'm fascinated to see which way they go, because to me, it's going to be a huge storyline to me going into what Sunday's game is going to look like.
Are you suggesting that the Warriors would be better off just playing strictly man-to-man, don't gimmick anything up to play Tatum, and just play everyone honestly?
Yeah, I think that's the better way to go. So our stats and info people pulled up a stat. When Jason Tatum has 7 or more assists, the Celtics are 17-2. I think they've won 14 games in a row when he has 7 or more assists. And that's not because Jason Tatum is some brilliant passer. It's because, A, it means other guys are hitting shots, and I think, B, it does mean that they're feeling good and playing together as a group. They're more energized on defense because, again, when everybody gets involved, that's why Steve's thing has always been, going back to day one, what has everybody said about the Warriors? Why don't they just spam Steph high pick and roll, right? Why don't they just have him shoot the ball 30 times? And Steve's thing has always been, you got to have everybody involved. You got to have everybody get touches and play and feel like they're part of it. And I think for the Celtics, at the beginning of the year when they were struggling, before they've had this incredible turnaround, their offense was Dennis Schroeder, catch the ball, hold it, and eventually shoot it. Josh Richardson, catch the ball, hold it, eventually shoot it. Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, same thing.
Romeo Langford,
your IU guy. But they, but as the season's gone on and they've gone on this run, they've bought into what Ime wants them to do, which is to be a Spursian, hold the ball for half a second and either shoot it, pass it, or dribble it. Right? Do something. Don't hold the ball. And to me, you want to get the Celtics back to holding the ball. If you do that, I think their offense bogs down, and I think their defense gets a little weaker as a result.
Tim Bontemps with us in studio this hour. So, here's something that no one would have ever thought. Is it up to Andrew Wiggins to now come save the day?
Well, I'll tell you what. Coming out of the third quarter, I thought the story of that game was going to be Andrew Wiggins coming out at the start of the third and knocking down 2 or 3 shots in those isolation possessions early on and kind of starting that run, right? It wasn't Steph coming out and banging threes like he did in the first quarter. Wiggins played really well in that third quarter, really jump-started him. And I think, as we've seen through these playoffs, the Warriors just don't have a lot of perimeter defensive options. So Wiggins, my buddy Kevin Pelton ranked him as the 3rd most important player in the series, and that surprised a lot of people, surprised me. But his argument was they have nobody else who can guard him on the perimeter. So he's got to play great for them to win. And, again, I think you saw last night, he did a pretty good job on those guys when he was on them, but he can't guard both of them at the same time. And I think that's where, to me, if I'm Steve, I'm going to Gary Payton in game 2 because he is one of the better perimeter defenders in the league. I know his offense could be an issue, but they've got to find ways to try to slow these guys down, and they just don't have a lot of options to do it.
I'm sorry, what if you can't shoot, though? I mean, what if it really is I can't get a shot off? Now you got Looney, who's rough. You got Draymond, who's rough.
Well,
Clay might give you rough Clay.
Yeah, that's true. What I would say is I'm putting him in the minutes that Andre Iguodala played last night as a minimum, and again, I don't think Andre Iguodala at this point is a better option than Gary Payton, even if he can't shoot.
Right.
I would rather have Payton's youth and athleticism because when you guys have seen it, when he's locked in out there, I thought that was a huge injury against Memphis. He is one of the truly elite perimeter defenders in the league. And yes, his offense is an issue, but you're already playing all these other guys who are offensive issues. And I would rather have the guy that I could go throw on one of those guys for a 5-minute stretch and wreak havoc because I think they need a lot more.
Especially with sloppy handles.
Yes, exactly. If you put him on Jaylen Brown, we've seen throughout the playoffs, Jaylen, not exactly great with the ball all the time. You have a guy like Gary Payton who's picking people's pockets in the backcourt on him, that could cause some trouble.
Is Brown the guy that the Warriors should be most concerned with in game 2? You can play the percentage game and say, well, they're not going to shoot 70% if you take Tatum out of the game. But is Is Brown the obvious second problem? Or is there somebody else who should have gotten more notice in game one that didn't?
No, I think
it's
it's
Smart or maybe even Derek White.
I mean, look, Derek White, this is Fred VanVleet all over again, right? He had a kid early in the conference finals. He misses game 2. He's come back. He hasn't missed a shot since, right? He's been arguably their best player since then. He was fantastic last night. I thought the critical point of that game was when Al Horford and Derek White hit those shots late in the third quarter, right? The Warriors are doing their usual avalanche in the third, just sledgehammering the Celtics. The Celtics are a terrible third quarter team. That sort of went, we were joking at halftime. I was talking to Anthony Slater, and we were like, Warriors really got to win this game. And I said, well, Celtics should feel pretty good, but let's see what happens in the third quarter. And the third quarter happened for both teams. And the end of that quarter, Derek White and Al Horford hit some shots, keep Boston within striking distance. And to your point, Ray, at the start of the fourth quarter, that game changes when Jaylen Brown comes in and nails 2 or 3 shots in a row. And in 90 seconds, it went from 12 to 5. In a 5-point game with 10 minutes to go, you go, all right, like that's a game. 12-point game with 12 minutes to go, you're thinking Golden State's in really good shape. And I think that's where, to me, the Gary Payton thing is interesting because you put Wiggins on Tatum, you then don't really have any option right now for Jaylen Brown. I don't think at this point Clay's a great option on him. He's probably the best one you've got in the starting group. But outside of that, maybe you try Draymond on him, maybe you try some creative stuff like that. But I think trying to solve the Jaylen Brown problem is a big thing for Golden State because he isn't a great passer, but he can isolate and score really well when he gets going. And we saw him do that in game 1.
The other thing about the fourth quarter that struck me was they open up, they're up 12, and immediately they take 2 long threes. It's like they want to bury him now. Did you get the sense that they were not entirely confident that they could just strangle this game to the end, that they were trying to go, we've got to run away from them now because if they're hanging around, we're in trouble?
I think it was a sign, Ray, that when Steph isn't out there, I think they have to do more to make life easier for Jordan Poole. Like you said it best, Damon, he was never comfortable yesterday, right? And it's going to be a hard series for him. They are really big. They're really physical. They get into him. This is to me the best defensive team I've ever seen with at least in the modern NBA, because they can play every way. They've got the 2 centers they can play together. They can play small. They've got Grant Williams, who's basically a younger, much more athletic version of PJ Tucker. Tatum and Brown are good defenders. Like they got guys all over the place. And if you're going to have Jordan Poole out there with 2 non-shooters, it's just going to be hard, I think. To your point, Ray, they sort of what they had to do was just kind of chuck up a long 3 and hope it went in.
Well, and he's got to be decisive. I mean, he just looked like, the I'm going to put my head down and drive past you, Jordan Poole, was not there last night.
No, and to me, where that becomes a thing is you got to try to find to me, it's going to be very hard, I think, for Golden State to have long stretches of these games, at least when Steph isn't out there, where you have more than one non-shooter on the court. Like, to me, you've got to have one non-shooter and then a bunch of threats to at least then give Jordan Poole the ability to maybe go one-on-one with somebody, because if they can load up on him with a couple guys, I think it's going to be really hard for him.
Doesn't that fly in the face, though, of the idea of getting more minutes for Payton? Because if you're going to do that, what you're suggesting is that you can't play Payton and Green, or you can't play Payton and Looney.
This is the problem for Golden State. Like you just summed up the problem. Like this is why I picked Boston to win the series. I think Golden State can win the series. I think it's going to be a very long series. It will not surprise me at all if Golden State wins by 20 on Sunday. But there's real structural flaws to the Warriors that I think really benefit Boston. And I think that it's going to require some really tricky, deft maneuvering to make it work. Because I think if you just go down the rosters and look at the talent and look at the fit, I think the series really edges in Boston's favor.
Tim Bontemps from ESPN in studio with us this hour. Steph Curry last night said this postgame.
It's actually both, because the feeling sucks and you want to get back out there, but the adjustments that we need and, coaching staff, players all get on the same page about what we need to do on Sunday. You can definitely take advantage of the 2 days of preparation. So, obviously that's what it is, but it's a tough feeling for sure. Like, nobody wants to sit on that for, the next 2 days and just sit and wait knowing how big game 2 is going to be for us, but stay locked in, stay focused, stay confident in who we are, what we can do. The fact that this series is just getting started.
Now, there's no doubt that Steph and Steve have the kind of relationship where they just go up to each other and tell each other what they're feeling.
Sure.
But to me, what I hear is, I'm ready to go 45 minutes. That's what I'm hearing. And I don't know how the Warriors have the two shooters on the floor that you're talking about at all times without him doing that. The offseason is right around the corner no matter what.
Yep.
So if you need a little rest, that's baked into the rest of the summer. So
well look, Marcus Thompson, my good buddy, who knows Steph and knows the Warriors better than anybody, what was the first line of his column and his headline basically was, Steph's got to play more minutes, right? Like, to me, this goes back to your question before, Ray. Like, if you're going to try to play Gary Payton, you're going to try to play Draymond Green, I think they need to play Kevon Looney more. I think at some points, frankly, they need to play Kevon Looney over Draymond Green in this series. But whether they will or not is another story. But they got to have Steph out there more, I think, to your point. Because when he is out there, he's obviously a one-man offense. And they just have so many other flaws that they got to maximize his minutes as much as they can.
At most, we only got 6 games left, so make the necessary adjustments. Like I said, it's about winning 4 games by any means necessary. And for 42 minutes, we did enough to win the game tonight. That's not how the basketball works. So I think everything starts to become on the table when you look at trying to get ourselves back in the series on Sunday and taking it from there.
I mean, it should be at least 42 minutes.
Can I stop here for a second too?
No.
Steph and Draymond last night both said the same thing. Like, we dominated the game for 42 minutes. They were losing the game at halftime, and they got outscored 40-13 the first 11.5 minutes of the fourth quarter. So, like, I love both of those guys, but this math is amusing me.
There's a little spin. There's a little spin.
There's a ton of spin because they only had 4 points, and basically from the 7-minute mark of the fourth quarter to about the 1 minute.
Yes.
Mark.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that if you have only 4 points in crunch time, you're getting crunched.
You would think. I mean, yeah.
The word dominant didn't come to my mind, shall we say.
I mean, look, it was a great game.
Yeah.
And they had a great 12 minutes in the third quarter, which, again, to me, like, to spin this the other way, if you want to look at the positives for Golden State, A, you're probably not going to see those 3 guys, Marcus Smart, Derek White, and Al Horford hit 15 threes. And B, to me, the 2 things coming into this series that were going to be huge factors for Golden State in a positive direction, third quarters, clutch time. Now, obviously, Boston's fourth quarter was so good, they went from down to way up and missed clutch time. But third quarters, Golden State, as we know, has been always amazing, and the Celtics have sucked in them all playoffs. And right from the beginning last night, the exact same thing. So,
if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Damon and Ratto on the Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcast. You got a podcast to plug? You got something to plug coming out? Column, hit on ESPN. Where do I find my Tim Bontemps other than in studio for the next
hour? The Hoop Collective, me, Tim McMahon, and Brian Windhurst are previewing every game, day of the game. So you can listen to that on wherever you get your podcasts, and I'll be all over your TV and on .com all series.
You and Windhorst still fighting?
No. Good. That was a one-off.
That was good, though. I love that. Anyways.
Look, if you don't want to win the game, then don't play.
We got much more coming up with Tim Bontemps, including your calls about a guy who knows an awful lot about Boston, and I want to tap into your knowledge about how the Celtics became this when the year didn't start anything like this. That's coming up in just a moment here. Damon and Ratto, Tim Bontemps in studio with us on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Save the date. Let's celebrate. You're invited to Outdoor Supply Hardware's grand reopening on Saturday, June 11th at all 14 Osh stores. This one-day event features demos, games, and giveaways with total prizes valued at nearly $24,000. Don't miss out. See all the hoopla at osh.com.
Warriors fans.
It was a rough game one in the first game of the NBA Finals. That's how game ones work, the first game. You don't want to lose it, and the Warriors did.
Great math.
Thank you very much. Here's some other math that you need. You better be 1-1 going to Boston. I mean, I know that you've already picked Boston. I cannot see the Warriors being down 0-2. By the way, they've never been down 0-2.
Well, let me cut you off.
Kerr era.
It's funny. The Celtics are now 8-2 on the road in the playoffs. And they are 6-4, I believe, at home. Like, I actually could see a scenario where Boston wins Sunday and then loses the next two in Boston, and it's 2-2. I understand what you're saying.
It's pushing it.
I agree, it's pushing it. But like, if you look at any team who is going to kick away a 2-0 lead on the road, it's the Celtics team. I mean, the last two rounds, I want to say in the conference semifinals against the Bucks, there were 4 road wins, and against the Heat, there were 5 road wins between the two teams.
So then, why are they, in your estimation, one of the great modern NBA defenses, and how can you make that claim if you get so sloppy on your home court? I mean, I have one of the moments of inspiration I've tried to pass along here is, as good as the Boston Celtics are one night, they can stink out the joint the very next night.
Sure can. And that's been the thing with them all year. And it's
why?
I still think they've still got a little bit of growing left to do, I think, right? And like Tatum and Brown both have they've gotten a lot better. They're really, really good players, but they're still not quite consistent enough game to game. Like Jason Tatum's had a lot of 3 for 17 type games in the playoffs, right? Now he plays great defense. It's not like he's a one-way player, so he's still impacting the game. He did a nice job moving the ball last night, but they just sort of lack that little bit of consistency to sort of take advantage of situations like that. They almost, going into Game 7, Ime Udoka kind of joked that this is how it had to be, right? Like they just have to do everything hard. And I think that's sort of a reflection of this is a team that's still learning how to win. And as you guys know from the Warriors, like once you get over the hump and you like fully get to the finish line, it's a lot easier to get back and do it again. And I think for the Celtics team, they spent so many years trying to get to the NBA Finals, having heartbreak in the playoffs, that I think they're still just learning what it takes to win in the playoffs. If they can get 3 more wins here, I think that stuff will probably go away next year.
Our pal Tim Bontemps on 95.7 The Game. I wanted to make sure that I reintroduced you because I was stumbling over my game one, don't lose game 2 math. That was horrific. How is it that the Boston Celtics went from such a cup of average coffee into this dominant defense that is now appearing in the NBA Finals and rendering the Warriors incompetent in fourth quarters on their home court? What happened when Brad Stevens kicked it upstairs and hired Ime Udoka, and then why didn't it start well? Why did it click?
So I'll give you a real quick summation of it. So there's a Brad Stevens component and there's on-court component. Let's start with the Brad Stevens component. The Celtics traded for Al Horford almost a year ago, last June. They traded for Derek White at the trade deadline. 2 trades Danny Ainge never would have made because they gave up first-round picks to, in some sense, shed money in the Kemba deal And to get two players, Al Horford has been an all-star, he's maybe a Hall of Famer, but he is at this point, a high-level role player. Derek White, high-level role player. They essentially traded 2 first-round picks and a top 1 protected swap for 2 role players. Danny Ainge would not have made those trades.
Ever.
He would have held picks and tried to get another star.
He was looking for Jordan.
That's right. And because the Celtics made those trades to find guys who fit around their star players, their team got a lot deeper, their team got a lot better, and they're here in the NBA Finals. The other part of it is you go into the season, and last summer the Celtics traded for Josh Richardson. They signed Dennis Schroeder. 2 moves to kind of stock their bench with some athleticism. Last year, Boston was about 4 or 5 guys deep. Their guys 6 to 15 were terrible. They would get killed every game when guys were coming in off the bench.
Langford.
Well, he was a prime candidate among them.
He stunk.
And yes, he did. And so mid-season, when they were struggling, they get rid of Dennis Schroeder, they get rid of Josh Richardson, they bring in White, and they play Peyton Pritchard a lot more. And Peyton Pritchard is just a flat-out better player than Dennis Schroeder. And like I talked about in the last segment, the Celtics went from being a team where everybody held the ball and thought about it and then shot it to a team that moved the ball. And like at the start of the year, they were an awesome defensive team. Even then, they were top 5 in defense when they were 23 and 24. They were 22nd in offense. The difference was they became a way, way better offensive team. And as a result, then they were arguably the best team in the league at both ends over the final 35 games, and they've just been on a tear ever since.
Now, you also referred to the on-court component, and it leads me to the question that sort of sticks in my head. Is there an adult in the room other than Horford that sort of allows guys like Tatum and Brown and the other young guys to sort of find their way? Or do they look to Horford to sort of be like everybody's uncle?
I think it's a combination of the two. I think they have a pretty mature young team. Like Jason Tatum's in his 5th NBA season. He's been to 3 conference finals. Now he's in the NBA Finals. Jaylen Brown's in his 6th NBA season. He's been to 4 conference finals. Marcus Smart's in his 8th NBA season. He's been to 4 conference finals. Like these guys have been through the wars a bunch of times. It's a lot. I don't think they're going to have a Warriors-like run, but you go back to the beginning of the Warriors run, and those guys were all in their early to mid-20s, right? And they just sort of they had a couple losses. They come on the stage, and then they go on a run. And this sort of has the potential to be like that because this whole group of guys, like Grant Williams is one of the smarter guys in the league. He's a really old 23-year-old kid, right? So they've just got they're just a solid team. And a lot of that comes back to Ime Udoka, who I think has done a really great job. And from day one, he came in and preached accountability across the board. He would go at Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown publicly. He'd go at the 10th guy on the team publicly. And there were times earlier in the year where people were like, is this guy going to be a one-and-done coach? Is this going to work? Is his approach working? And the thing that I even said to people at the time was the players on the team really respected him right from the beginning. He earned their respect. He knew the star players from working with Steve with Team USA. He was with them in the World Cup. He was with them in the Olympics. And they knew that everything he said to them publicly, or that was said publicly, he was saying privately. And he's told that to me. He's like, look, anytime people thought I was saying some kind of crazy critical thing in a media session, I said it to these guys in a film session. It's not like they were surprised.
Right.
They knew what was coming. And I think that accountability and holding guys to a standard and saying, we're going to get there, it's just going to take some time. You couple that with getting healthy as the year went on, and here the Celtics are.
Questions for Tim Bontemps, 888-957-9570. He's one of the best covering the NBA, especially that Eastern Conference for ESPN. This is Dave in Fremont. Dave, what's your question for Tim?
I want to know, last night, my flag went off first in the first possession for the Warriors when all of a sudden they held it up, and that really freaked me out. I was like, alarm city. Don't slow this against them. Then, it was about defense. Warriors were not playing defense. So that's my question to you, Tim, is what makes you think that our lineup is going to fail if they play defense versus your lineup in the Celtics?
I didn't know I was on the Celtics. That's news to me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice.
I'll take a paycheck. It would be good.
A veteran minimum.
That's right. I'll take that. Trust me.
Two-way.
I will also take that. No, look, I think, to me, the real question here is, can the Warriors guard the Celtics? I think when you look at that starting group, You've got one legitimate perimeter defender on the team right now. And look, I think Klay is going to be better next year. Yeah. He's obviously still working his way back, but he's not the guy who is one of the elite on-ball perimeter defenders. If this was Klay from 3 years ago, you stick him on Jaylen Brown, and you're fine. You probably can't do that now. So that's why I do think the Gary Payton element, I think, is going to be really interesting in Game 2. How much can he play? Like you said, what's the shot going to look like? Can he be any kind of threat? Because he's been okay from 3 this year. Like, can he at least hit an open corner 3? And can he lock these guys up? Because I do think if you play Steph more minutes and you play Gary Payton, I mean, it's not like I think Golden State's going to get routed here. I would be surprised if they win by 20.
I was saying that I think the ESPN.com BPI, which had the Celtics favored 86% or whatever it was, I just thought there's something being overvalued about this team. And I wasn't trying to approach it as a Homer Warrior afternoon drive sports talk radio host. I really did think that the Celtics were being overvalued somehow in that equation. I think maybe where I might have handicapped this wrong is that playing shooting percentages and letting guys shoot their teams out of games is part of the Warriors' defensive game plan, and it worked for them against Memphis. It worked against Dallas, to an extent against Denver too. You cannot take that strategy against a team like Boston, who can knock down shots. Probably not at the rate that we just saw, but like you said, that 15 becomes a 9. And do you really want to mess around with that even? So I just think
Jason Tatum's also not going to go 3 for 17, right?
So I just think that the Warriors need to play fewer percentages and start playing basketball.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think to your point and to Marcus Thompson's point, like I said earlier, an easy way to fix that is to play Steph more. And I think, I'll be surprised. And, you asked Ray about Robert Williams earlier. The Warriors aren't exactly a bunch of spring chickens anymore, right? And the way the NBA Finals is spaced out, where you got games every 3 days, basically, other than between 3 and 4, that helps you with a guy like Steph Curry if you want to have him play 40 minutes or 42 minutes. And, you brought it up earlier. How do they play Gary Payton and Kevon Looney, or Kevon Looney and Draymond Green? And these guys, well, you do it by getting Steph out there more, which they're probably going to have to do.
Is that the most likely adjustment you think they're going to make, or do you think they'll be more incremental about that? Because as much as playing Stephen Curry more seems appealing, it makes Steve Kerr have to play him 42, 43 minutes, which he has always been loath to do.
Yep. I mean, look, I would guess Steph doesn't go to 42. I mean, what did he play last night?
38 and a half.
Yeah, well, I would have thought he played 36. So, yeah, I mean, he might get to 42 then. Because, I mean, really, at the end of the day there, what you're talking about is you're coming in a minute and a half earlier, right? Like, you're not talking about, if you're going from 32 to 42, like, that's a big difference. That's a big jump. Like, if you're at 39 to 42, that's not a ton. But you made the great point. That lineup at the start of the fourth quarter, it's going to be very hard, I think, against this team to have Jordan Poole be the guy trying to run your offense. I just don't know if he can do that against this Celtics team unless you've got extra shooting out there. And so, to me, the more help you can get him in those moments when Steph isn't on the court, I think that's the other adjustment they have to make. Beyond what you do with Tatum, you got to find a way to get Jordan Poole going. Because you guys know there's not a ton of offensive powder on this team in terms of getting going, right? Klay's going to have better games. Poole's got to have a better game. And then you got Steph. And then it's a lot of guys who kind of
come
fill in.
Come on, Otto Porter, have a night.
Right, like Otto played well in that first half, but like he's going to hit a couple threes.
Right,
that's really what he's going to do.
He also gave up 8. It feels like in that fourth quarter.
Well, I just want to finish the point real quick, because Thompson played 39, Wiggins played 35, Green played 39. I don't know how much closer to sort of the edge they can go with this.
Well, I think you can play Wiggins more, and I think they might need to play Draymond less. And that, to me, is going to be the very interesting thing as this series goes on. Because, look, you can go back through the playoffs. There's 2 or 3 games that Golden State has won because Draymond either got ejected or was in foul trouble. And all of a sudden, the offense got goose. Like, remember that game against Memphis, right?
Yep.
They're stuck in the mud. Draymond gets ejected. All of a sudden, they're flying around, and the offense looks way better. They come back and win the game. Draymond's a hell of a player, but against this Celtics team, I think it's a tough matchup for him. And you saw Kevon Looney, I did not think he was going to still be able to do this stuff on the offensive boards. Like, this is getting ahead of ourselves, but Kevon Looney's going to get paid this summer.
Oh, he's making $8 to $10 million.
He's going to get a real raise. He's at it. I'm really happy for him. I mean, he's been through so many injuries to play every game this season, and he's been an absolute monster inside. In that first half, I mean, they were up, I think, 19-5 at second chance points at one point. Like, I would look at playing him more. And so there's some adjustments like that we have to see what they do. But I think, to me, the main things are, what do you do with Tatum? Do you try to make him a passer or a scorer? Game 1, they made him a passer. It didn't work. We'll see if they do it again. And I think they got to find a way to get Jordan Poole going because he is a pretty nuclear guy with the ball. And if you can get him going, get him feeling good, I think that changes a lot of the geometry on the court.
Game 6, Clay could show up in Game 2.
That would be
helpful as well. This is Chris calling from 101. What's your question for our friend Tim Bontemps, Chris?
Another great show. How you guys doing? Just wanted to say a few quick things. I think the strategy worked. We're talking about an outlier that happened in the fourth quarter. Now, the person I've been watching Boston like he has, right? You stated they are not going to shoot the ball like they did. Normally, they tinker in about 10, 11 threes made, and what makes them average is their shot selection. This is not a good team that shoots the ball. When they get wide open shots, it goes in, but they take a lot of bad shots. So if you look at the game yesterday, from the first quarter all the way up to the fourth, starting the fourth, the gimmick worked. They threw different looks at Tatum. He got the ball out of his hands, and look at it like this. They made 6 straight threes. 3 of them were not good shots. They were contested. You'll take that. If Hartford gets the MVP of the finals, you can rest your head and say, okay, he earned that. He's not going to make 6 out of 10, 6 out of 8 threes in the game, but look at everybody else. Again, you said Brown you get him to go one-on-one. He was going one-on-one. That's what you want. You shut down Tatum that you were doing. Everybody else is jacking up bad shots that happen to go in. So I think you overreacting is changing what you were doing just because of a bad fourth quarter. The third quarter, the second quarter, the first quarter is a big body of work that shows you they were on the right page. And even Kerr said that during the timeout when the game changed. It was 89-92, and they made their run 100 to 103. Kerr said that in the timeout. Guys, don't put your head down. It's working. They're just making hell of a shot. You will take that. Now,
Chris, thank you. You're hosting a podcast. We have to move on. I really appreciate you joining us today. But look, there is an awful lot of be who you are, and this is who the Warriors are. And if there's one thing Steve is a little bit of stubborn to his truth.
Steve Kerr is both way more old school than people think and way more stubborn than people think because he's a very affable guy and a genial guy, and I like Steve a lot.
Yeah.
But he's an old school, stubborn guy who believes in what he believes.
So do you think today he is rethinking this as much as we are?
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, of course. The Warriors, that's all coaches do. I mean, whether he's stubborn or not, they're going to spend the next 3 days, him and Mike Brown and Chris DeMarco and, their whole staff, they'll spend the next 3 days looking at this over and over again, deciding what to do. I mean, I do think some of it is they hit shots, but where I would disagree with there is you look at that fourth quarter, those shots were not contested.
No.
They were open shots.
The one that was Curry was 100% in White's jersey.
Yes.
And White had...
That was a fluky...
Shot.
That was the one shot that was, he kind of fluky, double clutch, late in the clock. The rest of them, like the one that sort of summed it up to me was Tatum comes down on the wing, they crash down onto him, he kicks it out to the corner to Peyton Pritchard, who's a really good shooter. He had 100 years to shoot the ball.
Yeah.
Like, you give Peyton Pritchard 5 seconds to calmly sit there and hit a corner three, he's going to make that shot 80% of the time. Like, those are the shots that I don't think they can give up.
Porter's not even looking at him in a rearview mirror either when that happens. Look, I've been saying that the NBA Finals, or really the NBA playoffs to an extent, has become one big glorified three-point shooting contest. Last night, you had the Celtics shooting 51%. The Warriors shot 42% from three. So there you go. That's the winner in Game 1.
It is wild. Like, obviously we've all been watching the league for a while, and with the way the three-point shot is now, it's just like there's almost not a lead that's too big in these games.
Well, the 20-point lead is the new 10-point lead.
It really is. It really is. Like last night, again, like they went from down 12 to tied, and it felt like 3 minutes. and like
only because it was.
Well, I mean, well, it's true. I should say 30 seconds, but games have the ability to swing in such a faster fashion than they used to, and I think you just really have to stay level-headed all the time. And it's frankly been it's really been the secret weapon for the Warriors throughout this run, right? Like they'll come out in that third quarter, hit you with a sledgehammer, and you just kind of get knocked back and you're done. And, that's what the Celtics did back in the fourth.
All right, so here's the deal. We got Tim Bontemps to the top of the hour. Maybe he sticks around longer. Maybe he leaves during the middle of one of your phone calls. Who knows? But let's do less monologuing and more specific question for Tim Bontemps, starting with Thomas in Oakland. Thomas, what's your question for Tim? Thank you. This is...
I think he really nailed it.
That was quick.
Hey, no monologuing. Monologuing at all. This is Eric in Millbrae. Eric, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's your question?
Hey, what's up, fellas? To me, I think the big point of contention this series is going to be how it's ref. And let's be honest, I prefer it like last night where it's physical and allow them to play. But let's be honest, as a Warrior fan, that heavily favors Boston. So my question is, do you think this is how the series is going to go? And isn't Marcus Smart, even though he's a great defender and defensive player of the year, can that guy be fouled out like every game? Because if you watch him, he basically clutches, grabs, and holds and flops the whole game. And somehow he is considered the best defender in the league by the voters this year.
Well, here's what I'll say about that. So if you root for Draymond Green and you're going to complain about somebody grabbing and holding and yelling at the refs and flopping around, you probably should look at a glass house because, Marcus, there's a reason everybody around the Warriors have been saying Marcus Smart is their version of Draymond Green. They're very similar guys. And it's the same thing as last series when when Marcus was going against Kyle Lowry. It was a Hall of Fame flop fest going on both sides. Now, I will say, I do think the games are probably going to be reffed similar to the way they were last night. I thought you follow the refs even, pretty closely, Ray. I thought it was a pretty well officiated game last night. And I think, this sort of comes up a lot in the playoffs now where people look at foul shots and they're like, well, the game wasn't called right because one team shot more foul shots than the other. The Warriors don't have a ton of guys that put pressure on the rim and get to the line, just in general. And the Celtics don't really either. Tatum does a little bit, Brown does some, but neither of these teams are really going to be heavy 40 foul shot a game teams. So I thought last night was pretty fun to watch, and I didn't think the refs got in the way, and I hope the rest of the series is like that. But I'm curious what you think, though.
No, I thought we talked about it earlier. I thought it was a very NBA Finals type referee job, which is very advantage, disadvantage, letting them play. I mean, the only guy who, fouled out was Green because he's Green.
Yes.
But there were only 29 total fouls, and normally in the playoffs, they've been mid-40s.
Right.
So I think they did let him play, and I think they're going to continue to let him play. And if you're going to worry about Marcus Smart, well, you're going to get to game 8 before you're happy.
Yes, that's true.
And I just think that, teams that do err on the side of physical reputations are in a weird way allowed to commit a more physical foul than the Warriors are allowed to commit. Like, it looks like an unnatural act in the exact same identical act if it's coming from a Warriors uniform as opposed to a Celtics uniform. And that's where I'd just like to see a little bit more balance. But again, you get 40 put on you in a fourth quarter, you are never allowed to complain about officiating.
And the one thing I will say is the caller was right in the sense that the Celtics are the bigger, more physical team, and it's just one of the structural advantages in this series. Like, part of the reason I picked them to win is I think, the Celtics, as they play these teams in the playoffs, they're sort of like a boxer, and it's a lot of body punches game after game after game because they're just big and physical, and they can lean on you over and over and over again. And that's not really about the refs. They're just big and physical, and they're just going to wear on them. And Jordan Poole, Steph, these are they're not weak guys, but they're not those are guys that are going to be physically pushed around game after game after game. That's not something the refs are going to have anything to do with. That's just the way the Celtics play.
We don't have much time left here in this hour. I'm guessing you got a boogie.
I can hang out for a little while.
Want to hang out for a little while longer? Fantastic. Tim Bontemps is going to hang out for just a little while longer. We're talking NBA Finals. We got a whole bunch of questions left for Tim. How about this? We'll come on back. We'll go through the questions.
Be great.
And then we'll say thank you so much for your time.
Sounds awesome.
So stick around. Much more coming up here. Damon and Ratto, Tim Bontemps. He took the bait. He's sticking around here on 95.7.
Never get to see you guys.
How do we make 15 minutes turn into an hour?
We'll figure it out. We're brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Considering getting a COVID-19 booster is recommended by the CDC. Yeah, do that.
Shots on the way. 5-7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So Draymond Green right now is getting awfully spicy on Twitter, putting it up there. He's hurt. Obviously, people have been all over his mentions, and this is his strike back. Draymond saying, "Let me guess, go to the gym, Draymond, you suck. I've been there already. How about you go watch film? Took an L. I did that last night and today, and we'll watch more later. Shut up." Okay. To call Adam Silver the best commissioner in all sports is kind of disrespectful. He's one of the best CEOs in a major corporation in the world. Just very, very PC, very unimportant. What is he talking about that commissioner for? Dude, hit an open three. That's it. Okay? Love you. You're fantastic. Defensive mastermind. Hit an open three. At least 1 out of 4. Damon, Bruce, Ray Ratto here with you. It is our final hour. We are so happy to have Tim Bontemps from ESPN, National Senior NBA correspondent. What's your official title?
Senior ESPN NBA writer. That's my title.
I'm going to put the word senior on it.
You can throw it in there.
Throw it in there.
Sure. Just
senior and aging rapidly.
That's right.
That's our guy. Tim Bontemps is here, and he's not just here to talk to us. He's here to talk to you. We had a whole bunch of people lined up in queue with a question for Tim, and he's got about 15 more minutes for us here. So let's go to Diego in Marin. Diego, thank you for listening. What is your question about Game 1 or what you're going to see in Game 2 for Tim Bontemps?
My question is about the series overall and how it compares to the 2004 series where the Pistons beat the Lakers.
I do think you can maybe draw some comparisons to that, given that the Lakers are a bit of, if people couldn't hear, he asked about comparing it to 2004 and the Pistons beat the Lakers with the star-powered Lakers team. I think this Warriors team isn't nearly as dysfunctional as that Laker team, which was very clearly at the end of the run, and they ended up trading.
Kobe and Shaq hated each other.
I mean, they're certainly not like that, but I do think there are some parallels with a young, physical, up-and-coming, hungry Celtics team that sort of, came in this series. I think generally people thought Golden State would win the series, and I do think they have the potential to sort of overwhelm Golden State with their physicality and their defense, but we'll see what happens.
Does Jason Tatum become Chauncey Billups?
I think he's got a chance to be better than that, but that's not a bad career if it turns out that way.
Of all the things that people did not expect to happen last night that did in fact, is there one that stands out to you as something that's going to be repeated throughout this series?
I think the play of Al Horford and Derek White in particular, he has been a different player, like we talked about last hour, since he came back from having his kid in Game 2 of the conference finals. Earlier on in the playoffs, he looked a little unsure. He wasn't really aggressive. He'd had times where he kind of alligator arm a shot. But he's come back, and he said the game he came back, he had a press conference, or he did media after shoot-around before Game 3. He said, "I'm determined to be aggressive. I've really not been involved the past couple games. I need to be more aggressive and be involved in the game." He's been maybe their best player since then. He was awesome last night. He's a terrific two-way player. I think he's going to continue to play really well. And he struggled in the Miami series because Jimmy Butler was able to muscle him around. Like Steph and Jordan Poole, these guys can't muscle him around. He's a terrific defender. I think he's really an X factor for Boston in the series.
Which Golden State Warrior needs to have a newborn baby by Game 2?
Poole wouldn't be a bad one. It would definitely help him.
Eric in San Francisco, what's your question for Tim Bontemps?
Hey, how you doing today?
What's up, Eric?
There's your question. Now we can move on.
So my question is, should they continue to just double spontaneously every single time once anybody hits the paint, or should they do what they did with Jokic and what they did with Doncic and let's let them get their 45 points and cover everybody else and man them up and play them straight up?
Well, I think actually they sort of are doing what they did in those series, which is they sort of, as you said earlier, Damon, they basically have been living this way the whole playoffs. Like Dallas had a ton of open looks in that last series. They missed them all, right? Mm-hmm. And to me, I think, to your point, I think they need to go away from that. I would be trying to make Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown into scorers. And don't let these other guys get open shots and feeling good about themselves. You make those guys score 75, 80 points to beat you. They might do it, But I'd rather do that than, to your point, play a 3-point game where you can have guys get hot and hit 15 or 20 threes, and all of a sudden you're losing the math, and it's just a hard way to win.
Vince in the city. You're on 95.7 The Game. Vince.
Well, the last guy just took my question. It was going to be similar, like, let the star player for Boston get theirs and then shut everybody else down. So now you're trading away the 4 guys who just scored 20 last night for the 1 guy who might get 40.
Well, here, Vince, thank you for listening and for your call. To kind of like fluff the question is, it's a lot easier to shut down one guy when there really is only one guy. Boston is not an only one guy. It's Tatum and a legit now Robin in Jaylen Brown.
No question.
We had a caller, longtime listener, say, I never call, but I'm a Boston fan, and I'm going to tell you right now, Jaylen Brown might be NBA Finals MVP. And Ray and I both basically laughed and said, well, you go get that at a price right now that could help your mortgage payment in Las Vegas. After one game, it's not out of the question.
No, I think he's definitely got a real shot. I mean, I ended up voting for Jimmy Butler for Conference Finals MVP last round. That became a thing. But I almost I would have voted for Jaylen if I didn't vote for Jimmy. I thought Jaylen was really good in that series, except when he was dribbling. But
it's kind of a component.
It is a component, but I'm just kidding a little bit. But he did play really well in that series. But the thing that's different about the Celtics than about, say, Dallas, for example, right? Like, they still had Spencer Dinwiddie and Jalen Brunson, but everybody else on that team is basically a spot-up shooter, right? And like Al Horford, Derek White, Marcus Smart, even Grant Williams, Peyton Pritchard. These guys are more like they can all do something with the ball.
They can play.
Yeah, so it's harder to, if you're just like, this guy's going to stand there and catch and shoot it. It's a lot harder when all those guys have the ability to put the ball on the floor and make a play and move the ball. Like, that's what's made Boston really difficult to guard, because it isn't as simple as, well, just let those guys stand there and then they're just going to, catch a ball and maybe shoot it. They're all guys that have the ability to do something with the ball. It makes it a lot harder to guard them.
This is not an offensive question, but do the Warriors have an answer for the interior presence that Robert Williams gives them? Do they have somebody who can keep him from being sort of the shot blocker, shot changer that he was in Game 1?
I think what they need to do, Ray, is find ways to pull him out of the paint, right? If his minutes are matched up with Draymond all the time, then I think they have a bit of a challenge in trying to do that. And I'm not sure exactly what the solution is to do it, but they don't have a great answer, obviously, inside. Like, obviously, there's no James Wiseman right now. And Looney, for as good as he played, he was having more success against Al Horford, some of the more ground-bound guys, than against Williams. So, to me, they have to find ways to manipulate the court and get him moving and get him out of the paint. Because if he's just able to plant in there and be at the rim, you're not going to be able to score on him.
Well, just to chase that down a little more, why would he ever leave the paint? I mean, I would assume that the Celtics, that Udoka has told him, we don't need you to do anything else than what you did in Game 1.
Well, what you saw in the first quarter was he was basically doing that, and Steph just was getting off for shots. And then that started to sort of change the geometry a little bit, right? And whether it's getting Jordan Poole going, whether it's Clay hitting shots. I mean, if Golden State comes out and everybody starts making threes, you're going to have to push up and you're going to have to change things around. A lot of it, this just comes down to, I think if Golden State's going to win the series, they've just got to outscore Boston. And they've got to hit shots.
3-point shooting contest.
When the other team has got a size advantage and a strength advantage and I think a defense advantage, you got to win the series on offense. And that, Golden State's capable. They got the best shooter of all time. But that, I think, to your point, they got to change the geometry of the court. They got to do that by making shots.
Jason in Oakland, a question for Tim Bontemps.
Hey, guys, thank you. Hey, Tim, do you think I can ask you an off-season question?
Absolutely. You can ask about whatever you want.
All right. So seeing how the Warriors, I feel like, have now established themselves as a contender to take the West moving on to next season, regardless if they win or lose the finals, who do you think they would be able to land in free agency, seeing how they are now once again a contender? And how do you think that shapes the free agent market for them next season? Thank you, sir.
I think Golden State's offseason, which obviously we're not in now, and I'm sure we'll talk about it in a few weeks, and you can give me a call again to talk about it. I think their offseason is going to be fascinating. I am really curious to see what kind of contract Jordan Poole gets. I would be hesitant to pay him a ton of money. I have said that on our pod before. Warriors fans get very mad at me. But I think
why are you hesitant?
Because I think you saw last night, he's a lot like Tyler Hero to me. Like, they're awesome sixth men. Like, you come off the bench, you fill it up, like a guy like Jordan Clarkson, right? Jordan Clarkson's making $13, $14 million a year. I don't know if I want to pay Jordan Poole $30 million a year, or a max, or some kind of like all-star level production. Tyler Hero certainly is going to, 6th man of the year, scored 22 points a game. I'm sure his agent, Jeff Schwartz, is going to go to the Heat and say, you should get a max. I don't know if I'd be comfortable doing that. Then you've got the Kevon Looney thing. He's been amazing. He's going to get a raise. Andrew Wiggins could potentially get extended. Can the Warriors get him extended? He's become a critical piece. Do they try to make some moves with some of these young guys to try to get some guys to help now as this window is still open with these vets? Like there's a lot of stuff going on.
The line of interested vets is about to get a lot longer than it was last offseason.
You would think. I mean, it's just there's just a lot of balls in the air, I think. And it's going to be very interesting. And even a guy like Gary Payton, can they bring him back? Are they going to be able to afford him? I don't remember if he's got a deal for next year or not. I should have looked that up before I said it. But there's just a lot. There's a lot of questions that have to be answered. And I think from Poole on down, it's just going to be very interesting to see what the Warriors do, because full credit to Joe Lacob. He has spent a ton of money on this team. But to keep this group together going forward, he's going to have to probably spend even more.
Real quick, have all these decisions already been made? Is the performances by these guys in question during the finals going to impact any of that? I mean, barring injury?
I mean, it's
or
hard
do you
to
think
say.
they've already decided what they want to do?
It's hard to say. I think the Poole discussions on an extension, I think, will be fascinating. I really don't know how, and I don't have any reporting on it, so I'm just saying this is more just me spitballing about it. But I am curious to see where that ends up, because you have to allocate your resources different places, and it's just going to be really curious to see how they view him. Do they think he's a guy that can develop into an all-star, or do they think he's a really high-level role player? That's two very different paths in terms of what resources you're going to put out, and that's probably going to inform some other choices they have to make.
JT in Oakland, you're on 95.7 The Game. JT, what do you got?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to ask a question, just some thoughts from all you guys. Is that I thought the game was pretty well played by both teams. It came down to the fourth quarter, and I thought it was that the Boston coach made a lot of adjustments and the Warriors didn't. That was the whole reason why they lost the game. I mean, they did get hot, but it seemed like Steve Kerr stayed a little too even keel on there, and Boston coach called times out to stop the momentum when the Warriors were trying to come back. They kind of Kerr stayed with that veteran lineup where I thought he could have switched it up a little bit, gave the guys a little time earlier in the game, and probably could have went to them in the fourth quarter if he made a couple of adjustments here or there. But I don't see it as bad as everybody else see. I just see that the adjustments were made in the fourth quarter, and I kind of put that one on Kerr.
I would say, I don't know if it's necessarily on Steve Kerr, but what I would say is it was a great game, and I don't think people should be thinking this is going to be a sweep. I don't think it's going to be. I mean, I guess, it's certainly possible mathematically, but I won't be surprised at all if Golden State comes out and wins by 20 on Sunday, and this is a 6 or 7 game series. I think it's going to be a great series, and if every game is played like Game 1, I'm going to be pretty excited as a neutral to watch it, because that was great.
By the way, our Game 1 math is really impressive, the two of us.
It's great. It's really great.
I do think, though, and I want to know what sense of urgency you are putting on a victory in Game 2, because I really thought part of the way the Celtics could win a title here was to get the confidence that would come with taking a Game 1 win. And then maybe they play that into a Game 2, and now you're officially all the way historically in a lot of trouble no matter who you are. I think the Warriors have to approach Game 2 as Game 7.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Golden State, obviously I said earlier that, the Celtics have struggled on the road at home in the playoffs, and wouldn't stun me if they win 2 road games, lose 2 home games. But yeah, I mean, realistically, if you go on the road and win 2 games, you're going to win the series 95% of the time, probably, right?
What kind of atmosphere are they walking into in Boston, or are Celtics fans a little pissed there hasn't been much success at home?
Oh,
is it raw, or is there more anxiety in that building?
No. Oh, if they're everybody in Boston, for Game 6 against Miami, that place was ready to celebrate. They just didn't get a chance to. No, Celtics fans are fired up about this team. It's been one of the most remarkable turnarounds I've ever seen a team have in the middle of a season. And everybody there is loving it. No, I mean, if whatever happens on Sunday, Game 3 and 4 in Boston are going to be absolute madhouses, and it's going to be a heck of an atmosphere at TD Garden for sure.
The math that people have been trying to apply off of Game 1 has been almost as though this is how this is going to play out. And you keep saying I wouldn't be surprised to see the Warriors win by 20. Was
why?
Yesterday?
Is the question why?
No, that's not it. Because I'm trying to figure out how to say this the right way so I get the answer I think I'm going to get. Is it more likely that this was the margin was the outlier more than anything else, that maybe the rest of these are going to be played 5 to 7 points rather than, like you had in the Memphis-Minnesota series where a team wins by 20 and they lose by 25?
I think that there's a good chance these games are pretty competitive. I think a lot of this is going to come back to the same thing that was really the case in the Heat series for the Celtics, which is if the Celtics play well, I think it's going to be hard for Golden State to win because of these structural advantages Boston has. However, the Celtics have proven time and again they are very bad at taking advantage of prosperous situations and kind of rolling things over. And they have shown repeatedly they are not consistently able to get to that same level over and over again. And if they do get sloppy with the ball and they do miss shots and they do start to complain about the refs, the Warriors will run downhill like an avalanche like they did in the third quarter, and they could flip the game the other way. So that is where I think a lot of this is going to come down to. The Celtics, they are just a funny team. Like, they have these stretches where they play great for 38 minutes, but then they'll have this 5 or 10 minute stretch where they're just god-awful, and they'll cost themselves a game. And they could do that and maybe get away with it against a team like Miami, but with the firepower that the Warriors have, they can't. And that's, I think, to me, what this comes down to. How consistently can they play at the level they need to win?
Let's wrap up on this note, because I know that you've picked the Boston Celtics. You're also a guy who, you make a prediction, it doesn't bear out, and then you pivot to follow the story, not talk about why your prediction is wrong. It's why you're actually good at what you do.
I appreciate that.
If the Warriors do cobble together 4 wins in the next 6 games, or however many games it takes, if they are a 4-time NBA champion, let's leave this on a positive note.
Love it.
For all the listeners who are here, happy to be listening to you. What does that do to their history? How are the Warriors seen in the light of incredible scrutiny that almost doesn't even add up when you put all the shows together that try to do it? Mm-hmm. How much would a 4th title basically render everyone speechless as to what how are you going to tell me what the Warriors aren't or weren't if they do win a 4th title?
Oh, look, I think it would mean everything. I think, it's been cool. Obviously, as you guys know, I spent a bunch of time with you guys here and was here for a couple of years, and it was neat. On Wednesday, I got to see a bunch of people at Media Day who I hadn't seen in a while. Saw Bob Myers, saw Ron Adams. Got a chance to catch up with some people. And it was neat to see how appreciative everybody was of the moment that they have, right? Like, it's easy to forget when you make the finals 5 years in a row and you go through everything that the Warriors went through that this isn't something that happens all the time. You don't see, there's a reason that a team hadn't gone to the finals 5 years in a row in 60 years before the Warriors did.
Advent of color television.
Right, since the Celtics in the 60s, nobody had done it because it's really, really hard. And it was neat to see, after, I thought it was really cool, after the Mavericks game in Game 5 when they won at Chase Center and went to the finals, that, Steph on the court was like, you know what? This is a cool thing to celebrate. This is an important moment for, we got Clay back. We're back in the finals. Like, it's been neat to see these guys embrace the moment that they're in. And look, like, the one thing people say about Steph is obviously the ridiculous finals MVP thing. If they win the series, he's almost certainly going to win finals MVP. He has 4 championships. That takes him up another level in the all-time great discussion, right? You look at guys like Draymond Green and Klay Thompson, 4 championships for them. They're going to the Hall of Fame anyway, but that takes their careers up to another level. And I think more than anything else, it's just a reminder of just how cool this run has been. Like, you go back the last 8 years, and the Warriors have just been in the conversation the whole time. And they've really driven so much of what's happened in the league. And if you add a 4th title to that, like, it would be a huge thing for them. And I think, conversely, if they don't win, I think because of what's happened the past couple of years and the run they've had and the injuries they've gone through, I think their whole run is now looked at a lot differently. Like a lot of things like a lot of these things are, right? Once you get a little bit of separation from it, people start to look at it differently and say, it was a pretty ridiculous accomplishment to make 5 finals in a row, to get back there again with this group 3 years later after all these injuries. So I don't think it's going to necessarily be some kind of knock on these guys if they don't win, but I do think, obviously, if they can get a 4th title in 6 tries, it's going to be a pretty awesome thing.
Yeah, it shuts up the guy in the bar stool, that's for sure.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, no, he never stops talking, right?
That's right.
Tim, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us, man. It was great to see you. You're looking good. Whenever you're doing a hit on ESPN, I always think there's our guy, and you do a great job. So thanks for coming in today. And
it's very kind.
We'll do it again real soon.
Yeah, I would love to. It's always great to be on. It's great to see you guys in person. And
even Ray?
It's always great to see Ray, even if
Liar.
I enjoy it. Ray may not enjoy it, but I do.
Ray definitely didn't enjoy it.
But it's it's great. I always love coming on the show. It's great to be here in person, and we'll do it again soon for sure.
Thanks, man. Now you're going to have to pick up and just skedaddle because we're just going to keep talking here for at least another 20 minutes. And I'll tell you, if you were in line to talk to Tim, we're so sorry, but he's got to take off right now.
And he doesn't like you anyway.
And we're done. No, you have an opportunity to go ahead and give us a call. 888-957-9570. In the meantime, Steve Kerr talked about what this team's thinking about going into Game 2.
For sure. I mean, when you win Game 1 at home, there's a sense of comfort and you kind of have a feel for your opponent at that point and make your adjustments. And so it's a different feeling. Obviously, you go into Game 2 with more of a sense of desperation, but that's all part of this stuff. We've been in this position before, and we've won series where we've lost the first game. We've won a road game, at least one road game, in I don't know how many consecutive series. So you always kind of assume you're going to have to win on the road to win a playoff series. So it's a different feeling, but it's still first 1 to 4.
And if you're looking for a good feeling, here's something to plant a tent pole in right now. No Steve Kerr coach team has ever gone down 0-2 in any playoff series. It's never happened. And hopefully it doesn't happen this series, because if it does, that's going to be a really, really hard place to work back from, because this is a good Boston team. They're better than I thought that they would be. I was more impressed than I thought that I would be, and that was even in the first quarter when Steph is cooking them. And Steph was cooking them, and they were only down 4. And then at halftime, even though the Warriors played very well, Boston's actually up at half here. Anyone notice that? Yeah, they were. Third quarter comes out, Warriors do what they do in the third quarter, and then that fourth quarter was just jarring. I mean, there's no other way to say it. It was 40-13 before Bielitsa hits a junker 3 with 16 seconds left. And in the last 6 minutes, they scored 2 buckets.
Yeah. I mean, that's the takeaway. I mean, as much as people want to say, well, where was the defense? Where was the defense? No, the problem in the fourth quarter was they generated nothing in the most important 6 minutes of the game. I mean, generated nothing.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody thought...
Not even good looks. Like, not even good looks.
No, they were either too impatient, or the next time down they would come down and they'd grind clock. It's like they couldn't decide if they were trying to defend a big lead or trying to, get in a hurry and reestablish it. Either way, they never seemed like they had sort of a coherent philosophy about how they were going to handle this. And it got worse and worse as they kept making shot after shot. It's Boston put pressure on them, and then they kept making it worse. And the second 6 minutes of the final quarter were way worse than the first. And you would not expect that of a team, playing at home and, basically up 12 to even to losing by 12. That's stunning.
From the Xfinity mobile text line, I want to know, Damon, what you think about the new Warrior fans who are walking out of Chase Center with 3 minutes to go. Absolutely disgusting, disrespectful. So here's what I know. I'm not a fan like that. I'm not the guy who takes off early, especially from a game that I just dropped like $3,000 per ticket on. And it was very expensive to walk in there last night. I think it's maybe reflective of the kind of fan who can afford that moment and is looking to be part of a moment more than really even root on a team. Let's face it, a well-pocketed casual fan has a lot easier time getting into a game that expensive than a broke diehard. So that's just the way it goes. I mean, you know that you're going to invite more of the what's next level of fan in when you're at this level. It's just that's the way it goes.
Well, also, those people paying that level of money haven't come to watch the game. They came to watch their team win. And when it becomes clear their team's not going to win, they lose interest in a heartbeat.
And also, the folks that you're looking at who've got the kind of tickets that you see vacated because they're on your TV screen, they're so close to the court. A lot of those folks are in that parking garage that's underneath of that, and getting out of that parking garage is a freaking nightmare when you're trying to do it with like 5,000 other people. I'm not making excuses. I'm just telling you how people with money think.
No, well, it's also, that's one of the flaws of the building, is that ingress and egress is not easy. I mean, say what you will about Oakland. If you want to leave, you would be on the freeway within 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, and I'm not saying they put it in the wrong place or any of that. I don't care. But when you're stuck in that garage, I mean, it's a little bit like how Levi Stadium was at the start. People needed an hour and a half to get out of that parking lot. And, that's another reason why people would leave early. Go, I don't want to sit through that.
Right, and it's also, I got to tell you, the swarm of humanity that gathers and watches in Thrive City, and just the amount of people who, hey, even though that crosswalk isn't blinking cross, there's still 45 people in the crosswalk here.
Yeah, it's a suggestion, not a command.
Yeah.
One other thing, and I'll make this real quick. In the Bay Area, I think you're not unusual in that most people here didn't view Boston the same way people nationally view them. They thought they weren't nearly as good as the Warriors are. And last night they found out that they are every bit as good as the Warriors are. And I think they were just bummed out. Just, wait, this team's beating us? We're special. Well, the fact is, your team won 53 games. Boston won 51. This is probably one of the lowest, the worst series in NBA history for combined number of wins. So I think people in Boston look at the Warriors and go, well, there's nothing that special about them. They were fine 5 years ago. They're nothing now. And I think it's sort of that weird delusion that goes on, is that our team is perfect, your team blows.
Well, let's be honest, too. We also have a group of basketball fans who watch their team and only see the rest of the league as it comes through their team. So any East Coast team is by definition a team you'll know less about. And if you really did watch an awful lot of the Eastern Conference playoffs because you're a basketball fan, and at this point in the season, you're just watching whatever game is on, you got a lot of mixed messages from the Celtics team. The kind of mixed messages that I'm sure they're talking about in Boston, saying, that they were down 55 to Memphis. So I think there was a lot of underestimating of the opponent, but based on actual information that you've received from these teams in the playoffs. And that's what's made this a wide open playoffs. No one here is perfect. Everyone is flawed. Do the Warriors have more fatal flaws against a Boston team, which is sort of reminding everyone that size and strength matter in a basketball game? The Warriors get by with an awful lot of skill and what I would now call declining team-wide speed that they make up for with a skill level that is based in their offensive principles and the way that some guys on this team can shoot it. But you can't teach size. You can't teach strength. You either got it or you don't, and the Celtics got a lot of it.
No, this was in many ways the worst possible Eastern Conference team for the Warriors to play. But I think any team coming out of the West would have found that the same way, because while Boston only won 51 games in the regular season, they won 32 of those, after the middle of February.
Right.
They've been the best team in the league. And if you expected them to be less than that, you simply weren't paying attention.
That's a good team. I got good news for everyone who's worried about the Golden State Warriors. The Golden State Warriors are a very good basketball team, too. They're not done. But this Game 2 coming up on Sunday, I mean, this is Event Horizon. You are about to slip into a black hole, which no one comes back from. You don't go down 0-2 in your gym and have any sort of real, tangible reason to believe that you can really still win an NBA Finals other than just, gosh darn it, you feel it in your gut. And when you've been punched twice at home like this, now Boston, which isn't a very good home team for some reason in the playoffs, then Boston all of a sudden only has to win 1 at home. And they got 3. And now they get to come back to Chase Center for Game 5 where they're in some odd way more comfortable on the road when they are at home. Like, Warriors need to get home court advantage back by, look, for the Warriors to win this championship, I think they got to win Game 2, period. And then I don't think it's just go ahead and split in Boston. You got to win Game 3, too. You got to give Boston a reason to start really doubting itself because their confidence is running sky high right now. Head coach Ime Udoka.
It's a confidence builder because we didn't play our best at all. Obviously, Jason didn't play his best, but every time we looked up, 32-28 after the first quarter, only down 4 at halftime, and we hadn't played well at all. And so they finally stretched the lead a little bit to get us to 92-80 going into the fourth, but we had a huge quarter there. So knowing what we can do defensively, if we're a little more tuned in, lack of communication in the first half, I think obviously shows the blueprint for what we can do there. I think getting those opening night jitters out, and I think that settled some as the game went on. And you saw other guys step up, but we don't expect JT to have a tough shooting night like that again. I don't know if you attribute it to jitters or some of the defense they were throwing at him, boxing one in some of those zones, but shows what we are, which is a team.
Look, they got to be thrilled with the way that they have debuted, and every single guy on that team, coach included, is making an NBA Finals debut. And it couldn't have gone better for Boston when you really think about it. Al Horford makes 6 threes. That's the most for any player in an NBA Finals debut ever. Jason Tatum's 13 assists. We know he had a bad shooting night, but his 13 assists are the most for any player in an NBA Finals debut ever. By the way, 13 assists is also a playoff and career high for Tatum. So, on a night where he couldn't shoot it, he turned into the best passer he's ever been. The 40 combined threes from both teams are the most that an NBA Finals game has ever seen. Again, we told you this would be a 3-point shooting contest. That was also the first NBA Finals game ever played in San Francisco. So, there you go. Didn't go much better than the last NBA Finals game that was played in Oakland, but at least that wasn't an elimination game where Clay is, shooting free throws and not to be seen again for 2 years. I do feel like this is a team that was a year ahead of schedule. We've been saying that. So, in a weird way, the Warriors should still be loose. I mean, they can talk about the confidence all they want, but in a weird way, I think they're sort of playing with a little bit of house money. I didn't expect them to be here. They can stick their chins out and tell you, we knew we were going to be here. I think there's a little making it up as they go along with that. I think they're a year ahead. And I'm impressed with the season that they put together. I was impressed with the first quarter, not so much the second, definitely the third that they put together. And then in the fourth quarter, it fell apart in such a jarring fashion that it starts making you rethink everything. I mean, that's how jarring that was. Ask me, Ray, am I a prisoner of the moment, or is that the worst fourth quarter Steve Kerr's ever been a part of as a coach? I mean, that to me, what happened, where it happened, and on the stage in which it happened, to me equals the most embarrassing fourth quarter possibly in the history of basketball. Like, that's how bad that was.
Well, I'd have to look that up because there have been some games that were lopsided and ended up being absolute routs where teams had awful fourth quarters, but it was the turnaround that made it awful. I mean, you're up 12, you don't have full command of the game, but you're in a much better position than the team you're playing. And then within 5 minutes, it's tied again.
Right.
And I think we just have to accept the fact that that's the new NBA, like you've said. 12-point lead is nothing. It may as well be 3. And it became 3 really fast. The difference was that once it became 3, the Warriors were out of punches. And they got boat race. The 17-0 run is what ended that game. And 17-0 runs in the final, I don't know if that's ever been done. Certainly not in the fourth quarter.
9 threes? They had 9 threes in the fourth quarter. 6 or 7 in a row at one point? It was...
By the way...
It was amazing.
Not to be pedantic, but did you say it was the first NBA Finals game in San Francisco?
Yes.
Oh, are we counting the Cow Palace as Daly City then?
Well, what city is the Cow Palace in, Ray?
Well, Daly City, but...
So you've answered your own question.
It's essentially San Francisco. This is the first time since '64.
Look at it this way. The San Francisco 49ers will never play a game in the city limits of San Francisco ever again.
They might try to move back and then figure some way to blackjack the mayor into clearing out the Palace of Fine Arts or something.
Yeah, I see them tearing that down for the Trey Lance era. This is Kevin in Pleasanton. Kevin, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. I just want to say sometimes Steve gets in his own way. Subbing Iggy in the fourth like he did and playing him those minutes, Iggy is a shell of himself. And it wasn't really fair to the rotation for him to put Iggy in and play him the amount of minutes that he did. If you watch the game, Iggy his legs weren't underneath him, and nor should they have been. But I think if Steve just steps back and coach the game the same way he's been doing throughout the season, we'll be fine. No matter how bad our defense was at times, we still were outscoring them. We had command of the game, and things would have kept rolling. But once, as I think Damon said, once things started snowballing, then it got out of hand. But Wiggins at 20 points sitting on the bench for 8 minutes made no sense.
No, that's it. We can talk about when Curry came back in, and he came back in at about that 9-minute mark, which is earlier in the quarter than Steve would normally put him back in. The fact that Wiggins didn't return to that game is stunning to me. There's no way that Draymond Green should have played more minutes than Andrew Wiggins last night, but he did. And this is something that we were sort of talking about during a commercial break with Tim. A fatal flaw of Steve Kerr here could be his loyalty in Draymond Green, because less Draymond Green might be more, especially if he's going to be taking 12 shots and only hitting 2 of them. He's not going to be taking 12 shots very often, but he was demonstrably unaffecting that game. He was not affecting that game in really either direction. We talked about DEFCON 1 Draymond, give me Apocalypse Now Draymond. He was toy soldiers Draymond last night.
Okay, but it wasn't like lack of ambition. He was going hard to the basket. What he found out when he went to the basket, and the only way you can find this out is to do it, is that Robert Williams is an enormous pain in the ass.
Did you see the way he erased, or was it Grant? I don't know, but somebody just erased Looney at the rim.
Yeah, I mean, and Tim said it over and over again. It's just Boston is bigger. They're just bigger, and they're athletic. Bigger and athletic beats not bigger and athletic. And I don't think you're going to see the same Draymond Green in Game 2. So I don't think it's a question of, Kerr was too loyal to him. I think what happened was they learned face first what Boston's about. The only thing they could not have known is that they were going to shoot as well from 3 outside of Tatum as they did. But everything else you have to experience. And that's what they did. They experienced it.
By the way, since 1990, the team that won Game 1 on the road is only 3-3 overall in these series. So they're very much in it.
Oh, no, yeah. Game 1.
As long as they win Game 2.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's only 5 teams in finals history have been down 0-2 and won a series.
You don't want to be
that.
But
the last time that happened was last year.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. I don't think they're going to be picking up Giannis before Game 3, so don't even flirt with it. Just go ahead and tie this up on Sunday. It's good advice. You should take it. By the way, we're brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Consider getting a COVID-19 booster as recommended by the CDC. I believe they're masking back up again in Alameda, so that's good advice that you should take too.
Our homes, we protect them from intruders with security systems, but there's another kind of intruder most people aren't aware of until it's too late. Home title thieves.
Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it is time for us to basically tip our cap, say thank you very much for listening, not just today, but all week as we've gotten you ready for the NBA Finals. It was a wildly interesting game that provided a whole bunch of content for today's show. A small mercy, Ray, is that we do not have to talk about that fourth quarter for 2 more shows now in a row before we get to Game 2, because we are off this weekend, obviously, and Game 2 is Sunday, so by the time we are reassembled here on Monday, we'll know whether this is even Steven or if the Warriors put themselves in about as difficult a hole as a professional basketball team can put itself in.
Yeah, it's the crystalline simplicity of it is good. However, Tuesday, Wednesday will be grinds, and Thursday will be a grind too before Game 3 starts, because we'll be chewing over Game 2 until it's a thin gray paste. It'll be like bad gum.
We're grinders.
Well, you're a grinder.
By the way, speaking of grinders, I cannot tell you who this is, and I will not tell you where this is, but I do want to tell you this. You didn't hear this from me, D. Bruce, but I'm at, can't tell you where, golfing right now, and Steph Curry is in the group behind me, and he ain't worried, so I'm not worried. There you go.
Well, he wasn't going to worry anyway. He's on the golf course. So, one, he clearly is not that worried anyway. Just him showing up there tells you. If he was going to brood about Game 1, he'd have been sitting in his room, rocking back and forth.
Staring at a light bulb in a dark closet.
No, I think, golf is therapeutic for him. If he's going to worry off one game, you should have never seen him after that Memphis game. He should have just never left the room.
The Dalai Lama walked up to him and said, Gunga Galunga, which is going to give him eternal peace.
I think what the Dalai Lama would have said was, I had you guys minus the 3.5. How did you screw me?
This is Mike, Castro Valley. We're putting the finishing touches on this one. Mike, what do you got?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Very well, thank you.
I agree with Kevin, how he had to speak on Iguodala. He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. He didn't play against Memphis. He didn't play against Dallas. And you hear all the ESPN commentators and everything talk about, they had their hands on the shorts. Maybe him. We're good. And everybody that's listening to the station knows we're good. They didn't outsize us.
Oh, no, they did. They definitely outsized the Warriors. But look, they did not destroy the Warriors in the rebounding department. They did not destroy the Warriors in any way until you reach the fourth quarter, in which case
they destroyed them.
They dropped a nuclear bomb on their mothers' houses. Like, that's how much they were destroyed. 40-16, and that's being nice about it.
And I'll be honest.
Should have been 40-11, to be honest.
And I'll be honest about it. Iguodala's presence was not the difference in this game. He only played 12 minutes for one.
And he wasn't even bad. He was 7 points, 3 rebounds, and a turnover.
Yeah, no, you had to see what you had in him. And he didn't play him, like an inordinate amount of time. If Gary Payton had been available, and it's clear that he wasn't, even though he was activated, maybe you don't see Iguodala as much, but maybe you also don't see Poole as much.
The tinkering and the adjustments between games 1 and 2 will be fascinating. Will we see Kuminga? Will we see Bjelica either just trying to get bigger or faster? And will Moses Moody appear in this series? I think there's a way to work him in and have him at least try to give an honest physical effort to Jaylen Brown last night, who was fantastic. He really was. So everything that could have gone right for the Celtics did go right. And the role players that you didn't think would play a great role on the road were spectacular. So much so, the Warriors very much are counting on them not being like that again. This is Roxana on Highway 24. Final call of the show and of the week for us. Roxana, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for taking my call. My question to you guys is, what if this is the one not what if. It is one of the bad games of the Warriors, but it's shocking for all of us because of the fact that it happened the first. You know, like there was one and everybody's
Right.
reacting.
Never get a second chance to make a first impression. That was a bad first impression.
But it was an excellent way to learn what you're up against.
Yeah.
And that's mostly for fans who I think sort of shortchanged the Celtics. Now they know what this team's about. Now they know what the Warriors must do